This handsome guy radiating a god-tier aura is our main character, Qiao Yu. Welcome back to Bala Recaps, guys. Right now, he might look as calm as a millpond on the outside, but trust me, on the inside it's a raging storm. He is literally hyped out of his mind. Why? Because this is the exact moment he's been patiently waiting for over 18 long years, the class awakening ceremony. Little do people know, Qiao Yu is actually a reincarnator. 18 years ago, after kicking the bucket in his previous world, he was reborn on this planet called Kaiwu with all his past memories fully intact. It's a parallel world to Earth, but with one massive twist. Ever since humanity started exploring virtual worlds, reality itself was turned completely upside down. Countless dangerous dungeons and instances suddenly descended across the globe. In this world, everyone who turns 18 stands before the destiny of becoming a player. By awakening a class, they gain superhuman abilities to conquer dungeons, hunt monsters to level up, and farm attribute points to become the absolute strongest. So, armed with the memories of his past life, what kind of earth-shattering power will Qiao Yu awaken? Stick around and let's dive right in with Bala Recaps to find out. The atmosphere at Suchong 4th Academy was electric. Principal Jinlong stood majestically on the high platform, hands behind his back, his voice booming as he announced, "Students, today is the day you enter the Otherworld to awaken your classes and register as players. Once you step into this array, the system will determine your profession." His gaze swept over the group of excited students as he continued earnestly, "Whether it be a heroic swordsman, a knight of invincible strength, an agile assassin, or a mage with devastating firepower, everything follows the choice of destiny. I believe you will all become elites in your respective fields. I shall say no more." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and gave a powerful shout, activating the class awakening array. Qiao Yu stood at the center of the shimmering formation, his mind racing. 18 long years had passed since he was reborn into this world, and his arduous journey had finally reached its defining moment. He comforted himself silently. This was planet Kaiwu, a parallel world strikingly similar to Earth. The difference was that since the dawn of human exploration, the world had undergone earth-shattering changes with the sudden appearance of various otherworlds. Dungeons of varying difficulties had emerged across the globe, and humans could become players upon turning 18. By utilizing the various abilities granted by their classes, players could conquer these dungeons. They leveled up by slaying monsters, gaining attribute points to enhance their strength. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Qiao Yu's soul was instantly sucked into an illusory system space. Within the void, a cold mechanical voice echoed, "Welcome player Qiao Yu to the Otherworld for the first time. Would you like to begin the class draw?" Without a second's hesitation, he answered decisively, "Draw." At that moment, he prayed frantically in his heart, begging the ancestors of the Qiao family to manifest their power and ensure that he, the eldest grandson of the main lineage, would draw a top-tier class. The system's voice rang out clearly once more, "Welcome player Qiao Yu to your first descent." In an instant, a bone-chilling cold swept through the area behind him. A massive skull rose majestically, accompanied by billowing, eerie black mist that swirled throughout the space. The electronic notification chimed cheerfully. "Congratulations, player, on drawing a hidden class, Mage category." Qiao Yu froze, staring blankly at the abnormal death energy lingering around his body. The announcement board clearly displayed 4 words, "Death Mage." His face instantly brightened, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Unable to contain his extreme excitement, he let out a loud scream. "Holy crap, this is insane. The ancestors really came through." His eyes shone as if he had struck gold as he rambled on. A Necromancer is an extremely rare special class. There are only a few in the entire world. With just a wave of a staff, countless high-level souls can be summoned from the gates of hell. As long as your mana is sufficient, one person can rival an army of thousands. His hand slid rapidly across the virtual interface, muttering complacently, "Generally, only those with god-tier luck can draw a hidden class like this. Let's take a look at the personal attributes." The status bar opened, listing the detailed information. Name Qiao Yu, Class Necromancer, Realm Apprentice, LV1, Strength 10, Constitution 6, Agility 9, Spirit 0, Mana 10, 10, Health 10, 10, Skill Points 10. Just as his eyes scanned the attribute lines, the smile on his face froze, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He clawed at his hair in despair, wailing, "Are you kidding me? My spirit is actually 0? A Necromancer with 0 spirit?" All his expectations collapsed in an instant. His legs went weak and he collapsed onto the cold floor. Initial attribute points were randomly distributed based on class characteristics, with a cap of 10. For a noble mage, the source of power lay in the spirit index. Anything below 5 points meant being a cripple, let alone a flat 0 like his. How was he supposed to fight? Just as he was sinking into the abyss of despair, the system spoke again with indifference. Would the player like to begin the talent draw? Tears streaming down his face, he waved his hand like a man who had given up on himself. "Draw it, just draw it. I don't care anymore. Let everything be destroyed, okay? Even drawing an S-rank talent is useless now." A blue progress bar appeared, hovering and moving bit by bit. A moment later, a line of glowing text caught his eye. "Congratulations, player, on drawing the talent, the Mage's Brave Heart. Rank unknown. Reward 10 free attribute points." As the notification ended, over a dozen streaks of multicolored light erupted from beneath his feet, surging brilliantly into the sky. The display flickered, showing the details of the new ability, talent. the Mage's Brave Heart. Passive effect. When player Chao Yu defeats an enemy using a melee attack, immediately gain free attribute points. Unique active effect. Copy and increase all other attributes to match the value of a designated attribute. Restriction. The active skill can only be bound to one attribute before use. After reading the description, his eyes widened and he shouted in shock, "Heavens, am I seeing this right? Free attribute points are incredibly rare. They are usually only rewarded upon leveling up, otherwise you have to rely on self-cultivation to increase them." He swallowed hard. He stared at the information panel, carefully scanning every word. The passive skill stated clearly that as long as he rushed in for hand-to-hand combat, attribute points would drop into his pocket. As for the active effect, though it could only be used once in a lifetime, it possessed a heaven-defying power that could synchronize all attributes to the highest level. Looking at his status bar, if he used it now, his parameters would instantly become Strength 10, Defense 6, Agility 10, Spirit 10. At this meager novice stage, someone with all attributes at 10 would be a rare creature in history. He stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes as he calculated. What if I hold out until the day my strength index breaks 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 before activating it? Imagine a necromancer with 100,000 points in every attribute, a true god of war crushing all obstacles. A cunning smile played on his lips. To grind for passive points I have to go into melee. Since I'm going to be trading blows with my fists, isn't physical damage the core? He made a decisive resolution, waving his hand toward the sky and roaring with surging momentum. System, put all 10 free attribute points into strength. Immediately, the familiar mechanical voice responded, "Congratulations player Chao Yu on the successful attribute allocation, strength 10. The status bar updated rapidly. Name Chao Yu, class Necromancer. Realm Apprentice LV1, strength 20, defense 6, agility 9, spirit 0. He lightly straightened his collar, muttering to himself with confidence, "Next, I'll go register and complete the novice quest. The rules are clear. Only by passing the novice trial can one officially obtain their class." As the thought took hold, a beam of dazzling light hit him, accompanied by a notification, teleporting to the novice quest distribution point. In the blink of an eye, his figure shattered into countless points of light and vanished completely. The scenery spun and changed, and when he opened his eyes, a brand new world appeared before him. Standing in front of him was an elf of goddess-like beauty with flowing golden hair. She wore a warm smile and said in a gentle voice, "Hello, player. My name is Elaine and I am your guide. Is there anything I can help you with?" He froze in place, his heart skipping a beat as he looked at the beauty before him, wondering to himself, with such a lifelike appearance, is she just a soulless NPC? He composed himself and answered loudly, "I'm here to register and receive my novice quest." The elegant elf bowed slightly and carefully handed over a small parcel with both hands. "Certainly, it is a pleasure to serve you. This is your novice starter pack." As his hand touched the box, a series of notifications bombarded his eardrums. "Congratulations, player Chao Yu, on obtaining your first equipment. Worn robes, novice wooden staff. Congratulations, player, on obtaining F-rank skill book, skeleton summoning." Touching the tattered fabric of the robes, he curled his lip in disappointment. This stuff seemed like mere ornaments. The skill book was even more of a waste. With 0 spirit, what was he supposed to use it with? However, when his gaze fell upon the wooden staff, his eyes lit up. He gripped the staff with both hands, nodding in approval. This thing was the most practical toy after all, fitting for his 20 points of strength. Smashing this stick directly onto a monster's head would definitely pack a punch. He turned to the elf and asked succinctly, "Sister Elaine, what is my novice quest?" With a smile, Elaine waved her elegant hands in the air, tearing open a pitch-black spatial rift. She explained gently, "Your task is to escape the Mist Cave." Her voice took on a serious tone of warning. "Note that for the Escape Mist Cave quest, you absolutely must not kill the skeleton soldiers. You must escape in the fastest way possible, otherwise it would be a pity." Before she could finish her warning, a gust of wind blew past. Chao Yu's dark silhouette had already rushed into the black hole in a hurry, leaving Elaine standing there in a daze. Looking at the empty space before her, she opened her eyes wide in helplessness. Where did he go? Meanwhile, the bold adventurer had already landed steadily in the new dimension. The atmosphere changed instantly as the thick fog of the mist cave surrounded him. He scratched his head, vaguely remembering the elf's face just now. He wondered if the NPC had said something at the end, but he quickly shrugged off his doubts, saying indifferently, "Whatever, the novice quest shouldn't be too hard. Why are there so many dry bones here?" Before he could finish, an eerie cracking sound came from the humus layer behind him, and a pale skeleton had already struggled to its feet. It held a rusted short sword firmly in its hand, aiming fiercely at his back. Sensing the imminent danger, Chao Yu was startled and instantly spun around into a defensive stance. "What's that?" A bright red data box immediately popped up above the skeleton soldier's head. Common mob, skeleton soldier. Level 1 HP 2020, Strength 5, Defense 0, Agility 1. Facing the creaking monster charging toward him, he didn't panic at all. He pulled out the novice wooden staff, gripped it tight and held it high. Gathering his strength, he gritted his teeth and swung a heavy, powerful blow, the staff smashing precisely into the skeleton soldier's face. The terrifying impact caused its health bar to bottom out instantly. -20. Suffering a fatal blow, the skeleton frame shattered instantly, gradually turning into faint light and dissipating into the void, leaving only a withered skull rolling on the ground. He leaned on his staff and exhaled, looking at the pathetic loot at his feet and muttering mockingly to himself. It died just like that, without being able to use spells. This really is a tough battle. The system's notification quickly interrupted his thoughts. Detected player Chow, you defeated a skeleton soldier using melee. Reward, 1 free attribute point. Express 3. Congratulations player Chow Yu on your first melee kill of a wild monster. Reward, A rank passive skill. Miracle Strike. His eyes lit up, unable to believe his luck, and he exclaimed, A rank? There's actually a windfall like this? The skill description window clearly showed, Miracle Strike effect. Every 1 point of the player's strength will be converted into 2 points of physical damage. Clenching his fist, he muttered with satisfaction. Strength determines physical damage and defense determines the level of injury. Immediately, the status bar updated with the latest data. Name Chow Yu, class Necromancer. Realm Apprentice LV1, Strength 21 double bonus. Defense 6, Agility 9, Spirit 0. He cracked his knuckles making a popping sound and deduced smugly. Under this mechanic, the original 1-to-1 conversion rate now has a heaven-defying passive. Smashing into a target with 0 defense, one of his punches could unleash 42 points of damage. This boost was indeed staggering, but he had no time for complacency. The ground beneath his feet began to vibrate, and countless shriveled bloody arms reached out from the black mud. A pack of undead clumsily broke through the soil surrounding him with longswords and maces. He glanced at the closing circle, and tossed aside his trivial thoughts. Never mind. The priority is to finish the novice quest. The Skeleton Legion roared and charged as soon as they found their footing. His feet instantly shifted his center of gravity, settling into a firm combat stance. Without the need for flashy moves, he swung the wooden staff in a series of continuous strikes against the enemy formation. Each hit caused a 20-point health bar to evaporate instantly. The fragile monsters fell one after another, turning to dust. The voices reporting his achievements rang out in his mind. Detected player Chow, you killed 4 skeleton soldiers in melee. Reward 4 free attribute points. Express 12. Congratulations player on leveling up. Current Express 520. Level up reward 5 free attribute points. A refreshing sapphire light swirled around him, washing away his fatigue. Feeling the new surge of power, he couldn't help but get excited. Having just leveled up and scavenged 4 points from these small fry, his strength index had already skyrocketed to 30 points. One must know that a newcomer who could reach 10 points would be considered a genius. The data panel immediately displayed his glory. Name Chow Yu, class Necromancer. Level LV2, Strength 30. Defense 6, Agility 9, Spirit 0, Mana 40/40, HP 2020. Express 520. He stroked his chin again in thought, his eyes scanning the thick fog sharply. Could it be that this eerie cave only spawned these few minions for people to level up and pick up points? That would be too simple. Just as the thought arose, a violent tremor came from the ground behind him. The hard rock layer cracked open and a massive black figure crawled out. An alarm box began flashing frantically. Common mob, skeleton soldier captain, level 3. HP 50/50, strength 15, defense 20, agility 1. Looking at that massive physique, he broke into a cold sweat. 15 points of strength. If he took a hit from this monster, he'd be lucky not to have his chest and stomach ripped open. He didn't let fear overwhelm him. Instead, he gripped the wooden staff with both hands and rushed forward to seize the initiative. His eyes clearly saw the weakness. This guy's agility was pathetic, only 1 point. Adhering to the principle of striking first to gain the upper hand, he exerted all his might and swung a thunderous heavy blow. To his surprise, the captain raised a rusted bronze shield, parrying the attack with a loud thud. Simultaneously, the skeleton captain swung its arm, returning a sharp, air-piercing slash. Relying on his excellent agility, Chow Yu leaned to the side, narrowly evading the blow, and retreated to a safe distance, clicking his tongue as he assessed the situation. This monster was well balanced in offense and defense. Its heavy mace could even make the ground tremble. Soon, he noticed the shield's position shifted, revealing a fatal opening. Seizing the moment, he cut in from the side, his long staff tracing a graceful arc before precisely stabbing into the monster's ribs. The massive skeleton frame lost its balance, stumbling to the ground. Chow Yu refused to miss any opportunity. He leapt into the air, his eyes locked onto the unfortunate prey. Now, using his momentum in midair, he let out an excited roar. Take this, putting his full weight behind it. The staff slammed heavily onto the monster's skull, causing its health bar to instantly evaporate by 50 points. Amidst the swirling dust, a notification chimed again. Detected player Chow Yu defeated a skeleton captain in melee. Reward 3 free attribute points. Express 10. Leaning on his wooden staff against the cracked stone floor, he panted heavily, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He couldn't help but marvel. It truly was a formidable opponent. As he caught his breath, he grumbled under his breath, if even the novice quest is this hard, I really don't know how others managed to finish it. Just as he spoke, a dazzling light rose slowly before him. He leaned down to pick up the strange object, curiosity flashing in his eyes. I remember the principal saying that wild monsters have a chance to drop soul cores, which grant random rewards when opened. I wonder what's inside. With a gentle squeeze, the glowing shell shattered, revealing the loot. Skeleton gloves, D rank consumable. Upon activation, the next attack is guaranteed to trigger a critical hit. He curled his lip disdainfully, dismissing the equipment as lackluster, and tossed it into his backpack. TCH, why is it a one-time use item? It would be so much better if it were permanent. Before he could finish his lament, waves of roars echoed in his ears. This time, an entire legion of skeletons burst forth from the ground behind him. He spun around, startled. There were more, and their numbers had multiplied several times over. He gripped the smooth staff tight, falling back into a defensive stance. Although his level had risen to 2, his pathetic health bar remained at 20 points. One careless slip-up from a sword strike and he might very well meet his end right here. Despite his trepidation, his movements with the wooden staff were anything but hesitant. He charged into the enemy ranks, unleashing a series of heavy chain strikes, followed by a string of frantic notifications. XP3, reward 1 attribute point. XP3, reward 1 attribute point. XP10, reward 3 attribute points. The notification bar scrolled like a violent storm before finally bursting into the glow of another level up. Congratulations, player, on leveling up. Current Express 2030. Reward 10 free attribute points. After sweeping through the group of minions, he wiped a splash of blood from his face. Luckily, these guys are slow as molasses with 0 agility, otherwise that would have been a close call. He brushed off his sleeves and smugly checked his attributes. The majestic data panel opened. Name Chao Yu, class Necromancer, level LV3, strength 46, double bonus, defense 6, agility 9, spirit 0, mana 8080, health 3030, express 2030, talent. The Mage's brave heart, rank unknown, skill, miracle strike A rank. The scene shifted back to the sun-drenched school playground where a group of new players was engaged in a heated discussion. One boy excitedly bumped his friend's shoulder. What class did you draw? The one questioned, puffed out his chest, boasting with pride. I got the warrior class. I can finally bring honor to my family. Several people nearby looked around curiously. Everyone should have successfully changed classes by now, right? A girl frowned as she looked toward the high platform. Why hasn't the principal announced the end yet? A scrawny boy beside her speculated. Could there still be someone who hasn't come out? Another person curled their lip in mockery. Impossible. The quest is so simple. If someone takes this long, how will they survive later? The crowd erupted into laughter. The skeleton soldiers in there are tough, but they walk so slowly they could never catch us. If someone actually fails or even dies in there, it would be a total joke. Sarcastic laughter echoed across the playground. Amidst these cold taunts, young Shangdi rubbed his hands together anxiously, his gaze constantly darting toward the spatial portal. He was frantic with worry, thinking to himself, "It's already this late. Why hasn't Chao Yu come out? Could something have happened to him?" Back in the depths of the mist cave, the god of war, Chao Yu, was still searching for an exit. He tapped the rocks with his staff, muttering in confusion, "I should have killed all the skeletons by now, right? Why haven't I been notified that the quest is complete?" The moment the words left his mouth, a shrill, resentful scream suddenly rang out from between the rock walls. "You've bullied the skeletons too far." Startled, he immediately retreated into a defensive stance. A bizarre scene unfolded as piles of skulls on the ground were sucked into the air by an invisible magnetic field. He looked up, watching in horror as countless bone fragments clicked and snapped together, merging into a massive, grotesque entity. He instinctively stammered, "The skeletons are combining." The ground beneath his feet cracked violently as green, malevolent energy surged forth. The light converged, outlining a massive skeleton tyrant. The monster let out an earth-shattering roar, and a status card with a shimmering black border appeared. Common boss, Skeleton King, status injured. Level 10 HP, 400,500, strength 45, defense 60, agility 1, skills bone spike, skeleton burst. His expression instantly darkened. Was this a joke? In a trial dungeon meant for newcomers, a ferocious boss like this actually spawned? Wasn't this the same as sending a novice to their death? The Skeleton King wasted no time, manically swinging a massive greatsword directly at his head. A terrifying pressure split the ground into a deep crater. 36. Relying on survival instinct, Chao Yu performed a perfect dodge roll. Upon landing, he patted his chest and exhaled in lingering fear. That was too close. One hit from that and I'd be meeting the Grim Reaper. His sharp eyes remained fixed on the Skeleton King as he quickly calculated. Its explosive power was undeniable, but its lumbering physique moved just as slowly as the minions. Speed was his only lifeline, however. The monster's defense was a staggering 60 points. Could his physical damage even break through? He didn't hesitate. Digging his heels into the ground, he lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, his staff stabbing precisely into the monster's flank. A bright red number popped up. -32. Seeing the enemy's health drop, his spirits soared. The damage was effective, although it only subtracted 32 points. Every bit counted. 15 or 16 more hits and victory would be his. Utilizing his agility advantage, he became a cunning shadow, sticking close to the boss's clumsy body and unleashing continuous strikes to whittle down its health. -32, -32, -32, a series of numbers flickered constantly. Under the barrage of attacks, the Skeleton King lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground with a loud crash, sending dust flying. Looking down at the motionless remains, he lifted his chin triumphantly. So this boss was just an empty shell to scare people? Its health is almost gone, this will be over soon. Suddenly the smile on his face froze, replaced by utter shock. The Skeleton King twisted its body and slowly stood up, its raspy, resentment-filled voice echoing through the area. "In all my years in this mist cave, I have never seen a player dare to massacre the skeletons. If so many skeleton soldiers hadn't died, I wouldn't have fallen into this injured state." As soon as it finished speaking, a burst of dark energy erupted, and the boss's power began to skyrocket. Its eerie green soul fire stared him down, radiating murderous intent. "Now a mere new player thinks he can break my defense. I will never let you leave here alive." Sensing a genuine threat of death, he scrambled backward, shouting in alarm. "It's getting stronger." Before he could react, the Skeleton King swung its weapon in a wild frenzy. Every slash carried the whistling sound of wind. Its speed significantly increased. A devastating horizontal sweep forced Chao Yu to leap into the air to avoid it. Rolling away and covered in dirt, his brain worked at high speed to find a way out. A frontal confrontation meant certain death. He had to find a way to restrict its movement to survive. His gaze swept rapidly across the ruined battlefield, and when he spotted a variable, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. The massive overhanging boulder behind the monster had cracked and could collapse at any moment. He didn't back down. Like a slippery loach, he dodged the death-dealing heavy blows and instantly circled to the monster's left side. He stopped right under the Skeleton King's armpit and glanced up at the cave ceiling. Directly above the monster's head, a massive rock was swaying precariously. A cold smirk played on his lips as he tilted his chin provocatively. "Come on." The behemoth was enraged, roaring as it swung its rusted weapon at the little midget. This time he didn't dodge. Veins bulged in his arms as he held his wooden staff horizontally to force a parry. The terrifying vibration sent him flying a great distance, his HP instantly dropping by 26 points. The blade didn't stop there. Slicing deep into the hard rock wall, he scrambled to his feet, grimacing in pain. Just being caught by the aftershock almost emptied his health bar. The notification box flashed a cold red. Name: Chao Yu, HP 430. Seeing its prey hit, the Skeleton King prepared to deliver a finishing blow with menacing momentum. He gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down as his eyes remained fixed on the vibrating rock wall. The already unstable structure completely collapsed under that heavy impact. The moment the sound of cracking rang out, he fled the danger zone like the wind. Heavy boulders rained down like hailstones, burying the clumsy monster before it could react. A muffled boom echoed and dust filled the air. The falling rock smashed directly onto the Skeleton King's frame, instantly dealing 70 damage. It let out a bone-chilling shriek. The system window updated promptly. Common Boss Skeleton King, HP 129,500. He wiped the sweat from the back of his hand, biting his lip as he said decisively, "I'm running out of strength, I have to end this now." While it was still buried under the rock pile, he pushed off the ground, leaping into the air. He extended his right hand and roared, "Skeleton gloves!" Instantly, a dazzling light enveloped his fist. The system voice rang in his ear. "Skeleton gloves, D-rank consumable. After use, the next attack will deal 100 critical damage." Griping his fist, which shimmered with destructive power, he plummeted toward the boss's head like a meteor. Trapped by the rocks and unable to move, the Skeleton King could only stare in horror with its empty eye sockets as death descended. The fist, carrying the force of a critical hit, slammed heavily onto the monster's skull. Its health bar vanished in a millisecond. The massive skeleton frame shattered inch by inch, turning into a pile of ash and scattering. Amidst the ruins, the system bell chimed. Player Novice Quest Escape the Mist Cave completed. Congratulations to Chao Yu on officially becoming an Otherworld player. Congratulations, player Chao Yu, the first of the Mage class to kill the Mist Cave boss Skeleton King. Reward 30 free attribute points. Simultaneously, space warped into a brilliant rift, preparing to usher him out. Right where the Skeleton King had perished, a sparkling soul core popped out. A barrage of generous reward notifications followed. Detected player Chao Yu defeated the boss via melee. Reward 10 free attribute points, XP 50. First boss kill reward level increased by 3. Congratulations player on consecutive level ups. Current Express has overflowed. He reached out and grabbed the radiant gemstone. The system continued its broadcast. Player has completed the novice dungeon. Boss kill reward, Skeleton King's ring. His eyes widened and he muttered to himself in surprise. A boss can actually drop equipment. The ring's detailed attributes then surfaced. Skeleton King's ring, C rank. Effect, increases the damage of the first attack by 50, cooldown 24 hours, class restriction none. Rubbing the emerald green translucent ring on his hand, he began to laugh with satisfaction. Not bad at all, though the burst power isn't as high as the one-time gloves. It can be used long-term. C-rank equipment could sell for at least several $100,000 on the black market. I've struck it rich this time. He stuffed the ring into his pocket, muttering thoughtfully, first kill of the boss, that means no one has ever taken it down before. Then how exactly did they finish the quest? Before he could wrap his head around it, he slapped his forehead and stopped overthinking. Whatever, I'll head out first. He then stepped into the shimmering spatial portal. The status bar summarized the final results. Name Chao Yu, class Necromancer. Realm Apprentice, LV5, Strength 76, double bonus, Defense 6, Agility 9, Spirit 0, Mana 200,200, Health 5050, Express 0, Talent, the Mage's Brave Heart, rank unknown, Skill, Miracle Strike A rank, Equipment, Skeleton King's Ring C rank, the surrounding scenery flashed and he stood firmly on the noisy academy playground. Yang Shangdi with his sharp eyes spotted him and came running over, throwing an arm around his neck and shouting, choking from the grip. Chao Yu hurriedly pushed him away. "What are you doing?" Yang Shangdi's eyes went wide as he fired off a series of questions. "What was I doing? What were you doing? Why did a novice quest take you so long? I thought something happened to you in there." Chao Yu raised an eyebrow, looking bewildered. "Did everyone else finish a long time ago?" Yang Shangdi nodded vigorously. "Yeah, you came out exactly 3 hours later than the person before you." Avoiding the topic of time, Chao Yu asked back, "By the way, what class did you draw?" Yang Shangdi puffed out his chest and flipped his hair, saying proudly, "I got Mage. A real mage, you get it, Avada Kedavra." Chao Yu narrowed his eyes at his friend's antics, his heart sinking slightly. Strange, could it be that we didn't enter the same dungeon? Before he could figure it out, a male voice with a sarcastic tone rang out. "Chao Yu, so you're the last one out after all." It was the class monitor, Ma Fei. With his arms crossed and his chin held high, he looked down on everyone. "Hey, what's the use of being handsome? Talent in the other world is what matters. Do you know what my class is?" Chao Yu's expression darkened, and he cursed inwardly. "Is this Ma Fei guy just bored out of his mind? Why does he always have to pick a fight with me?" But before a quarrel could break out, the principal's majestic voice echoed across the playground. "All right, you have all completed your registrations in the other world. Tomorrow, the entire class will form teams to participate in the novice trial. For now, everyone introduce your class and talent so you can get to know one another." As soon as he finished, the students erupted into a frenzy, scrambling to announce their titles. One boy waved his hands excitedly. "I'm a warrior, B-rank talent." The person next to him added briefly, "I'm an assassin." Another student sighed dejectedly, complaining gloomily, "I'm F-rank talent. I guess there's no hope for me in this life." Amidst the noisy crowd, a brown-haired girl cleared her throat and smiled elegantly. "I am a healer of the mage category." Instantly, the large group of boys behind her erupted into thunderous cheers. "Healer, a healer," her attribute panel clearly displayed. Zhao Zewi, class healer. Level, LV2, Strength 3, Defense 6, Agility 5, Spirit 6. Next, a petite silver-haired girl timidly raised her hand. "I'm a shield guard, B-rank talent." Her data followed. Shay Zhu, class Paladin. Level LV2, Strength 5, Defense 9, Agility 6, Spirit 3. Next came Ma Fei's turn to perform. He deliberately cleared his throat loudly. "My class is Sword Cultivator and my talent is B-rank." A shimmering panel displayed Ma Fei's stats, class Sword Cultivator. Level, LV3, Strength 9, Defense 6, Agility 8, Spirit 4. The students gasped in awe, whispering among themselves, "A sword and a flask of wine, roaming the world with carefree vengeance." The Sword Cultivator is an incredibly powerful class in the other world. The class monitor truly is a favored child of heaven. The principal stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes full of expectation. A B-rank talent already placed one among the ranks of geniuses. It seemed this year's students were of high quality. Having finished his observation, he looked toward the corner and shouted loudly, "Next, Chao Yu," suddenly called by name. Chao Yu scratched his head and answered hesitatingly, "My class is Necromancer. As for my talent," he stopped mid-sentence, being vague and evasive. "I can't reveal my talent for the time being." Internally, however, he was screaming, "God knows what that talent is. I haven't even figured it out myself." The principal's eyes widened upon hearing this. He exclaimed, "A Necromancer, a hidden class?" A series of sharp intakes of breath rippled through the crowd. "For real? That's insane. There was once a Necromancer who single-handedly wiped out an entire guild." Standing to the side, Ma Fei narrowed his eyes in scrutiny, his heart filled with suspicion. "A Necromancer, how is that possible? But so what if it's a hidden class? Mages are notoriously glass cannons with weak defense, easily killed in an instant. The worst is being targeted by an assassin. Besides, hanging around corpses all day makes the body frail, and those summoning spells take forever to cast. Without teammates to tank the damage, it's a dead end. High-burst classes like assassins or sword cultivators are the true natural enemies of necromancers." Thinking of this, Ma Fei cast a sidelong glance at him, a contemptuous sneer playing on his lips. HMPH playing mysterious with his talent. He probably drew some trash and is afraid to show it. The other students didn't think that far and continued to shower him with praise. One girl clutched her chest and sighed, "Wow, look everyone, Chao Yu isn't arrogant at all. Is this the grace of a genius so handsome? To draw a hidden class and remain so low-key, it's only natural that I'm not as good as him." Others nodded in agreement. "Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? Even his temperament is so steady. If I had drawn a hidden class, there's no way I could be as calm as Chao Yu." Hearing the overwhelming praise, Chao Yu broke into another cold sweat, lamenting bitterly in his heart, "A necromancer who can't even use spells. My physical strength is only slightly better than a commoner's. I don't even know if I can survive the novice dungeon, so where's this confidence coming from? If people find out I'm a mage so useless I can't even summon a single bone, where would I hide my face?" Contrary to his worries, the principal stroked his chin and wore a proud smile, privately assessing, "This boy Chao Yu has finally seen the clouds part. As long as he passes the novice trial, a spot in a top-tier university is practically guaranteed. Once the roll call was finished, the principal clapped his hands to signal the end. All right students, that's all for today's class. Go home and prepare, we'll participate in the novice trial tomorrow. On the way home, Yang Shangdi hooked an arm around his neck again, grinning mischievously. Chao Yu, you really were hiding your strength, that's incredible. How come I didn't draw Necromancer? The guy stood with hands on his hips, narrowing his eyes as he boasted proudly, but luckily my spirit points are at 8 and my other attributes aren't too bad. This talent will do. His panel popped up. Yang Shangdi, class Mage. LV2 Strength 5, Defense 6, Agility 3, Spirit 8. Looking at the other's normal 8 points of spirit and then at his own round 0, Chao Yu sighed and advised, it's okay, hard work makes up for lack of talent. But in his mind he was making an absurd comparison. If this guy's points are this pathetic, then my 76 points of non-human strength, isn't that the most insane, illogical existence in this world right now? The setting sun bathed the familiar path home as he inserted his key and pushed open the door to his quiet house. Years of habit led him to call out to the empty space, I'm back. His gaze fell upon a family photo on the shelf covered in a thin layer of dust. In the photo, his parents in this world looked very kind. They had given him the warmth of a family. He recalled when he was 6 years old. The two of them said they were going on a long trip to Kyoto and hadn't been heard from since, leaving him all alone. He picked up the frame, gently stroking the glass surface and murmured in a low voice, it's been so many years, where on earth are you? A flash of steely determination crossed his eyes as he whispered an oath, I must get into Kyoto University and find out the truth. The next morning, a tense atmosphere returned to the campus. The principal stood solemnly on the high platform and instructed, for today's novice trial I have only one requirement. His gaze swept over the nervous students, his tone heavy. If you are not certain of success, remember to withdraw it immediately. He emphasized each word. Even if you fail the trial, you must absolutely not die inside. Seeing the children whispering, he tried to offer some comfort. Don't worry too much. Usually the danger level for novices is very low, and players' lives are not at risk. But there are exceptions to everything. He frowned, his wrinkles bunching together as his voice turned somber. There was once a serious accident where a novice dungeon caused an entire class of 40 people to be wiped out. No survivors, no bodies found to this day. No one knows how terrifying that dungeon was, only that its name was Nightmare Village. Hearing this chilling story, the students turned pale and anxiety shrouded the playground. Seeing this, the principal waved his hand with an awkward smile. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. As long as you can evacuate the other world in time, there will be no danger. Get ready. When the countdown reaches 0, that is the moment you enter the other world. The ticking of the countdown from the speakers struck their eardrums. 7 seconds, 4 seconds, 1 second. A shrill bell rang. The principal roared, the novice trial begins. Instantly, a pillar of pitch-black lightning descended from the sky, tearing through space and striking the playground. All the students were swept into a teleportation vortex and thrown into the depths of the dungeon. When their vision cleared, they were gathered at the entrance of a dilapidated village. A sinister aura made their spines tingle. Several girls shrank back, saying with a sob, is this the dungeon we have to pass? It's too oppressive here. Seeing this, Ma Fei immediately seized the chance to show off, beating his chest and reassuring everyone loudly. Don't worry, with me Ma Fei here I will ensure everyone's safety. Just then, from the shadows behind the broken walls, a pair of purplish, ulcerated feet shuffled out. Ma Fei didn't bother to look, continuing to wave his hand complacently. Follow me in, I'll lead us through. He glanced sideways at Chao Yu, who was walking at the back, and sneered triumphantly. Chao Yu, so what if you're a necromancer? I'll prove that only I, Ma Fei, am fit to lead this class, and that I'm the strongest one here. While the class monitor was daydreaming, Chao Yu stood quietly, brow furrowed, observing the surroundings carefully. Strange, what kind of dungeon is this? Why are there no system notifications? The silence was broken by an old man with greenish skin and a face full of wrinkles like a withered corpse. He stepped out of the shadows, muttering to himself, a pity, so many young people, truly a pity. Ma Fei was startled and took a step back, drawing his sword in a defensive stance. Who's there? Chao Yu stood at the back, observing calmly. An NPC, then he stepped forward and asked tentatively, Old man, what do you mean by that? The old man curled his lip, revealing toothless gums, his voice rasping like sandpaper. Welcome to Nightmare Village. The gray sky suddenly split open, filled with purple lightning. Only then did the system's voice ring out as shrill as the Grim Reaper. Welcome to the Novice Trial Grounds, Nightmare Village. Difficulty S-Rank Novice Level. The quest box slammed directly into the faces of these recruits. Note: the difficulty of the Novice Trial Grounds differs from other dungeons. S-Rank for Novice Level is equivalent to E-Rank for a normal dungeon. Requirements: 1. Escape alive. 2. Discover the secret of Nightmare Village. After reading the text that felt like a death sentence, the students fell into extreme panic, screaming uncontrollably. Nightmare Village, the place no one has ever passed. Nightmare Village killed 40 people. Several timid ones turned and ran back, shivering. I want to go home, I'm not doing this. Ma Fei panicked as well, shouting along with them. Don't be afraid, Ma Fei will definitely take you out of here. Chao Yu's expression was grave as he assessed the dire situation. An E-rank dungeon requires at least junior level to pass. We are all apprentices, how can we possibly do it? He knew the level divisions well. Apprentice LV 1 to 10, Junior LV 11 to 20, and so on. They had been thrown directly into a slaughterhouse by the system. The timid students tried to rush out of the village entrance but were immediately bounced back by an invisible wall, falling over each other. They pounded the air in despair, wailing, "What's going on?" As soon as we get near the exit, we're pushed back. The greenish old man leaned on his cane and spoke slowly. "Stop acting out. Once you enter Nightmare Village you can never leave." The students looked as if their souls had been snatched away. They collapsed to the ground, sobbing loudly, "It's over, it's over. We're caught in a ghost wall, we're going to die here. I don't want to die, my family is rich, I don't want to die." Despite the panic of the flock, Maffei kept his neck stiff and muttered hollow slogans. "Everyone calm down, Maffei will definitely lead you out. Trust me." Chao Yu stood with his hands on his hips, staring at the eerie NPC old man, deducing logically. No wonder the previous class was wiped out. The task is to find the secret, not to grind monsters. Although this old man is eerie and mysterious, he hasn't shown any murderous intent. He shouldn't be the target. The old man tapped his cane and cleared his throat. "Don't worry too much. Since you're already here, calm down." That idiot Maffei slapped his thigh again and leaned in with a look of feigned intelligence. "I get it. You want us to relax and face it with confidence, right?" The old man shot the talkative brat a sidelong glance and coldly poured cold water on him. "No, I mean since you're already here, prepare to be buried here." At these words the entire place went silent and jaws dropped. Seeing the group of children turn pale with fright, the old man clicked his tongue. "All right, I'm done teasing you. I am the village chief of Nightmare Village, Aura. There are 2 rules for living in Nightmare Village." Chief Aura cleared his throat and solemnly announced the survival laws. 1. You can choose any empty house to stay in, but the black stone on the door must absolutely not be touched. He paused, his voice turning bone-chillingly cold. 2. You must be home before dark. Be sure to lock the doors and windows tight. No matter what happens, you must not open the door. Chao Yu keenly caught the key point and stepped forward to follow up. "Chief, why can't we go out after dark?" Aura gave a cryptic smile and left them with a hair-raising remark. "You'll find out when night falls." Night descended and darkness swallowed the desolate village. The 40 people split into 4 teams, hurriedly searching for shelter. Chao Yu's group chose a dilapidated shack at random and quickly bolted the door as soon as they ducked inside. The petite paladin girl Shay Zhu suggested, "For safety's sake, let's all rest on the 2nd floor tonight." As everyone headed upstairs, Zhao Zeui sidled up to Chao Yu, pleading with a resentful look in her eyes. "Chao Yu, if it gets dangerous later, remember to protect me." Zhao Zeui winked flirtatiously at Chao Yu, her voice sugary and coquettish. "My class is healer, I can give you lots and lots of health." Witnessing this, Shay Zhu frowned, stepped forward to block her and reminded her coldly, "Zhao Zeui, have some self-respect. So many classmates are watching." Her fun spoiled, Zhao Zeui lifted her chin and retorted loudly with a pout, "I'll do as I please. Is it any of your business, Princess Flat Chest?" Hearing the insult about her figure, Shay Zhu crossed her arms angrily and shot back, refusing to be outdone. "Do you think you look good just because you're built like a cow?" Zhao Zeui puffed out her chest provocatively. "It's better than having nothing at all." Shay Zhu gritted her teeth and stomped her foot. "That's just your fat," regardless of how the 2 girls bickered. Chao Yu's gaze suddenly became sharp because he had noticed something strange. By the window a boy was acting extremely bizarrely. He was staring intensely at the pitch-black glass, tears streaming down his face as his expression shifted from a daze to pure ecstasy. Grandma, I missed you so much." Outside the blurred glass, a wizened, wrinkled figure gradually became clear. The pale grandmother called out faintly in a somber voice, "Awu, my dear grandson, Grandma is so cold, it's so scary out here. Open the window for Grandma and let me give you a hug, all right?" As if his soul had been hooked, the boy named Awu smiled blankly and nodded obediently. "Grandma, I'll open the door right now." Sensing the sinister aura, Chao Yu's whole body shuddered, and he roared at the top of his lungs, "Stop, that's not your grandmother." But the warning came too late. With a click, the boy had already pulled the latch and pushed the window open. The old woman, who had just been playing the role of a kind elder, instantly changed her face. Her eyes were blood red, and her maw split all the way to her ears, revealing a grotesque smile. She moved with startling speed, slipping through the window frame and lunging at her prey. Awu was still trapped in the hallucination, calling out blankly, "Grandma." At the critical moment of life and death, a flash of golden light erupted, accompanied by a majestic roar. Sand and stone began to swirl. In an instant, a golden sandstorm surged up, howling as it trapped the evil spirit within. Not far away, Yang Shangdi had his hands in a seal, drenched in sweat as he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Get over here, I can't hold it much longer." Awu snapped awake, pale with fright. He scrambled away on all fours toward his companions. The golden talons of the spell gradually cracked, and the monster revealed its hideous true form. A red system notification appeared, Common Mob Nightmare. Level LV3, HP 5050, Strength 25, Defense 5, Agility 25, Skill, Charm. The students shivered in terror. One girl covered her mouth and gasped in horror. This nightmare is just a common mob? Are even the minions in a novice dungeon this terrifying? Having just torn through the sandstorm's encirclement, the nightmare let out a screech. Its spindly legs kicked off the ground as it leaped into the air, diving straight for Yang Shangdi. Seeing death approaching, the fat mage waved his hands frantically and retreated. "Holy crap, stay away. If you eat all this fat on me, you'll get hyperglycemia, diabetes, and high blood pressure." Clang, a massive shield of light slammed down, blocking the evil spirit's razor-sharp claws. It was Shay Zhu who had stepped forward to bear the heavy pressure. Despite her health bar dropping rapidly, she stubbornly commanded, "Yang Shangdi, go. Zhao Zeui, heal. Chao Yu, summon the undead to stall this nightmare." The entire team seemed to latch onto this straw of hope, responding in unison. Understood. Zhao Zihui immediately retreated to the rear, her hands moving rhythmically as she cast her spell. A warm emerald-green light surrounded her as she exerted all her effort to release a healing spell. Shouting out of habit, 5 pulses of healing energy flowed from Zhao Zihui into Shizhu's body. Feeling her vitality return, Shizu bit her lip and thought, as long as we coordinate well, this monster is no match for us. Our task now is to buy time for Chao Yu to summon his minions. However, her train of thought was interrupted. Her eyes widened in shock as she realized Chao Yu had already appeared at her flank. He hadn't chanted a single incantation. Instead, he gripped his wooden staff and charged forward with overwhelming momentum to engage the nightmare in melee. Seeing this insane sight, Yang Shangdi was scared out of his wits, his voice going hoarse from shouting, "Brother Chao, that's not how you use a staff. You'll die if you get that close to a nightmare." Chao Yu was deaf to the warnings. Putting all his strength into his arms and using his momentum, he swung the staff violently against the monster's skull. Bam! 50 points of the nightmare's health evaporated instantly, dropping to 0. The mini-boss had been one shot just like that. Everyone around him was frozen like statues. The air in the room was so still you could hear a pin drop. One girl rubbed her eyes vigorously and stammered, "The nightmare had 50 HP, and it was killed instantly?" The person beside her clutched their chest, overwhelmed with dread. "Is this how all necromancers fight?" Putting away his staff, he turned back calmly to look at the dissipating corpse. After the nightmare died, it turned into a black stone that was already beginning to erode. Everyone crowded around curiously to stare at the strange rock. Shizu crossed her arms and nodded. "It's exactly the same as the symbols on the door frames. Since it's a product of Nightmare Village, it's not surprising." Ignoring the group's chatter, Chao Yu looked down at his palm, his brow furrowed in confusion. He had clearly killed the monster with his own hand, so why hadn't the system made a sound? Why hadn't he gained any attribute points at all? Seeing his strange expression, Shizu kindly patted his shoulder and asked, "Chao Yu, did you find something?" He suddenly withdrew his gaze and waved her off with a smile. "It's nothing, I might just be overthinking it." The next morning, the faint sunlight dispelled the gloom of the night. The student groups gathered once more in the village square. Chao Yu's group was still discussing that night of terror. A girl exhaled in relief, patting her chest. "Heavens, thank God Shizu and Chao Yu were there last night." The boy next to her slapped his thigh, boasting proudly, "I told you, following Brother Chao was the right move. He's too strong. He took care of that nightmare in a split second." Another girl didn't forget to praise the other hero. Shizu was also amazing, blocking with her shield at the front. Their coordination was perfect. Hearing these praises, Ma Fei stood to the side, eavesdropping, his lip twitching with disdain. He spat on the ground, thinking to himself, "HMPH, if I had been there, would there have been any need for them to hide behind a woman's shield?" A grown man hiding under a skirt. How pathetic. Fueled by this delusional confidence, he drew his sharp longsword and struck several poses he thought were cool, imagining himself slaying nightmares as easily as chopping vegetables. Watching his comical performance, Chao Yu teased, "The class monitor is practicing his swordplay first thing in the morning. How diligent." Yang Shangdi joined in from the side. "Well, how else could he be the class monitor? This level of effort alone puts him miles ahead of everyone else." Ma Fei's ego was practically soaring to the heavens. Though he was overjoyed inside, he feigned a cold exterior and gave 2 dry coughs. Ahem, just some casual practice. His gaze swept around and stopped on the female knight. He strode forward and struck up a conversation boldly. "Shizu, stay in the same room as me tonight. I absolutely won't let you get hurt." Shizu frowned, giving him a look of pure disgust. "My class is heavy tank. If I don't take the hits, are you going to?" After being rejected, he waved his hands awkwardly to explain, "No, what I mean is, I can handle a nightmare all by myself. I don't need you to step in at all." Shizu sighed helplessly, directly refuting his arrogance. "Ma Fei, you're looking at this the wrong way. The teacher said we need to unite and help each other. You can't always think about soloing everything. You should learn more from Chao Yu." Before she could finish, a roar like a thunderclap echoed across the square. "Seize them all!" Chao Yu was startled and spun around. Chief Aura was charging toward them with a group of villagers armed with shovels and hoes radiating murderous intent. The old man pointed at the students and roared manically, "Don't let a single one escape. Bind them all to the burning stakes. Use fire to wash away their sins." The old man's eyes were bloodshot as he shrieked fiercely, "Anyone who resists will be executed on the spot." Pushed to the brink, Ma Fei stepped forward, brandishing his sword. "What's going on, Chief? Have you misunderstood something?" Aura slammed his wooden staff into the ground and roared in anger. "There is no misunderstanding. Don't you remember the good deeds you did last night?" Chao Yu's gaze swept rapidly through the crowd, his brain working at high speed. Strangely, the number of villagers was exactly the same as the number of students, and even their appearances and ages overlapped to a startling degree. Without thinking much, Ma Fei blurted out, "Are you talking about how we killed a nightmare last night?" Hearing this, Aura reacted as if his tail had been stepped on. He pointed at them, trembling with rage. "Shut up, those are the spirits that guard Nightmare Village. You must have violated the village rules last night, and the guardian spirits punished you." The old man stomped his feet in fury, cursing in a raspy voice. "When the guardian spirits are truly enraged, the villagers will suffer too. You deserve 1,000 deaths. 1,000 deaths." Seeing the tension escalate, Ma Fei broke into a cold sweat. Softening his tone, he pleaded, "Chief, if we accidentally killed a guardian spirit, is there any way to make amends?" Aura let out a cold snort and said bone-chillingly, HMPH, there is a way. Appease the guardian spirit's rage. When night falls, you must stand outside your houses. Do you have the guts for that? Ma Fei's face turned instantly pale. He took a step back, calculating how many monsters were in this den of thieves. Staying outside in the middle of the night, that was suicide. Just as he was retreating, Chao Yu stepped forward casually and said lightheartedly, fine. I was the one who killed the nightmare. I'll stay outside until dark. Ma Fei stared at him as if he were an alien, cursing incoherently. Are you insane? There are better ways to show off than this. You'll die. He then hurriedly turned to Aura to explain. Chief, I'm sorry, my classmate here isn't quite right in the head. Don't take him seriously. Chao Yu shrugged and gave the class monitor a confident, bright smile. Don't worry, monitor, I'm not crazy. I just have some things to verify. Maybe I can help everyone escape this world without waiting for consent. The chief waved his hand and commanded, fine. Bind this boy up. Instantly, cold iron chains locked his wrists. The cruel villagers hung him from a cross-shaped wooden stake in the center of the square. Seeing his friend in such a sorry state, Ma Fei frowned and followed up. Chao Yu, what did you mean by helping us leave? Shih Zhu also looked up with concern. Did you discover the secret of Nightmare Village? He swayed his body slightly and answered nonchalantly. Most likely. I'll know for sure after I confirm it tonight. Night fell and darkness swallowed everything. In the dead silence, only the sound of breathing could be heard. A nightmare quietly appeared from the rotting thatched roof. It leaned down, tiptoeing across the tiles before leaping down, baring its teeth as it prepared to ambush him from behind. At that exact moment, Chao Yu snapped his eyes open, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly, the sound of tearing air broke the night and sand filled the atmosphere. Streaks of golden sand surged from the void, firmly locking the monster's body. Yang Shangdi's raspy voice called out, Ma Fei, move now, I can only control it for 1 second, like a hero waiting for his highlight moment. Ma Fei flew out from the shadows, letting out a grand roar. Don't worry, I, Ma Fei, shall protect you in the name of a sword cultivator. One man, one sword, I shall slay all the world's foes. Before he could finish his boast, the nightmare broke free from its restraints, spun around and delivered a heavy blow. Startled, he hurriedly raised his sword to parry, cold sweat pouring down. Damn it, what kind of speed is this? Did that loser Chao Yu really kill one of these things single-handedly? To save face, he gritted his teeth, radiating murderous intent. If that kid can do it, then I, Ma Fei, can do it even better. Gathering all his inner strength, he unleashed his finishing move. The sword chi sliced through the defense, taking away 5 points of the monster's health. While the class monitor was locked in a bitter struggle, Zhao Zewi and Shih Zhu had already quietly run to the stake. Zhao Zewi called out to Chao Yu urgently. He frowned and sighed helplessly. Why are you all out here? Didn't I tell you to stay in the house? Shih Zhu fumbled anxiously with the coarse chains. We were afraid you'd be in danger out here alone, so we came to help. Everyone needs to help each other, right? She yanked on the hard iron chain. She frowned and clicked her tongue. This lock needs Ma Fei to break it with his sword, but he hasn't finished over there yet. So how do we open this? He let out a cold smirk and dropped 3 words. No need for that. With a sudden violent jerk of his wrists, an incredible surge of power erupted. The thick iron chains actually snapped instantly, fragments flying everywhere. He patted the dust off his clothes and shrugged, palms out. See, done. The 2 girls were frozen on the spot, their eyes filled with extreme confusion. Chao Yu, are you really a necromancer? Before they could react, a shrill scream tore through the night sky. Arg! Ma Fei had unfortunately taken a hit from the monster. Stumbling to the ground, Shih Zhu immediately summoned her shield and charged in to back him up. Ma Fei, we're here to help. Zhao Zewi also waved her hands frantically. Quick, heal Ma Fei. Suddenly realizing she had spoken out of turn, she quickly corrected herself. All right, casting green light heal. The class monitor didn't care that he was covered in blood. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand, waving off their kindness. He roared majestically. No, I can do this. True power is forged in battle. Scars are a man's medals. Hiding in the distance, Yang Shangdi was fidgeting anxiously, shouting advice. Ma Fei, stop tanking it head on, try hitting its head. The nightmare's weakness is its head. Yesterday, Chao Yu hit it once with his staff and it died. Ma Fei's eyes lit up as if he had found a lifeline. And he laughed triumphantly. So that's it, I should have thought of that sooner. As if injected with adrenaline, he aimed for the monster's skull and swung his sword manically. Seeing this foolish scene, Chao Yu helplessly covered his face, explaining tiredly, Ma Fei, the nightmare's weakness actually isn't its head. Jealousy had blinded his reason. While swinging his sword breathlessly, he mocked, Hey Chao Yu, are you scared? Are you afraid I'll surpass you? Someone like you needs teammates to help you deal with a nightmare, but me, I only need a single sword. He drained his last bit of mana, his long sword gleaming with a cold light as he shouted, Watch closely, this strike will show you the meaning of the gap between us. The sword chi sliced through space, taking away 10 points of the nightmare's health. He finished his move and posed, looking up with self-satisfaction. Because this strike was truly cool, however, reality slapped him hard in the face. The nightmare was still baring its teeth with 3550 HP remaining. Meanwhile, his own HP had dropped to a pathetic 1545. He stared with wide, terrified eyes and questioned, Master Nightmare, what are you doing? I clearly hit the weak point. You should have been one shot. Yang Shangdi, are you sure the head is the weakness? You're not trying to set me up, are you? Shih Zhu observed from the side, mentally calculating the situation. That's not right. Chao, you really did only hit it once on the head and the nightmare died. Yang Shangdi, seeing through the truth, delivered a cutting remark. I get it now, the problem isn't the method, it's the person. You're just not as good as Chao Yu. This evaluation was like a fatal blade, stabbing deep into Ma Fei's fragile pride. In extreme humiliation he muttered to himself, "I'm not as good as Chao Yu, I'm actually not as good as him. I, a dignified sword cultivator, can't even compare to a necromancer at grinding mobs." Seeing him lose focus in a daze of jealous hallucination, Xie Zhu roared sharply, trying to pull him back to reality. "Ma Fei, get back here. If you keep fighting with your current HP, you'll definitely die." Seeing him still standing there like a statue, she added, "You'll be killed instantly. No one will be able to save you then. Let Chao Yu handle it." His dignity had been thoroughly trampled. Ma Fei threw his head back and laughed hysterically, descending into a state of pure frenzy as his power exploded. Like a moth to a flame, he lunged at the monster, muttering incantations under his breath. His sword intent tore through the enemy's defenses, and his longsword blurred like a frantic sewing machine, instantly shaving off 30 of the nightmare's health points. Seeing his prey curled on the ground with only 5 HP remaining, he raised his blade high and let out a triumphant roar for the final blow. He laughed maniacally, thinking, "I must kill this monster with my own hands to prove to the world that I, Ma Fei, am not a shred inferior to Chao Yu." However, fate had other plans. Just as his blade was about to descend, a wooden staff streaked past like a bolt of lightning, landing on the nightmare's skull with a crisp thud. The health bar plummeted to 0 instantly, and the monster dissipated into ash. Ma Fei's eyes bugged out, his mouth hanging open as he let out a scream of pure rage. "Huh?" Chao Yu leaned down, picked up the shimmering soul core and tucked it into his pocket with a friendly smile. "Tough luck, class monitor. Thanks for the help." Fury rushed to Ma Fei's head, making him stomp his feet in frustration as he pointed a trembling finger at his rival's nose. "Chao Yu, what the hell are you doing? That was my prey. You stole my kill." Seeing Chao Yu casually walk away as if nothing had happened, Ma Fei grew even more hysterical, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Did you all see that? I clearly wore that nightmare down by myself. Chao Yu, you despicable, shameless snake, you're stealing someone else's credit." Seeing the situation, Yang Shangdi rushed over to mediate, trying to soothe the fuming class monitor. "Monitor, let it go. Don't be so angry." Ignoring the shouting behind him, Chao Yu stared at a piece of dissipating gravel in his palm, silently assessing, "As I thought, something is wrong with the system." Suddenly, 2 surges of black murderous intent erupted from the depths of the woods. Zhao Zeyi pointed ahead in terror. "The nightmares are back." Yang Shangdi shivered violently. "There are 2 of them this time. What do we do now?" Unwilling to linger any further, Chao Yu gave a decisive wave. "Get inside. There's no need to fight them. I think I know how to get out of here." The team scrambled inside the house, slamming the door with a loud bang to shut out the monsters frantically clawing at the wood. Xie Zhu leaned against the wooden wall, panting heavily as she asked curiously, "Chao Yu, what exactly is this method you mentioned?" A mysterious smile played across his lips. "You'll find out tomorrow. Just follow my lead then." The next morning, Chief Aura arrived with a mob of villagers, frantically hammering at the door and spitting in rage. "We gave you a chance to atone, but you dared to escalate your crimes and kill another guardian spirit. You all deserve to go to hell." Ma Fei scrambled to his feet, trembling. "Go to hell," he shrieked in terror. Aura glared at them, barking his final judgment. "No matter what you say today, you're dead. No one leaves Nightmare Village alive." Chao Yu stood with his hands behind his back, looking perfectly composed. He spoke coldly, testing his theory. "Chief Aura, are you sure you're actually residents of Nightmare Village?" Struck in his weak spot, Aura flinched before roaring to cover his tracks. "Nonsense, our families have lived in Nightmare Village for generations. Stop trying to stall for time, you're finished." Chao Yu took a step forward, his expression darkening with an imposing authority. He announced with absolute clarity, "The time has come to expose the truth of Nightmare Village. There is only one truth." Driven back by Chao Yu's sheer presence, the old man stammered, What do you mean?" Chao Yu pointed a finger at the old man, then swept it across the row of withered faces behind him, enunciating every word, You, and that old grandmother over there. No one in Nightmare Village is actually a native resident." His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he delivered the final verdict. "The 4 of you are the very students who perished in this dungeon years ago." Before they could react, he directly exposed the terrifying mechanic. "From the moment we stepped in here, we have been trapped inside a hallucination. That is why we can never leave this world." Aura let out a smile that looked more painful than crying, his voice rasping like a demon's. "Hey, dreams students, are you making up stories? You're just inventing lies because you're afraid of death. Everything you've said is just your opinion. You have no evidence." The corners of Chao Yu's mouth curled up as he pulled a pitch-black object from his pocket. "Oh, I have evidence." At the sight of the object, Aura fell into a state of hysterical panic. "A guardian stone. You actually dared to remove a guardian stone. 10,000 deaths would not be enough to atone for your sins." The old man fell to his knees, trembling. "The Guardian Stones are high-level holy artifacts that protect us from the Knight's attacks. If anyone dares to disturb them, the Great One will surely bring down divine punishment." Seeing this, the other students immediately pulled out identical black stones they had gathered. Chao Yu exposed the trap loudly. "These aren't Guardian Stones at all. This entire illusion is sustained by these black stones and the mysterious runes upon them. As long as we smash these stones, the dream will shatter." As soon as he finished, he barked an order. Everyone smash them. Crack, thud. The sound of breaking black stones rang out crisply. The moment the runes were destroyed, the gloomy sky suddenly split open and a massive rift was torn into the fabric of space. The eerie villagers across the clearing collapsed, clutching their heads and rolling in agony. The layers of false pretense peeled away and memories sealed for years surged back like a tide. Pleads, sobs, and laughter of pure joy intertwined. Teacher, don't worry, I'll definitely bring everyone back safely. As long as we unite, we'll finish the novice trial. Then I'm going to Kyoto University. I want to get into Tsinghua and become the best mage. Nightmare Village. What kind of dungeon is this? Oh, don't be afraid, everyone. We can definitely get out of here. Everyone. What happened to everyone? Where is this? I'm your village chief. The withered, broken bodies gradually transformed back into the youthful, vibrant forms of the missing students from years ago. Chief Aura froze, tears streaming down his face as he covered his eyes and wept uncontrollably. I remember now, I was the class monitor. The system notification rang out like a solemn hymn breaking the somber atmosphere. Ding, the player has discovered the truth of Nightmare Village and successfully awakened the original residents. Quest complete. Rewards are being distributed based on each player's participation. The students were ecstatic, throwing down their weapons to embrace one another and cheering loudly. We cleared it, we cleared it. As the thick mist dissipated, a spatial portal emitted a dazzling light. The system's cold yet liberating voice echoed, all players are being teleported out of the dungeon. Those souls imprisoned for years finally found their freedom, turning into streaks of brilliant light as they escaped their misery. Just before vanishing completely, that previous class's monitor looked back, gave a relieved smile, and bowed deeply. Thank you, everyone. Yang Shangdi wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaled a long sigh of relief and turned to gratefully pat Chao Yu's shoulder. Chao Yu, thanks to you. How did you even think of this way to clear the quest? Ma Fei crossed his arms and lifted his chin, huffing with forced arrogance. HMPH, Chao Yu, I'll admit you have a bit of cleverness in you. Chao Yu waved him off dismissively. Whatever, let's talk about it when we get back. But to their surprise, the surrounding space remained frozen. There was no sign that their 5-person team was being teleported out. Shay Zhu looked around frantically, frowning. Why are we still here? Didn't we already clear it? Before anyone could answer, the emotionless mechanical voice of the system descended coldly. Ding, congratulations to the 5 players for destroying the Nightmare Blackstones and unlocking the hidden quest. Seize the Heart of Nightmare. Quest difficulty E rank. Meanwhile, back in the Academy Hall, the principal's booming voice cried out in shock. What? You cleared Nightmare Village, but why haven't Chao Yu and the others returned? He paced back and forth anxiously, scratching his head. How could this be? Did they trigger a hidden quest? If that's the case and they actually clear it, every top-tier university in the country will be fighting over them with that record. But his joy was short-lived as his face quickly fell into a worried scowl. Hidden quests are usually extremely dangerous, let alone one from Nightmare Village, but they're just newcomers who just changed classes. Do they even have the ability to complete it? Back in the oppressive space of the dungeon, the group of 5 huddled together to discuss their strategy, their faces pale. Yang Shangdi said with a sob in his voice, What do we do now? I'm only level 3 and everyone's level is about the same. Going into a hidden quest with this strength is basically suicide. Zhao Zeui bit her lip, adding in a daze. And we don't even know what this Heart of Nightmare is. Where are we even supposed to go to steal it? Shay Zhu turned her pleading gaze toward the only person who remained calm. Chao Yu, do you think it's possible that we only needed to awaken Chief Aura and the others? Maybe we didn't actually have to smash the black stones? Faced with this soul-searching question, Chao Yu could only cough awkwardly to hide his guilt. Ahem, ahem. While they were at a stalemate, Yang Shangdi's vivid imagination came to the rescue again. The chubby boy slapped his thigh, his eyes gleaming. I get it. A hidden quest in the other world is a rare opportunity you can't even buy. Brother Chao, you must have known from the start that smashing the stones would trigger the hidden quest. That's why you told us to smash them with you, right? Hearing this fanciful explanation, Chao Yu blinked a few times and quickly nodded, going along with the flow. Right, exactly. Yang Shangdi lunged forward and hugged him excitedly, laughing sheepishly as he thanked him. Brother Chao, you really are my brother. You didn't even try to hog a good thing like a hidden quest for yourself. You're taking us along for the ride. I'm following you from now on. Standing nearby, Ma Fei's teeth were itching with resentment, his heart consumed by jealousy. He hadn't expected Chao Yu to be willing to share such an opportunity. Just you wait. Even though I was behind you in the novice training, I, Ma Fei, will definitely finish this hidden quest before you do. Just as the atmosphere had relaxed slightly, a terrifying aura struck again. From above the dilapidated roof, a blood-stained skeletal claw reached down. Then 4 nightmares crawled down in unison, their blood-red eyes locking onto their prey. They screeched together in a bone-chilling chorus, You must die. All of you must die. The monster information panel popped up in the void. Common mob nightmare. Level LV5, HP 5050. Strength 25, Defense 5, Agility 25. Facing this pack of monsters lunging like hungry wolves and their death-like curses, Yang Shangdi's soul nearly left his body. He stammered, Oh God, 4 of them at once, how are we supposed to fight this? Shay Zhu forced herself to stay calm and quickly directed the team. Don't run blindly, Zeui, be ready to heal me at any moment. As soon as she finished, she slammed her heavy shield into the ground, propping up a holy light barrier to block the pounce of one of the nightmares. She shouted, Shangdi, control it. Reacting instantly, the chubby mage formed a hand seal. On it, dust rose as a torrent of golden quicksand swirled out, firmly binding another monster. Zhu continued her coordination. Ma Fei, follow up with an attack. Ma Fei, who seemed to have been waiting for this moment to shine, charged forward instantly. His sword style was light and agile as he let out a loud shout. His sword chi brushed aside the defenses, the sharp blade precisely shaving 10 HP off the nightmare. However, seeing such meager damage, he frowned in frustration. Why does my strike only do 10 damage while Chao Yu's one hit from a staff could one-shot it? The battlefield grew more brutal as Zhao Zui screamed while frantically healing. Everyone hurry up, my mana is almost dry and Sheiju's health is hitting rock bottom. Under the relentless clawing of the nightmares, fine cracks appeared on Sheiju's holy light shield. The rate of damage had already surpassed the rate of healing. Just as the defense line was about to collapse, a dark shadow flashed past. Bam! That familiar staff slammed heavily into the skull of the nightmare that was mobbing Sheizu, instantly turning it to ash. A notification rang out. Player Chao Yu defeated a nightmare in melee. Reward 1 free attribute point. Express 10 out of breath. Sheizu quickly warned her savior, Chao Yu, look out. 2 more are coming for you. He straightened up, brushed back the messy hair on his forehead and calmly watched the 2 shadows lunging toward him. There was no flashy magic, he simply swung his wooden staff left and right. Bam bam, the 2 unlucky monsters were swatted down like flies. The system voice rang out in succession. Detected player Chao Yu defeated a nightmare in melee. Reward 1 attribute point. Express 10. Detected player Chao Yu defeated a nightmare in melee. Reward 1 attribute point. Express 10 as the corpses of the final 2 monsters dissipated. A golden orb of light floated before him. He rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes shining. As expected of a hidden stage, the rewards are much better. Let's see what kind of treasure this is. The orb shattered, and the equipment attributes popped up. Little fairy necklace, F rank. Effect: increases mage skill damage by 5. Holding the sparkling necklace, he curled his lip and thought, the attributes are good but I don't have any skills so I can't even use it. Whatever, I'll give it to Yang Shangdi. While he was busy taking inventory of the loot, the other 4 were leaning on their knees, exhaling long sighs of relief. Sheizu nodded and remarked, all handled. It was scary, but at least there was no danger. Everyone's coordination was great. Ma Fei immediately reverted to his arrogant self, fixing his hair and preening. Did everyone see that? I, Ma Fei, am also very strong. Chao Yu casually stuffed the necklace into his pocket and turned to urge them on. Let's go, we need to find more nightmares to farm. As they walked, he opened his status bar to check. Name Chao Yu, level LV5, strength 101 by 2, defense 6, agility 9, spirit 0, mana 200,200, HP 5050, express 4050. A flash of greed crossed his eyes and he muttered under his breath, just one more nightmare kill and I'll hit level 6, plus there's a huge chance I'll get some of my own equipment. This hidden quest is awesome. As the team moved rapidly along the rugged stony path, Yang Shangdi suddenly scratched his head and asked, Brother Chao, I remember the hidden task was to steal the Heart of Nightmare, right? Chao Yu concluded without looking back, the Heart of Nightmare is definitely on a nightmare. Trust me, you can't go wrong killing nightmares. Just as the words left his mouth, his toe accidentally stepped on an unusually protruding stone tile. Click, the tile sank and a disturbing muffled thud echoed from deep underground. A flash of alarm crossed his eyes. A trap. Immediately after, more than half of the courtyard suddenly collapsed, forming a massive pitch-black pit that swallowed the entire 5-person team. Piercing screams echoed within the hole. Ah! No one had time to react before falling straight into the abyss. After a fall that felt long enough to be endless, he landed with a thud, his face still etched with confusion. Strangely, his body was completely unharmed. Scratching his head, he muttered to himself, Where did we fall? Why is the ground so soft? Just then, a blood-curdling wail of agony erupted from beneath him. It was Yang Shangdi. Chao Yu, could you please get off me first? Snapping out of it, he looked down at his reluctant flesh cushion and quickly jumped up in embarrassment. Holy crap, I was wondering why the ground felt so squishy. Straightening his collar, he turned to check on his companions with concern. Is everyone okay? Sheizu rubbed her elbow and nodded. I'm fine. The group began to survey their surroundings. Yang Shangdi pinched his nose tight, gagging with an expression of pure disgust. Why does it smell so bad here? Did we fall into the sewer system? Sheizu squinted her eyes to observe the damp, dark space, analyzing it with a rational tone. The air here doesn't circulate. With the accumulation of waste and corpses from various microorganisms, a stench is only natural. Suddenly, Zhao Zui began to tremble violently. She pointed a trembling finger toward a dark corner, her voice faltering. No, look over there, everyone. That's the sound of breathing. The 4 of them looked in the direction she was pointing simultaneously. Deep in the dark cavern, a massive mountain of flesh was heaving rhythmically. With every breath, it exhaled a plume of foul-smelling, deathly stagnant air. The system screen flashed a frantic red, displaying a death warning. Rare boss, the Sleeping Nightmare King. Level, LV 10 HP, 1000, strength 65, defense 20, agility 60, skills, charm, nightmare realm. The blood-red text pulsed continuously, accompanied by a cold reminder. Note, if the Nightmare King is awakened, you will be hunted down in a frenzy. Looking at this monster as massive as a 2-story building, he broke into a cold sweat. So this is a rare boss? Even though they were both level 10, this Nightmare King was significantly stronger than the Skeleton King. Yang Shangdi swallowed hard and speculated timidly. Do you guys think that Heart of Nightmare could be this Nightmare King's actual heart? Zhu turned pale and took a few steps back, barely managing to suggest, Should we look for a way to force exit the hidden quest? With an attack power as high as 65, I'm afraid I'd be flattened into a pancake instantly, even as a tank. Although Ma Fei's legs were shaking, he still tried to save some face. He waved his hand, feigning a gallant air. Since everyone feels that way, I'll spare this Nightmare King's life, however. Chao Yu cut off any thought of escape with a single sentence. There's no chance. Everyone jumped, staring at him as if he were a madman. Ignoring their reaction, his mind was racing with calculations. My current strength is 101, with the passive effect of Miracle Strike doubling it. My base damage has already reached 202, adding the 51st strike critical bonus from the Skeleton King's ring. The first hit alone is enough to shave off a third of the Nightmare King's health bar. The key now was to aim for the vital spot and strike with everything he had. The probability of hunting this monster was not zero, however. The risk was extreme. One wrong move and everyone would be crushed into meat paste. Seeing him standing there like a statue, Yang Shangdi plucked up his courage, walked over, and carefully touched Chao Yu's forehead to check his temperature. Brother Chao, you don't have a fever, do you? Facing this 10-meter-tall monster, you actually said we have a shot. He swatted his best friend's hand away, his gaze sweeping over everyone with a steady and decisive tone. Listen to me, although the Nightmare King's stats are high, its defense is clearly its weak point. As long as we use our advantages and strike its Achilles heel, we might just have a chance. With her keen tactical mind, Zhu immediately grasped the intent behind this gamble. I think I understand what you're trying to do. You want us to help draw its attention, right? He nodded and made a solemn request. Exactly. As long as you all help me create an opening for an attack, I guarantee I can kill the Nightmare King. His expression was tense as he emphasized each word. Of course, this is extremely dangerous. The Nightmare King's agility far exceeds ours. I doubt anyone can withstand its attack power, so the four of you must work together to pin it down. Looking at his determined eyes, the four of them felt as if they had been injected with a burst of confidence. They answered in unison with a brief, "All right, we trust you." Ma Fei cleared his throat, nodding with feigned reluctance. Since you've asked for help, I'll begrudgingly cooperate. Yang Shangdi, on the other hand, wailed with a bitter face, Brother Chao, I'm putting my little life in your hands. Ma Fei couldn't resist adding a snide remark. If you can't win, don't force it. There's no shame in running from a boss this strong. The corners of Chao Yu's mouth curled up in his signature arrogant smile. Don't worry, after a few minutes of brief preparation, the Assassinate the Nightmare Lord plan officially began. Holding his breath, he approached the thunderously snoring monster as stealthily as a cat. His mind remained calm as he analyzed the situation. As long as I don't wake it up, it's just a giant sandbag. The first strike was critical. He had to find the vital spot. Following the protruding bone spikes, he carefully climbed onto the Nightmare King's rough back. Suddenly his gaze stopped on a strange protrusion on the monster's spine. What's this? A glowing sphere encased in a thin membrane was pulsing rhythmically with its breath. After observing for a moment, he was certain this was the Nightmare King's weakness. Seizing the moment, he raised his worn wooden staff high. The system notification chimed right on time, activating the effect of the Skeleton King's ring. Gritting his teeth, he poured all his strength into his arms and unleashed a heavy blow that struck like a thunderclap, driving straight into the glowing sphere. Bang! A piercing explosion rang out, and a massive crimson number -508 popped up, cruelly consuming more than half of the monster's life. Standing on the ground, Ma Fei and Yang Shangdi were dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Ma Fei stammered, How much damage? Yang Shangdi scratched his head frantically, asking himself, is that damage a mage is even capable of? The system bells rang out loudly. Player Chao Yu has shattered the heart of Nightmare. Updating quest, the Nightmare King has awakened. The monster's two giant eyes, like orbs of fire, snapped open and a terrifying murderous aura erupted. The system announced coldly, quest modification successful. Current task, kill the Nightmare King. Difficulty rank A. Jolted awake by a searing pain, the Nightmare King let out a savage roar, violently twisting its body to throw the little flea off its back. He performed a mid-air flip, landing steadily. He immediately barked out an order, everyone, act according to the plan we discussed, help me create an opening. The Nightmare Lord stretched its body and stood up, its massive shadow blotting out the sky. It gnashed its teeth, growling in a deep, terrifying voice, despicable humans. Knowing the moment had come, Chao Yu pointed at the sword cultivator, Ma Fei, and shouted, Ma Fei, charge in and attack, draw the aggro. Ma Fei, unwilling to be outdone, drew his sword and bolted forward, retorted grumpily, I don't need you to remind me. As soon as he got close, he unleashed his ultimate move, sword chi armor break. The tip of his sword scraped across that rock-hard skin. The monster's health bar barely moved, displaying a humiliating number, -1. Ma Fei's face instantly turned as black as a soot-covered pot, and he cursed in frustration, How come Chao Yu takes off 508 with a wooden stick? I don't believe it. As long as there's a wound, I'll cut through even the wind. Spurred by the humiliation, he began to hack manically at the Nightmare King's legs, dealing a string of pathetic damage. -1, -1, -2, -1. Only then did the boss lazily lower its head, curling its lip to mock the little shrimp that was currently scratching its itch. Insignificant ant, since you want to die first, I shall grant your wish. Facing imminent death, Ma Fei puffed out his chest and delivered a passionate heroic speech. Bring it on, Nightmare King. A great man born into a chaotic world should achieve immortal deeds with a 3-foot blade. What do I, Ma Fei, have to fear? Having successfully drawn the aggro, he quickly turned and shouted for backup. Yang Shangdi, She Zhu, the two of them didn't leave him to fight alone, immediately casting their support skills. Yellow Earth Binding, Holy Light Shield, the three forces intertwined, painstakingly blocking the Nightmare King's arm as it swung down like a sledgehammer. She Zhu gritted her teeth to endure the pressure, sweat drenching her forehead. Even though we've weakened its attack by 2 levels. Even with Zhao Zi's healing we can barely hold on. Coughing up blood, Ma Fei screamed miserably. I can't take much more. Chao Yu, are you ready yet? I'm literally about to go meet my ancestors. Sensing the golden opportunity was ripe, Chao Yu let out a shout. I'm on it. He coiled the strength in his legs and lunged off the ground into midair. The wooden staff whistled through the air, delivering a vicious diagonal strike to the Nightmare King's ribs. The crimson -182 damage lit up again. Before they could celebrate, the system poured cold water on them, warning, the Nightmare King's health is critically low. Activating Nightmare Realm phase. The boss's health now stood at a dangerous 3361,000. He froze. Nightmare Realm. Before he could react, the Nightmare King descended into a frenzy. It threw back its head and let out an ear-splitting shriek, a wave of eerie purple sound rippling outward and sweeping across the entire space. Instantly, the entire team took unavoidable area of effect damage. Zhao Ziyi lost 11 HP, She Zhu lost 9, and Yang Shangdi lost 10. The chubby mage screamed in terror. Oh no, it's continuous field damage, it can't be blocked, I just lost 10 HP too. Chao Yu gritted his teeth and analyzed the situation. I can't give the Nightmare King an opening. Aura's group had probably been trapped in that hallucination for so long because of this move. To prevent a repeat of that tragedy, he forced his body to twist in midair and delivered another strike to the boss, roaring with authority, Stop your casting. This hit took away another 182 health points, crushing the monster's health bar down to a pathetic 1281,000. His eyes were bloodshot as he calculated precisely. They were just a bit short. He leapt for a third time, facing the Nightmare King's hideous head directly, witnessing his suicidal combat style. Zhao Ziyi cried out weakly, Chao Yu, be careful, I'm out of mana to heal you. At the peak of his jump, he raised his wooden staff high, a wild smile playing on his lips as he roared back with all his might. Then forget the healing. Using the force of his descent, he dived down, delivering a finishing blow precisely onto the monster's crown. The Nightmare Lord's final sliver of health shattered completely. The moment he landed safely, the system's joyful victory reports came one after another. Congratulations to player Chao Yu for killing the Nightmare Village Ultimate Boss. Reward 30 free attribute points. Detected player defeated the boss via melee. Additional reward 10 attribute points. Express 50. Congratulations to player Chao Yu on consecutive level ups. Current Express 3070. Reward 10 free attribute points. The voice didn't stop there. Hidden quest, kill the Nightmare King complete. Rewards will be distributed based on player level. Calculating player contribution rankings. Watching the massive monster collapse and turn to ash, the team wept with joy. Zhao Ziyi jumped up and cheered excitedly. We did it! After a few seconds of evaluation, a floating skill book and a contribution leaderboard appeared in front of everyone. Zhao Ziyi, Rank D reward, D rank skill, Spring Breeze Willow. She Zhu, Rank C reward, D rank skill, Thorns Aura. Yang Shangdi, Rank C reward, D rank skill, Earth Fire. Ma Fei, Rank C reward, D rank skill, One Sword to sever the world. Finally, the most brilliant light converged on Chao Yu. Chao Yu, Rank A reward, XP 50, B rank skill book, Soul Transmigration. Holding this high-level manual, he thought to himself, I can't use skills for now, but I still have the soul core. Nightmare King, you'd better drop something good for me. He rummaged through the pile of ash and fished out a shimmering golden longsword. The item's attributes immediately surfaced. Dragon Piercing Sword, Rank B effect. Increases attack by 100, ignores 30 of target's defense, increases sword chi damage by 20. No cooldown restriction. Usage requirement, Junior LV11 Warrior. Looking at this weapon he couldn't use, he curled his lip and said disdainfully, Ah, how did I draw a B-rank sword? Contrary to his disdain, Ma Fei's eyes were practically glued to the sword behind him. He looked like he was about to drool. Seeing this, Chao Yu casually tossed the golden longsword to the class monitor, shrugging nonchalantly. It's yours. Catching the treasure, Ma Fei froze, asking in disbelief, Why are you giving me a B-rank sword? Chao Yu clicked his tongue and replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world, Aren't you the only one here who uses a sword? I can't use it, so who else would I give it to? Stroking the razor-sharp blade, Ma Fei still felt like he was dreaming. Do you have any idea what B-rank equipment is worth? Many people can't buy this no matter how much they pay. If you sold this, it would be enough to buy a house. Chao Yu waved him off, completely indifferent. It's fine, just use it. After saying that, he bent down again to rummage through the remains of the soul core. After searching for a long time and finding nothing else, he kicked a stone in frustration and grumbled. This Nightmare King was way too poor, only dropping one piece of equipment. Since there was nothing else, he had to open his status bar to summarize his gains. His strength had increased again, but with only 70 HP he was still too fragile, as thin as paper and liable to break at a touch. His detailed data revealed staggering destructive power. Name Chao Yu, class Necromancer, level LV7, strength 151, double bonus effect. Defense 6, Agility 9, Spirit 0, Mana 300,300, HP 7070, Express 3070, Talent the Mage's Brave Heart rank unknown, Skills Miracle Strike A rank, Skeleton Summoning F rank, Soul Transmigration B rank, Equipment Skeleton King's Ring C rank. He scrolled down the screen, reviewing his heaven-defying talent once more. Passive, melee attacks grant free attributes. Unique active, synchronize all attributes with a designated attribute. He rubbed his chin, falling into deep thought. The passive's restriction meant he couldn't add points to other attributes through conventional means. He would have to find a way to stay alive in the future. Better stay calm and not lose my head. The system's voice rang out again, announcing the end of this turbulent journey. Hidden quest complete. Teleporting back to the real world. Players, please be prepared. One by one, swirling pillars of light appeared. The light enveloped the 5 of them. As the scene shifted, they found themselves standing in the center of the Academy's sun-drenched Grand Hall. The surrounding crowd erupted in a frenzy of cheers, with applause surging toward the returning heroes like a tidal wave. Chao Yu is back. The class monitor, Shei Zhu, and the others are back too. Just as they stepped out of the portal, Principal Jinlong rushed over. Drenched in sweat, he exhaled a long sigh of relief, his voice trembling with emotion. "You're finally back," Chao Yu offered a reassuring smile. "Principal." Jinlong hurriedly wiped away his sweat, his eyes reddening as he looked at his prize pupils. "You were gone for 2 days. I was truly afraid you wouldn't make it back. What on earth happened?" After listening to the 5 of them take turns recounting their harrowing journey through Nightmare Village and their life and death struggle with the Nightmare King, the wrinkles on the principal's face smoothed out into a radiant smile. He clapped his hands excitedly, his pride beyond words. "I knew it. I knew you could unlock a hidden dungeon. This is fantastic. The 5 of you will definitely be the golden children that every top-tier academy fights over." After the school-wide assembly ended, the group of 5 walked away leisurely, arms around each other's shoulders, under the envious gazes of hundreds of students. Whispers and gasps of admiration echoed across the playground. "Wow, to be a genius chosen by a top-tier academy. Our class actually produced 5 at once. We definitely deserve the title of genius class from now on. When will I ever be as excellent as Chao Yu and the class monitor?" Amidst the flurry of flattery, Ma Fei shot a sidelong glare at Chao Yu, who was conversing warmly with the principal. His lip twitched as a flame of revenge ignited in his heart. "Just you wait, Chao Yu. In the next round I'll make you regret giving me the dragon-piercing sword. With the boost from this equipment, once I break through level 11 and enter the junior realm, I will absolutely defeat you." Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, a man in an expensive black suit rushed in, panting heavily, and interrupted the conversation. Principal, people from Watching University and Kyoto University are here." Spotting Chao Yu and his group, he pointed at them with delight, loudly announcing that the visitors had come specifically to see these 5. Jinlong stroked his chin in deep thought, utterly shocked. "I haven't even reported the news yet. Are the top universities' intel networks really this fast? It seems I'll be able to bring my career to a perfect conclusion before I retire." Not wanting to keep the distinguished guests waiting, the principal personally led his 5 pearls to the VIP lounge. Upon meeting, the visitors were eager to shake hands, exchanging pleasantries with faces full of smiles. A man with a thick beard and a cigar in his mouth tilted his chin in greeting. "Principal Jinlong, long time no see." Beside him stood a refined man who adjusted his glasses, a smile playing on his lips. "Long time no see, Principal." Jinlong responded with a beaming smile, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling like flowers. "Teacher Peng, Teacher Pei, it's been a long time. Haha." The 2 representatives swept their analytical gazes over the 5 students. The representatives from the 2 prestigious schools nodded in approval. "So these are the 5 students who escaped Nightmare Village and unlocked the hidden quest. They truly possess an extraordinary aura." The refined man took a step forward, introducing himself enthusiastically. "Hello, students. I am Peng Liangji, the admissions teacher from Kyoto University. Our school is currently in dire need of geniuses like you who perform exceptionally well in the Underworld." Before his colleague could finish, the bearded man blew out a puff of white smoke, shot Peng Liangji a sidelong glance, and sneered. "Peng Liangji, have you no shame? We haven't even tested them yet, and you're already trying to snatch them up." Peng Liangji crossed his arms, responding with a slow, unfazed smile. "I am merely expressing the sincerity of our Kyoto University. If you don't believe me and want them to be tested, then let's begin." The bearded man stubbed out his cigar and introduced himself loudly. "Allow me to introduce myself first. I am Pei Xingguo, the admissions teacher from Watching University. No need to be nervous, everyone." He clapped his hands to draw their attention and announced the rules. "The test will verify your classes and abilities. We will collect various personal data to see if you meet the standards for admission." Upon hearing the word test, Chao Yu's expression darkened. He swallowed hard, crying out in his heart, "Verify class abilities? Then doesn't that mean I can't use any skills? But if I don't show something, I must get into Kyoto University to find clues about my parents." Pei Xingguo's booming voice interrupted his thoughts. "Which of you will be the first to test?" Not wanting to miss the chance to shine, Ma Fei hoisted the dragon-piercing sword onto his shoulder and strode forward majestically, lifting his chin arrogantly. "I'll go first. I am Ma Fei, apprentice sword cultivator, B-rank talent, level 5." Standing at the back, Peng Liangji nodded in appraisal. reaching level 5 right after finishing the novice training, and with a B-rank talent to boot. He is indeed a rare genius. This boy has sharp features and a sturdy build. He clearly shares a destiny with our Kyoto University. Pei Xingguo smiled slightly, and a faint light shield instantly enveloped his body. He beckoned with his finger provocatively. Not bad. Try to land a sword strike on me, teacher. A massive data panel immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. Name: Pei Xingguo. Class: Spear Cultivator. Realm: Mid-Tier 55, 25 Strength 300, Defense 152, Agility 53, Spirit 24, HP 500,500. Seeing those terrifying defense stats, Ma Fei showed no fear. Instead, he let out a confident cold laugh. He raised the gold-plated longsword high and roared, "Teacher Pei, watch out!" He lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow, unleashing his ultimate move, one sword to sever the world. Clang! The sharp tip of the sword pierced through the defensive shield and stabbed directly into Pei Xingguo's shoulder, drawing a trace of blood. The examiner's eyes snapped wide in utter shock. He actually pierced my defense, even though my class is Spear Cultivator and I don't specialize in defense. I am level 25 after all. Pei Xingguo withdrew his shield and applauded warmly in admiration. Excellent, your one sword to sever the world is an extremely rare armor-piercing skill that significantly amplifies the attack power of the sword tip. Well done. Ma Fei cupped his hands in a polite gesture, feigning modesty. Thank you for the praise, Teacher Peng. Peng Liangji stroked his chin for further analysis, his eyes full of desire. Not only that, being able to break through defense with just the sword tip means your strength attribute is also very high, at least around 35 points, and judging by your attack speed, your agility is also outstanding. The observing students immediately erupted in gasps. Wow, 35 strength at LV5? Is that the power of a sword cultivator? Truly worthy of being the #1 offensive class in the Otherworld. If I could draw a sword cultivator class like Ma Fei, I bet my great-grandfather would wake up laughing in his grave. Peng Liangji calculated rapidly in his mind. He had to recruit such an excellent student to Kyoto University. Sure enough, Pei Xingguo immediately offered an olive branch. Student Ma Fei, have you decided which school you'd like to join? The doors of Watching University are always open for you. Peng Liangji quickly interjected, trying his best to win him over. Come to our Kyoto University. I guarantee I will provide you with the best learning resources. Being fought over like a luxury brand, Ma Fei's face was full of smug satisfaction. He wore a sly, wicked grin. How about the teacher tests the other students first? I'd like to consider it a bit longer. In reality, he was plotting. Chao Yu, whichever school you go to, I'll go to the same one. I must surpass you. Pei Xingguo nodded in agreement. All right, let's continue the test. Next, Zhao Zeui raised her hand lightly and stepped onto the stage. I'm Zhao Zeui, a healer. I don't need a weapon. The girl waved her hands gracefully and whispered, Spring Breeze Willow. A burst of warm emerald green light instantly enveloped Pei Xingguo. Pei Xingguo stroked his beard and evaluated. Not bad either. Being able to perform group healing at level 4 makes you a qualified healer. Next was Sheiju's turn. The petite girl pulled out her massive shield and settled into a steady defensive stance. Pei Xingguo showed no mercy, unleashing a series of thunderous heavy punches against the shield's surface. Boom, boom, boom. The teacher's health bar actually dropped slowly by 10 points. After a dozen rounds of attacks, Pei Xingguo's hands were numb from the vibration, and he looked at his swollen palms in surprise. To have such strong defense at only LV4, and attacking her even reflects part of the force. He pulled out a freshly lit cigar and asked Sheizu with narrowed eyes, Is this your skill? Sheizu bowed politely. Yes, Teacher Pei, this is my D-rank skill, Thorn's Aura, which can return 20 of the damage received back to the opponent. Pei Xingguo clapped his hands in approval. Good, very good. Attacking you is like attacking oneself. For the shield guard class, there is no skill more practical than this. Sheizu, you may return. Pei Xingguo pointed toward the burly Yang Shangdi. Next, it's Yang Shangdi's turn for the test. Looking at that chubby and steady build, he smiled and predicted, This student should also be a shield guard, right? Yang Shangdi scratched his head awkwardly and answered timidly, No, Teacher Pei, I'm a mage. Pei Xingguo's lip twitched imperceptibly, and he cursed in his heart. A 300-pound fat guy says he's a mage? Did you two swap your scripts? He put aside his professional demeanor and loudly announced the start of the test. Yang Shangdi hurriedly pulled out his staff, concentrating his energy with all his might, his face even contorted from the effort. But the surroundings remained perfectly quiet. Pei Xingguo rested his hands on his hips and raised an eyebrow, full of suspicion. Is this fat boy just striking a pose? I don't feel any magical fluctuations at all. Just as he was about to speak up and mock him, a dazzling yellow light suddenly erupted around Yang Shangdi. The chubby boy roared Earth Path Art with a thunderous boom. The ground beneath Pei Xingguo's feet exploded without warning, and several sharp yellow air currents burst from the soil, precisely hitting the target. The teacher's health bar dropped another notch. Pei Xingguo stumbled back, clutching his chest in lingering fear. This move had no precursor at all, exploding directly from the ground I was standing on. Even a level 25 spear cultivator like me would lose 3 HP if I weren't careful, let alone an opponent of the same level. Is this really the damage of a level 5 mage? He stole a glance at Principal Jinlong, his estimation of the man rising significantly. It seemed that after returning he would have to send people to pay more attention to Jinlong. Producing 5 geniuses in the blink of an eye meant he might be some anonymous high-level master regaining his dignity. He nodded. The last one, Yang Shangdi, returned to his spot with a satisfied look, leaving the stage for Chao Yu. Chao Yu stepped forward, introducing himself calmly and efficiently. Chao Yu, class Necromancer. LV7, talent rank unknown. In the distance, Peng Liangji stroked his chin in thought, a flash of curiosity in his eyes. Level 7, that's a full 2 levels higher than the other 4 students, but with an unknown talent. Could it be because his level is too low and he's afraid to say it? Pei Xingguo put his hands on his hips and tilted his chin in challenge. Tell you what, let's just look at the results. Alright, Pei Xingguo took a step back and settled into a stance, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Let me see what kind of undead creature you can summon. It's one thing to be injured once by an apprentice, but if I get hurt repeatedly, I, Pei Xingguo, won't be able to show my face in the world anymore. The moment the thought crossed his mind, a dark shadow blurred past at staggering speed. Pei Xingguo's eyes widened as he watched Chao Yu charge toward him like an arrow. A necromancer doesn't summon undead and instead charges at me. It seems he's a melee type. Seeing him clench his fist, Pei Xingguo curled his lip disdainfully. This student Chao Yu is way too weak. If this were a real battle, who would be stupid enough to wait for him to get close before casting? Wait, what is he doing? That posture for a swing, underestimating his opponent, cost him dearly. By the time Pei Xingguo sensed something was wrong, Chao Yu's iron fist was already against his face. Chao Yu let out a cold laugh, his gaze icy. How strong can a mage be? You'll find out once you take one of my punches. Boom! A world-shaking uppercut slammed heavily into Pei Xingguo's jaw. The level 25 examiner sprayed a mouthful of blood on the spot. His massive frame flew backward like a falling leaf, and 200 health points evaporated in an instant. With a heavy muffled thud, he crashed onto the grass at Peng Liangji's feet. The entire playground fell silent for a moment, followed by a burst of thunderous applause and terrified screams. What's the situation? Chao Yu knocked down a level 25 teacher with one punch. Peng Liangji was jaw-dropped. He hurriedly helped his colleague up and asked incoherently, Old Pei, are you alright? How can a level 7 necromancer's fist hit you like this? Necromancers are recognized as having the weakest physiques. This Chao Yu couldn't be a relative of yours, could he? Are you deliberately acting? Pei Xingguo clutched his heavily swollen cheek and shouted indignantly, Acting my ass. He spat out a mouthful of bloody foam, staring at Chao Yu as if he were a monster. What kind of freak is this kid? That punch almost made my heart stop. Is this really level 7? The students below also began a flurry of conspiracy theories. Am I hallucinating? Chao Yu sent an admissions teacher flying with one punch? Everyone tell me, is it possible that the Chao Yu in front of us is actually an undead creature he summoned, and the real Chao Yu is hiding somewhere? It must be. It's common knowledge that necromancers have the weakest constitutions. How could one punch a teacher away? Peng Liangji broke into a cold sweat and secretly wiped his forehead, still shaken. This freshman is a bit terrifying. Luckily, Pei Xingguo rushed to be the examiner just now, otherwise I'd be the one losing face. Amidst the chaos, Chao Yu brushed off his sleeves and spoke calmly, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Teacher, is my test over? Pei Xingguo swallowed hard, thinking to himself that this was the truly terrifying person. Peng Liangji quickly patted his chest and gave 2 dry coughs, trying his best to maintain a dignified air. Chao Yu, you could say you've passed the test. However, since you didn't demonstrate any necromancy, we can't give you a completely accurate assessment. Chao Yu nodded without a second's hesitation, making a snap decision. That's fine, teacher. I've made up my mind. I want to join the warrior department's body cultivation program. He was calculating rapidly, since he couldn't use spells for now anyway. The most important thing was getting into Kyoto University. These words were like a bolt from the blue. Peng Liangji hurriedly pulled out his phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed an emergency number. Frowning, he explained, Cross-major study is unheard of in educational history. I'll have to discuss this with the president. Wait a moment. A steady, gentle, middle-aged male voice came from the other end. Little Peng, what is it? Weren't you supposed to be recruiting at Suchung's 4th Academy? Peng Liangji covered the phone, his voice hushed but urgent. President, here's the situation. I've discovered a necromancer here with terrifying talent, and he wants to join the warrior department's body cultivation program. The president on the other end was startled and quickly interrupted. Stop, stop, stop. What nonsense are you talking about? Faced with this absurd situation, Peng Liangji shouted into the receiver, Oh President, long story short, he's only level 7 but he sent a teacher from Watching University flying with a single punch. What? A scream erupted from the phone's speaker, accompanied by the sound of a desk being slammed. The dignified president's voice went hoarse with excitement. Little Peng, I'm giving you the highest authorization for Kyoto University. No matter what terms this student sets, agree to them. You must bring him to our Kyoto University. No, I'll come and invite him personally. Quick, turn on the video. Behind him, Pei Xingguo was also frantically dialing in a panic, his face twisted as if he had swallowed a bitter melon. Pick up the phone, President. Before Watching University could react, Peng Liangji had already thrust his phone in front of Chao Yu. A glowing 3D hologram appeared, depicting a president with white hair and a white beard. An image that was kindly yet possessed immense authority. He offered a standard professional smile and spoke in a booming voice. Hello, student Chao Yu. I am Ji Pingyang, the president of Kyoto University. Are you willing to join us? Kyoto University has a long history and an excellent faculty. Seeing that the pitch was getting too wordy, Chao Yu waved his hand to interrupt. President Ji, you don't need to say more. I agree to study at Kyoto University. Just then, Pei Xingguo's call finally connected, and a lazy sigh came from the other end. Hello, little Pei. What's happened? Pei Xingguo froze in place, his hand dropping weakly. Holding his phone, he stared blankly at Chao Yu, who had already been snatched away. His voice was hoarse and bitter. It's nothing, President. I was a step too late. He touched his still swollen jaw, thinking he had to salvage some face. The other students were good too, he might as well take them. But the old fox Ji Pingying was one step ahead, taking advantage of the situation to lead the rest. Since you're all in the same class, you might as well all enter my school together. It'll be easier to look out for each other. The four companions quickly huddled around Chao Yu, cheering in unison. Great, thank you, President. Seeing this blatant interception, Pei Xingguo stomped his feet in fury, collapsing into a breakdown in the middle of the playground. You're all going? Kyoto University, you're going way too far. Peng Liangji stroked his chin, feeling immensely self-satisfied with this brilliant result. It seemed this would be the most glorious moment of his recruiting career. Once the enrollment procedures were finished, Chao Yu asked about his private affairs with a serious expression. President, I have something to ask you. Do you know my father, Duanqing? Hearing that familiar name, Ji Pingying was momentarily stunned, a look of nostalgia mixed with pain flickering in his eyes. You are the child of Duanqing and Bai Shixia. No wonder you looked familiar the moment I saw you. Chao Yu took a step forward, his tone urgent and yearning. President, do you know where my parents are now? Ji Pingying let out a heavy sigh, his eyes downcast with regret. They were once my students, but it's been over 10 years since I last saw them. I can only tell you that your parents were very formidable people. Memories of the past resurfaced. He murmured to himself. Since then they vanished for over a decade without a word. I'm afraid. He swallowed his remaining sigh, looked Chao Yu in the eyes and said in a low voice, I haven't been able to find any more information since they graduated. I remember your parents often mentioned privileged dungeons back then. Chao Yu clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in determination. I must go to those privileged dungeons. There must be something my parents left behind there. Through the 3D screen, Ji Pingying looked kindly at the 5 new students and nodded his instructions. All right, once the school has processed the admission notices, they will be sent to you. Before school starts, it's best if you pass your class-exclusive dungeons first. That way, you'll receive a higher evaluation upon entry. He waved his hand energetically in encouragement. Keep it up. We'll see you at Kyoto University. A week passed in the blink of an eye. In the enclosed elite classroom of the Mage class, the group of geniuses who had passed the novice trial and been directly recruited by prestigious schools sat together. Principal Jinlong's voice echoed steadily from the podium. Today we will briefly explain the Mage-exclusive dungeons. His gaze swept across each focused face as he explained in detail. A Mage's exclusive dungeon usually tests your spirit. Most are reasoning and puzzle-solving dungeons. So as long as everyone cooperates and thinks together, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. He tapped the blackboard with his pointer, emphasizing the key points for clearing them. Meanwhile, in the task hall, a beam of blue-purple light shone through a massive stone gate, illuminating the figures waiting there. Chao Yu and Yang Shangdi looked up at the eerie light, their expressions unusually excited. Yang Shangdi swallowed hard and asked his partner timidly, Is it really okay for us to do this? Chao Yu clicked his tongue with an air of indifference. Oh, what could happen? Practice is better than theory. Besides, the more people who enter a privileged dungeon, the higher the danger level. Yang Shangdi understood his best friend's hint about wanting to carry the run solo. He crossed his arms and lifted his head proudly. Instead of letting them rely on you, it's better to let me rely on you alone. At worst, after we clear it, we can take them through it again. Anyway, privileged dungeons can be challenged multiple times. There just aren't any rewards. With the decision made, the chubby boy excitedly waved over the NPC guide. Energetic sister, we want to enter the Mage privileged dungeon. Elaine appeared with her standard smile, bowing elegantly. Certainly, dear player, selecting the dungeon for you now. The stone gate immediately shifted shape. The blue-purple light gradually became tinged with lethal deep purple and dark pink, forming a bizarre spatial vortex that let out a piercing shriek. Elaine softly announced the death sentence. Selection successful. The privileged dungeon selected for you is Myriad Venom Cave. Please enter. Chao Yu rolled up his sleeves and prepared to walk in without hesitation. Yang Shangdi hurriedly grabbed the back of his collar, screaming in terror. What are you doing? You haven't heard the mission briefing yet. Chao Yu frowned, looking bewildered. What mission briefing? There's such a thing? Yang Shangdi widened his eyes and poked his best friend's forehead. Of course there is, if you don't listen to the clear hints. How do you think you cleared the mist cave last time? Think back to the skeleton massacre. The chubby boy tested the waters with a shiver. You didn't kill every single skeleton in there, did you? Brother Chao, you're something else. Ignoring the antics of these two idiots, Elaine opened her magic book and steadily read the dungeon's terrifying backstory. Legend has it that in southeast Guizhou there was an extremely ancient and evil tribe. The tribesmen were experts in refining venomous insects, solitary and cruel by nature, with elusive poisoning methods. The poisoned suffer immensely, wishing for death. Venomous insects lay eggs inside the body, gnawing on flesh and blood until the host dies. Amidst this spine-chilling narrative, the two walked through the hazy light film and stepped into the spatial gate. A cold mission panel appeared. Mission requirements: find the legendary evil tribe and eliminate all venom seeds. Rewards will be evaluated based on the player's completion rate. As soon as their feet hit the ground, the system voice flashed red with a warning. Please note, the Myriad Venom Cave dungeon requires 5 players to open. The system will automatically match 3 teammates for you. Please be prepared. In a flash of light, 3 strange figures were already waiting in the dark, damp waiting area of the Myriad Venom Cave. An arrogant-looking young man with long hair gripped a cold, sharp spear. He glanced sideways at Chao Yu and Yang Shangdi, letting out a sneer. "You two are the teammates matched to us, just don't drag us down." The girl beside him quickly patted his shoulder, frowning in reprimand. "Long Chong, don't be so rude. Since we're matched to the same team, it's destiny." She put on a smile and offered a warm greeting. "Hello, my name is Fang Yuan, a fire mage. This is my brother Fang Xuan, also a fire mage. This is Long Chong." Yang Shangdi hurried forward to shake hands, laughing sheepishly. "Hello everyone, my name is Yang Shangdi. This is Chao Yu. Let's work hard to clear this together." Before them, a massive stone gate was tightly closed with 5 large characters deeply carved into the stone wall. Wu De Un Si Chi. Fang Yuan studied them for a moment, stroking her chin as she speculated. "There are 5 characters on the wall. They should be the hint to open the door." The arrogant Long Chong brandished his spear, letting out a contemptuous snort. "Who cares about that? Watch me break the door down." He let out a loud roar. Thrusting his spear forward with all his might, a sharp gust of cyan spear glow tore through the air, crashing into the surface of the stone gate. Sizzle! The moment that power touched the door, it dissipated like foam, leaving not even a white mark. The entire group looked at each other. The attack was ineffective. Fang Yuan shook her head helplessly, continuing to use her brain. "It seems this door has magic immunity. Spells can't hurt it at all. Let's look at the hint. What do these 5 characters Wu Da and Si Chi actually mean?" While the others were racking their brains over the deep meaning of these characters, Chao Yu was standing in the corner, his knuckles cracking. Fang Yuan suddenly clapped her hands and shouted as if she had found treasure. "I've got it. The answer is to read them according to their phonetic pinyin." "Wuda?" Before she could finish her explanation, an earth-shattering boom interrupted her. Bang! Chao Yu had already gathered his full strength, throwing a heavy punch wrapped in intense light, slamming it hard into the ancient stone slab. Miracle Strike triggered. The terrifying destructive power instantly blasted the stone door, which was as hard as steel, into countless fragments, revealing a dark passage leading deep into the Myriad Venom Cave. This scene left the 3 new teammates dumbfounded, frozen in place like statues amidst the swirling dust. Fang Yuan's unfinished words were stuck in her throat as she stared blankly at the pulverized ancient door. Chi and Long Chong was also paralyzed, stammering incoherently. "One punch shattered it. Is this really a privileged dungeon prepared for mages?" The system notification rang out clearly. "Ding, correct answer. The door has opened." Yang Shangdi ran over excitedly, giving a thumbs up in praise. "Awesome, brother Chao." Chao Yu patted the dust off his hands and shrugged with an innocent look. "I just wanted to see if I could push it open with brute force. Who knew this door would be so flimsy?" The group crossed the ruins and entered a narrow passage. It was unusually eerie here, the air filled with a pungent fishy stench. The roadside was covered in brilliant, eye-catching red flowers, their curved lines like guiding ghost fires leading toward a gate ahead. Fang Yuan frowned in caution. "Strange, why would flowers grow here?" Chao Yu's gaze sharpened as he gave a low warning. "Watch out for these flowers, I think something's wrong." Yang Shangdi held up his hands, which were already emitting a faint black mist, nearly crying. "You warned us too late, brother Chao. Look at my hands." He looked down sharply and found that black energy representing death was also entwined between his own fingers. When did he get hit? Simultaneously, a bright red number popped up above his head, -3. Fang Yuan bit her lip in despair. "We're all poisoned." The system heartlessly confirmed the status. Health 6770, poisoned status. 3 health points deducted per minute. Yang Shangdi was so panicked he was scratching his head. "Brother Chao, what do we do?" Contrary to his friend's panic, Chao Yu remained calm and gave a decisive order. "Keep charging forward. Staying here is just waiting for death. We must leave as quickly as possible." Though calm on the surface, his heart was burning with anxiety. At this rate of health loss, he would be finished in half an hour. Damn it, his health pool was too shallow. The group ran for their lives, the seductive red flowers behind them seemingly swaying and mocking them in the darkness. At the end of the road, a heavy stone gate blocked their way, covered in densely carved strange characters. Pulse green poison, the empty king's single lair. One move shall determine the fate of heaven and earth. Long Chong was so angry he kicked a stone away, cursing through gritted teeth. "Damn it again, it's not another one of those decryption riddles, is it?" Fang Yuan was breaking out in a cold sweat of anxiety. "How many characters do we have to guess this time? We're out of time," while the others were racking their brains to decipher it. Chao Yu took half a step back, channeling the power of a critical hit into his right fist. Boom, another miracle strike landed, and the second door met the same fate, shattered into dust. He withdrew his hand and rubbed his knuckles, his brow furrowing slightly as he muttered with a trace of arrogant disdain, "This riddle part, your daddy here doesn't have a clue." As the group stepped over the debris, the three new teammates continued to exchange bewildered glances, their faces a synchronized picture of questioning their life choices. Long Chong swallowed hard, his voice tinged with bitterness as he marveled, "Is this really a puzzle-solving dungeon? Why does it feel like we don't need a brain at all?" Beyond the gate, a landscape of overlapping mountains and swirling mist unfolded before them. The system cheerfully chimed, "Congratulations, player, on completing Task 1. You have successfully found the legendary evil tribe of the Myriad Venom Cave." Long Chong looked around, asking in confusion, "This is the Myriad Venom Cave?" Fang Yuan, clutching her arm which was throbbing from the potent toxin, said worriedly, "Where do we go next?" A youthful voice suddenly rang out, making the entire group shudder. They spun around, instinctively falling into defensive stances. Standing in the shadow of a large tree was a little girl with twin pigtails, dressed in vibrant, colorful ethnic clothing with an exquisite embroidered pouch hanging from her waist. She blinked her large eyes and asked in a clear, crisp voice, "Hello, brothers and sisters. My name is Xiao Dong. Are you from the outside world?" Before anyone could answer, Xiao Dong's gaze fell upon the black lines on the arms of Chao Yu and the others. She gasped, covering her mouth in horror. "Oh, brothers and sisters, you've been poisoned. It's the toxin of the spider lily." The little girl's expression instantly became frantic as she urged them, "Quickly, follow me back to the Myriad Soul Cave to neutralize the poison. If the toxic energy enters your body too deeply, you'll be beyond saving." Chao Yu narrowed his eyes as he observed her, a seed of doubt sprouting in his mind. When did this child appear here? And did she just say Myriad Soul Cave? Fang Yuan, unable to afford further thought, hurriedly urged the others, "Now isn't the time to debate what to do. Let's go neutralize the poison first." Xiao Dong nimbly led the group along a small path, soon arriving in front of a wooden stilt house. The little girl pushed open the door and ran inside, chirping loudly, "Father, mother, come out and see who I've brought back." A haggard middle-aged woman walked out, looking at the group of strangers with hesitation. "These people are," Xiao Dong rushed to report, "they're from out of town. I met them on Taisho Mountain, and they've all been poisoned by the spider lily. Mother, quickly brew a pot of 5 venom soup." The mother nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over the group with a hint of scrutiny. "All right, everyone, wait a moment. Go inside and have a seat first." Once the entire team was settled in creaking rattan chairs, Xiao Dong's family of 3 brought out steaming earthen bowls. Looking at the contents, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. It was a thick, viscous soup base with various black scorpions, wriggling centipedes, and some nameless, foul-smelling bones floating on top. Long Chang's face turned ashen as he pushed the bowl toward the chubby boy. "Yang Shangdi, you're sturdier than me. Why don't you drink first?" Yang Shangdi waved his hands frantically, his face contorted as if he were about to cry. "No way, I'm just fake fat. You drink first." While the 2 cowards were passing the buck, Chao Yu had already calmly picked up the bowl and gulped the whole thing down in one breath. As he swallowed the disgusting liquid, he muttered to himself, "Drink it fast. In a few more moments my health will be half gone." He set the empty bowl on the table and exhaled a satisfied breath, feeling his vitality surging back. He flashed a brilliant smile and gave an extremely insincere review. "Not too salty, not too bland. Flavor is just right. The 5 venoms are indeed effective. My poison status has disappeared. Everyone drink up, restore your status quickly. Who knows what dangers lie ahead?" Inspired by his example, the 3 teammates bit the bullet, closed their eyes, and downed the soup. As soon as they finished, the 3 of them clutched their stomachs in nausea, wanting to vomit but unable to, their faces turning pale. In contrast to this miserable scene, Chao Yu leisurely crossed his arms and struck up a conversation with their little benefactor. "Can you tell me about the origins of the Myriad Soul Cave?" Xiao Dong shook her head, her pigtails swaying. "I don't remember much about our tribe's origins. I only know the chief forbids us from leaving, and we aren't allowed to use venomous arts casually." Just then, Xiao Dong's mother came over to clear the dishes. Her hands gripped the edge of her apron tightly as she coldly issued an order to leave. "All right, the poison is neutralized and you're safe. Please leave this place immediately. Our Myriad Soul Cave does not welcome outsiders." Xiao Dong's eyes widened as she tugged at her mother's hem, pouting, "Oh mother, how can you be like this? It's been so long since we've had visitors. How can you drive them away?" Ignoring the worry etched on her mother's face, the little girl turned to her guests with a giggle. "Don't worry, don't listen to my mom. You can stay as long as you like." Chao Yu nodded politely. "Then we shall trouble you. Having just neutralized a potent toxin, our bodies are indeed quite exhausted." In his mind, a series of unanswerable questions surfaced once more. Why is the attitude of Xiao Dong's parents so strange? Xiao Dong briskly led them into an empty room, sweetly instructing, "Then brothers, have a good rest here." The little girl stepped out and closed the wooden door, which locked with a sharp click. The crisp sound of the door being bolted shut echoed from outside. In the courtyard, the moon gradually turned an eerie blood red. Xiao Dong excitedly grabbed her parents' hands and urged, "Father, mother, let's go." The innocent smile on the little girl's face instantly turned sinister and terrifying, appearing twisted under the blood moon. Tonight is the night of the full moon. It must begin. Deep within the dense primeval forest, a ghastly red light of the blood moon pierced through the canopy, illuminating a clearing. By now all the tribesmen had gathered, standing in a circle around a moss-covered stone well. The chief presiding over the ceremony stretched his arms toward the sky, chanting the sacrificial text in a low, reverent voice. "O great deity, please bless us with favorable weather and protect us from disease. We offer unto you these freshest of human bodies." As soon as he finished speaking, a drop of dark red blood fell from the chief's fingertip into the well. The The ground instantly shook violently. From deep within the well, tens of thousands of jet-black venomous insects surged out like a waterfall. They crawled in a dense mass, merging into a moving black carpet that rushed toward the two bound figures in the center of the clearing. As the swarm frantically tore and gnawed at the fresh flesh, blood-curdling screams pierced the night sky. In just a few breaths, two living humans were picked clean, leaving behind only bleached skeletal frames. Fang Yuan, hiding behind the nearby bushes, witnessed this heart-stopping scene. Shivering as she covered her mouth, "Heavens, they're eating people." Chao Yu gently pressed her lower, whispering instructions. "Let's head back first. With the venomous insects plus so many tribesmen, they won't be easy to handle." His mind worked at high speed to find a solution. "Although my attack power is extremely high, I don't have a single area of effect damage skill. I'm invincible in a duel, but I'll be done for if I'm mobbed." Suddenly the chief sniffed the air, his gaze as sharp as a dagger as he scanned the bushes. HMPH, a few little mice. He rubbed his chin with his finger as leisurely as if he were watching a play. Giant Crab, a burly man, his face covered in scars and tattoos, stepped forward and bowed to receive the order. "I am here, Chief." The chief waved his hand, giving a cold command. "Go. Don't damage them, I want them caught alive." Back in the cramped wooden hut, the five of them sat huddled on the floor, the air thick with suffocating tension. Fang Yuan bit her nails, asking anxiously, "What do we do now?" She turned to Chao Yu for support. "Look at the madness of those tribesmen. If we're caught after killing those insects, we'll probably become bug snacks in no time." Chao Yu suddenly raised his hand for silence, his ears pricked in high alert. "What's that sound?" A hair-raising rustling came from all four walls. From the gaps in the walls, the ceiling and the cracks in the floorboards, countless masses of black scorpions and venomous centipedes poured out. Everyone shrank into the center of the room, screaming in terror. "It's the swarm, they're everywhere." Fang Yuan didn't hesitate to form a hand seal, releasing her spiritual power to create a ring of flames to protect everyone. "Fire barrier." Chao Yu gripped his weapon, gnashing his teeth in annoyance. "The level of these melee targets is too low. I won't get any attribute points. If killing these bugs gave points, I'd have been looking for boiling water to pour on them long ago." Surrounded by the swarm, the mages incessantly released their skills, with dense explosions echoing one after another. Sand bind, great explosion art. Splintered wood and clods of earth flew everywhere with each wave of attacks. Seeing Yang Shangdi drenched in sweat yet still striking with precision, Chao Yu nodded in approval. "Not bad, Yang Shangdi. You've actually learned to chain those two skills into a combo." The chubby boy gripped his staff, complaining through ragged breaths. "Don't even start. Casting those two in a row nearly emptied my mana." Boom, the wooden door was kicked flying and a tall dark figure stepped in, blocking the light. The burly man called Giant Crab crossed his arms, his gaze contemptuous as he looked at the battered group. "You lot have some nerve. We were originally just going to give you a small lesson, but you actually dared to use magic to kill all the insects in the myriad venom cave. Now all of you can obediently become fodder for the larva, dying slowly in the agony of 10,000 insects devouring your hearts." Yang Shangdi didn't care for his rambling. He waved his wooden staff and fired an earth blast directly at the man's chest. The damage number from the earth blast popped up and it was pathetic. -11. Giant Crab lightly brushed the dust off his clothes, a cold smirk curling his lips. "HMPH, overestimating yourselves. You think the likes of you can harm me?" The data panel for this NPC immediately popped up, glowing with a piercing red light. Common NPC, Giant Crab. Level, LV 10, HP 289,300. Strength 40, Defense 20, Agility 15, Skill, Insect Eater, controls venomous insects. Chao Yu narrowed his eyes in analysis. This is different from bosses and wild mobs in this world. An NPC's personal attributes can be completely hidden until they are injured. Long Chong stared at the panel with wide eyes, shouting in despair, "How are we supposed to beat this? This Giant Crab's attribute points are almost at the level of a boss." Fang Yuan's face was also deathly pale, sweat pouring down like rain. This quest in the myriad venom cave was simply not meant for newcomers. Chao Yu pressed his lips thin, his fists clenched until the veins bulged as he thought to himself, "Are privileged dungeons really this different?" He tossed aside all doubts and exploded forward, charging toward Giant Crab like a cannonball. Seeing this little shrimp rushing over to deliver a punch, Giant Crab let out a contemptuous laugh. "HMPH, ignorant brat, you think a soft little fist like that can hurt me? You can't even walk straight. Newbies like you, Giant Crab, can take down 10 of you easily." Thwack! No sooner had those arrogant words left his mouth than Chao Yu's iron fist, enveloped in white light, slammed heavily into the center of his face. A bright red -121 damage value shot into the air. Sprayed with blood from the impact, Giant Crab staggered backward, his eyes bulged as a frenzy of murderous intent surged within him. "Impossible, how can a mere human harm me? Insect Eater." The system immediately updated the NPC's Berserk status under the Insect Eater status. HP 379,500, Regeneration. Strength 60, Defense 70, Agility 20. Seeing their opponent's stats skyrocket, Long Chong and Fang Yuan scrambled back, raising their shields as they shouted in terror. His attributes exploded again, his defense has increased several times over. Giant Crab's eyes had now turned blood red and he roared like a wild beast. No one can break through my defense. Use your blood to sacrifice to my swarm. Chao Yu stood his ground, arms crossed, his gaze as icy as if he were watching a clown perform. Thud, crack, boom. With just a few ordinary heavy punches carrying the critical hit effect, Giant Crab collapsed to the ground. He was covered in bruises, his entire face swollen like a basin, completely unrecognizable. He panted heavily, his breathing as weak as a broken bellows. The system panel updated the result. Common NPC Giant Crab LV 10 HP 23,500. The teammates stood frozen like statues looking at Chao Yu with more fear than they would a monster. This man is too terrifying. Chao Yu slowly crouched down, grabbing Giant Crab by the collar and interrogated him in a cold voice. Tell me the truth. What was that sacrificial ritual you were doing just now? And who is that woman? Having been beaten out of his wits, Giant Crab answered through his swollen mouth in a slurred voice. That is our chief presiding over the seed sacrifice. Our myriad venom cave signed a contract with the broodmother. We must offer fresh flesh and blood for sacrifice on the night of the full moon. That green stone well is where the broodmother lives and lays her eggs. Hearing this, Yang Shangdi slapped his forehead in a sudden realization. Brother Yu, I think I get it. Why did Xiao Dong's family help us neutralize the poison? They wanted to keep us alive as sacrifices for the next wave of the swarm. Chao Yu nodded, his icy gaze piercing the captive as he threw out his final question. One last thing. Why did Xiao Dong change the tribe's name to the Myriad Soul Cave while you all call it the Myriad Venom Cave? Giant Crab blinked blankly, stuttering with difficulty. Xiao, who is Xiao Dong? In our Myriad Venom Cave there is only one person with the character Dong in their name, and that is our chief, Xuan Dong. As the confession came out, a cold wind swept through the room, bringing with it a few wisps of eerie mist. The truth was finally out. Chao Yu slowly straightened up and gave a cold smile. I understand, thank you for your cooperation. Giant Crab, as if grasping at a lifeline, breathed greedily, pleading intermittently, It's nothing then, can I go now? The smile on Chao Yu's lips vanished instantly, and he coldly spat out two words, you may. He then slammed his heel down directly onto the enemy's throat. Crunch, the system voice immediately reported the victory. Detected player Chao Yu defeated NPC Giant Crab through melee. Reward 10 free attribute points. Express 50. Congratulations player on leveling up. Current Express 1080. Obtained 5 free attribute points. An exceptionally sharp notification sounded. Congratulations to player Chao Yu for being the first in this world to kill an NPC through melee combat. Reward S-Rank item Sage's Protection. Chao Yu quickly opened the item info. Sage's Protection. S-Rank one-time use item. Can immune one fatal instance of damage. A smug curve appeared at the corner of his mouth as he marveled inwardly. S-Rank death immunity once. Beating this NPC to death really pays off with such a heaven-defying item. This must be the top-tier item of this world, right? While he was immersed in the joy of his loot, the rest of the team was restless, as anxious as ants on a hot skillet. Fang Yuan bit her lip anxiously. What do we do now? They'll realize sooner or later that we killed their man. Chao Yu can't handle them all by himself. Long Chong chimed in, trembling. If just a common villager was that powerful, how can we possibly win against a chief who can control venomous insects? Chao Yu finished packing his gear and turned to comfort his teammates. The quest only requires us to eliminate the venomous insects. It didn't say we have to deal with the villagers. Since the nest is in that ancient well, we have to destroy it. He tilted his chin, signaling for them to move out before Xuan Dong discovered the situation. Now is our best chance to act. The team crept silently through the dim forest, returning to the clearing where the gruesome sacrificial ritual had taken place. Fortunately, the area was currently deserted. Fang Yuan peered out from behind the bushes and gasped, covering her mouth as she pointed to two lonely corpses by the well. Heavens, aren't those Xiao Dong's parents? Do they even kill their own people? Chao Yu frowned, connecting the clues. No wonder their attitude had been so strange before. It seemed not all the villagers here were evil. He suppressed his pity and gave the decisive order, ignore them for now. Hurry up and destroy this stone well. The team immediately surrounded the well, simultaneously channeling their mana to release their strongest skills, fire, wind, and earth blast. Boom, with an earth-shattering roar, the solid bluestone structure was leveled, leaving only a pitch-black, bottomless hole. Yang Shangdi brushed the dust off his clothes and rubbed his hands together smugly. With that much power, the insects should be all dead, right? But why hasn't the system shown the quest as complete? Just as the words left his mouth, a crisp peal of laughter rang out. A seductive voice drifted from the darkness behind them. Hee hee, you little mice really are naughty. Everyone was startled and spun around through the hazy mist. A young woman in ethnic dress walked slowly toward them, followed by a burly, muscular man. Kwang Man, a key member of the Myriad Venom Cave. The woman stroked the venomous scorpion on her shoulder, her tone cold yet laced with a smile. Since you're here, it seems Giant Crab is dead. That truly exceeded my expectations. Chao Yu took a step forward, his gaze piercing her like a blade. Should I call you the chief of the Myriad Venom Cave, or should I call you Xiao Dong? The girl blinked, the smile at the corners of her mouth turning even more sinister. What's wrong, big brother? Don't you like the way I look now? Should I change back into Xiao Dong for you? In the blink of an eye, the woman's curvaceous figure shrank rapidly, transforming into the innocent little girl from that afternoon. She blinked her large eyes, her voice sweet yet bone-chilling. Well, which one do you prefer? she shifted back into the form of Chief Xuandong, pretending to wipe a tear of regret from the corner of her eye. What a pity. I originally wanted to spare your life, big brother, so we could produce offspring together. But you've killed so many of my tribe's insects. If I don't use you as a sacrifice, the broodmother will be furious. Chao Yu narrowed his eyes, his gaze locked onto her like a dagger. Why kill your own people? Weren't they your parents? Faced with his anger, Xuandong only let out a contemptuous, cold laugh. Ha ha ha, so what if they were my parents? Her innocent face instantly became distorted and her dark eyes stared at him as she hissed through her teeth. They were just two pieces of disobedient trash. A cold green light flickered in Chao Yu's eyes as his long-suppressed emotions felt like they were about to explode. He gritted his teeth, enunciating every word. So what if they were your parents? Sensing the surging killing intent, Xuandong lowered her head, her tone coquettish yet drenched in the aura of death. Big brother, you seem angry. Don't be mad. A bizarre curve hooked at the corner of her mouth and she opened her maw wide, an evil light glowing from deep within her throat. You'll be going to see them very soon. As the incantation ended, thousands of purple-eyed insects poured from her mouth, surging toward Chao Yu like a tsunami of thick death energy. Seeing the dire situation, Fang Yuan frowned, and hurriedly formed a hand seal to channel her inner power. Chao Yu will help you, raging fire. Before she could finish the spell, a massive shadow crashed down. Bang! Kwangman slammed a heavy blow into the center of the team's formation, instantly cracking the ground and sending everyone scattering in panic. Long Chong retreated in terror, falling into a defensive stance. Kwangman flexed his thick muscles, radiating murderous intent as he let out a roar like muffled thunder. Chief, leave these people to me. The data panel for this NPC immediately flashed with a piercing red light. Common NPC, Kwangman. Status insect devoured. Level LV 20, HP 500,500, Strength 55, Defense 30, Agility 30, Skills. Insect devour, insect control. No matter how this guardian rampaged, Chao Yu remained locked on his target. He continuously threw iron fists that tore through the air, forcing Xuandong's health bar to drop steadily. -5, the green light in his eyes grew stronger as he analyzed the situation through gritted teeth. Damn it, there are too many insects. If I keep getting bogged down, it's a dead end. If I grit my teeth and boost my agility or defense to match my strength at 166 points, the current deadlock could be broken. Am I really going to use my trump card, the active skill of Brave Heart, right now? Amidst the swarm's encirclement and Kwangman's frenzied attacks, both sides fell into a chaotic struggle where neither could gain the upper hand. He shook his head, rejecting the defensive plan, a flame of battle burning in his eyes. No, I have Sage's protection to save my life anyway, let's go for it. To catch the bandits, catch their leader. As long as I kill Xuandong, this swarm will scatter like a snake without a head. Seeing Chao Yu struggling within the swarm, Xuandong laughed triumphantly. Haha, big brother, have you finally come to your senses? Do you want to personally become food for those insects? But her laughter stopped abruptly. Chao Yu endured the excruciating pain, forcefully crushing dozens of scorpions as he suddenly swung a heavy punch enveloped in dazzling white light, striking her directly in the face. Unexpectedly injured, Xuandong staggered back, screaming in a fit of rage. You ungrateful brat, isn't being eaten by venomous insects a good thing? With her disguise peeled away, the system immediately updated her true identity. Rare NPC, Xuandong. Status, insect devoured. Level LV 10 HP, 1000, Strength 30, Defense 30, Agility 50, Skills, Insect Devour, Insect Control, Shapeshift. Glancing at the data panel, Chao Yu froze for a moment, his brow furrowing in deep confusion. Why is Xuandong rated as a rare tier, yet her base attributes are ridiculously low, worse even than Giant Crab? This makes no sense. There's definitely something wrong with this Xuandong. Just then, Xuandong gently raised her hand and a billowing black mist poured from her palm. She complained coquettishly, her voice sharp and piercing. Big brother, you've punched my stomach flat. What will I do if it's broken? Simultaneously, her attribute values skyrocketed. Agility 80. Chao Yu was startled and quickly raised his guard. Before he could retreat, a thunderous blow carrying thick purple death energy struck directly at the crown of his head. Die? Xuandong roared manically, her sharp claws tearing through his defense as easily as paper. Chao Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled to the ground. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, her agility spiked so fast I couldn't react. His health bar hit rock bottom, flashing with a red alarm. HP 980. Xuandong grabbed him by the collar and lifted him into the air, her eyes blood red and filled with extreme excitement. Don't worry, once you're dead I'll perfectly peel off your skin as a souvenir. Your skin will surely be beautiful. In the distance, Yang Shangdi saw his friend on the verge of death and let out a terrified, miserable scream. Brother Yu! Kwangman immediately swung his iron hammer, blocking the chubby boy's path of rescue. He sneered contemptuously. HMPH, I told you your opponent is me. How dare you get distracted? At this moment his health was 312,500. Yang Shangdi gritted his teeth, his hands gripping his staff tightly as he roared with all his might. Sandbind! Kwangman lightly waved his weapon to flick away the mud and sand, mocking with a curl of his lip. Fatty, it seems you haven't figured it out yet. Your moves are useless against me. He charged forward, swinging a fatal heavy blow with a hideous grin. To him, these attacks were just an itch. But suddenly, a series of glowing red lights like searing magma erupted around Kwangman. He frowned, utterly bewildered. What's going on? Why is the sand summoned this time red? From deep underground, a surge of destructive energy rolled upward. Yang Shangdi's roar echoed everywhere. Earth blast. A violent earthquake erupted as the ground split open, swallowing Kwang Man in a sea of blazing red fire. A massive damage number, -312, popped up, completely stripping the NPC of his life. As the smoke cleared, Yang Shangdi walked out majestically, but his appearance had undergone a 180-degree transformation, leaving the Fang sisters dumbfounded. Handsome, who are you? His originally bloated physique had become lean and solid, with a sharp, handsome face replacing the fat from moments ago. Yang Shangdi waved his staff and coldly delivered judgment to the charred corpse. Go ask in hell. The system reported a new status, fat burning state. Spirit 296. He ignored the infatuated gazes of his teammates and charged toward Chao Yu like an arrow. Brother Yu, I'm coming to help. Seeing his best friend complete such a stunning transformation, Chao Yu coughed violently and asked in shock, Yang Shangdi, how did you become like this? Yang Shangdi scratched his head and answered honestly, I don't know, I just got anxious and all the fat on my body burned away, and my spirit attribute is nearly 300 points now. Chao Yu's brow furrowed as his brain worked at high speed. The spirit attribute is directly linked to the power of skill casting. 300 points, that number almost matches the spiritual strength of a mid-tier mage. A crazy plan flashed through his mind. Ignoring his heavy injuries, he used his last bit of strength to jump up, locking onto Shu Dong like a shackle. He screamed at the top of his lungs, Yang Shangdi, quick, use Earth Blast on me as the center. Take me and Shu Dong out together. Shu Dong was terrified by this sudden embrace and struggled frantically, clawing at him. What are you doing? Let go. Yang Shangdi was stunned, his hand holding the staff trembling violently, his eyes filled with tears. Brother Yu, what are you saying? You'll die too. Chao Yu bit his lip until blood flowed, roaring decisively, Don't talk back, trust me, just do it. Yang Shangdi swallowed his tears, slammed his staff into the ground and cried out in agony, Brother Yu. Earth blast, searing red magma boiled beneath the surface. Chao Yu and Shu Dong locked eyes, holding each other tight on the edge of life and death. Shu Dong shrieked in despair, Let go of me, I don't want to die with you. HMPH, too late. An earth-shattering explosion leveled everything. Ah, the female demon's miserable scream was drowned in the sea of fire. Standing on the edge of the explosion, Fang Yuan and Yang Shangdi fell to their knees, crying out in tears, Brother Yu, Chao Yu. In the midst of the smoke-filled ruins, the system's life-saving notification rang out like a heavenly melody. Fatal damage detected. Triggered S-Rank item, Sage's Protection. Damage from this instance has been negated. Then a series of honorary announcements followed one after another. Ding detected that player Chao Yu possesses the courage to find life in death. Reward. A rank passive skill, Contract of Might effect. For every 50 points of health increased, a strength attribute increases by 1. For every 1 point of strength increased, health increases by 10. This effect does not loop or stack exponentially. Lying on the charred ground, a smile flickered on Chao Yu's lips as he coughed violently, spitting out ash. Hey, there's even a good thing like this. Strength is 166, which means an extra 1660 health points. He opened his updated status bar. Name Chao Yu. Class Necromancer. Realm Apprentice LV8. Strength 167. Monstrous Strength double bonus. Defense 6, Agility 9, Spirit 0, Mana 300,300, Health 1740-1740-1660, Express 1080. Looking at that long health bar, he let out a satisfied sigh of relief. With nearly 1800 health points now, I shouldn't have to worry about being accidentally one-shot by a boss in the future. Yang Shangdi ran over in a hurry, hugging him and wailing loudly, Brother Yu, why didn't my 300 Spirit Earth Blast kill you? Chao Yu pushed away his best friend's tear-streaked face and teased jokingly, What are you upset I'm not dead? Who says you have to die just because you got blown up? Yang Shangdi wiped his tears and scratched his head, looking clueless. Right, you killed Shu Dong. Did she drop any good loot? I didn't hear a kill notification. She seems to still be alive. As soon as he finished, the hazy smoke gradually cleared, revealing a massive and eerie shadow. A familiar yet raspy, sharp and piercing voice rang out, That hurt so much. The shadow became clear in the dim light. Congratulations, you get to appreciate my true form. The human shell cracked open and Shu Dong transformed into a massive insect monster. Her entire body was covered in black, shiny chitinous armor, her eyes as red as blood and her large maw dripped with slime as she let out a bizarre laugh. Ka-ka-ka. The system rescanned the monster's attributes. Level. LV 15, HP 2000, Strength 130, Defense 80, Agility 100, Skills, Toxic Dismemberment, Berserk Charge. Looking at the screen full of red data, the two of them gasped. Yang Shangdi trembled all over. Is this her true face? Her attributes have become too strong. Chao Yu nudged him with his elbow and urged, Yang Shangdi, quick, give her another earth blast. The chubby boy made a bitter face and waved his hand, the fat on his face beginning to pile up again. It's no good, Brother Yu. My spirit attribute has dropped to 48 points. It seems the spirit bonus from fat burning isn't permanent. Just then, the entire dungeon space began to flash with a blinding red light, and the urgent blare of system alarms echoed everywhere. Warning, warning, warning. The myriad venom boss has been empowered by an unknown force. The combat power of this creature has exceeded the novice difficulty level. Players are requested to leave the dungeon immediately. Players are requested to leave the dungeon immediately. Chao Yu narrowed his eyes, watching the hideous flailing monster before him as he gritted his teeth in fury. Yang Shangdi hurriedly grabbed his arm, trying to pull him away. What about our exclusive dungeon? UGE, let's run. Facing a terrifying monster like this, we're lucky just to get out alive. You're still worried about the quest? The system continued to repeat its mechanical warning, calculation complete. Since the 5 players have not yet slain the myriad venom boss, please leave the dungeon immediately, then restart the exclusive dungeon later. Chao Yu abruptly shook off the hand, his sharp gaze locking onto the target. Are you kidding me? President Ji Pingying specifically told me I must pass the exclusive dungeon. I don't care what kind of thing you fused into. Today you're going to die. Xu Endong let out a shriek, her blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. Very well, lowly human. I don't believe you can even scratch this body. Today I will tear you apart alive. The melee erupted instantly. The two collided like two frenzied tanks, sharp claws clashing violently against thunderous heavy punches. The health bars of both sides began to drain at a frantic pace. -14, -196. Although he was covered in claw marks, Chao Yu's massive health pool allowed him to stand firm. As the fight went on, Xu Endong grew increasingly alarmed, asking herself through gritted teeth, what kind of monster is this kid? Why isn't he dead yet? He's only level 8. How can his damage be higher than mine? Who's the boss here, me or him? Taking another armor-piercing heavy blow, she stumbled back, staring at the faint green light radiating from Chao Yu's eyes. Fear began to spread. Just how high was his strength? How could a mage have such power? She seemed to suddenly remember something terrifying. Her blood-red eyes widening. Wait, could it be that you are also one of Bei's people? Seeing Chao Yu's frenzied assault, she became even more convinced of her suspicion. It had to be. Only Bei's could create a monster like Chao Yu. After all, I was also created by Bei's. Chao Yu had no interest in her nonsensical ramblings. He gathered all his strength and lunged forward for a finishing blow. Bei's Haza, I don't care, I am Chao Yu. A brilliant emerald light erupted as a critical hit pierced through Xu Endong's hardened armor. Suffering a fatal blow, she collapsed into a pool of greenish blood. In her final moments, she was still whispering in extreme terror. Chao Yu, could it be that, Lord? The light of life faded from her eyes as she let out a final resentful question. Then why kill me? Why? Chao Yu withdrew his hand with an icy gaze. The system played its triumphal music. Detected player Chao Yu defeated the target in a duel. Reward 15 free attribute points. EXP 75. Congratulations player on your successful level up. Current Express 59. Reward 5 free attribute points. A circle of purple light flickered throughout the forest. The system cheerfully announced, the anomaly in the Myriad Venom Cave dungeon has been resolved. Recalculating. Congratulations to the 5 players for successfully clearing the Mage exclusive dungeon. The system is evaluating the player's completion rate. Under the restored peaceful moonlight, the scoreboard opened. Player completion rank: Long Chong F rank, Fang Xuan E rank, Fang Yuan E rank, Yang Shangdi A rank. Long Chong slumped to the ground, scratching his head in disbelief. Did we clear it? The final line of the honor roll was the most dazzling. Chao Yu, S rank, feeling the surge of power through his muscles, a smile tugged at the corner of Chao Yu's mouth. The system continued to generously distribute rewards. Player Chao Yu has received an S rank reward, XP 100, free attribute points 10, a rank skill book Gate of A. Congratulations player on your successful level up. Current Express 1000. Reward 5 free attribute points. He clenched his fist, brimming with pride. Level 10. Entering the junior stage meant he finally possessed true self-preservation capabilities in the world. He walked over to Xu Endong's ashes and carefully examined the soul core. What would be inside? A set of armor radiating a deep purple light appeared. Frenzied Spider Armor B rank. Effect: increases the player's health by 800 points. Class restriction: none. Level restriction: Junior LV 11. Stroking the cold metal layers, he nodded in satisfaction. This armor was a perfect fit for his Contract of Might skill. After clearing up, another item caught his eye. A pale blue ruby radiating a mysterious light. The system immediately scanned it. Mysterious ruby, sealed by an unknown power. Before he could reach for it, the ruby began to spin rapidly on its own, turning into a streak of light that dived into his chest. Mysterious ruby has recognized its master and is bound to the host. Activating Mysterious ruby. Host gains the ability to detect the attributes of characters within a 10-level difference. Locked abilities, unknown. Chao Yu rubbed his chest, a mix of contemplation and excitement crossing his face. The gem had automatically bound to him, and it even had locked abilities. The detection ability alone was incredibly powerful. Ripples appeared in the air and Elaine manifested with an angelic smile. Congratulations to the 5 players for completing the Myriad Venom Cave dungeon. She waved her hand, sprinkling shimmering powder over everyone. This is a bonus reward. I will increase your spirit by 20. Yang Shangdi jumped up in excitement, his eyes shining like stars. Holy crap, this reward is insane, a 20 increase. Chao Yu, however, stood frozen like a block of wood, his mouth twitching as he wailed inwardly in agony. My spirit is 0. Increasing 0 by 20 is still 0. This reward is completely useless to me. Fang Yuan ran over, bowing deeply in gratitude. Chao Yu, thank you for saving us and helping us pass this dungeon. He waved his hand and smiled. It was nothing. I'll see you around. As they stepped through the spatial portal to return, Fang Yuan turned back to ask Yang Shangdi, Chao Yu, which university are you planning to apply to? Shangdi replied with a face full of pride. We've been fast-tracked for admission to Kyoto University. Fang Yuan nodded decisively, clenching her fist. Kyoto, I definitely have to apply to Kyoto University as well, back at the Academy's 4th branch in the modern cafeteria. Ma Fei slammed his tray heavily onto the table, staring at Chao Yu with wide eyes as if seeing a ghost. What, you're level 10 too? He frowned, his brain working rapidly to deduce the situation. Warrior-type monster dungeons were usually more numerous than mage-type ones. Logically, warriors should level up faster than mages. How could Chao Yu have done it? Zhao Zeui rested her chin on her hand, her face full of curiosity. She pointed at the chubby guy who was currently burying his face in a pile of chicken legs. More importantly, Chao Yu, are you sure that's actually Yang Shangdi? I find it hard to believe, Shay Zhu chimed in from the side. Exactly, the change is too sudden. He looks even more handsome than Ma Fei now. Yang Shangdi continued to stuff meat into his mouth, saying grumpily, HMPH, what use is being good looking? I need to eat more and get fat again, otherwise I won't have any sense of security the next time I enter the world. Another student chimed in to change the subject. By the way, we've all been fast-tracked. Do we still need to take the joint exam this year? That question opened up the hottest topic on planet Kaiwu. The college entrance exam Gaokao, a gathering for geniuses. Most fast-tracked students would still participate, all sharing one common goal, becoming the top scholar Zhuangyuan of the exam. Becoming the top scholar not only brought fame but also earned a Tier 3 item. Ma Fei excitedly threw a punch into the air, announcing firmly, I'm going to take it. I must take first place in the warrior category. He leaned closer to the table, whispering mysteriously and boastfully, I heard from my dad that the rewards this year are different. The top scholar this time will receive an S-rank item. Upon hearing S-rank item, Chao Yu, who had been leisurely chewing his vegetables, suddenly stopped. He shoved his hands into his pockets, his eyes fixed in determination as he muttered to himself, an S-rank item this year. I'm definitely taking the top scholar spot. That afternoon, on a secluded stretch of the road home, 2 dark shadows quietly followed him. 7,438. Is it really this kid? This guy is at most LV 10. How could he have won? 9,527. Who cares? Catch him first and ask questions later. Suddenly, 2 pitch-black shadows flashed through the air as 2 masked men lunged out to block Chao Yu's path. The mysterious ruby immediately activated its detection ability. Name 7438, Class, Junior Assassin LV 18, Strength 105, Defense 30, Agility 135, Spirit 25. Name 9527, Class, Junior Assassin LV 16, Strength 95, Defense 28, Agility 125, Spirit 25. Chao Yu frowned, taking a wary step back. Who are you? What do you want? The man with the code name 7438 tilted his chin and asked coldly, You're Chao Yu, right? The mage who killed Shu and Dong in the Myriad Venom Cave? Chao Yu's eyes darted as he calculated rapidly. They came looking for me over a dungeon boss. Could they be the Bays Shu and Dong mentioned before her death, which means Bays isn't a person but an organization? I was so busy dealing with that monster back then. I should have asked more questions. Pulling himself back, he looked up and put on an innocent fake smile. No, brothers, you've got the wrong guy. My name is Ma Fei. Hearing this unfamiliar name, 9,527 turned to complain to his partner. I told you it was impossible. So sorry, we got the wrong person. 7438 was so angry he slapped 9,527 on the back of the head. Are you stupid? You believe whatever this kid says? Stop wasting time and move. If he's a mage, just take him back. A violent wind rose as the 2 assassins turned into streaks of light, their dual blades lunging straight for Chao Yu. 9,527 sneered triumphantly. Assassins are the natural predators of mages, yet he hasn't even tried to dodge. He really was lying to us. But before the smile could spread, Chao Yu flashed away with air-tearing speed and unleashed a miraculous uppercut. Bam! A heavy muffled sound rang out as 9,527 took a direct hit to the face, flying into the distance and kicking up a cloud of dust as a deep red -197 damage number jumped into the sky. 7,438 slammed on the brakes, staring with wide eyes at his unconscious partner, falling into a state of extreme panic. One punch knocked 9,527 into critical condition. Even I can't do that. And he was clearly hit by both of us, but he looks completely fine. With this defense and strength, it seemed he really wasn't a mage. Chao Yu dusted off his sleeve, a flash of icy, murderous intent in his emerald eyes. You still want to fight? Seeing death standing right before him, 7438's attitude immediately did a 180-degree turn. He sheathed his dagger, pressing his hands together and rubbing them incessantly with a sycophantic fake smile. Ah well, isn't this a case of no fight, no friendship? Brother Ma Fei, we absolutely mean no harm. We got the wrong person, truly sorry, he stammered in defense. I'm just a lowly grunt, ranked only 7,438th in the organization. Let's just leave it at that. Chao Yu lowered his head, calculating privately. An 18th level assassin only ranks in the 7,000s within Bays. I have to let them go back to report, otherwise a much larger retaliation will close in soon. Having made up his mind, he looked up and smiled kindly. Then I wish you both luck in finding that guy named Chao Yu soon. If there's anything I, Ma Fei, can help with, don't hesitate to ask. Cold sweat poured down 7438's face as he waved his hands frantically, slinging his partner over his back and fleeing. No need. Watching their figures disappear, Chao Yu let out a cold laugh. He muttered to himself, recalling ancient records. The mythical beast Baze, legend says it is snow white all over, with 2 horns on its head, a lion's body, and a dragon's head, its limbs marked with fire patterns. Baze knows the names, appearances, and banishing spells for every ghost and monster in the world and has thus always been seen as an auspicious beast that wards off evil and brings good fortune. Ironically, an organization named after such a symbol of luck was engaged in the absurd business of breeding man-eating venomous insects. This was getting interesting. Chao Yu sat before a flickering computer screen, his hands tapping the keys incessantly. As he tried to search for information, he let out a sigh, scratching his head. Just what kind of organization was this Baze? Unable to find even a shred of info, he leaned back slightly in his swivel chair, massaging his temples as he secretly planned his retreat. His identity would be exposed sooner or later. It seemed he couldn't stay here much longer. With his current strength, he was no match for a massive, mysterious organization like Baze. He propped his forehead with his hand, a glint in his eyes. The only way was to participate in the joint exam. Even an organization like Baze wouldn't dare openly move against a candidate participating in a national exam. That would mean making an enemy of the entire world. As long as he successfully slipped into Kyoto University, he would be safe. The president, Ji Pingyang, was the top sword cultivator in the world. Known as the sword god of Pingyang, if even Kyoto University wasn't safe, then there was nowhere safe in this world. Temporarily setting aside his worries about the assassins, Chao Yu pulled out the pale blue ruby from his pocket and began to study it. He flipped the glowing cube over, frowning as he asked himself, what exactly is this ruby from the Myriad Venom Cave? He carefully observed the exquisite carvings on its surface, murmuring, could this be the special feature of a personal dungeon? Is this something my parents left for me? Chao Yu fell into deep thought, a series of questions rising in his mind. But how did my parents know I would pass this dungeon? And how could they hide something inside it? Xuandong, Baze, my parents, what is all of this about? Meanwhile, on a breezy rooftop of a skyscraper, a woman with a graceful figure draped in a mysterious black cloak stood with her hands behind her back, overlooking the city. Standing behind her were the 2 assassins with code names 7438 and 9527. 7438 lowered his head and reported cautiously, so the cause of Xuandong's death has not yet been determined. Our intelligence was incorrect. That guy isn't a mage, and his strength is incredibly formidable. He actually left 9527 heavily injured. The woman spun around abruptly, her icy gaze sweeping over her 2 incompetent subordinates as she spat out a bone-chilling insult, useless. Her black cloak snapped in the wind as she turned to leave, tossing back a cold command, shelve the matter of Xuandong's death for now. The organization's next move in Sucheng is the top priority. The 2 assassins exchanged glances and lowered their heads in unison. Understood. A few days later, in the sun-drenched principal's office, Principal Shi Jinlong pushed up his glasses, smiling kindly as he looked at his star pupil. Tell me, Chao Yu, is there something you need help with? Chao Yu scratched his head sheepishly, and pulled the ruby from his pocket, placing it on the table. It's nothing major, I just wanted to ask you to take a look at this gemstone. It's an item I obtained from a personal dungeon, but it seems to be sealed. Principal, do you know of any way to unlock it? Principal Jinlong picked up the ruby, examining it closely under the light. His brow furrowed as he nodded in appraisal. Sealed? Without a passcode, you'll have to use an unsealing key. An unsealing key, Chao Yu repeated, his eyes wide with curiosity. The principal set the gemstone down and explained seriously, exactly, an unsealing key. The seal on this gemstone isn't particularly strong. A novice-grade unsealing key should be enough to break the seal without damaging the contents inside. Chao Yu blinked and followed up eagerly. So where can I find a key like that? Principal Jinlong's voice dropped, carrying a stern warning. E-rank dungeon, mechanical realm. You must be careful, that is an open-access dungeon. There might be players with ill intentions looking to cause trouble. Or target you. The scene flashed and Chao Yu was suddenly standing in a modern metropolis, filled with skyscrapers shimmering with a metallic luster and vehicles shuttling through the sky. He surveyed the bustling surroundings, analyzing in a low voice. So this is the open dungeon, mechanical realm. The principal had said that a great war between humans and machines once erupted here when robots developed consciousness. Eventually, the 2 sides signed a peace treaty, and the place where they now stood was known as the mechanical realm. This area then was the human zone, Mechanical City. As he walked along the busy streets, he recalled the principal's instructions. To obtain an unsealing key, one could only do so by accepting a hidden quest from Hua Jun, the lord of Mechanical City. But how was he supposed to meet the city lord? Ker e mech 2 Ker eh nu Ker. In fact, energy is produced by particles, not just the vacuum speed of light. Assuming the efficacy of both are equal. No, that's not right. A white-haired old man wearing thick nearsighted glasses was walking along, muttering dry physics formulas under his breath. Lost in thought, the old man bumped into 2 tattooed thugs who were charging recklessly through the crowd. Ouch! The old man stumbled and fell to the ground, trembling as he frantically waved his hands in apology. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. A young man with dyed red and green hair rubbed his shoulder, approaching aggressively as he pointed at the old man and cursed, "What's wrong with you, bumping into people while walking? You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Not far away, Chow Yu frowned as he heard the commotion. The other thug grabbed the old man by the collar, hoisting him up and threatening with wide eyes, "You hurt me, you have to pay up." The green-haired youth chimed in. "That's right, pay up." The old man shrank into a ball, stammering, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." The tattooed man maliciously tripped the old man, sending him sprawling to the ground, then reached into the old man's pockets to rummage through them, barking, "Where's the money? I'm asking you, where's the money? Hey, this old guy couldn't be broke, could he?" Chow Yu couldn't bear to watch any longer and stepped forward quickly, intervening with righteous indignation. "In broad daylight, you two grown men actually dare to publicly bully an elderly man on the street. As a model youth of the new century, how can I sit idly by?" The green-haired youth put his hands on his hips, challenging arrogantly, "Mind your own business, brat, or are you planning to pay for him?" Chow Yu clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking as he coldly declared the truth. All evil will eventually meet the judgment of the law. Before the two thugs could react, Chow Yu unleashed a thunderous heavy strike. With an overwhelming momentum, he sent the green-haired man flying dozens of meters away, where he crashed heavily in the middle of the road and lost consciousness. The remaining tattooed man stood there with his mouth agape, his legs trembling as he watched his partner get instantly one-shot. He fell to his knees with a thud, bowing repeatedly to plead for mercy. "Big brother, we were wrong. We confess our crimes to you and this elderly gentleman. Can you please spare us this once?" Chow Yu glanced at him sideways and decisively spat out a single word, "Beat it." "Yes sir, right away." The thug scrambled away on all fours, not daring to look back. Chow Yu walked over to help the old man up, thoughtfully dusting off his clothes. "Elder, are you all right?" The old man tremblingly pulled a few crumpled bills from his pocket and pressed them into Chow Yu's hand. I only have this much money." Chow Yu smiled and politely declined. "I am a model youth born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze. Please do not compare me to people like them." The old man tucked his money away, nodding gratefully. "Oh, thank you, child. Unfortunately, I have nothing with which to repay you." Chow Yu seized the opportunity and suggested softly, "Elder, you don't need to repay me, however, could you tell me how to find the Lord of Mechanical City?" The old man froze, pushing up his glasses as he looked at Chow Yu in surprise. "You're looking for the City Lord?" "Yes, I need to find an item called an unsealing key. I heard only the City Lord, Hua Jun, has it." Upon hearing this, the old man stroked his white beard, revealing a meaningful and kind smile. "What a coincidence. I might not be able to help with other things, but if it's this, I can help you see the City Lord." Chow Yu's eyes lit up and he bowed with a cheer. "Really? Then thank you so much." The old man tapped his cane on the ground and tilted his chin, signaling for them to depart. "But I must tell you first, it won't be that easy to get the City Lord to give you something for free." Chow Yu puffed out his chest and patted the old man's shoulder firmly, promising with full confidence, "That's because you haven't witnessed my strength yet. Actually, I only used a fraction of my power just now." On the top floor of a nearby building, two dark shadows were crouched, observing everything. The first person whispered, "Brother, do you think the City Lord found the person he wanted to see this time?" The second person shook his head, indicating he didn't know. He smacked his lips, recalling that violent heavy kick from a moment ago with lingering fear. "But that boy is the strongest player I've ever seen." The scene shifted to a dim neon-flickering underground laboratory in the mechanical realm. A person draped in a black cloak stood with their hands behind their back, ordering the robot beside them in a raspy voice. "SSS-Rank, Professor Hua Jun is holding another academic seminar tomorrow. This time, no matter what method you use, you must capture him and bring him back to me." The robot, SSS-Rank, lowered its head stiffly, revealing a cold, mechanical smile. "As you command, Lord Mendy." Back in the human zone, the old man led Chow Yu to the gates of a heavily guarded, majestic castle. He pointed inside with his cane and said softly, "Young man, the City Lord you wish to see is inside." "Thank you, Elder." Chow Yu looked up at the grand structure, silently marveling, "Is this City Lord Hua Jun's castle? Why can this old man come and go so freely here?" When he turned to ask, the old man had vanished without a trace. "Elder? Hey, where'd he go?" Chow Yu scratched his head, looking bewildered, then shrugged and stopped overthinking it. Whatever, he'd find the City Lord and get the unsealing key first. He reached out and gently pushed open the exquisitely carved mahogany doors. The doors creaked open and the sight before him caused him to freeze on the spot. Sitting imperiously on the red velvet throne in the center of the hall was that very same white-haired old man, and standing respectfully to either side were the two thugs he had beaten to a pulp on the street earlier. Chow Yu's mouth hung open as he pointed at them, stammering, You guys." The old man had now regained the majesty of City Lord Hua Jun. He stroked his beard and laughed heartily, nodding in acknowledgement. "Indeed, in fact, I am Hua Jun, the Lord of Mechanical City." He pointed to the two young men beside him, who were struggling to hold back their laughter. "These two are the strongest guards of Mechanical City." Having been played for a fool, Chow Yu frowned and questioned, "But why did you put on that act?" The smile vanished from Hua Jun's face. He crossed his hands under his chin, his gaze turning exceptionally serious. "Because I needed to find someone strong enough, someone even stronger than my guards. That person is you." Chow Yu froze, his heart skipping a beat. Hua Jun got straight to the point. "Don't you want the unsealing key? If you do one thing for me, I will give it to you." The system immediately notified him that a hidden quest had been triggered. Lord Wajun stood up, hands behind his back, and said firmly, "Tomorrow I will hold an academic seminar to announce my research findings on mechanical and organic life, but the groups of robots seeking to seize my research for themselves will absolutely not miss this golden opportunity." Chao Yu clapped his hands suddenly. "I get it. I understand. You want me to protect you at the seminar?" "No," Wajun denied flatly. When he mentioned the source of the evil, his eyes were bloodshot. "I need you to defeat the sovereign of the mechanical realm and destroy the mechanical heart." The mission panel popped up prominently. Goal: defeat Mendy, sovereign of the mechanical realm, and destroy the mechanical heart. Reward: unsealing key. Chao Yu didn't hesitate, nodding his agreement and waving a hand dismissively. "It's just a few robots, no problem. I'll take the quest." Early the next morning in the grand auditorium of the Research Academy, thousands of elite scholars from Mechanical City gathered together. Standing at the podium, Professor Wajun straightened his tie and delivered a passionate speech. "Everyone, my dear colleagues, we are living in a society with highly developed civilization, science and technology. Through human hands, everything from the natural world to the structure of DNA to the binary systems of computers has been explored one by one. Humanity is nurtured by nature, and humanity bestows the laws of life upon nature." He clicked through the slides, and a sequence showing intertwined DNA strands and circuit diagrams appeared on the large screen. "Today, the complexity of computers and man-made systems is enough to rival life itself. Those complex DNA sequences and various charts, how much of life can actually be converted into data? The original intent behind the creation of artificial intelligence was precisely to study these mysteries." He walked across the stage, his tone persuasive. "Gradually, AI technology and artificial intelligence have continued to develop. Even if an AI can pass the Turing test, we would not regard it as a living entity. Much like the robots of the mechanical realm, although they possess independent consciousness, they cannot reproduce offspring through traditional means." Wajun paused, posing an ultimate question of epical significance. "So, is it possible for machines to achieve the continuation of their species?" Sitting huddled in the last row, Chao Yu let out a massive yawn, tears pricking his eyes as he listened, completely lost. "When are those robots coming?" As if answering his anticipation, the reinforced glass dome on the ceiling suddenly shattered. Crash shards of glass rained down like a storm as a massive armored robot descended from the sky, slamming heavily onto the podium and shaking the entire auditorium. It was Rank. He let out a sinister mechanical sneer, his synthesized voice crackling. "Mortal flesh is destined to rot. Only machinery is eternal." Professor Wajun retreated in panic, bumping into the podium and falling into the robot's reach. The audience immediately descended into chaos, with terrified screams echoing everywhere. "It's the robots, where's the security?" The two burly guards immediately drew their electromagnetic guns and rushed onto the stage, shouting, "Get back, robots, this is no place for you." A flash of golden laser light erupted. Boom! Rank swung a steel fist, slamming it heavily into one guard's chest. The impact sent him flying into the wall, where he coughed up blood and lost consciousness. The robot brushed the debris off its shoulder, its metallic face projecting arrogant self-satisfaction. Obstacles cleared. "Hey, foolish humans." Chao Yu jumped up from his chair, hands on his hips, as he looked at the overbearing robot, irritably rolling up his sleeves. "Ha ha ha, this is clearly showing zero respect for me, Chao Yu." Just as he was about to leap onto the stage, Professor Wajun waved him off, his eyes filled with a deep meaning. "Chao Yu, their target is me this time. I will go with them to the mechanical realm." He narrowed his eyes. He conveyed his resolve through his gaze. "I'm betting everyone's stakes on you." Understanding the old man's plan to set a thief to catch a thief, Chao Yu nodded decisively. "I've got it, City Lord." Rank fired lasers wildly throughout the auditorium, letting out a cruel laugh. "Ha ha ha, do you see? This is the power of modification. I possess the strongest body." From the hole in the ceiling, a cloaked shadow slowly descended. The person wearing a mask that covered half their face gave a cold order. "Professor Wajun, Mendy, come with me." Professor Wajun put on a show of strength and made a demand. "Tell your subordinates to stop and I will go with you." Mendy didn't care for small talk and fired a cable that tightly bound the old man, jerking him close. Wouldn't it have been better if Professor Wajun had been this cooperative from the start? Rank struck his metallic elbows together, excitedly suggesting, "Ha ha, Lord Mendy, you take the old guy first. I want to play for a bit longer." Mendy nodded, activated his jet engines and took off with Wajun, retreating rapidly. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Chao Yu leapt onto the stage, cracking his neck as he tilted his chin provocatively. "Hey, were you the one boasting about having the strongest body just now?" Rank approached with heavy steps, his cameras scanning Chao Yu's small frame as he spoke in a sarcastic electronic voice. "You carbon-based organisms simply cannot comprehend the beauty and power of mechanical evolution." Chao Yu picked his ear, looking completely unbothered. "Finished? Because if you're finished, I'm going to start." The robot continued its brainwashing rhetoric. "Brat, don't you want to join the mechanical faction and achieve evolution? Don't you want a perfect and powerful body?" Before that noisy radio could even finish its sentence, Chao Yu lunged forward, unleashing a miracle strike imbued with lethal damage that slammed right into the robot's midsection. The The alloy armor buckled deeply, sparks flying everywhere as a massive damage value of -306 popped up. The NPC's attribute panel immediately flickered with a piercing red light. Rare NPC Bris rank. Level, LV 11, HP 194,500, Strength 86, Defense 40, Agility 90, Skill, Mechanized Armor-Piercing Cannon. Briss staggered back, his electronic eyes flashing wildly due to a system error. He stared with wide mechanical eyes, simply unable to believe the reality before him. Chao Yu brushed off his sleeve, a contemptuous sneer curling his lips. Sorry, but those things you mentioned, I think I already have them. The robot looked down at the massive hole in his abdomen. Parts scattered all over the ground. His artificial brain was completely unable to process such illogical data. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. How can a mere mortal punch through my biochemical body? He slumped to his knees, clutching his sparking wound as he shrieked, "You, how can you possibly do this?" Chao Yu shrugged, explaining calmly as if teaching a toddler. "Oh, you just raise your hand and then throw a punch. That's all." Briss hammered the ground in fury, roaring, "How can a mortal's body even be mentioned in the same breath as machinery?" Chao Yu stepped forward, planting a foot on the robot's metallic spine, talking absolute nonsense with a straight face. "Actually, I possess the human primal holy body." He stomped down hard. Crunch, accompanied by the sound of splintering metal. "All right, big guy, what else do you want to do?" Briss let out a miserable mechanical wail. Chao Yu delivered another heavy stomp, and the system deducted another 102 HP. With hands on his hips, he commanded, "Cut the crap. If you don't want to be beaten into a pile of scrap metal, hurry up and take me to your mechanical kingdom." Chao Yu stood steadily on the robot's back like he was riding a skateboard, tilting his chin to signal their departure. Using Briss as an unwilling hoverboard, Chao Yu sped toward the mechanical kingdom. The wind whipped against his face, his gaze burning with determination. The city lord allowed himself to be caught on purpose. It seems he wanted to lure me here to destroy the mechanical heart. Don't worry, city lord, I will definitely complete the mission. Beneath his feet, Briss broke into a cold sweat, his processor running at full capacity to analyze the situation. Since this kid's strength is so terrifying, why did he let Lord Mendy take Professor Hua-Jun earlier? Is this really the so-called primal holy body? No, I must report this intelligence to Lord Mendy immediately. A streak of golden light sliced through the sky, heading straight for the neon-shimmering center of the mechanical city. Inside a sterile laboratory in the mechanical kingdom, the fluorescent lights were a deathly pale. Mendy removed his mask, offering a hypocritical bow to his distinguished prisoner, Professor Hua-Jun. "My deepest apologies for bringing you here in such a crude manner." Hua-Jun massaged his reddened wrists, scowling with a cold snort. "Save it. I would rather die than betray humanity to join your mechanical kingdom." Mendy was not angered, his tone remaining icy and calm. "Professor Hua-Jun, don't be so quick to refuse. Look at this first." He pressed a button and a steel wall slowly retracted, revealing a massive tempered glass incubation chamber. Within a pale yellow solution, a mechanical heart was beating rhythmically like a human heart. Emitting a dazzling light, Mendy introduced this masterpiece with pride. "As you can see, this mechanical device is becoming biological, or rather a biological entity is being mechanized. The machine before you, possessing a synthetic biological heart, is the crystallization of human wisdom and mechanical enhancement." He spread his arms, gazing at his creation with a fanatical look. "I prefer to call it ascension, the fragile flesh, the mechanical ascension, Professor Hua-Jun. Please join this glorious evolution." Hua-Jun looked at the mad scientist with disgust, barking, "To be born human yet willingly serve robots as a lapdog, scum like you are nothing but a traitor to your own race." Humiliated in public, Mendy's face darkened as he roared, "What did you say?" He instantly lost his patience and pressed the button to initiate the cruel sacrificial program. Professor Hua-Jun watched closely. The ceiling swung open and dozens of people bound by fiber optic cables like livestock were lowered down above the mechanical heart. They struggled in despair, their clothes tattered and stained with blood. "Ah, help, someone help me, what is this monster? Help." The mechanical heart extended octopus-like tentacles, viciously piercing the bodies of the victims and frantically draining their life force. "No, please, no." As the screams gradually subsided, the victims were dragged one by one into the center of the demonic machine. The scene shifted to the starship docking bay of the mechanical city. Just as Chao Yu jumped down from his hover robot Briss, dozens of robot guards raised their laser rifles, surrounding him in a tight circle. A shrill alarm echoed, "Intruder detected, intruder detected." Chao Yu didn't even wait for them to fire. Like a wolf charging into a flock of sheep, he instantly tore into the robot ranks. He swung his iron fist, smashing the heads of the armored guards like they were watermelons. The system notifications rang out incessantly like a bill counter. "Detected player Chao Yu defeated low-level robots barehanded. Reward 1 free attribute point. Express 3. Chao Yu paused, brushing the metallic dust off his clothes. He flashed a cunning smile, calculating privately. "I didn't expect to get attribute points for killing robots too." He drew his staff, gripping it tightly as he strode toward the center of the base, roaring a challenge. "I want to take on 10 back in the lab." Professor Hua-Jun's face was deathly pale, his entire body trembling with rage. He pointed a shaking finger at Mendy. cursing weakly. "You beast, you absolute beasts." Mendy stroked his chin, looking indifferently at the mummified corpses dropping down. "Professor Wajun, anger won't solve the problem. In fact, this was once a failed project. We originally wanted to give robots eternal life, but we accidentally created this life-devouring monster. And its appetite is only getting larger. Initially, it only ate one person a day. Now it's up to 5 even. I don't know where its limit is." He turned to the professor, delivering a cruel ultimatum. "Of course you can choose to stand by and watch, but the price will be human lives lost every single day." Wajun's brow was furrowed in agony, his heart breaking. He looked toward the door, praying silently. "Chao Yu, everything depends on you now." Bang, the laboratory doors were burst open and a robot subordinate stumbled in, reporting in a panic. "Lord Mendy, this is bad. Someone with a primal holy body has fought his way in." Mendy narrowed his eyes, murmuring with interest. "Oh, is it the primal holy body Briss mentioned?" Crash, the tempered glass shattered, and a staff was slammed heavily into the floor as Chao Yu made a stylish entrance. He patted his hands, looking at the group of mad scientists with a smirk casually greeting them. "Hi." Professor Wajun looked as if he had seen his savior, exclaiming in joy. "Chao Yu, you're finally here." Mendy turned slowly, arms crossed, sizing up his opponent arrogantly. "You're the one Briss mentioned who possesses the human primal holy body?" He took a step forward, followed closely by 2 super guards in full heavy armor. "Welcome to the mechanical kingdom. Briss was our top titan. I didn't expect him to die by your hand." The system immediately scanned the parameters of this final boss. Rare NPC, Mendy. Level, LV 15, HP 2000, Strength 118, Defense 100, Agility 80. Skill, Mechanical Hegemony. Chao Yu leaned lazily on his staff, mocking him. "To die at the hands of the primal holy body is indeed quite embarrassing. What, you want to avenge him?" Mendy couldn't be bothered with small talk and waved his hand. The 2 super titan guards immediately ignited their engines, charging out at an incredible speed, swinging iron fists filled with destructive energy straight for Chao Yu. A mocking sneer curled Chao Yu's lips. "Just in time, more attribute points for me." He unleashed a full-strength horizontal hook, instantly piercing the alloy shells of the robot guards. The sound of tearing metal was deafening. The system notification followed. "Detected player Chao Yu defeated low-level robots barehanded. Reward 1 free attribute point, Express 3. He didn't hesitate, spinning around to unleash a flurry of rain-like attacks. His swift assault left the robots with no room to fight back. Another notification popped up. "Detected player Chao Yu defeated low-level robots barehanded. Reward 1 free attribute point, Express 3. After a display of elegant yet brutal combos, the entire squad of robot guards lay scattered across the floor, emitting black smoke. Ironically, these killing machines meticulously modified by the Queen were being completely crushed by the physical body of an ordinary human. Mendy stood on the observation deck, watching this startling scene in total silence. Beneath his metallic mask, his eyes were filled with fanaticism. The primal holy body. So what Briss said was true. If I can induce him to join the mechanical kingdom and undergo mechanical modification, I can't imagine what kind of monster would be born. In his mind, a steel war god with world-destroying power was gradually taking shape. It would absolutely be the strongest warrior in the world. Down below, Chao Yu patted his hands and hurried over to help Professor Wajun up, asking with concern, "City Lord, are you all right?" The old man waved his hand, coughing violently several times, before pointing toward the massive glass chamber in the center of the room. "I'm fine." His voice trembled with excitement and horror. "Chao Yu, look over there. That's a heart cobbled together from steel fragments. Yes, that is the mechanical organ." The attribute panel for that failed project appeared. Target MTA mechanical heart. Level LV 15, HP 2000, Strength 0, Defense 0, Agility 0. Chao Yu frowned as he watched. The situation seemed to be changing as a bizarre blackness was rapidly spreading across the metallic surface of the MTA mechanical heart. He gritted his teeth, finally seeing the truth. "I see, City Lord. Even if you hadn't asked me, I would have destroyed this mechanical heart with my own hands. To think they were actually using human life force to feed this living machine." Staring at the abnormally pulsing thing, Chao Yu vowed coldly. Up on the high platform, Mendy could no longer sit still. He had to win over this primal holy body at any cost. He turned on the loudspeaker, his voice booming and full of persuasion. "O primal holy body of the human race, cast aside that fragile flesh and join this glorious evolution." Ignoring this temptation, Chao Yu charged toward the glass chamber imprisoning the mechanical heart. Mendy shrieked, "What does he think he's doing?" Before anyone could react, Chao Yu leaped over the control console, shattered the protective glass, and dove straight for the area where the mechanical heart was located. Mendy screamed at the top of his lungs, "Stop, what are you doing?" In midair, Chao Yu channeled all his strength into his right fist, let out a world-shaking roar, and delivered a fatal blow to the MTA. Boom, a bright red damage value of -404 exploded across the machine's surface. Seeing his life's work being destroyed, Mendy activated his thrusters and dove down in a frenzy. "Human primal holy body, stop at once." Chao Yu turned and swung a fist glowing with a green light, warning, "Don't get in my way." Simultaneously, the base defense system issued a shrill alarm, red lights flashing wildly as a mechanized voice announced urgently, "Warning, extreme danger detected. Danger level. Hell, Master, please evacuate immediately." Repeat, "Master, please evacuate immediately." Mendy ignored the warning, plunging forward like a moth to a flame. Chow Yu dodged to the side and landed a heavy punch right on Mendy's chest. Bang! Mendy took the hit directly, and 288 HP evaporated instantly. The terrifying impact sent the leader flying like a cannonball, smashing through a thick steel wall and leaving a massive hole. He crawled out from the debris, his metallic mask shattered to reveal a pale face, yet his eyes were frighteningly mad. He clutched his chest, muttering to himself in a frenzy, "This power is too incredible. I must keep him in the mechanical kingdom." Chow Yu ignored the megalomaniac, staying in front of the MTA to deliver a series of thunderous punches to the metallic heart. The machine's HP plummeted. Looking at those still wriggling, disgusting tentacles, he wore a look of extreme revulsion. "You evil thing, shatter for me?" Clang! A piercing red light flashed, followed by a world-shaking explosion that sent metal fragments flying everywhere. The system voice rang out, congratulating the player. "Congratulations to player Chow Yu for successfully destroying the mechanical heart MTA. Express 100. Detected player Chow Yu defeated the MTA barehanded. Reward 3 free attribute points. From the ceiling, the blood of the innocent victims dripped down like the rain of vengeful spirits. Mendy charged forward, roaring like a wild beast, his eyes bloodshot. How dare you destroy the MTA? Do you have any idea how much of our hope was placed in it?" Chow Yu looked at his blood-stained hands, his gaze chillingly cold. "I can't even imagine how many living people you fed to it." He looked at the half-human, half-machine leader with disdain. "Tisk tisk. You're clearly a human, yet you call yourself a robot. Don't worry, you're next." Mendy took a step back, raising his hands in a gesture of truce, trying his best to maintain a calm tone. "Wait a moment, let me explain, O human primal holy body." He lowered his brow, his voice filled with deep reverence. "While you are strong compared to her great majesty the queen, you are not even worth a fingernail." Seeing Chow Yu still clenching his fists, he quickly threw out some bait. "Even if you destroyed the MTA, her majesty the queen will not punish you." He flashed a sycophantic smile. He spread his hands in invitation, even offering a chance at redemption. "If you come with me now to meet her majesty and surrender to the mechanical embrace, the queen will surely pardon your crimes." Hearing this unfamiliar title, Chow Yu immediately furrowed his brow in confusion. "Her Majesty, isn't Mendy the sovereign of the mechanical kingdom?" "Not far away." Professor Hua Jun shouted anxiously. "Chow Yu, don't let him deceive you." Chow Yu looked back and offered a reassuring smile to the old man. "Don't worry, City Lord. I have no interest in siding with a bunch of scrap metal. I only trust my own body." Despite being flatly rejected, Mendy continued to smile insidiously, plotting secretly. "Once you witness the queen's greatness, you won't think that way anymore." Mendy turned to lead Chow Yu through a corridor filled with modern technology, secretly pulling a tiny metal object from his pocket. He trailed behind with a triumphant glint in his eyes. While Chow Yu was focused on observing his surroundings, Mendy flicked his finger, launching a silver micro-mechanical beetle through the air. It silently latched onto Chow Yu's collar. This was a state-of-the-art parasite capable of invading the nervous system to gradually transform the host into a machine. Throughout the walk, Chow Yu moved with casual composure, seemingly entirely unaware of the uninvited guest on his collar. Mendy watched his handiwork, his heart racing with joy. "If I can successfully parasitize this primal holy body, Her Majesty will surely reward me handsomely." At that moment, the mechanical insect bared its sharp venomous needle, preparing to inject an anesthetic into the target's neck. Smack! In a flash, Chow Yu reached back and slammed his hand heavily against the back of his neck. The mechanical beetle was crushed to pieces, splattering a few drops of greenish artificial blood. He clenched his fist, teeth gritted as he exerted a burst of power, throwing a heavy punch directly into the spine of the man in front of him. "I knew you weren't being honest." Sensing the killing intent exploding behind him, Mendy spun around in a panic, his eyes widening in terror. "What?" Before he could even offer an excuse, Chow Yu charged like a tank, unleashing a world-shaking uppercut. The terrifying impact sent Mendy flying dozens of meters away, his back slamming into a metal wall with a piercing, deafening crash. Chow Yu frowned, rubbing his knuckles with a dark expression of disappointment. "As expected of a level 15 NPC, you're quite durable." Mendy scrambled up unsteadily, his jaw knocked completely to the side, and he cursed through gritted teeth. "You bastard, do you really not want to see Her Majesty?" Chow Yu patted his hands, looking at him sideways. "You only tried to move against me after we got here. If I'm not mistaken, that queen you mentioned is nearby, right?" He approached with heavy authoritative steps. "In that case, I don't need you to lead the way." Seeing his scheme exposed, Mendy waved his hand in a display of power, and a red aura instantly swirled around his body. He roared in a threatening voice, "Primal holy body, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It's all the same if I hand you over to Her Majesty after I've crippled you." His tattered cloak fell away, revealing a cold steel right arm. He sneered. "Her Majesty will reshape your mechanical body anyway." As soon as he finished, the massive metal arm swung up, carrying 1,000 pounds of force as it smashed toward Chow Yu. The two instantly engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat. The ground cracked and sparks flew in every direction. Boom! Chow Yu slammed a fist into Mendy's chest. A damage number of -230 popped up. He curled his lip and rubbed his hand, saying disdainfully, "Didn't you eat?" The half-human, half-machine Mendy stumbled back, clutching his chest and coughing violently, his eyes filled with horror. What? This is the power of the primal holy body? My full-strength strike. Before he could finish, Chao Yu lunged forward, locking onto the mechanical arm and mocking him with a cold laugh. I forgot, you piles of scrap metal really don't need to eat. A world-shaking battle continued to erupt as the two collided like comets, and Mendy's health bar began to drain frantically. Minus 240, battered and in a wretched state, the iron mask on Mendy's face shattered piece by piece. He struggled in despair. Stop, let go of me, damn it, I can't move. Chao Yu gripped Mendy by the collar, used the momentum to lean back, and then delivered a terrifying headbutt directly to the enemy's forehead. Thud. Mendy took the hit squarely and flew out like a kite with its string cut, crashing into a pile of black smoke-belching ruins. A moment later, a bizarre figure crawled out from the debris. His human skin had completely vanished, replaced by a combat machine encased in full metal armor. His electronic eyes flickered with a blood-red murderous intent. He roared, "Human primal holy body, I admit I truly underestimated you before. Current HP 432-2000. He slammed his metal chest, announcing with majesty, "In the battle to come I shall give you my full respect." Chao Yu stood with hands on his hips, sizing up the aberration and clicking his tongue in appraisal. So this is your true form. It's way too ugly. Even if you beat me to death, I would never choose this kind of evolution. Enraged by the insult to his appearance, Mendy ignited his engines and dove down, swinging a heavy hammer at his opponent. Haha, mechanical thrust. Chao Yu narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists, the veins bulging. He accepted the challenge calmly. In that case, I'll be a little more serious too. Ordinary punch. Boom, the two forces collided, triggering a massive explosion that obscured the area in thick smoke. Chao Yu's critical punch completely crushed Mendy's dignity, dealing fatal damage, minus 480. Sharp metal fragments flew in all directions, embedding themselves deeply into the surrounding walls. Chao Yu stepped back a few paces, brushed the dust off his clothes, and let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. The system immediately played a triumphal march. Detected player Chao Yu defeated NPC Mendy barehanded. Reward 15 free attribute points, XP 75. Congratulations player on your successful advancement. Current Express 15-1100. Additional reward 10 free attribute points. A melodious bell rang out. Congratulations to player Chao Yu for becoming a junior mage. He raised an eyebrow in surprise, secretly delighted. Oh, I've become a junior mage. A series of new attribute values popped up in his status bar. At this moment he held the ancient simple key firmly in his hand. System confirmation. Congratulations to player for completing the hidden quest. Obtained the unsealing key. He tossed the key and smiled triumphantly. The city lord's task is finally done. Having secured the key, he strode through the cold metal corridor, excitedly rushing toward the VIP area. Time to meet this mechanical queen. Maybe she'll drop a few more high-tier items for me. Standing before the heavy protective door, Chao Yu tapped on the sensor panel with excitement. Beep, beep, beep. The electronic board flashed red. Password incorrect. He furrowed his brow. He put his hands on his hips and complained impatiently. Why is there a password? If I'd known, I wouldn't have dismantled Mendy so soon. He scratched his head, feeling a surge of helplessness. Where am I supposed to ask for the password here? Inside the luxurious room, a blonde girl sat leisurely in a velvet armchair. Hearing the password incorrect prompt from outside, she lifted her head slightly. A hint of curiosity for humanity flickering in her cold gaze. Based on past experience, they should have cleared the dungeon after killing Mendy. Why would they come looking for me? Outside, Chao Yu completely lost his patience. He took a step back, gathered his strength in his right fist, and unleashed a miracle strike against the reinforced iron door. Boom, the heavy iron door was blasted off its hinges, crashing heavily to the floor. He blew on his smoking fist and shrugged in evaluation. Brute force is still the most convenient. Entering the room, Chao Yu looked at the person in the chair and froze, his eyes wide and mouth agape. A human girl? Was she captured by Mendy? Or, to maintain politeness, he tentatively stepped forward and offered a friendly greeting. Hello, big sister, what are you doing here? The blonde girl rested her chin on her hand. She sized up the intruder with a scrutinizing gaze. From the outside world, what a strange human. Seeing her remain silent, Chao Yu lowered his voice and asked with concern, Sister, can you speak? What's your name? The girl spoke calmly, her voice cold and devoid of any emotion. The mechanical queen. Chao Yu's lip twitched and he swallowed hard. You're saying you're the mechanical queen? The system immediately confirmed her terrifying identity with a shimmering panel. Epic NPC, the mechanical queen. Level, LV 48. HP, 100,000 unable to display. Strength, defense, agility extremely high. Skills, mechanical puppet, death ray, death storm. Looking at that long string of numbers, Chao Yu broke into a cold sweat, stuttering as he confirmed, how much? The mechanical queen raised an eyebrow and calmly repeated that deathly figure, 100,000 HP. His mind was a mess, completely unsure how to react, his heart screaming, how can an NPC with 100,000 health be anything other than an A-rank boss? Driven by his sharp survival instincts, Chao Yu performed a 180-degree turn on the spot and took off running. Sister, no, your majesty, I took the wrong path, I'm so sorry, I'm leaving now. But before he could cross the threshold, 6 gleaming shuttles shot out from behind the queen, coiling around Chao Yu like venomous snakes and locking him tight like a crab's pincers. The sudden restraint filled him with terror. I've been bound by these ropes. The queen flicked her finger to retract the shuttles, and a massive force dragged Chao Yu across the floor until he was pulled back to her side. He gritted his teeth and struggled desperately, but the shuttles made of an unknown material only grew tighter. He groaned, cold sweat pouring down. Too strong, I can't move at all. The queen looked down at his pitiful, distressed expression, stroking his cheek with her fair hand, her voice gentle yet filled with magic. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. She placed her slender finger on Chao Yu's forehead, and instantly a bolt of pale pink lightning flashed between their brows. The ability to read memories was activated. Vivid images in Chao Yu's mind played clearly like a movie on rewind, ice cream melting under a blue sky. Two boys excitedly playing video games. A father and son drenching themselves in sweat while dunking together. Deftly passing a ball on a soccer field, a bustling crowded street glowing with festive lights. Witnessing these mundane scenes filled with life, the mechanical queen's eyes widened, revealing an uncontrollable sense of bewilderment and longing. Is this the outside world? Within the queen's consciousness, a lonely beam of light shone upon a cold throne. She sat there, murmuring to herself amidst her isolation. I have always known my world is not the real world. Looking out from the massive high windows, she overlooked the unchanging mechanical kingdom filled with modern skyscrapers. This world was known as a dungeon, a simulated world. Every so often the dungeon would refresh. Everything would return to its initial state. The mechanical queen sat cross-legged in the velvet chair, sighing melancholically, a wisdom beyond code flickering in her eyes. This simulated world has technical loopholes. As long as I stay in this room, I can avoid the dungeon refresh. I don't remember how many times I have been refreshed. She looked up at the bound Chao Yu, a spark of hope in her eyes. In countless cycles of reincarnation, only you have come before me. I will absolutely not miss this rare opportunity. She flicked her finger to retract the 6 shuttles, restoring her prey's freedom. Chao Yu rubbed his aching arms and glared at her with extreme caution, saying irritably, You read my memories? The mechanical queen smiled gracefully and shook her head slightly. No, it was an exchange. I will let you see mine. A red light flashed, transmitting her fragmented memories of millions of repetitions into Chao Yu's mind. After seeing those painful segments, he clicked his tongue in amazement. So that's how it is. No wonder a D-rank dungeon boss like her has such high attributes and levels. He stood up and tentatively asked the true purpose of this AI deity. You want to get out? Yes, she answered simply, without a shred of hesitation. Realizing he was facing a powerful existence far beyond his control, Chao Yu closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then stuck out his neck in a gesture of take it or leave it. Then just kill me. A level 11 rookie like me has no way to fight against the operating rules of this world. Hearing this blunt refusal, the mechanical queen did not get angry. Instead, she clapped in admiration. No need to fight them. She decisively thrust her sharp fingertips into her own left chest, and a surge of black blood erupted, staining her magnificent dress. Witnessing this horrifying act of self-mutilation, Chao Yu's eyes widened in terror as he shouted to stop her. What are you doing? Ignoring the wound, she slowly pulled out a pulsing, fiery red mechanical heart, explaining with a smile, It's crazy, but we can use the JW rules you mentioned. The item info displayed bone-chilling data. Heart of the Mechanical Queen, epic item, grants the power of mechanical creation. She tossed the blood-drenched heart to Chao Yu and instructed softly, As long as you carry this, it will evolve into another me. Items can be taken away by players. Chao Yu cradled the warm heart carefully, still not quite understanding the mechanical logic. She waved her hand and added, When it forms a new body, I will have an avatar able to perceive the outside world. Chao Yu narrowed his eyes in suspicion as he was betting his trust on a transcendent NPC. Aren't you afraid I'll go back on my word? Once I'm out of here, you won't be able to do anything to me. The mechanical queen leaned back in her chair, crossing her fingers and staring at him with a gaze that seemed to pierce through his heart. I'm not afraid. In my memories, I saw no record of you ever breaking a promise. Besides, I only want to see with my own eyes what the outside world looks like. Hearing this confession filled with longing, Chao Yu fell silent. He secretly marveled at the wonders of the JW system. An NPC had actually developed self-awareness and even planned to escape her own dungeon. Seeing him still hesitating, the queen tilted her chin and urged, Well, have you considered it? Chao Yu. Chao Yu looked directly into her deep ethereal blue electronic eyes. Chao Yu curled his lip into a smirk and gave a calm shrug. Besides agreeing to my terms, do you really have any other choice? Hearing this narcissistic reply, the mechanical queen let out a radiant laugh, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Thank you, all right, you may go. Space began to warp as the system chimed with the bells of victory. Congratulations to player Chao Yu for clearing the Mechanical Kingdom dungeon. Completion rating, A. Distributing rewards based on rating. Beams of reward light fell into his inventory one after another. Player Chao Yu has received an A-rank reward, XP 50. Free attribute points 5, B-rank skill book, shaping art, C-rank item, spirit of vegetation. Effect, increases attack power by 30, class restriction none. Chao Yu looked at the glowing C-rank item in his hand, grinning from ear to ear. Whoa, an attack boost, this thing is pretty sweet. Time to head back and have the principal open that ruby. He wasted no more time and immediately activated his town portal stone, teleporting directly into Principal Shi Jinlong's office. Stepping out of the portal, Chao Yu looked around the empty room in confusion. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Principal, hello, is anyone here? Standing alone in the room, he pulled out the mesmerizingly radiant ruby and the emerald green key. Stroking the two treasures, he clicked his tongue and made a decision. Whatever, I'll just use the key to break the seal myself and see what's inside this ruby. He carefully inserted the key into the razor-thin slit on the cube. A crisp click echoed. It was a perfect fit. Immediately after, arcs of emerald lightning intertwined and erupted. The ruby began to spin fantastically before automatically shattering into countless small shards that hovered in midair. Amidst the blinding light, an imposing long blade gradually manifested. Chao Yu's eyes widened as he checked the weapon's description in shock. Growth-type weapon, Azure Dragon Crescent Blade. He lifted the heavy blade, stroking its cold edge, his mind filled with question marks. This is what my parents left for me. Why is it a blade and there aren't any attributes? How am I supposed to level this thing up? Though he held a legendary god-tier artifact, Chao Yu's face fell like a soggy cracker. Besides, aren't I a mage, carrying a giant blade around to hack people? Does that even make sense? Just as he was clutching the blade in frustration, the door was slammed open with a bang. Principal Shi Jinlong rushed in frantically, panting for breath as he screamed, Chao Yu! Chao Yu jumped in shock and spun around, excitedly showing off his loot. Principal, look, I got the ruby open. Shi Jinlong didn't even glance at it. He waved his hands dismissively, his face turning red with urgency as he urged, oh my god, forget the ruby, get to the testing grounds. If you don't go right now, you're going to miss the Gaokao. Chao Yu stood frozen like a stone statue, his eyes bugging out as he stammered, exam the Gaokao. Suddenly remembering the big day, he dropped the blade and clutched his head, wailing, oh no, no. At the Central University testing site, the sun was scorching. Thousands of students were gathered noisily on a massive field, the air thick with tension. Near the registration desk, 3 male students wearing the crisp uniforms of the First Academy approached. The leader tilted his chin up arrogantly, hands on his hips as he questioned the proctor, can we start the exam yet? Before the proctor could answer, Yang Shangdi squeezed through the crowd, frowning as he interrupted irritably, wait, it's not time yet, our team isn't all here. The student from the First Academy glanced at the school badge on Yang Shangdi's chest and let out a contemptuous sneer. A student from the Fourth Academy, huh? The fat boy beside him joined in with a mocking laugh. Aren't the students from the Fourth Academy just a bunch of useless trash? What difference does it make if they take the test or not? Publicly humiliated, Yang Shangdi turned red with rage, rolling up his sleeves and shouting angrily, what do you have to be so cocky about? The lead student crossed his arms, announcing arrogantly, our First Academy has always had the highest admission rate. The city's top scholar almost always comes from our school. Last year, First Academy's Long Shang became the top scholar of the combat department. He flicked his hair, concluding with a cold laugh, do you understand, this year will be no different. The top scholar title still belongs to our school. Another boy from the First Academy chimed in, his face full of disdain. People from the Fourth Academy, why are you even taking the exam? Just hurry up and go home. The group from the First Academy let out a wave of obnoxious laughter. Haha, being late for something as big as the Gaokao, they're definitely too scared to show up. The students from the two schools stood in a tense standoff, becoming the focus of the entire field as onlookers gathered around curiously. Yang Shangdi wasn't one to back down. He put his hands on his hips and announced loudly, just you lot, my brother you could send you flying with a single punch. Hearing this wildly arrogant claim, the First Academy students crossed their arms and erupted in mocking laughter. Oh really, one punch, fine, we'll see you on the field. I'd love to see how you people demonstrate one punch per person. Amidst the war of words, Shih Zhu anxiously tugged at Zhao Ziyu's sleeve, her eyes constantly searching the school gates as she whispered worriedly, why isn't he here yet? The exam is about to start. Chao Yu, where on earth are you? Right then, the class monitor Ma Fei stepped forward and gripped his sword hilt, his voice booming over the noise. Listen up, First Academy. I'm the one who will end your school's myth, and I have only one true opponent, and that's Chao Yu. Though he looked imposing, his brow was furrowed as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, Chao Yu, why aren't you here yet? Meanwhile, outside the school gates, Chao Yu was sprinting for his life, the wind whistling past his ears as he muttered through gritted teeth, damn it. Almost there, move. In the assembly area, a proctor with a megaphone shouted toward the Fourth Academy's advisor. Teacher from the Fourth Academy, the exam is starting. Are all your people here? The elderly teacher was drenched in sweat, bowing slightly with a bitter smile and a pleading tone. See, can we wait just a little longer? He stared fixedly at the gate, his eyes filled with hope. Chao Yu, if you don't show up now, you're really going to miss the Gaokao. Suddenly, the screech of tires pierced the tense atmosphere. Yang Shangdi jumped up, screaming with joy. Brother Yu, you finally made it. Chao Yu reached up to smooth his wind-swept hair, walking onto the field with a steady, powerful stride. Under the blazing sun, his late arrival instantly drew everyone's gaze. Despite being almost out of breath from running, he still maintained his punchable, arrogant look, tilting his chin up to announce, made it just in time. Your daddy is here. The group from the First Academy glared at Chao Yu from across the field, their eyes filled with rage as they muttered curses. This is the guy we waited so long for? Seriously, what a waste of time. Hearing those nasty comments, Shih Zhu frowned and shot back. The time isn't up yet, what's the rush? One of the First Academy students tilted his head, his tone extremely haughty. We're in a rush to send you home so we can take the top scholar title. Chao Yu walked over to his teammates, not even looking at the barking crowd. He picked his ear as he asked Yang Shangdi, "Where did these idiots pop out from?" Yang Shangdi let out a cold laugh and pointed across from them. "They're from the First Academy." Being ignored and insulted, the First Academy students were instantly livid. They pointed at Chao Yu's nose and cursed, "You brat, what did you just say? When we're on the field, you'd better pray you don't fall into my hands." Another person held back his furious companion, saying dismissively, "Don't bother with them. They're just from a tiny little place like the Fourth Academy." Chao Yu shoved his hands in his pockets and shrugged. "Is everyone at the First Academy this conceited? I hope you can keep that attitude on the field. The top scholar spot is mine, you've got no shot." Hearing such a wildly provocative challenge, the First Academy group was fuming with rage. One person rolled up his sleeves and roared from the crowd, "Kid, you looking to die?" Just as the atmosphere was about to explode into a brawl, a steady, cold voice rang out from behind the First Academy students. A single brief word caused the students who were just acting like ravenous wolves to shut up instantly. Backing away to clear a path, a young man with a calm face and sharp eyes walked forward. It was Ji Yushu. He stood among the arrogant students, his tone flat yet heavy with pressure. "Our only goal is the top scholar title, if anyone causes more trouble." Before Ji Yushu could even finish, his lackeys turned pale and bowed their heads, stammering apologies. Ji Yushu, I'm sorry." Seeing the thugs who were just being so overbearing now slinking away behind Ji Yushu, Chao Yu, Yang Shangdi, and Shei Zhu were all a bit surprised. Shei Zhu crossed her arms and muttered, "Strange, why did they stop looking for a fight?" Right then, the venue's broadcast blared across the area, and all the students went silent immediately. Time was up. The proctor's booming voice came through the speakers. "The exam officially begins." On the towering honorary stage, Chief Proctor Jin Tong straightened his collar, his gaze sweeping over the sea of students below as he announced into the microphone, "I am the Chief Proctor for this exam, Jin Tong. Let's get straight to the point. This Gaokao will use a point-based elimination system. A win in the first round grants 2 points, while a loss deducts 1 point. Win streaks grant an additional 1-point bonus, but consecutive losses do not result in repeated deductions. After 10 rounds, the top 10 students based on points will enter the finals to compete for the top scholar title." After finishing the brutal scoring rules, he paused. He asked loudly, "Do you understand?" Thousands of voices rose like a thunderclap. "We understand." Chief Proctor Jin Tong raised his right hand, announcing majestically, "I declare the 3180th Suchun Gaokao officially begun." In the stands, tens of thousands of parents and teachers stood up and cheered. "Go for it, son. This is the chance to change your fate. Daughter, Daddy is watching you. Good luck, everyone." In the Mage Department's waiting area, Chao Yu sat with his arms crossed, waiting for the first round of battles to start. He rubbed his chin, thinking back on the rules. He heard the exam used 1v1 duels where health would drop to a minimum of 1 point to prevent deaths. He looked down at his clenched fist, a cruel smile curling his lips. "In other words, I can go all out without holding anything back." Meanwhile, in the shade of the VIP section, last year's combat top scholar Long Shang sat arrogantly with his arms crossed between two teachers, looking down at the students. A teacher stroked his beard and asked, "Long Shang, who do you think will take the top scholar spot this year?" Long Shang flicked his greasy hair and laughed conceitedly. "The top scholar will, of course, still come from our First Academy." The proctor's voice rang out through the speakers across the arenas again, announcing the first round's list. Arena 108. Long Maishan from the First Academy versus Chao Yu from the Fourth Academy. Hearing his opponent's name, Chao Yu raised an eyebrow and muttered, "Long Maishan." On the stage, Long Maishan held a staff flickering with electric sparks. He tilted his chin at the approaching Chao Yu, his tone filled with hostility. "I really didn't expect this. To run into you in the very first round." Chao Yu stopped, hands in his pockets, and replied with a deadpan face, "So your name is Long Maishan? That's quite a name. Fits you, don't you think?" He purposefully elongated the pronunciation of Long Maishan, his tone dripping with mockery. Infuriated by Chao Yu's flippant attitude, Long Maishan roared through gritted teeth, "Are you tired of living? Don't you dare say my name like that. You think I won't rip your mouth off right now?" The proctor stood between them, ignoring the childish bickering as he coldly proceeded with the formalities. "Are you ready?" Chao Yu and Long Maishan glared at each other, answering in unison, "Ready." The proctor continued following the tedious protocol. "Both sides, begin your introductions." Hearing this pointless rule, both men were stunned. Long Maishan, already furious, shouted directly at the proctor, "Damn it, why is there still a rule like this? Can't we just start fighting?" Chao Yu nodded in agreement from the side, his tone unusually flat. "I was wondering the same thing." Despite their annoyance, they couldn't violate the rules. Long Maishan slammed his staff into the ground in frustration, reciting his resume like he was reading from a textbook. Long Maishan, First Academy. Level 9 Lightning Mage. When it was Chao Yu's turn, he shrugged and gave a lazy introduction. Chao Yu, Fourth Academy. Level 11 Junior Necromancer. Hearing the word junior, Long Maishan jumped in fright, his panic impossible to hide. The staff in his hand trembled slightly as he gasped incoherently. "J Junior?" The proctor also stared with wide eyes, silently assessing. Reaching the junior rank before the exam, it seems this kid is a strong contender for top scholar. Setting aside his shock, he waved the flag. "All right, introductions complete. Let the battle begin." At the command of Long Maishan was terrified. He gritted his teeth and channeled his power, blue lightning arcs swirling around his body. He comforted himself in his desperation. "Damn it, whatever. Lightning magic counters the necromancy branch, so what if he's a junior? I won't necessarily lose. He swung his staff to unleash his strongest defensive move, Thunder Boundary. A glowing shield swirling with lightning enveloped him, sparks crackling and popping. Faced with this flashy light show, Chao Yu remained standing with his hands behind his back, perfectly calm. He watched the other man cast his spell leisurely, making no move to counterattack. In the stands, hundreds of gazes focused on Arena 108. A burst of heated discussion and cheers erupted from the crowd. Whoa, look over there, a lightning mage. I heard the awakening rate for lightning mages is only 1 in 1,000, almost as rare as a hidden class. Exactly, lightning is recognized as having the strongest burst damage. Inside his lightning shield, Long Maishan gripped his staff with trembling hands, staring fixedly at Chao Yu as cold sweat poured down his forehead. Despite the protection of the barrier, the discussions in the stands pierced Long Maishan's ears like sharpened blades of irony. That lightning mage is actually playing defense, isn't that like cutting off his own arm? Lightning mages aren't exactly known for their defensive capabilities. The spectators turned their gazes toward Chao Yu, who stood there as relaxed as if he were taking a leisurely stroll in a park, wondering, is this really the opponent? Why is he making a lightning mage act so cowardly? Driven by his wounded pride, Long Maishan let out a loud roar to bolster his courage, his voice trembling yet defiant. Come on then, let me see what a necromancer like you is actually made of. Chao Yu moved, but the moment Long Maishan finished speaking, he realized something was wrong. He furrowed his brow and squinted to observe. Why hasn't he even pulled out his staff? Does he intend to forfeit the match? In the VIP section, a teacher nudged Principal Shi Jinlong's arm and asked the old fox Shi curiously, "This Chao Yu is the student you fast-tracked to Kyoto University, right? Does he not plan to make a move?" He stared at Chao Yu's composed manner and clicked his tongue in appraisal. This kid is far too conceited. Even though his level is indeed higher, lightning is the natural counter to necromancy. If this child still refuses to summon the undead, a crushing defeat isn't out of the question. Principal Shi Jinlong stroked his beard, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. HMPH, heaven's secrets must not be revealed, just be patient and keep watching, he thought to himself with pride. Chao Yu is a freak. He's the kind of guy who can send a Kyoto University recruiter flying with a single punch. Sitting nearby, Long Shang also crossed his arms with interest, murmuring to himself with a smile, "Oh, then let's see exactly what happens when your necromancy goes up against a lightning mage." Below the arena, Long Maishan's eyes widened as he realized Chao Yu wasn't chanting. He hadn't drawn his staff. He was simply walking empty-handed and leisurely toward Long Maishan's lightning formation. Long Maishan's gaze was locked onto his opponent's slowly approaching figure. Here he comes. Seeing Chao Yu looking so dashing and spirited amidst the crackling lightning, Long Maishan's heart raced in panic. What on earth is he trying to do? Why hasn't he started summoning the undead yet? Chao Yu stepped into the lightning forbidden zone as if no one else were there. This silence caused Long Maishan to lose his composure entirely, stammering incoherently. What the hell is going on? What kind of monster are you? You actually dare to walk directly into my lightning barrier? With every step Chao Yu took in the lightning zone, sparks struck his body directly, bringing up scattered damage values. -9.2, -9.5, -9. This negligible amount of health loss caused Long Maishan to lose all sense of direction, screaming frantically in his mind, aren't necromancers recognized as the class most easily shattered by lightning? On what basis can this guy do this? Not just Long Maishan but the tens of thousands of spectators in the stands stood up in unison, staring at this absurd scene with their mouths agape. The discussions erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest. Holy crap, what's happening? Is this really a battle between mages? Shouldn't mages be standing far apart, throwing spells at each other? Is this kid stupid? In the center of the lightning storm, Chao Yu waved his hand casually, and a pair of steel knuckles shimmering with golden light instantly appeared. The item parameter panel flashed. Brisk knuckles. Rank C effect. Increases critical hit rate by 30. Class restriction. Non-knuckle users note this is the knuckle's own restriction, but Chao Yu has equipped them. Chao Yu suddenly accelerated, lunging in front of Long Maishan like a bolt of black lightning. He wore a sinister smile that sent chills down one's spine. "I'll test my new gear on you." Long Maishan's mouth hung open, his eyes wide with terror as cold sweat poured down like rain, his face turning as pale as a sheet. He hurriedly raised his hands to block, shouting incoherently, Wait, what are you trying to do?" Chao Yu gave his opponent no room to breathe, swinging his arm, armored with the steel knuckles and imbued with critical power, and delivering a world-shaking heavy punch directly into Long Maishan's abdomen. Boom, a burst of crimson fire lit up, and accompanied by a dazzling critical hit prompt, a massive damage number exploded in midair. -1140. Chao Yu's terrifying punch triggered a violent explosion, blasting Long Maishan dozens of meters away. He tumbled out of the arena, rolling several times on the ground before collapsing motionless. His mouth was wide open, coughing up flecks of bright red blood as his eyes rolled back. The health bar panel flashed a blood red warning, 1900. On the arena, Chao Yu stood straight, shaking out his fist while the smoke from the explosion still drifted around him. He looked down at the dying body and dropped a cold remark. "Remember this, you owe me a life." The vast stands fell into a few seconds of deathly silence before erupting into a frenzy of terror and awe. Everyone was rubbing their eyes, unable to believe the madness they had just witnessed. "I'm not dreaming, am I? What did I just see?" A Necromancer tanked lightning with his bare body and then took out over 1,000 health points with just one punch. In the VIP section, the teacher who had previously mocked Chao Yu was so agitated he rushed over and grabbed Principal Shi Jinlong by the collar. The veins on his neck bulged, his face flushed with rage as he screamed hysterically, "Old Fox Shi, I'll overlook tanking lightning with his body, and I'll overlook the iron knuckles." He pointed a trembling finger at the brilliantly smiling Chao Yu on the arena and roared hoarsely, "But this guy can take off over 1,000 HP with just one punch. You call this a Necromancer?" Shi Jinlong slowly brushed off his colleague's hand, calmly straightening his wrinkled collar as he explained leisurely, "What's wrong with a Necromancer having a bit of strength? Chao Yu has practiced martial arts since he was a child. His movements and power generation are very skilled. It's perfectly reasonable." The teacher still couldn't swallow his anger, stomping his feet in rebuttal. "Reasonable, my ass." Meanwhile, Longshang crossed his arms and observed, his eyes flashing with extreme excitement. The corners of his mouth curled up as he murmured with admiration, "Interesting. For a Necromancer to reach this level with physical strength this terrifying. Just how strong must his necromancy be? I'm truly looking forward to it." The scene shifted to the VIP lounge reserved for seated players. Young Master Jiyu sat elegantly with his legs crossed, sipping fragrant tea while leisurely flipping through an ancient leather-bound book. Suddenly, with a bang, the door was burst open and a male student rushed in frantically, shouting breathlessly, "Young Master Jiyu!" The student swallowed hard, urgently reporting the bad news. "Long Maishan has been defeated. It was someone from the 4th Academy. It only took one punch." Young Master Jiyu remained seated. He nodded calmly, his gaze never leaving the pages of the book, responding coldly as if he had long expected the result. "I see." He flipped a page, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "That guy does have some ability. Let's start by causing some trouble for him." He slammed the book shut and looked up at the ceiling, his eyes filled with extreme arrogance and conceit. The top scholar of the Gaokao can only belong to the 1st Academy. Back at the stadium, the audience was still heatedly discussing the blitz. "This is definitely a body cultivator who sneaked into the mage's exam, right? To tank a lightning mage's thunderhead on. Even an Iron Man couldn't do that." One passerby even joked loudly, "Excuse me, are you Master Saitama?" Below the arena, Chao Yu stood with his hands behind his back, a brilliant smile on his face as he repeatedly bowed his head to the crowd in humility, thanking them for their recognition. Just as he was immersed in the halo of victory, he was completely unaware that Chief Proctor Jin Tong was silently pushing through the crowd toward him, followed by a group of imposing men in black suits and sunglasses. Jin Tong stopped behind Chao Yu, patted his shoulder heavily and spoke in a cold voice. "Hello, Chao Yu. I'll need you to come with us." Chao Yu jumped in shock and spun around, his face filled with bewilderment. "Why?" Two of the men in black sunglasses immediately stepped forward, surrounding Chao Yu in a pincer maneuver. Jin Tong crossed his arms over his chest and explained with a serious face, "Because your performance just now was surprisingly good. Someone reported you for cheating. We must perform an inspection on you now." Chao Yu furrowed his brow, unable to understand what was happening, and spread his hands innocently. "Just because my performance was too outstanding you're going to take me in for inspection? Is there any justice left? Is there any law?" Jin Tong narrowed his eyes, tapped the documents in his hand and questioned sharply, "Then how do you explain a mage being able to land a melee attack with such high damage?" Chao Yu shrugged and replied casually without blinking, "I have innate divine strength." Jin Tong didn't want to hear these empty excuses and gave a decisive command to his subordinates, "Take him away." Instantly, two men in black hoisted Chao Yu by the arms and dragged him away. Even as he was being dragged across the field, he still looked back, shouting his innocence feebly, "I really do have innate divine strength." Witnessing this strange scene, the audience in the stands descended into chaos once again, confused about the situation. That Necromancer was taken away. Could he really be cheating? No wonder. Where would you find a Necromancer who can take off over 1,000 HP just with his fists? In the judges section, the teacher who had previously mocked Chao Yu was now grinning from ear to ear. He nudged Principal Shi Jinlong in the ribs with his elbow and mocked gleefully, "Old Fox Shi, your star student was taken away by the proctors. That kid didn't pull any tricks behind our backs, did he?" Principal Shi Jinlong crossed his arms. Appearing completely unbothered and calm, he let out a light laugh and turned to leave. "Let's go take a look together and find out." On the field, class monitor Ma Fei watched Chao Yu being dragged away, stroking his chin in deep thought. Chao Yu was so powerful back in the Nightmare Village. Could that have been cheating too? Hearing such heartless words, Xieju's face turned red with rage as she turned and shouted at Ma Fei. In another corner, Yang Shangdi felt extremely uncomfortable hearing the malicious laughter from the 1st Academy students. "I knew it. How could a mage deal that much damage? It's definitely cheating. I bet when that guy takes his drug test there won't be a drop of urine in there, just pure steroids. No need to guess, just wait and see. After the inspection they'll definitely announce that the guy's scores have been voided for cheating. Just you wait." Young Shandi couldn't stand others insulting his friend like that. His face turned red with rage as he rolled up his sleeves and loudly rebuked the 1st Academy group. "Nonsense, Chao Yu would never cheat. He'll be back to continue the exam in no time." The chubby boy pointed angrily at the mocking group. "That's right, just you wait and see. When Brother Yu comes back and takes the top scholar title, you'll be the ones crying." They didn't take the threat to heart at all, continuing to mock smugly. "Ha, you'd better pray he can even come back then. In the isolated inspection area, a piece of detection equipment shaped like a massive golden portal was running. Jin Tong directed Chao Yu to stand before the scanner and commanded coldly, "All right, walk through the detection array." Chao Yu smoothed the wrinkles in his clothes, showing no fear or hesitation as he held his chin high and strode through the energy curtain. As he walked, he let out a long sigh, shaking his head and lamenting his fate. Sigh as expected. The life of a genius is always accompanied by doubt. When Chao Yu stepped out of the light zone, the electronic board outside lit up with a green light reporting no abnormal data detected. Seeing this clean result, Jin Tong furrowed his brow, seemingly unwilling to believe the machine. He tilted his chin and ordered again. "Continue. Go through one more time." Chao Yu rolled his eyes helplessly but obeyed. He stood steadily in the center of the scanning gate, and the screen still firmly displayed green. No abnormal data detected. Jin Tong clicked his tongue and turned to scold the technicians. "Check if the detection gate is broken." "Yes, sir." The staff hurried over with instruments to measure, carefully checking every screw and motor of the gate. A moment later, the technical lead wiped his sweat and reported, "There is nothing wrong with the detection gate." Jin Tong stood with his hands behind his back, staring intently at the functioning gate, murmuring to himself, "No problem." Chao Yu let out a massive yawn and turned to leave, not wanting to deal with this trouble anymore. Jin Tong watched his slight figure, his gaze becoming exceptionally complex. His mind analyzed rapidly. This means this kid can deal over 1,000 damage purely with his physical strength. A melee mage. Such a mage has never appeared before. A black-clad guard in sunglasses stepped forward cautiously to ask his boss, "Then, should we let this candidate go back to continue the exam?" Jin Tong had not entirely dismissed his suspicions and continued to give stern instructions. "If the data scan is fine, take the kid for a drug test to see if he used any banned substances. If the drug test is normal, let him go back to continue." Back at the stadium stands, the atmosphere was extremely tense as the second round was about to begin. Ji Yushu stood in the VIP section, hands in his pockets, wearing a smug sneer of victory. Calculating the time, he estimated that the guy wouldn't be back within an hour and a half. As soon as the waiting time expired, the match would be automatically declared a forfeit. Below the arena, a candidate was already waiting in place, constantly checking his watch. After waiting a long time without his opponent appearing, he turned to ask the proctor, "Why isn't he back yet?" "Teacher, what happens if my opponent never shows up?" The proctor glanced at the stopwatch and answered flatly, "According to the regulations, if he's not back by the time limit, he will be declared the loser and you the winner." In the stands, the discussion started up again. Is the absent candidate that Necromancer? Time's almost up and he's not back. Could he really be hiding because of a guilty conscience over cheating? I could tell that kid was cheating long ago, otherwise how could he one-shot over 1,000 HP? In a stall of the men's restroom in the isolation area, Chao Yu stood before the urinal, irritably looking back at the guard in black who was following him closely. "What are you doing following me?" The guard in sunglasses held up 5 pages of sample collection protocols, his face expressionless and his tone as steady as a chant. According to the rules, the proctor must maintain full supervision during the sampling process. Chao Yu sighed. He zipped up his pants, leaned close to the guard's face, and patted his shoulder with genuine sympathy. "I'm mostly just afraid you'll get scared and trip." The guard adjusted his sunglasses, scoffing at Chao Yu's childish threat. "Rest assured, we have undergone professional training." Click, the stall door closed. 5 minutes later, the sound of flushing echoed. The stall door was pushed open violently. Chao Yu walked out, calmly fastening his buttons, and rested his hand on the shoulder of the guard, whose face was pale and whose knees were trembling. He clicked his tongue, comforting him in an extremely punchable tone. "I told you not to follow me. Now you've gone and scared yourself." The guard's face was deathly pale, tears and snot streaming down as he clutched his racing heart, letting out a terrified shriek. "Get lost." A few minutes later, the soul-shaken guard reported the test results to his boss. Jin Tong took the sheet, glancing over the conclusion. "Chao Yu's urine test, no abnormalities." He nodded slightly and gave a brief command. "Understood. Let the kid go back and continue the exam." Sitting back in his chair, Jin Tong opened Chao Yu's file, wanting to see the origin of this anomaly. His gaze suddenly froze on the father's name entry, and he muttered in surprise, "He's actually Chao Ancheng's son." He flipped to the next page, which contained the capacity parameters reported by Kyoto University. Jin Tong's pupils contracted sharply with shock. Mage attack damage 500, fast-tracked student for Kyoto University. He slammed the file onto the desk, threw his head back, and laughed heartily. "Haha, it seems this child can still bring us quite a few surprises." Outside the stadium, Chao Yu's friends were as anxious as ants on a hot skillet, waiting desperately for his return. Young Shangdi was scratching his head, his voice tinged with tears of worry. "What do we do? If Chao Yu doesn't come out soon, will he really be declared the loser?" Not far away, a group of students from the First Academy stood with their arms crossed, mocking the Fourth Academy's naivety with an air of superiority. A mage taking off over 1,000 HP with a single punch. If it were you, would you believe it? He thought he could continue the exam after cheating. That guy's probably been expelled and will never come back. Unable to take it any longer, Shay Zhu marched forward with her hands on her hips, blocking the First Academy group and pointing an accusing finger, her face flushed with rage. The proctor said someone reported him, which is why Chao Yu was taken for an inspection. It was you people who reported him, wasn't it? A male student from the first academy let out a cold laugh, responding with the arrogance of a common thug. Little sister, you can eat whatever you want, but you shouldn't say whatever you want. Do you have evidence it was us? The leader tilted his neck provocatively. Even if it was us, what could you do? Anyone would suspect such an unreasonable attack power. Look, even the proctor thinks he's cheating, or else why would he be taken away? Yang Shangdi didn't want to argue with these petty people anymore. So he pointed directly at their noses and roared, "Just live in your own subjective delusions then. News of his disqualification will probably be announced any second now." He curled the corner of his mouth into a trusting smile. Chao Yu would never cheat, he'll be back to continue the match in a moment. Yang Shangdi crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes, looking suspiciously at the first academy students. It was definitely the work of these narrow-minded jerks. He let out a cold laugh filled with disdain. It seemed they were afraid Chao Yu would snatch the top scholar spot, but their plot was destined to fail. Ma Fei lifted his chin, thumping his chest with pride, his tone thick with hostility. Even if Chao Yu isn't here, the top scholar spot will stay with our school, specifically in the hands of me, Ma Fei. Before he could finish his boasting, Sheiju's crystal-clear eyes widened and she pointed at the gate, screaming in excitement. "Chao Yu!" Ma Fei was instantly struck dumb, frozen like a wooden block. Yang Shangdi, however, was so moved his eyes reddened as he sprinted over to give Chao Yu a tight hug. "You're finally back." At the judge's table, Proctor tapped his watch and announced coldly, "If the candidate Chao Yu does not appear, this match will be judged." "Wait a minute." A loud shout interrupted the judgment. Chao Yu pushed through the crowd and strode onto the arena with a dashing air. Under the blazing sun, that familiar wicked smile surfaced once again, making him the instant focus of the entire crowd. He nodded slightly toward the proctor. "I'm here." The proctor nodded and raised his right hand in a signal. "In that case, let the match begin." Without needing a reminder, Chao Yu flicked his hair and announced his identity confidently and loudly. "Fourth Academy, Chao Yu. Junior Necromancer, level 11. The entire audience instantly erupted in extreme shock. "It's that Necromancer. He's back, so that means he didn't cheat at all. He really can take off over 1,000 HP with one punch." In the waiting area, the faces of the first academy students turned ashen, their teeth gritted in fury. They never expected him to actually return. On the arena, Chao Yu's opponent stood straight, puffing out his chest as he announced loudly, "You don't need to know my name." He crossed his arms and lifted his chin with a smug look, "Because if it's melee, I..." Before he could finish, he suddenly pulled a snow-white flag from his pocket and waved it high, shouting, "I surrender." Having said that, he took off running down the stage, muttering tremulously as he went, "Forget it, I don't want to get hit by that punch and lose over 1,000 HP. Chao Yu froze in place, then quickly chased after him, waving and shouting, "Hey, let me land one punch, just one, okay?" The proctor was speechless and had to clear his throat to announce winner of this match, Chao Yu from the 4th Academy. Points 3. Chao Yu's face fell and he pouted in disappointment. The electronic scoreboard flashed. With 2 consecutive wins, Chao Yu's total points accumulated to 5. In the waiting area, Ma Fei, Yang Shangdi and Xie Zhu rushed down to cheer and celebrate with Chao Yu. Meanwhile, in a silent VIP suite, the lackeys surrounding Ji Yushu were filled with anxiety. "What do we do? That Necromancer is back." Ji Yushu kept his head down, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. He tapped his finger lightly on the table, his voice icy. Reporting him was only meant to make him unpopular. Since he didn't cheat, he was naturally going to return. He looked at his panicked subordinates and let out an insidious cold laugh. "But it doesn't matter, I already have a way to get rid of him. No one will snatch the top scholar spot from our hands." Back on the heated field, the referee waved his flag and shouted, "Let the match begin." But absurdly, Chao Yu's opponents continued to perform the same routine. As soon as they stepped on stage, the person would raise their hands, their face pale. "Teacher, I surrender." Chao Yu rushed up frantically to stop him. "Why surrendering again? Have you no self-respect? Shouldn't you shout something brave and then charge at me to fight?" The boy let out a huff and turned to walk straight off the stage, leaving behind a bitter remark. Self-respect can't put food on the table, but the pain of getting beaten is real. By the 4th round, the opponent started waving a white flag while still in the waiting room, trembling. "I surrender." In the 8th round, another guy shut his eyes and screamed hysterically as soon as he saw Chao Yu. "I surrender." Standing lonely on the empty arena, Chao Yu held his face with a look of melancholy, not wanting to say another word. He grumbled quietly at his fate. "This is so boring." In the shadows of the stands, a lackey leaned toward Ji Yushu's ear and whispered, "That Necromancer has already won 8 consecutive matches. I'm afraid his win streak will carry him directly into the open rounds, meaning the elimination rounds." Ji Yushu's finger tapped the armrest of his chair as he let out a cold laugh. "Go use our connections to arrange for Shi Shaorong from the 2nd Academy to face Chao Yu in the 9th round." The lackey was startled, asking in surprise, "Shi Shaorong?" He stole a glance at a distant figure, a slender girl radiating an icy aura. "Will she follow our arrangements?" Ji Yushu's smile vanished, his gaze turning sinister and cruel. "This is the Gaokao, it's not up to her. As long as she wants a good grade, she must give her all in the fight." The announcement for the 9th round matchup echoed through the testing grounds. 2nd Academy, Shi Shaorong versus 4th Academy, Chao Yu. The boys in the stands instantly erupted, screaming wildly, "Oh my god, it's Shattering, she's so beautiful, I'd gladly pull out my own ribs to brew soup for her." Someone beside him pushed him away with a look of disdain. "Get lost, you shameful simp." The referee stood in the center of the arena waving his hand and announcing loudly, "Both sides, begin your introductions." Shattering gently smoothed her cloud-like hair. An icy voice rang out, "Second Academy, Shattering. Level 11, Junior Cryomancer." In the teacher's VIP section, whispers broke out again. A teacher nudged Shi Jinlong's shoulder, mocking him smugly. "Hey you old ghost, that's the best prospect from your 4th Academy, right?" Facing Shattering, this round is looking grim. Shi Jinlong stroked his beard and let out a meaningful sigh. "You people simply don't understand Chao Yu." Below the arena, Chao Yu gave a brilliant smile and introduced himself warmly. 4th Academy, Chao Yu. Level 11, Junior Necromancer. Shattering was completely unmoved by that brilliant smile. She reached out and a bone-chilling frost gathered, condensing into an exquisite ice crystal scepter in her hand. Seeing his opponent seriously taking a stance, Chao Yu's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, you're not surrendering?" Shattering lifted her chin, her gaze as sharp as a blade. "Why would I surrender?" Chao Yu slapped his thigh and jumped up in excitement. He reached out and summoned a pair of pitch-black steel knuckles, grinning ear to ear. "Finally, I found someone who doesn't surrender on their own." The fan club in the stands immediately started jeering in anger. "Are you kidding me? Is this kid planning to use that move from the first round on Shattering? He wouldn't dare. If he dares to hurt the goddess, I'll splash oil paint on his door at midnight. This is too much. How could anyone use such a terrifying weapon on such a beautiful girl?" Hearing the waves of curses, Chao Yu shrugged and offered a friendly smile, pretending to withdraw the steel knuckles. "Everyone's just joking. How could I use such violent methods against a beauty?" As soon as the words left his mouth, space warped slightly. He reached into the void and pulled out a heavy, massive azure dragon crescent blade. The referee nearby was so startled he backed up several steps, his mouth hanging open as he gasped, "Mother of God, is this really a necromancer?" Shattering also furrowed her brow, her expression tense as alarm bells rang in her mind. "I have never seen such a peculiar mage." Before she could recover, Chao Yu hoisted the great blade and charged out like a bolt of lightning tearing through the air. "Come at me!" Shattering hurriedly raised her scepter and shouted, "Ice wall, crackle, crackle." A thick wall of ice rose abruptly from the ground. It towered in Chao Yu's path, but he didn't care in the slightest. Using the momentum, he swung the chillingly sharp blade in a fatal strike. Crash! The ice wall shattered into countless shimmering fragments. Shattering backed away in terror, watching him charge toward her like a bloodthirsty demon. "I absolutely cannot let him get close." Her skills could only trap him for 2 seconds at most each time. Having just crushed the ice wall, Chao Yu stomped hard on the ground, leaping high into the air as he raised the great blade, prepared to cleave downward. At that moment, Shattering let out a cold laugh. "I finally caught the moment he left the ground." She closed her eyes to cast her ultimate magic. Snow and ice instantly swept out like a massive tornado. She snapped her emerald blue eyes open, delivering a cold judgment. "Chao Yu, you are strong but far too arrogant. Your 8-match win streak ends here." Eternal freeze. Amidst the howling wind, countless thick layers of ice surged from all directions, rapidly enveloping and freezing Chao Yu in midair, moving so fast he only had time to widen his eyes in surprise. In an instant he was trapped inside a massive block of ice as hard as diamond. Thousands of people in the stands erupted into a frantic cheer. "Whoa! The goddess is amazing." Both are juniors, yet she froze her opponent without taking a single scratch. As expected of the Daughter of Frost, Chao Yu seems to be nothing special after all. One of Chao Yu's former opponents thumped his chest, lamenting with a face full of regret. "If I'd known, I wouldn't have surrendered so fast just now. I regret it so much." In the VIP section, the elders nodded in approval. One smiled while stroking his beard. "Old Shi, it seems our school's Shattering is still a cut above your student." Principal Shi Jinlong remained calm with his hands in his pockets. He answered indifferently, "Don't be in such a hurry. Everyone keep watching." The elder let out a cold laugh and waved it off. "The match is over. What's left to see?" Below the arena, Shattering withdrew her scepter, her sharp gaze shifting to the proctor, who was still staring blankly. "Teacher, didn't I win?" The proctor pointed at the electronic screen, scratching his head as he explained. "According to the rules, you only win if the opponent surrenders or their health drops to 1. But look," he pointed to Chao Yu, sealed in the ice block, whose HP bar was flashing. -1, -1, he's still continuously losing health. This proved the health hadn't fully depleted yet. Shattering frowned and turned back toward the massive block of ice. She tapped her scepter, melting the blurry frost around Chao Yu's head, and advised coldly, "Surrender, you've already lost." Inside the ice, Chao Yu's teeth were chattering from the cold, but he stiffened his neck and let out a cold laugh. "HMPH, not surrendering." Shattering rolled her eyes, her tone turning to disdain. "What's the point of stubbornness? It only increases the pain. At this rate of health loss, you'll hit the bottom before long." Chao Yu didn't bother to answer, simply jerking his chin to signal her to look at that health bar, which still had over 1,000 points remaining. He sneered in his heart. "Clearly we're nowhere near the bottom." Suddenly he surged with internal power. Crack. Small fissures began to spread across the surface of the eternal freeze. Shattering backed away in terror, screaming, "What?" She hurriedly waved her scepter, frantically overdrawing her mana to reinforce the frozen layers. New layers of ice continuously covered the old ones, growing thicker and thicker. But extreme fear welled up in her heart. Just how strong is he? He's actually managing to break free from my freeze. Even trapped within layers of ice several feet thick, Chao Yu's shaking head remained visible. He bared his teeth, mocking her with a wicked grin. Hey, how much mana do you have left? Xiaorong broke into a cold sweat, her hands trembling as she held her scepter, her eyes filled with ultimate confusion. Why hasn't his health finished dropping? My mana is already empty. Sensing his opponent's mana had run dry, Chao Yu suddenly clenched his fists, his entire body exploding with staggering critical power. Boom, the solid block of ice instantly shattered into countless fragments that sparkled like diamond dust. Xiaorong's eyes widened in horror as Chao Yu strode out from the swirling shards of ice, hoisting his great blade with a wildly arrogant smile curling his lips. Little sister, I'm out. Seeing her dumbfounded expression, he let out a boisterous laugh and shouted, Sister, I'm out. Xiaorong froze in place, looking as if she had lost her soul. Chao Yu pointed the cold tip of his blade directly at her chest, tilting his head as he asked icily, Still not surrendering? Despite being exhausted, Xiaorong gritted her teeth and replied firmly, Never. Chao Yu showed not a shred of pity. With a flick of his wrist, he delivered a heavy strike with the thick, wide back of the blade, slamming it into the young girl's beautiful face. The violent impact sent Xiaorong flying dozens of meters away. A bright red damage number popped up. -260. In the stands, accompanied by bursts of miserable wailing, the hearts of countless young men shattered. Ah, my goddess, that bastard doesn't just lack chivalry, he actually dared to get rough with her. Amidst the wave of curses, Chao Yu lightly put away his long blade, shrugged with an innocent look and let out a cold laugh. How can you blame me? This is a competition after all. As Xiaorong fell onto the arena unconscious, her health bar flashing frantically at 1260, the referee hurriedly announced Chao Yu wins this match, points +3. In the VIP section, Principal Shi Jinlong stroked his beard, his face full of smug satisfaction. See, I told you long ago, no one can stop Chao Yu in this exam. In the second academy's infirmary, Xiaorong struggled to sit up, blood still staining the corner of her mouth. She lowered her head before her mentor and sobbed, Teacher, I'm sorry. Her gentle mentor patted her shoulder in comfort. It's all right, you did your best, don't worry. Your points are enough to enter the arena finals. Mentioning that crushing defeat, Xiaorong lowered her voice, her eyes red as she spoke in fury. It wasn't my fault. It's all that kid's doing. He's not a mage at all. He's a complete insult to the profession. In another corner, Chao Yu was sneezing incessantly. He scratched his head and complained in a low voice, Seriously, why must everyone have a prejudice against me? Is a melee mage not a mage? In the antagonist's lounge, the lackey rushed in frantically, reporting the bad news to Jiyu Shu with a stutter. Jiyu Shu. Xiaorong couldn't beat the 4th Academy's Chao Yu either. That guy has won 10 consecutive matches and has entered the arena finals. Jiyu Shu slammed his teacup to the ground, shattering it as he roared with murderous intent. The 2nd Academy is truly full of useless trash, unable to handle even those nobodies from the 4th Academy. It seems I must take action personally. Back in the infirmary, the mentor pensively stroked Xiaorong's hair and asked tentatively, Xiaorong, how did it feel fighting Chao Yu today? She hesitated as she recalled that heart-stopping moment, answering with a shiver, His strength is simply irrational. The mentor sighed, revealing a startling fact. I just went to the proctor group to check the brackets. As it turns out, your opponent wasn't supposed to be Chao Yu. Xiaorong was shocked and blurted out, You mean someone swapped my opponent? She furrowed her brow, biting her lip in thought. Was it to keep me from the arena finals? No, based on strength, the one being targeted is likely Chao Yu. Does he know? Should I tell him? Despite her wounded pride, Xiaorong decided to find Chao Yu. In the waiting area, she told him the whole truth. Chao Yu scratched his chin, raising an eyebrow as he asked back, You mean someone messed with your brackets specifically to pit you against me? Why? Xiaorong nodded with certainty. That's right. It seems his target is you. Be careful. He'll likely try to deal with you during the arena finals. Chao Yu let out a cold, clicking laugh of disdain. Tisk using such underhanded tricks because he's too afraid to show his face. If he dares to stick his head out, I'll send him to the afterlife with a single punch. At the central arena, following the intense elimination rounds, the atmosphere had boiled over to a peak. The top 10 elites had all gathered beneath the stage. The chief proctor stood on the honorary platform, announcing in a booming voice, The 10 rounds of duels have concluded. I won't repeat the rules for the arena finals. The arena finals officially begin. A frenzied roar erupted from the stands. It's finally starting. Are these the 10 strongest in Sucheng? The last person standing on that stage will be the true top scholar of this exam. I think that Necromancer has a good chance. A chance at what? He's just a cheating scumbag who rose through the ranks. Ignoring the cheers and curses alike, Chao Yu performed a light leap and landed steadily on the arena. He crossed his arms, scanning the crowd with a proud smile, silently challenging, Come on out, you little coward, plotting in the shadows. I'm standing right here. If you have the guts, come out and try to stop me. Seeing Chao Yu arrogantly charge up first to hold the stage, the audience let out another wave of hysterical screams. Whoa, that Necromancer went up first. Does he want to hold the hill? 1 versus 9 in the waiting area. A burly man leaped onto the arena, puffing out his chest and announcing arrogantly, Only a true genius deserves the title of top scholar. Obviously, I am that genius. Before he could finish his boast, Chao Yu had already rushed forward like a phantom. Bam! A heavy punch landed like thunder directly on the genius's jaw. Qiao Yu blew the dust off his knuckles and replied calmly, "Obviously you're not." With just one punch, the burly man was knocked unconscious, foaming at the mouth. The referee immediately raised the flag to announce, "Qiao Yu from the 4th Academy successfully defends the stage." The entire venue was shaken. Those who had previously doubted him were now stunned into silence. He really is strong, but is he really a necromancer? If no one can stop him, the top scholar spot is truly his for the taking. Thousands of people began to chant the new hero's name in unison, "Qiao Yu! Go Qiao Yu!" Just like that, the following opponents stepped onto the stage one by one, only to be one-shot and eliminated one by one. The broadcast announcements rang out incessantly. "Qiao Yu successfully defends the stage again." The audience cheered until they were hoarse. "Qiao Yu, whatever. I'm a Qiao Yu fan from now on." Standing on the brilliantly lit high platform, Qiao Yu smirked inwardly. The little coward hiding in the shadows should be unable to sit still now, right? That little brat who only knows how to act tough. A cold, deep voice suddenly rang out from behind Qiao Yu. He turned around. Jiu Shu was walking slowly onto the arena with his hands behind his back. He cast a look of extreme disdain at Qiao Yu, coldly spitting out 2 words, 5 million. Qiao Yu frowned, looking bewildered. "What 5 million? Jiu Shu lifted his chin, acting as if he were granting a charity. "I'll give you 5 million, you surrender. I've already checked your background. You're just an orphan with nothing but that scrap of a house your parents left behind. 5 million is enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life." This blatant humiliation was like a fuse being lit. Qiao Yu clenched his fists, roaring in anger. "Who do you think I am? This is the Suchun Gaokao. This is my dream. Is my dream only worth 5 million? He put on a stern face and held up a finger, bargaining with dead seriousness. "You've got to add more." Jiu Shu froze for a second, staring coldly at Qiao Yu. Thinking he was indeed a greedy low-class scoundrel, he asked irritably, "How much more?" Qiao Yu laughed happily, waving a hand generously. "Not much. 100 million will do. Of course, if you want to give me 10 billion, I won't complain." Realizing he was being played, Jiu Shu's face darkened, his eyes wide. "Choosing the hard way over the easy way then. Then don't blame me for being ruthless." Qiao Yu sneered inwardly, his gaze as sharp as a dagger. "What, angry? It seems this guy really does have some trash backing him up." Jiu Shu took a step back and pulled out a pitch-black staff, declaring war loudly. "First Academy Junior Shadow Mage. Jiu Shu, please instruct me." Hearing the shadow attribute, Qiao Yu frowned in focus, his brain working at high speed. "Shadow class, First Academy, so that's how it is." The referee waved the flag and the battle began. Qiao Yu cracked his neck, a ruthless smile curling his lips. "Finally caught you." Jiu Shu didn't care for small talk, raising his staff and chanting an evil incantation. Shadow soldiers. Patches of bubbling black mire instantly appeared on the ground and squads of hazy black figures holding warblades emerged. Jiu Shu pointed his staff at Qiao Yu, commanding, "Go!" Countless shadows tore through the air like arrows, lunging straight for Qiao Yu. The stands fell into a frenzy of excitement again. "It's a Shadow Mage versus Necromancer. This is going to be a good match. Are they both summoner classes? Will Qiao Yu summon the undead?" Qiao Yu stood in the center of the murderous encirclement, letting out a faint, indifferent laugh. "Undead? What undead?" He reached back and pulled out the chillingly sharp azure dragon crescent blade. Letting out a majestic roar, "I'm enough on my own." As soon as he drew the blade, the shadow soldiers swarmed forward. Qiao Yu swung the great blade, carving a perfect arc as he swept through a shadow's waist. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out as if he had struck steel, the recoil making his hands go numb. Qiao Yu blurted out in surprise, "What the hell is this? It's so hard." Jiu Shu stood outside the fray, stroking his staff and laughing mockingly. "Shadow minions with copper heads and iron arms. This is the first feast I've prepared for you. Do you like it?" Despite the monster's thick hides, Qiao Yu continued to swing his long blade frantically, launching a series of heavy strikes against the shadows that surged forward to bite and tear. He laughed provocatively as he fought. "Is this all you've got? Summoning a bunch of slaves that are nothing but copper and iron? I want to see if these toys of yours are truly indestructible." He channeled his critical power, swinging the great blade like a torrential storm. Boom, boom, boom. A series of ear-splitting explosions rang out. Before his devastating power, even those copper heads and iron arms were smashed to dust. A smug smile curled the corner of his mouth. "Only 3 left." Jiu Shu froze in place, his smile hardening as he muttered in terror, "He even smashed my shadow minions. This kid's muscle power. I'd believe it if someone said he's a ferocious beast in a human skin." Qiao Yu leaped into the air, swinging his blade down to finish them cleanly. "Hey, another one down." With just a few fatal cleaves, the last shadow vanished. He slammed the great blade into the arena, pointing arrogantly at Jiu Shu. "Your turn." Qiao Yu charged forward like a god of war, blade on his shoulder, prepared for the final strike. But Jiu Shu didn't look panicked at all. Instead, he raised his staff with a sinister smile. "I never summoned those shadow minions for combat." When the blade was only inches away, Jiu Shu roared, "Ultimate art, shadow assimilation, sacrifice." Swish! Qiao Yu used all his strength in a powerful sweep at Jiu Shu, directly severing his right arm. Jiu Shu staggered back, black blood geysering out. The audience stood up in unison, mouths agape. What? If this weren't in the simulated world, that strike likely would have sent the Shadow Mage to his grave. Qiao Yu was terrifying. But on the arena, Qiao Yu suddenly froze, the long blade slipping from his hand and hitting the floor. He clutched his own right arm, cold sweat pouring down as his face twisted in pain. That arm was trembling violently. Across from him, Jiu Shu let out a hideous manic laugh. Hee. His newly severed arm transformed into a mass of black mist, instantly reconnecting as if it had never been injured. He spread his arms and announced arrogantly, I have to admit, you really are strong. In all of Suchung, you're the first who could defeat my shadow minions. The first to force me to use the sacrifice. You are the first. Chao Yu gritted his teeth against the pain, his nerves on edge as his mind rapidly analyzed the situation. If I attack him, will the effect reflect back onto me? If I don't attack his body directly? Ji Yushu interrupted Chao Yu's thoughts, leisurely pulling a cold, sharp dagger from his robes. The expression on his face was calm enough to be spine-chilling as he offered a demonic smile. You're holding a knife, but don't think you'll be safe just because you don't attack me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ji Yushu ruthlessly stabbed the dagger deep into his own left chest. How about this? He asked softly. Chao Yu collapsed, clutching his left chest as he felt a piercing bone-deep pain drill through his body. A sudden spray of blood erupted from his mouth. Ji Yushu pulled the dagger out, mocking him unscathed. Chao Yu, surrender. You're no match for me. If you surrender now, the terms I offered earlier still stand. Chao Yu clutched his chest, coughing violently as he glared and cursed. Surrender your ass? Ji Yushu clicked his tongue, a look of blatant cruelty in his eyes as he looked at the internal organs being pierced. Still unscathed, I see. He raised the knife again in a threat. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me. This time he slammed the knife into his own side. Chao Yu fell to his knees, clutching his ribs, his teeth chattering. The wound really did hurt. Just as the level of perversion reached its peak, Ji Yushu suddenly pointed the dagger downward, preparing to thrust it straight into his own groin. Seeing this horrifying scene, Chao Yu was completely stunned, screaming hysterically in terror. You beast, stop it right now! Having no choice, Chao Yu rushed forward despite the pain, swinging his great blade toward Ji Yushu's waist to stop his self-mutilation. The blade instantly sliced Ji Yushu's body in two, but black mist immediately swirled and his body returned to its original state. A deep purple damage value reflected above Chao Yu's head, -496. He fell to the ground, spitting blood, falling into total despair. Damn it, shadow assimilation sacrifice. It seemed all his moves would reflect back onto himself. He clutched his chest, gasping for air as he asked himself in the chaos, what is this? Having too much attack power isn't a good thing. His gaze locked onto the blurry black mist swirling around Ji Yushu, and he narrowed his eyes, muttering, what exactly are the limits of this kid's skill? Maybe it's that black mist. Chao Yu took a step forward, lifting his chin provocatively. I've seen through your skill. If I'm not mistaken, if I keep attacking, you'll die first. Ji Yushu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a hideous smile. Oh, seen through my skill? If you're not afraid of death, then go ahead and try. Chao Yu cracked his knuckles, condensing his critical power into his glowing fist, mocking as he charged forward. Hee, did you really think I wouldn't see you secretly casting spells? Fine, time to test my theory. If you've got the guts, don't dodge. Try that damage reflection skill again and see what happens. Ji Yushu froze for a second, then, provoked into a rage, he gnashed his teeth and roared. Dodge? If I dodge again, I'm your son. He frantically waved his staff and shouted. Shadow Guard, a thick black shield instantly manifested, blocking his front. Boom! Chao Yu's critical heavy punch slammed violently into the shield. The two forces collided with a thunderous roar, triggering a massive shockwave. Chao Yu withdrew his fist and shook it out, a mocking sneer curling his lips. Since I guessed wrong, why are you bothering with a defense? Having his weak point exposed, Ji Yushu's face turned bright red with fury. He shouted in defensive justification. You bastard, who said I was dodging? Chao Yu didn't care for his rambling. He unleashed a barrage of thunderous heavy punches like a torrential rainstorm. Ji Yushu retreated step by step, cold sweat pouring down like rain as he screamed frantically in his mind, my Shadow Guard is a high-tier skill, strong enough to block a full-strength strike from an ordinary boss, yet it can't even withstand one of Chao Yu's punches. Is this guy more terrifying than a regular boss? Chao Yu stopped his assault, dusted off his clothes, and delivered his judgment with an icy gaze. It's time to end this. Pushed into a corner, Ji Yushu threw his head back and let out a roar like a wild beast. End this? It certainly is time to end this. Shadow devour, sacrifice, he bellowed in a state of frenzy, his face contorting with pain. Countless dark shadows surged from the ground, weaving and entangling around his body to form a suit of pitch-black armor. He roared arrogantly. In this state, even a body cultivator of the same rank can't beat me. Chao Yu, what do you have to fight me with? Chao Yu paused, narrowing his eyes as he observed the bizarre transformation of his opponent. Ji Yushu was now hovering in midair, surrounded by phantoms with glowing purple eyes. He waved his hands, his voice as raspy as a demon's. In my current form, no one within the same realm can defeat me. He let out a manic booming laugh. The Suchung top scholar title is mine and you. You can die. Just as Ji Yushu dove down like a black bomb, Chao Yu pushed off with his heel and unleashed a sudden critical kick. The thunderous heavy kick struck directly at his opponent's abdomen. Thud! Ji Yushu took the blow squarely and was then flying dozens of meters away. He landed unsteadily, rubbing the spot where he had been hit, a hideous smile spreading across his face. Hey, you've got some strength. Due to the fusion of the four shadows, his body was now as tough and elastic as rubber. He charged at Chao Yu once again. You bastard, you have no honor. Are you looking to die? Chao Yu waved his hand and caught Ji Yushu's powerful heavy punch with steady precision. Rumble! The collision of their strength triggered an explosion of air, sending the surrounding earth and stones flying. Ji Yushu swung his leg in a vengeful counterattack. Chao Yu leaped up with lightning speed, intentionally letting Ji Yushu grab his foot. Just as expected, the moment his opponent triumphantly seized his ankle, Chao Yu instantly folded his body, using the leverage to climb up and unleash a miraculous upward hook. Crack! The iron fist slammed heavily into Ji Yushu's face. The entire stadium erupted once more. The screams were earth-shattering. Is this really a mage-class arena? Why are those two fighting like gladiators? Is the current trend to be a melee mage? In a shadowed corner of the stands, the two assassins, 7,438 and 9,527, were huddled together, their faces filled with murderous intent. His name is Chao Yu, he's not some Ma Fei. Who cares what his name is? There's a good chance they've already joined our bays. Back on the field, Ji Yushu staggered backward, clutching his bleeding nose as he roared in unreconciled fury. Impossible! What sorcery did you use? How can you stand on equal footing with me? Chao Yu patted his hands, revealing a provocative light chuckle. Equal footing, are you sure about that? Ji Yushu broke into a cold sweat again, retreating warily. He calculated in his mind that the duration of Shadow Devour was limited. A moment later he gnashed his teeth, his bloodshot eyes staring fixedly at his opponent. You forced me to do this, Chao Yu. Shadow Devour, blood sacrifice. In the stands, Ji Yushu's mentor saw this and shouted in terror. Stop this madness, Ji Yushu, stop right now. But Ji Yushu had clearly gone completely insane. His body exploded with raging, burning dark flames. He roared in tragic indignation. It's too late, the top scholar title is mine. I will prove I am stronger than my brother. In the waiting area, Longshang crossed his arms and sighed with emotion. It seemed Ji Yushu's brother had been a top scholar before, which had put immense pressure on him. Seeing his opponent go mad, Chao Yu became even more excited. He cracked his knuckles and pointed at the other's face provocatively. That's it, that's more like it. Shout out your reasons and then charge at me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ji Yushu attacked like a bolt of lightning, carrying demonic power. He unleashed a brutal punch aimed straight for Chao Yu's face, screaming frantically, "Die for me!" Bang! Chao Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, but he didn't retreat a single step. Gnashing his teeth, he tanked the blow and threw back a thunderous heavy punch of his own. Witnessing the bloody hand-to-hand combat between two mages, the referee was frozen in place, unsure how to handle it. He turned to ask the chief proctor, Jin Lao, are we just going to let them fight like this? Jin Lao stood with his hands behind his back, observing calmly, wait a little longer. The problem is that no one can stop those two kids right now. While all attention was focused on the finals, a figure wearing a patterned black robe quietly picked up a walkie-talkie and issued a low command. Take them away. Take both of those children away. Prepare to move. On the arena, Ji Yushu roared in despair and pain. Why haven't you fallen yet? Chao Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a bizarre dull smile. Don't ask me, because I'm the ultimate boss. The two slammed into each other like wild beasts, every punch landing on flesh. Thud, thud, thud. Chao Yu gathered all his strength and hammered a fatal punch into Ji Yushu's face. The shadow armor on Ji Yushu's face instantly shattered. Fragments scattered across the ground. Ji Yushu staggered and collapsed, his eyes hollow as he muttered to himself. Did I lose? Jin Lao nodded in appraisal. It seems Chao Yu has won. The top scholar for the mage class will be him. The referee stepped forward, raised Chao Yu's hand high, and announced solemnly, it's over. Chao Yu wins. Just as the word wins left his lips, Jin Lao's face suddenly changed drastically. He pointed toward the sky and roared in a display of power. Arrogant fools, do you seek death? Chao Yu turned his head in confusion. What's happening? Before he could react, a massive shadow descended from the sky, shrouding them completely. Space instantly fell into darkness. When Chao Yu snapped his eyes open, what met his gaze was the roof of an armored truck surrounded by flickering magical runes. He looked around, discovering to his shock that the 10 top-performing candidates from Sucheng were all unconscious on the cold floor of the vehicle. How can this be? He looked to both sides, Ji Yushu, Shi Shaorong. Even they had been captured. He sat up abruptly, his brow furrowed in deduction. Is this a plan to collect students with exceptional talent? Oh, you're awake? A cold voice rang out, and Hua Zi, dressed in a black robe, walked over. Followed by several guards, she looked at him with an emotionless gaze. My apologies. We had to invite you all here in this manner. Chao Yu raised his fists, which were locked in magical chains, and mocked her with a cold sneer. You call this an invitation? Hua Zi curled her lips, her tone arrogant. Don't worry, we won't harm you. We just want to see your talent. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hua Zi, and I am in charge of the Bei's organization's Sucheng region. Having just woken up and hearing this unfamiliar name, Yang Shangdi and class monitor Ma Fei exchanged bewildered glances. Bei's? What was that? An organization? Chao Yu frowned and secretly assessed. This Bei's actually dared to move during the Gaokao. They are truly a terrifying organization. Shi Shaorong gritted her teeth against the pain and stood up, speaking out in anger. What do you want? Kidnapping candidates is no small crime. Let us go at once. Hua Zi threw her head back and laughed loudly. Don't be in such a hurry. Stay here for a while and I will let you go. As long as you wait obediently, there will be no danger. Her smile vanished instantly as she glared and threatened. If anyone dares to run, I will make them wish they were dead. Xie Zhu frowned and questioned. Then why did you bring us here? What do you really want? Hua Zi stroked the ends of her hair, her tone as flat as if she were discussing the weather. The major universities need fresh blood, and naturally our base does as well. Selecting talent ourselves is too much trouble. It's better to just pick up the ready-made ones, isn't it? A burly male student stood up in a rage and roared, "Impossible, we've never heard of any damn bays, let us go now." Wazi delivered a lightning-fast kick, brutally knocking the boy to the ground. She stepped on his chest with her sharp heel, looking down with a chilling coldness. "You have no other choice. Once you see Baze's strength you will join voluntarily. Refusal is a choice for the grave." She swept a threatening gaze over the trembling students, stood straight, brushed her hair back and turned around. "I believe you are all smart people. Don't dream of escaping into the inner world. The handcuffs you're wearing are specially made." She walked out of the prison cell, leaving a room full of fear. Time rewound to the stadium a few minutes ago. When the kidnapping occurred, Jin Lao immediately drew his light bow, pointing the arrow at the group of men in black. He barked, "Who are you?" Whoosh! The arrow tore through the air, piercing the shoulder of one of the masqueraders. He rushed over to tear off the mask of the fallen man. The dark lenses fell away, revealing an unfamiliar face. Jin Lao froze, his aged face tightening as he muttered in terror to himself. "Disguised as staff, there's a mole among us. This is bad. The priority now is to rescue the candidates." LV-35 high-tier archer Jin Tong. "I truly didn't expect the Suchung Proctor to be you." A mocking voice rang out from behind him. Jin Lao spun around, drawing his bow and pointing it directly at the newcomer. "Who are you people? Why target the candidates?" The stranger laughed. "Ha ha ha, you think I'll tell you?" Whoosh! Jin Lao released the bowstring and the light arrow pierced the other's chest, but the figure instantly popped like a bubble. It was a phantom. Suddenly, a burly man descended from above, leaping down and delivering a thunderous kick to Jin Lao's back. "At your age you still have such a fiery temper. It's easy to die young that way." Boom! The terrifying destructive power shattered a corner of the stands. Massive stones collapsed, pinning Jin Lao down. Dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring the sky. A moment later, Jin Lao violently pushed aside the rubble from beneath the ruins. Coughing heavily as he crawled out, two teachers hurried over to support him. "Jin Lao, are you all right?" Jin Lao waved his hand, asking through ragged breaths. "Where are they?" The teacher with glasses lowered his head, his tone full of guilt. "They took the 10 candidates. We couldn't stop them." Jin Lao narrowed his silver brows and pressed, "Who did they take?" The teacher tremblingly reported the most elite names. Chao Yu, Jiyu Shu, Shi Shaorong. Hearing this, Jin Lao couldn't suppress his boiling rage. He suddenly punched and shattered a nearby boulder, roaring in fury. "Damn it!" Principal Shi Jinlong also hurried to the scene. Jin Lao turned to look at him, struggling to maintain a calm analysis. "Both principals, if those taken are geniuses, it proves they aren't in immediate mortal danger for now. We still have a chance." Shi Jinlong nodded heavily in agreement. Such a well-trained and premeditated operation was not something an ordinary organization could pull off. No one has the guts to touch students during the national exam. Just then, a security guard ran over drenched in sweat to report more dire news. "Jin Lao, bad news. It's not just Suchung. A total of 4 cities across the country have had candidates kidnapped using the exact same methods. It's suspected to be the work of the same organization." Jin Lao gnashed his teeth and issued a decisive order. "Investigate immediately. No matter what, we must ensure the safety of those 10 candidates." Back in the stifling truck, Chao Yu raised his wrists, casually observing the pitch-black handcuffs, and muttered mockingly to himself, "Special handcuffs." The body cultivator student who had just been defeated by Wazi started boasting again. He waved his hand arrogantly. "Haha, you think these trash handcuffs can stop me? I'm a body cultivator." The veins on his forehead bulged, his face turning red with effort as he tried to pry the handcuffs apart, but to no avail. He cursed in frustration. Witnessing this comical performance, Chao Yu clicked his tongue. He simply tilted his neck slightly and channeled a trace of internal power. Crack! The iron handcuffs shattered, fragments scattering across the floor. He smacked his lips in appraisal. "Tisk, it seems the quality of Baze's stuff is pretty average." Witnessing this absurd scene, the body cultivator student's jaw nearly hit the floor in shock. He pointed at Chao Yu, stuttering as he asked, Brother, are you the body cultivator or am I?" Chao Yu ignored the stupid question, reaching out to summon the shimmering azure dragon crescent blade. He hoisted the great blade onto his shoulder, looking around at his stunned cellmates. "Come on, I'll help everyone get these handcuffs off." The body cultivator student acted as if he'd found a treasure, hurriedly extending his wrists. "Brother, me too." Clang! With just a few exquisite strikes of the blade, all of Baze's special handcuffs were cleanly severed. Shih Zhu rubbed her freed wrists. She pointed to the corner and said, "Chao Yu, there's one more person here. It's Jiyu Shu." Jiyu Shu sat there with his arms crossed, turning his face away and letting out a disdainful cold snort. "HMPH, I don't need your help." Ignoring the defeated rival's lofty pride, Chao Yu finished rescuing everyone, then swung his great blade, hacking the truck door to pieces. The door fell onto the asphalt with a deafening crash. He heroically led the group of students as they jumped from the vehicle. Sitting in the front cab, Wazi felt the violent vibration and was startled. She stared into the rearview mirror and roared at the driver, "Stop the truck." The subordinate hurriedly slammed on the brakes. "Yes, ma'am, stopping now." Wazi pulled out her pistol, pushed open the door and jumped out, marching furiously toward the escaping students. Chao Yu stood at the rear to cover them, hands in his pockets, his lips curled in an arrogant smile as he greeted her. "Hi, meet again?" Wazi pressed the muzzle of the gun against his forehead, her gaze as cold as frost. The LV-20 body cultivator couldn't break those handcuffs. How did you do it? Chow Yu shrugged, revealing a provocative half-smile. If I don't tell you, I'm afraid you'll be too worried to sleep tonight. But for now, farewell. As the words fell, the group of students began to glow one after another, vanishing into the void as they entered the inner world. Hua Zi hurriedly pulled the trigger and fired a shot, but the bullet only pierced the empty air. A subordinate ran over, looking at the empty scene with frustration, and stamped his feet in rage. Lady Hua Zi, they've entered the inner world. Hua Zi lowered her gun, silently staring at the bullet embedded in the trunk of a roadside tree, muttering to herself with calculation. Who could have guessed? If they waited for them to return from that world, the people of Sucheng would likely have tracked them here long ago. Her expression turned grim, and her eyes flickered with cruelty and deep-seated hatred. Chow Yu, is it? I will remember your name. The scene shifted to a grim dungeon world. In the pitch-black night, a thick fog swirled. An old Taoist priest in tattered robes walked along holding a soul-seizing bell that emitted a rhythmic ding-ling sound. He was followed by a timid, wide-eyed little apprentice, and at the very back hopped a stiff, bouncing zombie. A system panel floated before Chow Yu, presenting the mission: head to Lingshu Mountain to prevent the resurrection of the Hanba. Difficulty level. Quest rewards are categorized based on player evaluation. Currently, Chow Yu was stiff all over, dressed in tattered Qing Dynasty official robes, hopping along to the rhythm of the bell. His eyes darted around to observe his surroundings, privately worrying, where did Yang Shangdi and the others go? Is the dungeon teleportation random? He then locked his gaze onto the clanging soul-seizing bell in the old Taoist's hand, secretly planning, if I destroy the gong and the bell in the NPC's hands, will we be able to move freely? Just as he was lost in thought, his gaze inadvertently met that of the little apprentice who was looking back. The little apprentice froze, the color instantly draining from his face. He pointed at Chow Yu and shrieked in terror. Master, the Shi-Shen has come to life. The old Taoist turned back impatiently, struck the bell with a clack and barked sharply. What kind of madness are you playing at in the middle of the night? How could a Shi-Shen possibly come to life? He approached Chow Yu, who had cleverly closed his eyes to play dead. The old Taoist explained meticulously. When a corpse resurrects, it transforms into evil energy. It grows fur and its nails and teeth grow long. Have you returned everything I taught you? The apprentice's face was deathly pale as he trembled and hid behind his master, wailing. But master, I really saw it just now. A massive blade suddenly appeared in the Shi-Shen's hand. The old Taoist snorted, flicked his sleeves and continued walking, muttering irritably. How many times must I tell you? How could the stiff body of a Shi-Shen possibly move and hold a blade? Once the two turned to leave, Chow Yu opened one eye halfway to stealthily observe their backs. He pondered to himself. It seemed these two corpse drivers were the NPCs, and following them should lead him into the dungeon's plot quickly, following the desolate path. The old Taoist led Chow Yu into a dilapidated ancient courtyard. Ironically, a tattered flag hung in front of the gate, bearing several bone-chilling words: no trespassing. He led the Shi-Shen Chow Yu into a dim room, its walls covered in shimmering yellow talismans. He pulled out a slip of talisman paper, chanted an incantation, and then slapped it onto Chow Yu's forehead. Before turning to leave, he instructed the apprentice huddled by the door, I have business to attend to inside. You stay here and watch the Shi-Shen. The apprentice clutched his rucksack in fear and bowed his head, answering, yes, master. Once his master was far away, the apprentice hurried over to Chow Yu, bowing repeatedly with his hands pressed together in a respectful, piteous plea. Lord Shi-Shen, I beg you, please do not come to life. The immobilized and stiff Chow Yu stood like a block of wood, helplessly listening to the boy's muttered prayers. Suddenly, with a bang, the weathered wooden door was violently kicked open, slamming against the wall with a piercing crash. Walking into the room was a scrawny old man with a sparse goatee, puffing thick clouds of smoke from a pipe. Behind him followed a burly, muscular guardian carrying a heavy black coffin on his shoulder. The goat-bearded old man took a long drag of smoke, blew an O-shaped ring, and squinted at the talisman on Chow Yu's forehead, laughing coldly as he appraised it. An immobilization talisman. With this technique, what is your relationship with Jiyu Shuxuan? The apprentice jumped in shock and hurried to explain with cupped hands. Jiyu Shuxuan is my master. Are you a pallbearer? The goat-bearded man's mouth curled into a caw-caw-caw laugh. Caw-caw-caw, Jiyu Shuxuan's apprentice has some eyesight after all. He blew another puff of smoke directly into the boy's face, tilted his chin, and asked, Where's your master? The apprentice waved the smoke away, coughing violently as he replied, Master went out on business. He'll be back soon, so ignore him. The goat-bearded old man approached, sizing up Chow Yu's body from head to toe, nodding in praise. The tiger is dead but does not rot. There is still warmth, and the body remains elastic. This body must have died quite recently. No. Seeing the guest's ill intent, the apprentice frantically rushed forward to block the Shi-Shen, spreading his arms to stop them. Senior, you must not be disrespectful to the Shi-Shen. If you disturb the Shi-Shen, the consequences will be unthinkable. The burly guardian named Feng Li let out a cold snort and waved his hand, slamming the coffin heavily onto the ground. Thud. He cracked his knuckles and mocked, HMPH, what Shi-Shen? It's nothing more than a corpse. What consequences could there be for being disrespectful? With that, he drew a massive iron hammer covered in spikes and rested it on his shoulder, grinning hideously. Only you corpse drivers call a body a Shi-Shen. If he dares to cause trouble, my funeral stick isn't for show either. The apprentice's face turned green with fear as he shouted at the top of his lungs to protect his faith. "You can't do this. This is a lack of respect for the Shi Shen," regardless of the boy's shouting. The goat-bearded man used his pipe to gently lift the edge of the talisman on Chao Yu's forehead, smacking his lips as he appraised the merchandise. "This kid is quite handsome. If I sell him to those rich families, I'll definitely get a good price." He turned his head and ordered, "Feng Li, take this corpse away." Feng Li stamped his foot heavily. "Yes, sir." Seeing a robbery occurring in broad daylight, the apprentice hurriedly threw himself down to desperately grab Chao Yu's leg, casting an angry gaze to stop them. "No, how is what you're doing any different from bandits? My master won't let you get away with this." Feng Li swung his hand in rage, delivering a heavy slap to the apprentice's face. "Get lost." The apprentice's jaw was knocked askew and his nose was bleeding, yet he still stood up firmly, spreading his arms to block the Shi Shen. "If you dare take another step, I'll fight you to the death." Feng Li lowered his head, looking at the disheveled kid before him with extreme contempt. "Fight to the death with just you?" He suddenly raised his leg and kicked the boy heavily in the stomach like an iron hammer, sending him flying into the corner of the room. Retracting his leg, he clapped his hands in disgust. "Trash, you dare to hold out with so little ability." Having witnessed the entire farce while playing a statue, Chao Yu let out a long sigh in his heart. Sigh. A heavy sigh echoed through the silent room, startling the apprentice, Feng Li, and the goat-bearded man alike, causing them to whip their heads around in shock. Chao Yu slowly raised his hand and leisurely peeled off the shimmering golden talisman from his forehead. This obvious act of breaking the seal left the surrounding people dumbfounded, unable to believe the reality. He snapped his eyes open, casting a frost-cold gaze toward the troublemakers. The apprentice crawled away, clutching his stomach, shrieked in terror. The Shi Shen has come to life. It really was that corpse." Chao Yu didn't bother to explain. He reached into the void and summoned his familiar azure dragon crescent blade. Hoisting the blade, he complained in a low voice about fate forcing him to meddle in other people's business. "I didn't plan on acting, but since I haven't reached Lingshu Mountain yet, how could I let you take me away to be sold?" As the words left his mouth, he stamped his foot and charged toward the goat-bearded man with murderous intent, hoisting the great blade. The goat-bearded man's face turned pale as he hurriedly waved his pipe, a thick purple smoke erupting along with an evil shout, "Water Phoenix illusion!" But before the illusion could take effect, Chao Yu used Miracle Strike to slam the back of the blade directly into the old man's face. Bang! The old man was knocked into the wall, and his beloved pipe snapped into two pieces on the floor. He collapsed, barely propping himself up to clutch his chest and spit blood, his eyes wide as he stared at the Shi Shen in shock. You aren't a corpse, you're a living person." Seeing his master beaten, Feng Li frantically swung his massive funeral stick and charged, roaring hideously. "Stop playing ghosts!" He swung the spiked hammer directly at Chao Yu's face. The hammer struck Chao Yu's face, emitting a sound like a bronze bell before bouncing back. He was completely unharmed. He didn't even blink. Chao Yu looked coldly at the trembling hammer in Feng Li's hand and gave it a light flick with his index finger. Instantly, the recoil force sent Feng Li staggering back. The goat-bearded man clutched his head in terror, asking tremulously, "You pushed back the hammer with just one finger. Are you a person or a corpse?" Chao Yu shrugged, giving an honest answer with an innocent face. "To be honest, I don't know either." As the words left his mouth, the system panel flashed to report his physical condition. Zombie transformation activated. In the zombie state, the player's defense increases by an additional 100 points. Simultaneously, anti-corpse killing methods are also effective against the player. Note: the player cannot recover health or mana while in the zombie transformation state. After reading the prompt, Chao Yu tapped his forehead, privately grasping the truth. "I see. No wonder I was controlled by the soul-seizing bell. The weakness of this state is probably because I still have plenty of health and don't need mana anyway, so it doesn't affect me much." Sensing things were going south, the goat-bearded man shouted despicably, ordering his disciple to act as a meat shield. "Feng Li, you go up and stop him. Let me use the corpse-suppressing bane to subdue this monster." The loyal fool Feng Li gritted his teeth and roared in response, "Yes, master." He swung his 1,000-pound hammer and charged desperately. Chao Yu let out a cold laugh, unhesitatingly hoisting his great blade to meet the attack. Clang! Chao Yu delivered a casual strike, the force of it driving Feng Li's legs into the hard ground. He used all his strength, the veins on his neck bulging as he desperately resisted the terrifying pressure from the blade, repeatedly turning his head to shout for help. "Master, are you ready? I can't hold out much longer." But when Feng Li turned his head, he discovered to his agony that his beloved master had long since abandoned his disciple and fled to parts unknown. He roared in desperate, furious indignation, "Bu Tianrui, you despicable old bastard, I curse your whole family." Chao Yu watched the retreating back of the fake Taoist, his mouth curling into a cold smirk. "Don't worry, he won't get away." He swung his hand back to gather power, channeling all his mana into the azure dragon crescent blade, and then hurled it like a spear. Peef! The blade tore through the air. It impaled Bu Tianrui directly in the center of his back, pinning him firmly to the ground as he was cleaved in half. Seeing his master instantly killed, Feng Li lost his nerve. His legs went weak and he fell to his knees with a thud, trembling as he begged for mercy. Chao Yu walked over leisurely, casting a cold sideways glance at the guardian who was kowtowing incessantly. "I almost forgot about you." He grabbed Feng Li by the hair and brutally slammed his head into the tiled floor. Bang! Feng Li fell unconscious. The system chimes rang out one after another, celebrating the victory. Player Chao Yu defeated NPC Bu Tianrui XP75. Player Chao Yu defeated NPC Feng Li, gained an additional 10 free attribute points XP50. Having dealt with the trash, Chao Yu clapped his hands, shoved his hands into his pockets calmly and approached with curiosity to observe the coffin Feng Li had brought. The item information panel immediately displayed, Spirit Entombment Coffin, level unknown due to the strange patterns carved on the coffin. Lying inside provides special effects. His curiosity piqued. Chao Yu reached out to touch the cold coffin lid, whispering to himself with a slight smile, "Let's open it and see." He pushed with force. With a creak, the lid slid open and a bizarre red smoke slowly drifted from the gap. Once the mist cleared, Chao Yu leaned over to look, his eyes widening in shock, nearly popping out. Lying obediently in the coffin was a petite girl dressed in Taoist robes. He pointed at the corpse and blurted out stutteringly, "Is this flat as a pancake person Shih Zhu?" Hearing this crude appraisal, the corpse in the coffin suddenly jumped up like a spring. Shih Zhu glared with bloodshot eyes, gnashing her teeth as she roared at her savior, "Is this how you've decided to recognize me?" Chao Yu jumped in shock, scratching his head with an awkward, apologetic smile. "Haha, you're awake?" A moment later, once the anger subsided, Shih Zhu sat on the edge of the coffin, swinging her legs, frowning as she said to Chao Yu, "Why was I lying in this coffin?" Chao Yu leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, rubbing his chin as he analyzed the situation. "I think I understand. It seems all 10 of us who entered the dungeon have turned into zombies to complete the dungeon quest." Hiding in the corner of the room, the apprentice had witnessed these two soulless corpses conversing as if nothing were wrong. His face was deathly pale, realizing the intruder was also a dead man, and he stammered in fear. Chao Yu gave a soft call, making him jump with a start as he stood there uneasily. "Lord Shen, is there anything you'd like to ask?" Chao Yu stared intently at him, his tone flat. "We're going to Lingshu Mountain. You take us there." The boy nodded hurriedly, agreeing immediately. "All right, my master and I were originally heading to Lingshu Mountain anyway." After a short wait, the old man Jiyu Shuxuan finally returned. Seeing that familiar figure, the apprentice cheered in excitement. "Master, you're back," he proudly introduced the two to his master. "Master, look, these are the two Shens I've subdued." He even gave a smug giggle. Hee. Jiyu Shuxuan could not hide his surprise, raising an eyebrow at his disciple. "You kid actually have this kind of ability?" Immediately after, the old Taoist turned with the team, decisively signaling their departure. "Let's go, business is urgent." The apprentice peeked stealthily at Chao Yu and Shih Zhu, responding cautiously. "Yes, master." At the foot of Lingshu Mountain, in Shaoxing village, talismans fluttered through the air and the atmosphere was grim. The leading Taoist spoke, his voice booming. "According to the final ending left by the divine dragon, the tomb is just ahead." Just as he was muttering about feng shui, saying things like "Qi scatters when it meets the wind and stops when bounded by water." His wrinkled hands tightly gripped the money sword. As the wind rustled the vegetation, he observed the ley lines and pointed out the acupuncture points, explicitly stating that the burial chamber must be recessed and positioned higher. The bald old Taoist abruptly brandished his long sword, leading the funeral procession through a flurry of flying talismans. He shouted, "Lower the banner." The dragon descends, allowing the dragon to enter the coffin with profound tranquility. As the coffin was lowered into the deep pit, he continued to chant incantations, establish the bright hall, repair the sacrificial site, and complete the work of creation. The burial was finished. The creation was complete. Chao Yu and Shih Zhu hopped along with the rhythm of the procession, Chao Yu narrowing his eyes slightly to observe the situation. At that moment, Jiyu Shuxuan walked up to the bald old Taoist and called out softly, "Senior brother." The old Taoist glanced at Jiyu Shuxuan and nodded. "Junior brother, hurry inside, the others are almost here." Jiyu Shuxuan turned and instructed his apprentice. "Apprentice, keep a close eye on these gods of joy." The apprentice respectfully took the soul-seizing bell with both hands. "As you command, master." With the crisp ring of the bell, he led Chao Yu and Shih Zhu into a spacious room crowded with gods of joy. Suddenly, those corpses also opened their eyes, staring at the intruders. Among them, Chao Yu spotted a familiar face. His eyes instantly lit up as he hurried toward Yang Shangdi. Yang Shangdi was also overjoyed, shouting "Uge!" Witnessing this, the young apprentice stood frozen like a wooden statue. He fell into a state of extreme panic, his face deathly pale. How did all the gods of joy come to life? Am I going mad? In the center of the silent courtyard, several old Taoists sat around a small wooden table, the atmosphere exceptionally grim. "Eldest senior brother, are everyone's gods of joy ready?" The bald old Taoist replied with a dark expression. "This is our 5th yin check. I hope no one makes any mistakes." The surrounding men confirmed their readiness in unison. The bald old Taoist looked up at the sky full of talismans and issued a cold command. "Good. Tonight we connect with Emperor Ling." Night fell, and the sky remained filled with floating talismans. As the guiding bell rang out, Chao Yu's group silently followed the Taoists into the tomb of Emperor Ling. In the center of the courtyard, a ritual altar had already been constructed. The bald old Taoist leapt onto the high platform. Just then, Jiyu Shuxuan spoke hesitantly. "Eldest senior brother, the gods of joy have been delivered. Can we leave now?" The bald old Taoist's face instantly darkened, a thick sense of threat in his gaze. "Where do you think you're going?" Jiyu Shuxuan was startled, asking tremulously. "Eldest senior brother, what do you mean by this?" Suddenly, the bald old Taoist slammed both hands onto the ground, roaring like he was possessed. A millennium cycle, the ninth 5 sovereign, the yin corpses have arrived. The Heavenly Emperor's curtain rises. With yin corpses as the guide and human blood as the sacrifice, we welcome the Heavenly Emperor's reign over the world. The Taoist below the stage instantly fell into chaos, shouting in terror. Eldest senior brother, you're going to sacrifice us too, another cried out. Stop talking and let's get out of here first. The bald old Taoist looked at them and let out a contemptuous cold laugh. Want to run? Where could you possibly go? As soon as he finished speaking, a massive monster appeared, blocking the only exit. Simultaneously, countless malevolent ghosts surged from all directions, roaring as they charged at the Taoist. Jiu Shuxuan gritted his teeth as he struggled to hold on, shrieking in resentment. A fiend corpse, so you set this trap long ago to send us to our deaths? She Zhu frowned, observing in a deep voice. Chao Yu, they seem to be fighting amongst themselves. What should we do now? Chao Yu watched the chaotic battle, his gaze sharp. The mission was to prevent the resurrection of the Hanba. This Hanba seemed to be the Heavenly Emperor, the eldest senior brother mentioned. Chao Yu didn't hesitate and immediately issued the order to attack. Everyone quickly joined the fray. At the same time, a system prompt popped up. Reward for eliminating a fiend corpse. 5 attribute points, XP 25. The bald old Taoist stood up abruptly, roaring in a frenzy. The 9 yin corpses have entered the tomb of Emperor Ling. Master, you can finally be resurrected. However, he suddenly noticed something was wrong and stared wide-eyed at the yin corpses. They're still alive. He grabbed his talisman brush and roared in rage. What audacity, daring to ruin my plans. He brandished the brush and chanted an incantation, erupting with a powerful pressure. One stroke moves the world, leading the 3 purities above and responding to the soul below. Chao Yu was currently weaving through 3 enemies alone, preparing to end it with one punch. But he unexpectedly swung into thin air. He was shocked to find an abnormality in his body. Had his movements slowed down? Was it because the zombification state had reached its limit? Chao Yu immediately summoned his war spear, arcs of purple lightning coiling around the shaft with staggering power. The surrounding fiend corpses were contorted by the electricity, and even the bald old Taoist was affected. He hurriedly waved his talisman brush, drawing a yin-yang ring for defense. 2 strokes by the ancestral master's creation, inviting the great gods and mobilizing the great armies. 3 strokes to evade the vicious evil. What corpse dares look? What fiend dares block? The old Taoist roared as he pressed the talisman brush down through the air. I command the brush to fall. 10,000 corpses shall be subdued. A massive yin-yang diagram appeared in the sky, releasing an incredible pressure that awed everyone present. He shouted, Go! Chao Yu's group was suddenly frozen in place, their bodies stiff and unable to move. Despite being drenched in sweat, the bald old Taoist wore a smile of certain victory. Haha, don't worry, you yin corpses are the perfect nourishment for the master. Chao Yu felt an imminent sense of danger. Crap, if I stay controlled like this, he really will wake up that Hanba. He struggled to turn his head toward the kneeling Jiu Shuxuan, urging, Hey, are you still alive? We must stop that Hanba from resurrecting. Don't you have a way to lift the restrictions on us? Jiu Shuxuan trembled in terror as he asked back, Hanba? You mean the body in the stone coffin is a Hanba? Chao Yu frowned and barked irritably. Of course, isn't that guy powerful enough? Thinking of that tragic scene, Jiu Shuxuan shuddered and explained, If it comes into the world, not only will we all die, but the common people will have no peace. Having said that, he bit his index finger and looked at Chao Yu with a determined gaze. Whether you're human or a god of joy, the most important thing now is to stop the Hanba's resurrection. Jiu Shuxuan drew a circle on his back with blood and roared, Talisman art, unbind. The blood circle erupted with light, enveloping Chao Yu. As his pale skin gradually regained its vitality, the old Taoist let out a long sigh of relief. With this unbinding talisman and my pure yang essence blood, corpse-controlling methods will lose their effect for a short time. Chao Yu slipped the iron ring onto his hand, a corner of his mouth curling into a confident arc. Don't worry. With me here today, that Hanba won't walk out of this tomb. Jiu Shuxuan turned toward the other Taoists and shouted, Brothers, what are you waiting for? Everyone charged forward together to break the control. Talisman art, unbind, unbind, unbind. Seeing Chao Yu charge over, the bald old Taoist panicked. Impossible, no one can stop the master's resurrection. Chao Yu knocked him flying with a single palm strike, announcing coldly, But I can. The bald old Taoist was blasted away, slamming heavily onto the coffin lid. Seeing this, Jiu Shuxuan shouted a warning, Oh no! You can't let a living person's blood fall into the stone coffin's mouth? The old Taoist suddenly laughed maniacally, blood from his forehead flowing into the coffin's opening. Next, the stars serve as the sacrifice and bloodlines wash the coffin. I respectfully invite the Heavenly Emperor. He let out a final dying shriek as draconic energy swirled and he was reborn into the world. A pale greenish hand reached out from the coffin, and simultaneously, a malevolent ghost dragon soared into the sky. Black magical power surged and the system immediately notified. The Hanba has resurrected, the mission is changing. Chao Yu's group looked at the notification in terror. A hulking monster with deathly pale skin and coiling red lightning stepped out of the stone coffin. Info panel. Mission. Kill the Hanba. Difficulty level, Earth grade, boss, Hanba level 20, parameters, strength, defense and agility all exceed 100, skills, crimson flame, corpse poison, corpse ancestor pressure, Everyone shouted in panic, "Crap, the Hamba really has resurrected." All 5 of the Hamba's eyes opened at once and it charged forward with startling speed. One member of the team turned and ran for his life. "Holy crap, why are you chasing me?" That person suddenly turned and lunged toward Chao Yu, laughing insidiously. "Better a fellow Taoist die than this poor priest." Chao Yu was fuming with rage and cursed aloud, but the Hamba was already closing in. Chao Yu unleashed a heavy punch, blasting the monster directly into a nearby pagoda. It opened its massive mouth, spraying a blast of toxic green demonic energy. Chao Yu nimbly dodged to the side. Shih Zhu warned in panic, "Chao Yu, watch out, that's corpse poison." Shatter immediately brandished her scepter. Eternal ice wall. A layer of ice rapidly froze the toxic gas in the Hamba. Zhao Zui also timely applied her recovery skill, Spring Orchard, to Chao Yu. Chao Yu nodded slightly. Thanks, however, the Hamba shattered the ice layer with ease. A blade user charged forward using Shadow Step to launch a fatal strike, but the Hamba only gave a sidelong glare before erupting with a world-shaking roar. Corpse ancestor pressure. The shockwave forced everyone back. System notification, all attribute values halved. Chao Yu gritted his teeth. Damn it, doesn't that mean my health is halved too? No wonder it's an Earth-grade difficulty, the person who had just set Chao Yu up suggested. What now? With my attributes halved, I can't deal any damage to the Hamba at all. Let's cooperate. The Hamba swept in like a whirlwind. Chao Yu also gathered his strength and hammered a heavy punch into its abdomen. Minus 398 HP. The man exclaimed, "What kind of necromancer are you? Your damage after the attribute debuff is 10 times higher than my strongest move." The Hamba's counterattack sent Chao Yu flying. Yang Shangdi hurriedly ran over. "Uge, are you okay?" Chao Yu wiped the blood from his lip. "I'm fine." Yang Shangdi looked worried. "What now? I'm afraid no one but you can break through the Hamba's defense." Chao Yu noticed Ji Yushu standing calmly to the side and instantly hatched a plan. He flashed behind Ji Yushu and let out an insidious laugh. He suddenly kicked Ji Yushu toward the Hamba. Ji Yushu shouted in rage, "Chao Yu!" Facing the monster's iron fist, Ji Yushu hurriedly used his defensive skill, Shadow Watch. A barrier appeared, but it was instantly crushed by the Hamba's grasp. Ji Yushu was terrified. Shadow Sacrifice, a heavy punch from the Hamba, smashed Ji Yushu directly into the stone pavement. Chao Yu watched with hands on his hips, privately appraising. "I didn't expect this guy's Shadow Watch to be quite useful here." He then turned and asked Shaorong and Yang Shangdi, "Quick, are you guys ready?" Shaorong was intensely focused, her scepter radiating frost. "Almost," she shouted. Glacial fury. Yang Shangdi also swung his staff to control the earth and stone. Quick sand bind, ice and shifting sands instantly enveloped the Hamba. Chao Yu privately admired Ji Yushu's durability. The Hamba had hit him so many times, yet after the first shout he hadn't made another sound. Yang Shangdi shouted breathlessly, "Uge, my mana is empty after the attribute cut. Everything depends on you now." Chao Yu flew out, his face full of pride. Watch the final move. He hammered a heavy punch into the Hamba's chest, disrupting its rhythm. A continuous explosion of attacks followed. Minus 398 HP. The Hamba roared, lightning condensing in its arms and its eyes turning blood red as it prepared to unleash its ultimate move. The impact sent Chao Yu flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood but still jumped up tenaciously, swinging a decisive punch. Die! Chao Yu charged straight into the dust where the Hamba had stumbled. Just as he was about to deliver a finishing blow from behind, the principal suddenly appeared and shouted, "Chao Yu, stop, you can't kill the Hamba, let me do it." A world-shaking explosion rang out and the Hamba collapsed. System prompt, Chao Yu used physical damage to kill the boss. Reward 20 attribute points, 200 express. Congratulations on clearing the Lingshu Mountain dungeon. Evaluation rank A. Chao Yu was happy about the level up, but the principal ran over in a frantic rush, his face pale. "You foolish child, killing the Hamba will result in a curse." Chao Yu looked bewildered. "How, what curse?" The Hamba's corpse dissipated into wisps of eerie red smoke. The principal shouted, "Watch out!" The red smoke swirled and dived into Chao Yu's body. A system prompt jumped out. "You have been cursed. Death in 30 days. Chao Yu asked in terror, "Is there a cure for the curse?" The principal shook his head in despair. "No, according to records, no one who has been cursed by the Hamba has ever survived." His companions gathered around in worry, but Chao Yu tried his best to remain calm. "It's fine. A level 20 boss curse. Kyoto University should be able to solve it, right?" Yang Shangdi exclaimed in admiration. "Uge, you're too fierce." Just then Ji Yushu was sneakily picking up a ring from the Hamba's ashes. He let out an insidious laugh. "Hey Chao Yu, thanks for taking care of that Hamba for me." He smugly examined the ring. "You set me up once, now it's my turn." Yang Shangdi rebuked him angrily. "You were nowhere to be seen when we were fighting the boss, but you're first in line to snatch the loot." Ji Yushu prepared to leave. "HMPH, just you wait. This is karma." However, his feet were suddenly trapped by a quagmire. Yang Shangdi had acted in time to stop him. "Uge, go." Ji Yushu glared and threatened. "I just don't want to get into a conflict with you. Do you really think a bunch of battered remnants can beat me?" Chao Yu rushed forward and snatched back the ring. Ji Yushu sneered, "Naive. Since you're looking for death, I'll use you to test my new equipment." He activated the ring, but the stolen attribute values were incredibly low. Chao Yu mocked, "Did you take the attributes of a shrinking turtle?" He delivered a thunderous heavy punch to Ji Yushu's jaw. "Without the corpse ancestor's pressure, this bit of attributes is enough to deal with you." Ji Shu retreated in panic. "Farewell, Chao Yu, I will pay back the humiliation you've given me today in full in the future." Before he could finish, a block of solid ice had locked onto his legs. Shattering walked over coldly. "Ji Shu, do you still have the face to mention the exam?" Chao Yu added another punch to his chest, completely reclaiming the ring. Seeing the situation was lost, Ji Shu left a final harsh word before disappearing. "Chao Yu, you just wait," holding the ring. Chao Yu laughed with satisfaction. "I did feel my speed slow down just now. This really is an excellent control skill." He turned to thank Shattering, but she only cautioned him. Ji Shu is the type who never forgets a grudge. "Be careful." The light of teleportation enveloped them. Character info: name Chao Yu, class Necromancer. Level 12, strength 320, defense 6, agility 9. Agility 9, HP 41204120. Equipment: Ring of the Skeleton King, Azure Dragon Crescent Blade. Spider Armor B, Corpse Ancestor Ring A. They appeared in a crowded military base. Chief Proctor Jin Tong was currently reassuring the students. "Rest assured, Sucheng will definitely give you an explanation for this incident." He announced firmly that the nature of the event was extremely egregious, and the higher-ups were furious. To ensure safety, the top scholar exam had been temporarily suspended. Shaorong reminded Chao Yu once again to be careful of Ji Shu, but he simply replied confidently, "Don't worry, that guy won't be able to stir up much trouble in my hands." Night fell upon a castle hidden deep within a forest. Hua Zi knelt before a mysterious dark shadow, reporting that they had all escaped from the inner world. The figure let out a burst of wild laughter, his tone filled with interest. "Haha, Chao Yu, I've seen him before. I didn't think he was anything special then, but now it seems he truly is Chao Ancheng's son." A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "My interest in him is growing." Early the next morning, the brilliant dawn shone upon Kyoto University as the buses for the new students stood ready. As they stepped off the military armored vehicles, Chao Yu, Yang Shangdi, and Xie Zhu heard a loud shout from the distance. Chao Yu, the recruitment teacher Peng Lianji, ran over through the crowd drenched in sweat to meet them. Seeing his 3-star pupils safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief and waved excitedly. "You finally arrived." Chao Yu nodded in greeting, but his expression was exceptionally urgent. He stepped forward quickly and whispered, "Teacher Peng, can you take me to see Principal Ji? I have something very important to discuss." Seeing Chao Yu's serious demeanor, the smile on Teacher Peng's face vanished instantly. He nodded decisively. "Something very important? All right, I'll take you." Minutes later, in the Kyoto University principal's office, Principal Ji Pingying had just pushed open the door and sat down when he looked up from his pen and asked, "Lil Peng says you have something to discuss with me." Chao Yu walked to the desk, his tone heavy. "Yes." With that, he rolled up his sleeve to show the principal a flickering dark red bloody handprint mark on his left wrist. "Principal, look at this. The boss placed a curse on me before it died." Ji Pingying narrowed his eyes and examined the mark closely, his face turning pale in an instant. His eyes widened in terror as he blurted out, "The curse of the Hanba, once you're struck by this thing, death within 30 days is certain." Standing to the side, Peng Lianji let out a terrified cry. "Death within 30 days? Principal, is there any way to break this curse?" Ji Pingying closed his eyes and pressed his temples firmly with both hands, contemplating for a long time. "Let me think. The most reliable way would be to find a Sage's Protection. That's an S-rank item. I'm afraid it's simply not for sale on the market." Hearing the words, Sage's Protection, the corner of Chao Yu's mouth twitched. He recalled the terrifying moment in the Myriad Venom Cave when Shu and Dong had pierced his chest. His heart ached as he blossomed in a self-pitying murmur. "Sage's Protection, unfortunately. I already used it during the fight with Shu and Dong." He let out a heavy sigh. Even if such a life-saving item really existed, no one would likely be willing to sell it. Principal Ji picked up his phone, tapped it a few times, and then shook his head with a sigh. "I just asked a few friends, but none of them have the Sage's Protection." Cold sweat began to bead on Chao Yu's forehead as he leaned over the desk and asked urgently, "Principal, besides that, is there really no other way to break the curse?" Ji Pingying stared directly into his eyes, hesitating for a moment before answering, "There is a way, but given your current strength, forget it. Sending you to a place like that is no better than letting you live out your final days before the curse takes effect." Hearing these soul-crushing words, Chao Yu's face fell like a soggy cracker. He forced a bitter smile and pleaded, Principal, I think I can still be saved." Ji Pingying simply turned to look out the window, his tone icy and resolute. "Going there means nothing but certain death." Chao Yu refused to give up, staring fixedly at the principal's back as he said decisively, "Principal, how will we know if we don't try? Tell me where it is." The old man let out a long sigh and dropped a bombshell, a D-rank dungeon. Hearing D-rank, Chao Yu breathed a sigh of relief, crossing his arms and patting his chest confidently. "I've done D-rank difficulty quests before, I can definitely make it through." Ji Pingying spun around abruptly, glaring at him sharply as he corrected him in a low voice. "A D-rank quest within an E-rank dungeon and a true D-rank dungeon are two entirely different things." Seeing that the boy still hadn't realized the danger, he tapped the desk to emphasize, "The two aren't even comparable. Most players entering D-rank dungeons are mid-tier. A novice rookie like you would probably be beaten like an NPC." Having cold water thrown on him, Chao Yu pouted and retorted, "My equipment isn't exactly bad anyway." Hearing this arrogant reply, Ji Pingyang roared in anger, his voice like a thunderclap, causing teacher Peng beside him to shudder. As the principal of Kyoto University, would I really covet the equipment of a student? Realizing he had misspoken, Chao Yu scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Reflex, just a reflex. He pressed his hands together in a humble plea. Principal, what's the name of that dungeon? I still want to give it a try. Ji Pingyang closed his eyes. Feeling speechless at this stubborn student, he murmured, You brat. Suddenly he snapped his eyes open and a terrifying pressure erupted from the sword god, slamming down on Chao Yu like a massive mountain. Boom, Chao Yu's health bar instantly flashed red, dropping by 500 points. Arg! Chao Yu groaned in pain, falling to his knees as fresh red blood leaked from the corners of his eyes. He clutched his head, gritting his teeth to endure the agonizing pain in his eyes as if swords were being churned inside them. Standing not far away, teacher Peng was pressed directly to the floor by the aura, unable even to lift his head. Seeing that although Chao Yu was trembling and bleeding from every orifice, he still gritted his teeth and refused to collapse, Ji Pingyang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, you can still stand. To think a mere novice could withstand my released aura. This boy is indeed no ordinary talent. Despite being in excruciating pain, Chao Yu lifted his blood-stained head and asked with a resilient smile, So, Principal, can I go try that dungeon now? Faced with this unyielding grit, Ji Pingyang finally softened. He withdrew his aura, stepped forward and cast a holy light healing spell on Chao Yu. He said softly, That D-rank dungeon is called the Soul-Washing Rainforest. The soul-washing pool inside can cleanse all negative states from a player. Feeling his vitality gradually returning, Chao Yu wiped the blood from his face, stood up and bowed to the principal in thanks. Ji Pingyang patted his shoulder and warned with a worried gaze, But remember, there are almost no novice players inside. Do not go looking for trouble. Chao Yu tilted his chin, his eyes flashing with confidence. Don't worry, Principal, I understand. With his health fully restored, he turned excitedly to leave. Then, Principal, I'm heading to the soul-washing pool now. Wait, Ji Pingyang called him back and tossed him a shimmering small object. This should be of great help for your trip to the soul-washing pool. Take it. Chao Yu caught it and looked. It was an exquisitely carved pendant. The item information panel lit up immediately. Changchi Pendant, A rank enhancement 5 effects. Skill power increased by 30, casting speed increased by 20, special effect, immunity to mental control, class restriction none. After reading these terrifying attributes, Chao Yu swallowed hard, feeling embarrassed for having doubted the principal's good intentions just now. Principal, this is too precious. Ji Pingyang glared at him and replied flatly, It's only a loan, you have to return it to me when you get back. With the treasure for protection, Chao Yu grinned broadly and waved goodbye. Thanks, Principal, I'm off. The scene shifted and Chao Yu was standing before the familiar portal in the world. The system screen flashed. Entering dungeon, soul-washing rainforest. Difficulty, D rank. No detailed information available for this dungeon at this time. Matching team. The light flashed and Chao Yu was teleported into a dense, humid and dark forest. At the same time, 5 other streaks of light appeared around him. They would be Chao Yu's new teammates for this life and death journey. 6 people in total. The system began to read the rules in a cold voice. Welcome to the soul-washing rainforest. Players must strictly follow the rainforest rules. If you hear someone call you from behind in the soul-washing rainforest, absolutely do not look back. If a teammate leaves everyone's sight for more than 1 minute, please be wary of that person. Please familiarize yourself with and memorize your teammates' habits, behaviors, and speech as quickly as possible. If singing or strange whispering suddenly appears in your ears, please immediately use the most vicious language to curse loudly until the sound disappears. When a strange person appears in the rainforest and asks you a question, absolutely do not answer. According to feedback from other players, the soul-washing rainforest is very safe and no accidents will occur. Finally, we wish you a pleasant time in the soul-washing rainforest. Having just heard the 6th rule, which was clearly a lie, an intellectual in the group wearing nearsighted glasses began to curse irritably. Safe my ass, everyone who encountered danger died here. They never got the chance to give feedback. A seductive woman with a revealing outfit stepped into the center of the group to start coordinating. Alright, according to the rules, let's introduce ourselves first to get acquainted. I'm Qin Qinshui, a level 22 mid-tier water mage. The glasses man who had just been grumbling pushed up his frames and gave a reluctant introduction. Cao Zhao, level 22 mid-tier broadsword cultivator. The remaining 3 also announced their names in turn. Mi Yuan, level 25 mid-tier sword cultivator. She was a cool and heroic-looking woman carrying a heavy sword on her back. Tang Lan, level 22 mid-tier wood mage, a small and shy girl. Wu Chengfu, level 22 mid-tier broadsword cultivator. A bloated fat man. All eyes focused on Chao Yu. He cleared his throat, puffed out his chest with as much confidence as possible and introduced himself. Chao Yu, level 13 novice necromancer. Upon hearing the word novice, Cao Zhao's face instantly twisted as if he'd eaten a fly and he grumbled unpleasantly, What the hell? A D-rank dungeon matching me with a novice teammate? Isn't this just a setup for failure? The fat man Wu Chengfu nodded in agreement, glancing sideways at Chao Yu. This kid is definitely going to drag us down. Only Mi Yuan remained calm and spoke up in defense. Although he's a novice, as long as a necromancer can summon enough undead, they can still exert mid-tier strength. Cao Zhao let out a cold laugh and spat out a crude remark. You ladies aren't just looking at how handsome this kid is and wanting to be the old cow eating tender grass, are you? Ma Yuan stayed above it and drew her long sword directly. The cold blade pressed against Cao Zhao's neck as she warned icily, "If you dare utter another word of nonsense, I will cut out your tongue." Sensing the killing intent radiating from this level 25 powerhouse, Cao Zhao swallowed hard and quickly changed his tune, waving his hands with a sycophantic smile. "Haha, just kidding, just kidding." Standing in the corner, Chao Yu narcissistically smoothed his hair, thinking to himself, is being handsome a crime? Seeing the tense atmosphere, Qin Qinshui flirtatiously beckoned Chao Yu. "Little brother, come over here with the big sisters." Chao Yu broke into a smile as bright as spring flowers and trotted over to the women. "Coming, big sister." Seeing his prey intercepted, Cao Zhao glared from behind and gnashing his teeth as he plotted a filthy thought. "You stinking BTCHES, don't let me catch an opportunity or I'll finish you off sooner or later." The group began to form up and slowly ventured deep into the misty soul-washing rainforest. Qin Qinshui led the way, reminding them, "I heard the soul-washing pool is in the center of the rainforest. We must not touch the taboos mentioned by the system." After walking for a bit, she looked back at Chao Yu and asked curiously, "Little brother, how did a novice like you get into a D-rank dungeon?" Chao Yu scratched his head and smiled, just about to answer when his step suddenly froze in the thick fog ahead. A blurry person gradually appeared. When the figure stepped into the light, all 6 people were stunned. It was a person who looked exactly like Chao Yu from head to toe. A perfect mirror image. Both Chao Yus stood frozen on the spot, staring at each other with the same posture and terrified expression. Wu Chengfu's eyes widened as he counted over and over, stammering in terror. Why are there 7 people? There are 2 of that necromancer." Ma Yuan drew her sword in a defensive stance, frowning as she asked Qin Qinshui, "Can you tell which one is real?" Qin Qinshui stared with wide eyes, but even if she grew another eye she wouldn't be able to tell. She shook her head helplessly. "I can't." Cao Zhao, naturally sinister, immediately drew his blade and proposed a cruel plan. "How about we just kill both of them?" He had disliked Chao Yu from the start and wanted to use the chance to remove this thorn in his side. Qin Qinshui hurriedly waved her hand to stop him. "Wait, he's a necromancer. As long as he can perform necromancy, he must be the real one." Like grasping at a lifesaver, one of the Chao Yus immediately raised his hand and shouted, "I can summon the undead." The real Chao Yu, standing opposite him, furrowed his brow and scratched his head, thinking to himself, "Crap, I didn't expect this fake to actually have a trick up its sleeve. As a necromancer who spends all day in melee combat, I doubt anyone will believe I'm the real deal. Whatever, I'll just beat it to death first." Chao Yu didn't explain a single word. He directly reached out to summon the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, and let out a furious roar. "How dare you impersonate me?" He swung the great blade, creating a whistling sound as it slashed directly at the imposter. Caught off guard by the sudden explosion of physical power, the fake couldn't block in time and had a chunk of its shoulder sliced off, its disguise peeled away. Revealing its true form, a monster made of withered wood, it stared in wide-eyed astonishment. "How can your strength be so great?" Seeing it could no longer keep up the act, the monster reverted to its original form, becoming a wooden man with long, thin limbs twisted like tree roots. It let out a piercing roar. "I'll kill you." It then swung its sharp stake-like arms, thrusting them straight for Chao Yu's chest, but in Chao Yu's eyes its speed was as slow as a snail's. With his expert blade skills, Chao Yu sliced the wooden man's arms into several sections. With a few quick slashes, the wooden man collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of broken wood. The system immediately announced, "Common monster, LV-22 Puppet Evil Spirit." A puppet possessed by an evil spirit. Killing it might trigger something special. Just then, a weird green light flew out from the debris and bored into Chao Yu's blade. By the time he reacted, the light was gone, leaving only a chill traveling from the hilt to his arm. He frowned and muttered. It seemed something had just crawled into his Azure Dragon Crescent Blade. Looking at the wooden wreckage, Qin Qinshui sighed in relief, pointing at Chao Yu and confirming that the previous one had indeed been the fake. Ma Yuan sheathed her longsword, but her eyes were still full of curiosity and doubt. "As a necromancer, why do you use a weapon like that? And that was a level 22 monster. How did a novice mage like you resolve it with physical damage?" Facing the beautiful Ma Yuan's attention, Chao Yu started acting cool again. He patted his chest, cleared his throat and began spinning a tall tale. "Since I was a child, my skeletal structure has been extraordinary. It all started when I was 3 years old." While Chao Yu talked incessantly, and everyone listened in a daze, no one noticed the wooden fragments on the ground were stirring again. A ball of green evil fire suddenly shot out from the ground, aiming straight for Ma Yuan's back. Chao Yu didn't sense the killing intent until it was close. He shouted in panic, "Ma Yuan, watch out!" But it was too late. The wicked green flame pierced through her back and dove into her body. After being possessed, Ma Yuan's body stiffened for a moment. Then she slowly raised her head, a bone-chillingly cruel smile curling her lips. Without a word, she drew the heavy sword from her back and unleashed a sharp crescent-shaped sword energy directly at Chao Yu. Swish! Chao Yu scrambled to roll away, but the sword energy still grazed his shoulder, tearing a piece of his armor. His HP panel flashed red. 1080. He staggered to his feet, clutching his bleeding shoulder, breaking into a cold sweat. Is this the lethality of a mid-tier sword cultivator? Terrifying. Luckily his health pool was deep enough, otherwise that strike would have cleaved him in two. Yuan landed gracefully, but her eyes were bloodshot and she had completely lost consciousness. She gripped her longsword, preparing to slaughter her companions. Seeing this, Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu immediately drew their weapons, loudly instigating a killing. She's been possessed by an evil spirit. Kill her, quick. She's gone mad. If we don't kill her, we're all going to die here. Unable to stand by and watch a companion be harmed, Qin Qinshui gritted her teeth and cast a water spell, Water Dragon Surround. A massive pillar of water rose from the ground like a dragon, forming a tight water prison that trapped Yuan and restricted her movements. Seeing Yuan trapped, the insidious Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu took the opportunity to rush forward for a sneak attack. She's trapped, kill her now, but that water prison couldn't hold a level 25 sword cultivator for long. Yuan let out a roar, channeling all her spiritual power to swing the heavy sword, Falling Spirit Dragon Slash. A massive blade of light tore through the water prison, the shockwave sending Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu flying. The moment Yuan burst out, Chao Yu had already used his lightness skill to ghost behind her. Worried about hurting his benefactor, he didn't use the Azure Dragon Blade. Instead, he clenched his critical iron fists and delivered a brutal uppercut to Yuan's chin. Bang, her beautiful face distorted from the massive impact. She was sent flying into the air before crashing heavily onto the damp mud, instantly falling unconscious. This display of pure violence left everyone's jaws on the floor. Cao Zhao scrambled up pathetically, staring at Chao Yu in terror as if looking at a monster. He's a novice, yet he knocked out a mid-tier sword cultivator with one punch. Once Yuan was unconscious, her host body weakened, and the evil spirit could no longer remain. A ball of nether green fire escaped from her body, hovering in midair and staring at everyone with a spiteful gaze. Qin Qinshui pointed at it and screamed, "Kill that thing!" without hesitation. Chao Yu summoned his great blade and shattered the green fire with a powerful throw. The evil spirit let out a piercing shriek before exploding. Its soul was extinguished. Chao Yu retrieved his blade, patted his hands, and asked with a frown, "So this ghost thing was controlling her mind." Qin Qinshui hurried over to help Yuan up, her face pale with fright. Yuan is the strongest among us, yet even she couldn't resist. Just then, Yuan let out a soft groan and slowly opened her eyes. She clutched her swollen cheek, her mind spinning like a windmill. Qin Qinshui asked in pleasant surprise, "Yuan, are you alright?" Yuan staggered as she sat up, rubbing her head in pain. "I don't feel so good." To ensure the team's combat effectiveness, Qin Qinshui immediately chanted a healing spell, "Let me treat you first." Water's Blessing. A circle of cool, soft green light enveloped Yuan, healing the bruise on her face and easing the sharp pain. "Thank you." Yuan nodded in gratitude, recalling the previous scene with lingering fear. "From the moment that thing flew into my body, I lost control." She stood up and looked at Chao Yu with admiration. This time, everyone agreed to let Chao Yu walk in front. "Since you've recovered, let's keep moving." Chao Yu nodded, shouldering his great blade to lead the way, warning, "Everyone be careful. This soul-washing rainforest isn't simple." Yuan followed closely behind, offering a sincere thanks. "Little brother, I owe you one this time. If it weren't for you, I might have been killed by those two while I was controlled." Being thanked by a great beauty, Chao Yu's narcissism acted up again. He smoothed his hair and said with a grin, "Don't mention it, we're supposed to help each other in a dungeon." But Yuan clutched her cheek, pouting as she teased him. "Though that punch of yours really hurt. You're a necromancer, how can your physical strength be so high? At the time we all thought you were the fake one." Chao Yu shrugged, repeating his old line, "I have innate divine strength." The deeper they went into the forest, the thicker the fog became, and the torrential rain made visibility extremely poor. Before long the six-person team got separated. Wu Chengfu, walking at the back, looked at the white fog around him in a panic. "What do we do now? We've lost them." Cao Zhao, walking in front, irritably kicked a branch and cursed at those women for not checking if the people behind were keeping up. Suddenly, a tall, dark shadow leaped down from a nearby branch behind them. Both men jumped in shock and spun around. Standing there was a bizarre creature covered in long fur. It stood upright like a human, but its head was like a fox's, and it wore a tattered straw hat. It bared its sharp teeth, making a sound as piercing as nails scraping on glass. "Fellow countrymen, do I look like a person to you or a god?" The system immediately flashed a red warning, "Rare Wilderness Monster, Wangpizi Title Seeker, Level 29. Skill, Allure Inducement." Recognizing it as a malevolent deity seeking a title, Cao Zhao was so enraged he gave it the middle finger and cursed, "What the hell are you, neither human nor ghost? I think you look like a fart." This crude insult struck the Wangpizi's sore spot. Its eyes instantly turned blood red with soaring rage. It let out a grim, terrifying roar, opened its bloody maw, and lunged at the two men who dared to desecrate it, although the two fought desperately with their blades. Two level 22 mid-tier players were absolutely no match for a level 29 monster. Cao Zhao's clothes were shredded as he staggered back, shouting in terror, "How is this beast so fierce?" Wu Chengfu was drenched in sweat, complaining while he defended, "You idiot, don't talk back to it." The dungeon prompt had warned not to answer carelessly. Feeling wronged and furious, Cao Zhao swung his blade and charged at the monster. "I'm a grown man, do you think I'm afraid of a beast like you?" This illusion of courage was instantly extinguished. The Wangpizi swung its sharp claws, carving a wound deep enough to see bone across Cao Zhao's chest, sending him crashing to the ground as blood sprayed. While the monster was busy attacking Cao Zhao, Wu Chengfu crouched and circled behind for a sneak attack, but the Wangpizi's reaction was lightning fast. It spun its head 180 degrees and bit Wu Chengfu's great blade. Snap! With a crisp sound, the high-quality sword was bitten into fragments. Wu Chengfu stood frozen with the remaining hilt, wailing in despair. His weapon gone, the fat man became a total punching bag. The Wangpizi puffed out its cheeks triumphantly and sprayed a cloud of pale yellow toxic mist, enveloping the two in a foul stench. After inhaling the toxic gas, both Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu coughed violently, clutching their noses and holding their breath as their minds reeled with dizziness. The monster grinned hideously, slowly approaching its dying prey to finish them off. Because the rainforest was silent, the sounds of biting and screaming reached far. Cao Yu and the other three walking ahead heard the strange noise and stopped. Cao Yu tilted his head to listen. Did you hear that? There were sounds of a fight. Qin Qinshui looked back and realized the two blade users were long gone. She frowned as she analyzed. Those two blade users didn't keep up, they must have run into something. When the whole group scrambled back to the source of the noise, they were met with a gruesome scene. Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu were lying sprawled in the mud, covered in blood and gasping for their last breaths. Seeing his teammates, Cao Zhao struggled to reach out a trembling hand, feebly calling for help. Not far away, the Wangpizi was still prowling in the toxic mist. Seeing new prey, it snapped its head around, its blood-red eyes locking onto Cao Yu. It let out that nauseating, piercing sound to seek a title again. Fellow countrymen, do I look like a person to you or a god? Cao Yu didn't remain silent as the dungeon warned. Instead, he stood with his feet apart, rubbing his chin and sizing the monster up from head to toe before delivering a shocking response. I think you look like a frail, red-eyed, white-haired, 1.5-meter-tall beast, eared lowly. This outrageous answer left Yuan, Qin Qinshui and Tang Lan petrified on the spot. They covered their faces, feeling helpless at his suicidal bluntness. Didn't Cao Yu fear the monster would kill him? After hearing this evaluation, the Wangpizi's brain short-circuited for 3 seconds, the phrase 1.5 meters looping repeatedly in its mind. A red-eyed, white-haired, frail beast, eared lowly, its subconscious automatically sketched the image of a weak, powerless little girl in a dress weeping. So in the eyes of the guy before it, that's what it looked like. Having its appearance extremely humiliated, the Wangpizi fell into a total frenzy. It let out an ear-shattering roar, transforming into a yellow arrow as it extended its long sharp claws straight for Cao Yu. Die! Qin Qinshui screamed in terror. Watch out, it defeated 2 blade users, it must be very strong. Tang Lan did not stand by and watch. She immediately waved her staff and chanted a wood element spell. Thorn and tangle, over a dozen tree roots as thick as arms sprouted from the ground, weaving into a net to block the monster's path. But the Wangpizi only revealed a bizarre cold sneer, slashing its claws to instantly snap and wither all the roots. Tang Lan retreated in horror. What, my vines? She hadn't expected the power gap to be so vast. After easily clearing the obstacle, the Wangpizi reached Cao Yu and unleashed a thunderous heavy kick of incredible power aimed straight for Cao Yu's chest. System alarm. 369 strength points deducted. Its sharp claws grazed Cao Yu's cheek, leaving a long trail of blood. But unexpectedly, Cao Yu didn't panic as expected. He remained standing as steady as a mountain, his feet sinking into the mud without retreating half a step. He simply reached up to touch the wound on his face and lazily spat out a single word. Oh. Seeing its opponent stand there like nothing happened after taking a fatal strike, even the monster was stunned, staring with wide, disbelieving eyes. Cao Yu slowly put on his brisk steel knuckles and rubbed his fists together, triggering a burst of electric sparks. A mocking, cold sneer curled his lips. Haven't eaten, little guy. The rage inside Cao Yu exploded. With a roar, he concentrated all his critical power into his right arm and unleashed an upward hook that caught the Wangpizi squarely in the jaw. Boom, a dazzling red critical damage number popped up. -1042, the terrifying force of the punch sent the monster flying into the air like a baseball. The massive explosion shook the entire forest, sending dust and smoke everywhere. Witnessing this shocking reversal, Yuan and Qin Qinshui were so stunned their mouths hung open, frozen like statues. Is this guy Cao Yu really a novice? By this point, anyone would bet that Cao Yu had intentionally reported the wrong profession just to play the pig to eat the tiger. Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu struggled to crawl up, clutching their injuries and watching the monster that had nearly killed them now lying flat on the ground like a thin pancake. The two still couldn't accept this cruel reality. This is impossible. How can a novice have such strong physical power? Isn't he a necromancer? Cao Zhao hammered the ground in frustration, filled with jealousy, still unable to understand how this kid did it. Could it just be because of that handsome face? The dust cleared, and the Wangpizi that was so overbearing just moments ago was now a charred corpse. Cao Yu walked over, planting a foot on the body, and clicked his tongue in evaluation with a smug look. This dungeon really has all kinds of weird things. The people behind him still stared with wide eyes, watching him efficiently dispose of an elite monster like he was clearing trash. Wu Chengfu swallowed hard and whispered a conspiracy theory. That guy is so weird, could he be possessed by something? Hearing this, Cao Zhao immediately seized the opportunity to slander Cao Yu like it was a life-saving straw. Think about it. Earlier he killed that guy who could use necromancy without a second thought. Maybe the one lying on the ground is the real Cao Yu. This wicked provocation startled Yuan and Qin Qinshui. They exchanged suspicious glances, their hands instinctively tightening around their weapons. Before the seeds of doubt could sprout, Chao Yu had already turned around leisurely, revealing an innocent smile as he asked naturally, "All settled, everyone okay?" Cao Zhao took a step back, raising his blade to point directly at Chao Yu's face in warning. "Stay back, don't come any closer." He gripped his hilt tightly. His defense was impenetrable, as if he were facing an archenemy. Chao Yu stopped and raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What's wrong?" Cao Zhao lifted his chin, his eyes full of wariness and hostility. "You're a monster, aren't you? Otherwise how could you, a novice necromancer, defeat a level 20 monster with your bare hands?" Facing the sharp tip of the sword, Chao Yu showed no fear. He stepped forward, casually brushing the blade aside like he was dusting off clothes, and chuckled. "What do you mean by that? What kind of monster would come to rescue you?" But Cao Zhao still stubbornly clung to his absurd logic. "Who knows if you're just putting on an act in front of us? This soul-washing rainforest is incredibly bizarre. If you're not a monster, prove it to us. Otherwise, get out of our team." Seeing her teammate being so unreasonable, Qin Qinshui stepped forward to defend Chao Yu. "That's impossible. Chao Yu has been with us the whole time. How could he be a monster?" Mi Yuan also nodded in agreement, crossing her arms as she affirmed, "I don't think he's a fake either." However, the fat man Wu Chengfu, despite having been saved by Chao Yu earlier, joined in with Cao Zhao's provocation. He tilted his head back and argued stubbornly, "Then how do you explain a necromancer having such terrifying strength?" Faced with the twisted logic of these two scoundrels, Chao Yu let out a helpless sigh. He reached out to stroke the ring on his fingertip while simultaneously pointing to the pendant around his neck. "Then you tell me, what kind of monster would have items like these?" Qin Qinshui clapped and cheered, absolutely ecstatic. "Exactly, only players have items. Monsters don't have gear like this. So this Chao Yu is the real deal." The two thugs had originally hoped to take this opportunity to drive Chao Yu away and hog the spotlight. But in the face of such undeniable evidence, they were left speechless. Cao Zhao's cunning eyes suddenly lit up as they swept over Chao Yu's equipment, and he thought to himself, "Wait, is that item he's wearing a rank?" Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu exchanged a glance. With just a second of eye contact, the two small-minded men understood each other perfectly. A dark plan to rob him was instantly born. Cao Zhao immediately sheathed his long blade, his attitude performing a 180-degree turn. He rubbed his hands together, wearing a hypocritical, fawning smile. "It seems there's been a misunderstanding. Chao Yu, don't take it to heart. After all, you don't look anything like a necromancer. So it's inevitable that everyone would be suspicious." He patted Chao Yu's shoulder like a good buddy. "Now that your identity is proven, let's keep moving." Chao Yu brushed his hand away, his icy gaze sweeping over these two-faced hypocrites as he sneered inwardly. "These two have been ostracizing me the whole time, and now they've suddenly changed their tune. What are they up to?" The six-person team continued deeper into the forest. Falling behind, Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu whispered to each other, greedy smiles hanging on their lips. Cao Zhao nudged Wu Chengfu's stomach with his elbow. "You saw that just now, right? He's carrying items." Wu Chengfu nodded repeatedly, his eyes shining like searchlights. "I saw them. 2 A-rank items. He's just a novice. Where did he get so much A-rank gear?" The fat man licked his lips with a look of pure avarice. "I really didn't expect to run into such a windfall in this dungeon." Seeing through his accomplice's greed, Wu Chengfu narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively, "You want them too?" Cao Zhao scoffed, revealing his greedy and contemptible nature. "He's just a novice. Isn't crushing him as easy as crushing an ant? When the time comes, we'll split his items 50-50. Despite his overwhelming greed, Wu Chengfu was still somewhat wary when he remembered that display of power earlier. "But he did kill that Wangpizi quite easily. Can you really take him?" Cao Zhao waved it off, arrogantly and despicably excusing his own incompetence. "We were only hindered because we were poisoned by the Wangpizi. Besides, we're mid-tier. Are you saying we can't beat a single novice?" Wu Chengfu ground his teeth in thought for a moment, then nodded heavily. "True. So when do we strike?" "Wait for an opportunity. Follow my lead." Cao Zhao squeezed the words out through his teeth. The three people walking in front suddenly came to a halt. Qin Qinshui covered her mouth, her eyes wide with terror as she pointed ahead. "Everyone look over there." Through the thick fog, a breathtakingly horrific scene came into view. A vast and deathly silent lake, its water as black as ink. Standing on the surface of the lake were hundreds, thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of blurry souls as motionless as statues imprisoned in the icy water. Those pale, hollow faces continuously emitted mournful whispers. Mi Yuan broke into a cold sweat, her hand trembling as she gripped her sword hilt. "Aren't those the players who failed the soul-washing lake dungeon before? I really didn't expect this dungeon to be so terrifying." Standing not far away, Tang Lan called out in a low voice, "Hurry, come over here." Everyone rushed to Tang Lan's side. The wood element girl was standing before an ancient stone structure. The building had a tiered enclosed structure with a flat pedestal at its center. Cao Zhao looked around curiously. "Is this an altar? It looks like something is written on the stone tablet." Mi Yuan stepped forward to brush away the moss on the tablet, carefully translating the ancient text. "The ancient script on the altar says that only by sacrificing a living creature can we complete the dungeon quest." She turned to look at the lake surface filled with resentful souls, a chill running down her spine. "The phantoms by the lake are the lake slaves. Those who are sacrificed will become slaves of the lake, remaining here forever." Hearing the word sacrifice, Qin Qinshui stepped back several paces, clutching her chest with worry. Sacrifice? In the rear, Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu exchanged a malevolent look. The two murmured in unison, "The opportunity is here." Without any warning, these two scoundrels leaped into the air, channeling their internal energy into their blades and unleashing a fatal strike directly at Qiao Yu's back as he stood at the edge of the altar. Seeing this, Qin Qinshui screamed out, "What are you doing?" Two powerful blades of energy struck Qiao Yu's back, knocking him off balance and causing him to tumble into the center of the altar. Cao Zhao burst into a frantic laugh after landing. Completing our dungeon quest, of course, having been ambushed, Qiao Yu scrambled up while cursing, brushing the dust off his clothes as he glared fiercely at these two ungrateful wretches. "Damn it, I'm the one who just saved you." Wu Chengfu brandished his blade to force him deeper in, mocking him heartlessly. "What friendship is there in a dungeon? Once we're out, nobody knows anyone. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too weak." After forcing their prey into the trap, Cao Zhao triumphantly ordered his accomplice, "Quick, activate the altar." But the two intellectually challenged thugs just stared at each other with blank looks. Wu Chengfu scratched his head. "How do we activate it?" "I don't know the method," Cao Zhao said, turning to shout angrily at Mi Yuan. "How do you activate the altar?" Mi Yuan drew her heavy sword in a flash, shielding Qin Qinshui as she coldly shot back. "Why should I tell you?" Cao Zhao let out a cold snort, his killing intent surging. "I'll deal with you both together in a moment. Since it's a sacrifice, he must die here." Wu Chengfu nodded repeatedly, standing in the center of the cold altar. Qiao Yu sighed and clicked his tongue, his tone filled with bitterness. "Although the principal warned me, I really didn't expect to actually run into people like you in a dungeon." Seeing Qiao Yu pushed into a corner, Wu Chengfu stopped hiding his nature and mocked. "What? You're just a novice necromancer. What other tricks do you have besides summoning the undead? You think you can challenge two mid-tier players with just your physical body? You're daydreaming." Standing outside the combat circle, Qin Qinshui was so anxious she was close to tears. What should we do? With her current strength, intervening was like a praying mantis trying to stop a carriage. But Mi Yuan was different. She channeled her spiritual power into her longsword and stepped forward with gritted teeth. "He saved me, I have to help him." On the altar, Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu roared as they attacked Qiao Yu together. Not only did Qiao Yu not panic, but he actually let out a light chuckle. He reached out to summon the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, and a surge of emerald aura instantly wrapped around his body. He didn't rush to strike but stood steadily, gripping the hilt with both hands. He calmly observed every move of the enemy. The two mid-tier players continuously unleashed killing moves, forming a net of blade energy to surround Qiao Yu. The flashes of blades and swords flickered frantically, but to their horror all their finishing moves were easily parried by Qiao Yu swinging his heavy great blade. Unable to break through after a long assault, Wu Chengfu lost his patience, his face turning red as he threatened, "Kid, just surrender peacefully. Hand over all the items you're carrying, and maybe I'll spare your life." Hearing this, Qiao Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. He finally understood the deeper reason for this backstab. "So you've had your eyes on my items from the very beginning, haven't you?" Seeing his accomplice drawing all the attention, the despicable Cao Zhao quietly circled behind Qiao Yu, raising his blade to strike from behind. But before the blade could fall, a crisp, sharp shout rang out, "Falling Spirit Dragon Slash!" Mi Yuan arrived just in time, swinging a dazzling blade of energy across Cao Zhao's waist. The terrifying impact sent him flying dozens of meters away. Resolving Qiao Yu's immediate crisis, Cao Zhao rolled several times on the ground, clutching his waist and shouting in rage. "Mi Yuan, what are you doing? Why are you meddling in this?" Mi Yuan held her sword across her chest in front of Qiao Yu, responding firmly. "He helped me. Is there a problem with me helping him back?" Cao Zhao spat on the ground and countered, "Don't you want to complete the dungeon quest? If we sacrifice him, you and I can both clear it." Mi Yuan swung her sword coldly, stirring up a burst of frost. "If I have to complete the mission that way, then I'd rather not clear it at all. Besides, the stone tablet only says to sacrifice a living being. It doesn't say it has to be a teammate." Meanwhile on the altar, Qiao Yu had already pushed Wu Chengfu into a corner. He spun the blade shaft and delivered a heavy blow to the fat man's abdomen with the thick back of the blade. Boom! Wu Chengfu sprayed a mouthful of blood, clutching his stomach and rolling on the altar floor. Seeing his comrade fall, Cao Zhao's eyes widened in terror. "What? Damn it, what the hell is with this guy?" Qiao Yu hoisted his great blade onto his shoulder, approaching these two bastards with the leisurely air of a seasoned martial artist, muttering, "Sacrifice this, sacrifice that. Did you even ask for my opinion?" Being looked down upon by a novice, Cao Zhao gnashed his teeth in fury. He was still struggling desperately. "HMPH, he's just a low-level mage. Wu Chengfu, let's go at him together." Worried that Qiao Yu was being double-teamed, Mi Yuan shouted a warning, "Don't you dare." She gathered her sword energy to join the fray. Wu Chengfu clutched his ribs and forced himself to stand, his eyes wild as he roared, "You little brat, in that case I'll kill you all together." Just as the battle was about to erupt, something unexpected happened. Tang Lan, who had been standing on the periphery as silent as a shadow, suddenly walked to a corner of the altar. She reached out and lightly pressed an abnormally protruding stone brick. With a click, a hidden switch was activated, and the entire massive altar structure instantly vibrated violently and began slowly rising from the ground. Dust and smoke filled the air. The 5 people standing on the altar lost their balance, looking at each other in terror. "What's happening? What's going on?" The system heartlessly broadcasted a death notice. "Altar activated. Altar psychic attack intensity continues to increase. As soon as the words fell, a dark red magnetic sound wave rippled out from the center of the altar. Cao Zhao, Wu Chengfu, Mi Yuan, and Qin Qinshui all collapsed to their knees at the same time, clutching their heads and rolling in agony. They screamed incessantly as if thousands of steel needles were being driven into their brains. Only one person stood as steady as a rock, Chao Yu. He blinked as he watched the people around him struggling on their knees, then looked down at the Changqi pendant flickering on his chest. He let out a sigh of relief, secretly feeling fortunate. So this is a psychic attack? Luckily I have this Changqi pendant, so I'm not affected. Amidst the heart-wrenching pain, Cao Zhao struggled to lift his head, staring at the leisurely figure standing below the altar with a face full of disbelief. You woman, what on earth do you want? Standing below the stone platform, a shy and timid look on Tang Lan's face had completely vanished, replaced by the sinister smile of a horror movie's final boss. She shrugged and answered casually, "Nothing, I just want to clear the dungeon quest." To prevent her prey from escaping, Tang Lan formed hand seals and cast the wood element spell Vine Growth. In an instant, hundreds of vines as thick as an adult's thigh and covered in sharp thorns sprouted from the ground. They twisted and wound their way up like giant pythons, tightly binding the altar. Cao Zhao was swept up by a vine around his waist and hoisted into the air. He struggled and cursed in vain, only to be instantly swallowed by layers of vines into the dark jungle. Tang Lan maintained her seal, staring coldly at the dying group. "Since you dared to move against Chao Yu, then why can't I move against you?" In the center of the chaos, Chao Yu narrowed his eyes and stared at the calculating woman, his brain working rapidly to connect all the clues. Why did she know how to activate the altar? The whole way here he hadn't felt her presence at all, but it seemed she had never encountered any danger. Even this altar was discovered by her. Perhaps she knew there was an altar here all along. Could it be that this wasn't her first time in this dungeon? The magical plants Tang Lan created grew larger and larger. The interlacing vines formed a solid cage, gradually crushing the altar. Chao Yu, Qin Qinshui, and Mi Yuan were trapped inside the cage. Her work done, Tang Lan clapped her hands and turned to leave, dropping a bone-chilling curse. "Die, all of you." Inside the dark cage, despite being surrounded by thorny vines, Chao Yu's gaze remained steady. He smiled slightly and tightened his grip on the hilt. Swish, swish, swish. With just 3 violent and exquisite arc slashes, he shattered the pile of vines that were like rotten cabbage, carving out a large hole, fast as lightning. Chao Yu tucked Qin Qinshui under his left arm and scooped up Mi Yuan with his right, leaping out from the collapsing ruins. As Tang Lan had just taken a few steps, a flat voice rang out in her ear. "Hey, let's have a chat." Tang Lan was scared out of her wits. Spinning around, she saw Chao Yu standing behind her with majestic presence. Having set down the 2 unconscious girls, her eyes widened in terror as she backed away 2 steps. "This is impossible. Why weren't you affected by the altar?" Chao Yu brushed the dust off his shoulder, took a step forward and put his hands on his hips as he questioned her. "Haha, I wanted to ask you the same thing. How did you know how to activate the altar? I'm guessing that from the moment we entered the dungeon you planned to sacrifice us all, right?" His scheme exposed, Tang Lan stopped pretending. She threw back her hood, revealing a wicked face. Her hands moved frantically as she manipulated her enhanced wood magic. The vines that erupted this time were no longer ordinary. They were as black as iron and emitted clouds of poisonous gas. Dozens of vines, like steel whips, lunged straight for Chao Yu. He took a step back and assumed a stance, swinging his great blade in a defensive pattern that created an impenetrable shield. A sharp blade struck the vines, sending sparks flying in all directions. However, the eerie vines were not severed. Instead, they bypassed the blade's edge and coiled tightly around his weapon. Chao Yu was startled and pulled hard on the blade, but it wouldn't budge. "How are these vines impossible to cut?" Tang Lan laughed maniacally and pulled a parasitic wood seed, a seed shimmering with a sinister red light from her robe. She tossed the seed into the air, mocking him with disdain. "Dealing with mid-tier scum is one thing, but do you really think a novice can challenge someone above their level?" The wood seed transformed into a streak of red light, shot straight for Chao Yu's neck and quickly burrowed inside. "What is this?" Chao Yu touched his neck in panic, finding a dark red root already firmly embedded in his artery. A sensation of paralysis rapidly spread through his body. He froze on the spot, his legs feeling as heavy as lead and impossible to move. "Damn it, I've been parasitized by the wood seed." Tang Lan walked over triumphantly, hooking Chao Yu's chin with her finger and smiled with certain victory. "Don't bother struggling, just be a good little sacrifice for me." Watching the distance between them close, a trace of cunning suddenly curled the corner of Chao Yu's mouth. He whispered in his mind, "Now's the chance." "Activate." He channeled mana into the corpse ancestor ring in his hand. A ripple of gray sound waves instantly spread out, enveloping Tang Lan. She was suddenly frozen mid-motion as if someone had pressed a pause button. Her body became heavy and sluggish, as if she were sleepwalking. System prompt: Corpse Ancestor Ring effect active for 10 seconds. Target agility reduced by 50. Chao Yu seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, exploding with total power to break free from the botanical seal and leaping into the air. "I only have these 10 seconds. He let out a majestic roar, clenching his critical iron fist. "Take this." Simultaneously, he activated the skill inherent to his pendant. A dazzling golden light enveloped his fist. System prompt: Skill power increased by 30. He muttered indignantly. "It seems everyone in this dungeon looks down on novices." Despite being hit by the slow effect and moving as slow as a snail, Tang Lan's arrogant nature remained. She let out a mocking cold laugh. "Oh, slowing my agility. So what? You're just a novice brat. However, before the words could fully leave her mouth, she saw Chao Yu descending like a burning meteorite. The terrifying pressure from his fatal heavy punch made her skin crawl with fear. Chao Yu roared, tearing through the space. "Take this serious strike." In a panic, Tang Lan tried to resist, hurriedly chanting an incantation to create a vine wall in front of her. "Guardian vine armor," she screamed defiantly, while desperately defending. "Do you really think a novice can be the chosen one?" Boom! The critical heavy punch, bolstered by a 30 power increase, slammed violently into the vine armor shield. This mid-tier defensive shield she was so proud of was as thin as a cicada's wing, instantly pulverized. Chao Yu's iron fist lost none of its momentum, passing through the shards and slamming heavily into Tang Lan's face. Smack! Her face contorted with excruciating pain. The staggering impact sent her flying like a puppet with its strings cut, slamming into a rock wall dozens of meters away. The sound of the impact shook the forest and she slumped to the ground, blood streaming from her nose. Tang Lan was filled with resentment and disbelief. How can a novice necromancer have such terrifying destructive power? Before she could even crawl back up, Chao Yu swept in like a whirlwind, giving her no room to catch her breath. Tang Lan hurriedly raised her hands to beg for mercy, but before the plea could leave her mouth, a heavy kick like a clap of thunder slammed into her abdomen. Thud! Tang Lan tumbled across the ground. What followed was a series of brutal combos as Chao Yu mercilessly rained punches down on her face and body. Every time she tried to cast Guardian Vine Armor, the newly sprouted roots were violently snapped and crushed by Chao Yu. Tang Lan was beaten black and blue, clutching her head and crying for mercy. "Are you even a man? Don't you have any chivalry at all?" But to Chao Yu, enemies were not divided by gender. He delivered a cold backhanded slap, his voice chilling. "When you wanted to kill me, you didn't wonder if you'd succeed. So now you're the one who dies." Witnessing Chao Yu brutally thrashing a beauty like that, the newly awakened Qin Qinshui and Mi Yuan turned pale with fright. They huddled together, trembling and whispering in terror. "He really doesn't give anyone a pass. He hits men and women alike." Just as Chao Yu was getting into the rhythm of the fight, the 10-second restriction of the corpse ancestor ring ended. Tang Lan instantly regained her speed. She gritted her teeth against the pain and cast a teleportation spell, widening the gap between her and this tyrant. Chao Yu stopped, brushing the dust off his clothes and tilting his head to assess the situation. Effect ended, he crossed his arms and looked at the disheveled witch, mocking. "Look at the state of you. I doubt you can even attack anymore." Tang Lan was beaten beyond recognition. Her face was written with pure hatred. She gnashed her teeth, her hands clenched tight. "Chao Yu, was it? I'll remember you. Even my dad has never hit me like this." She then decided to activate the teleportation array to leave the dungeon. Before disappearing completely, she looked back with a venomous warning. "This isn't over between us." Watching his opponent leave, Chao Yu finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if a weight had been lifted. He felt secretly fortunate. If not for the help of the principal's Changqi pendant, he might have actually met his end here. He then remembered the two sisters were still waiting for him. Chao Yu turned and shouted, "Qinshui, Mi Yuan, you're okay now. It's safe." However, the response he got was an expression of extreme terror on the two girls' faces. They huddled together tightly, their voices trembling. "You don't come any closer." This defensiveness left Chao Yu frozen in place, a look of bewilderment on his face. "Ladies, I don't just go around hitting women for no reason." Later, the three of them returned to the altar area. At this time, the altar also began to undergo a strange change. The figures of the two enemies had completely vanished. It seemed those two had long since become sacrifices for the altar. Chao Yu remained silent, his gaze cold as he summoned his great blade. Seeing this, Mi Yuan asked curiously, "What are you trying to do?" He didn't answer, walking straight to the center. "This is an altar, it shouldn't exist." The two women observed from a distance, seemingly guessing Chao Yu's intention. He exerted strength in both arms, thrusting the blade directly into the center of the altar. Instantly, system prompts rang out in rapid succession. "Congratulations to Chao Yu for successfully absorbing the life energy of the soul-washing altar. Free attribute points 20, XP 1200. Congratulations to Chao Yu for leveling up. Current Express 95-1400. Reward 10 free attribute points." He looked at the great blade in his hand, his face full of astonishment. "Just the residual energy allowed me to level up." Along with the level up, he also gained a massive amount of attribute points. At this moment, he finally understood why Tang Lan would resort to such unscrupulous means to sacrifice others. While Chao Yu was still immersed in the power surging through the Azure Dragon Crescent blade, Qin Qinshui stepped over lightly. "Chao Yu, thank you for saving us. Otherwise, we likely would have become sacrifices for the altar." After some discussion, they decided to abandon the mission. In his teammates' eyes, Chao Yu's image had instantly become incredibly reliable. He flashed a brilliant smile, stating confidently, "Don't mention it. Everyone knows I'm a real good guy." The team walked together toward the soul-washing lake, met with a pool of water so clear you could see the bottom, surrounded by breathtakingly beautiful scenery. "Whoa, is this the soul-washing lake?" It seems that since the altar was destroyed, the souls of the trapped players have also been set free. In his excitement, Chao Yu suddenly pulled off his shirt, revealing firm six-pack abs. This sudden move made Qin Qinshui flush red with embarrassment, while Mi Yuan immediately drew her sword in a defensive stance, shouting sharply, "What are you trying to do?" Seeing he was misunderstood, Chao Yu pulled his clothes back with an innocent face to explain, I've been cursed and I came to this lake to wash it off. As proof, his body was indeed entwined with dense, eerie runes that emitted a terrifying aura. Yuan realized she had blamed him wrongly and said awkwardly, "Oh, so that's it, I thought you were about to go wild on us." To rid himself of the discomfort as quickly as possible, he leapt into the lake. Qin Qinshui suggested they all soak for a while. "Let's all go down and soak for a bit. In a hellhole like this, who knows if we've picked up some nasty curse." Sure enough, after immersing in the water, the pitch-black runes on Qiao Yu's body gradually dissipated, revealing his bronze-toned muscles once again. He lay leisurely in the water and sighed. It really works. The curse was being cleared, though the wood seed Tang Lan planted seemed to be impossible to wash away. He touched his neck, feeling that the wood seed was still stubbornly parasitizing his flesh. But he pursed his lips and didn't think more of it, thinking to himself, "Take things as they come, I'll deal with it when I have to." On the other side of the lake, Qin Qinshui and Yuan were also enjoying the cool water. Soothing their frayed nerves, Qin Qinshui said softly to Yuan, "This dungeon is too bizarre. Luckily we had Qiao Yu, but the strong-willed Yuan clearly wasn't ready to fully trust someone just yet." She responded coldly, "HMPH, that brat isn't exactly a saint either." Just as she spoke, whether by the current or on purpose, Qiao Yu actually drifted over to where the two girls were. The three of them cried out at the same time. Yuan immediately accused him. "See, I told you he wasn't a good guy." Qin Qinshui shyly covered herself, while Qiao Yu got the worst of it, gaining nothing but a bad reputation. Before he could even defend himself, he was hit hard on the head by Yuan. He clutched his head and wailed, looking the picture of a wronged man. "You guys were the ones who swam over, how can you blame me?" After everything settled down, the group changed their clothes and returned to the shore. Qin Qinshui smiled and took the initiative to ask for friend requests. "Qiao Yu, Yuan, let's add each other as friends." The other two agreed in unison. After the two beauties left the dungeon, the system panel prompted that the soul-washing lake dungeon was not yet completed, and exiting now would mean losing all rewards. The system asked if he was sure he wanted to leave. Qiao Yu confirmed without hesitation. He muttered to himself that this dungeon was too strange and that with his current strength he likely couldn't explore it fully. He'd come back when he was stronger. Afterward, he teleported back to the real world and went straight to Principal Ji's office. Principal Ji Pingyang was shocked to see him and blurted out, "Whoa, you actually made it back alive." Qiao Yu pushed the door open and walked in. Ji Pingyang stood up excitedly. "You brat, you really came back alive?" The old man wore a smug look, his estimation of the youth rising significantly. For a novice necromancer to survive a D-rank dungeon was indeed no small feat. He held out his hand expectantly. "It's good you're back safe. Now where's my stuff?" Qiao Yu pulled out the pendant and waved it in front of the old man, not forgetting to take credit. "It's all thanks to the principal's pendant that I could make it back alive." Old man Ji smiled with narrowed eyes, his meaning clear. However, Qiao Yu gripped the pendant tight with no intention of returning it, and the old man's smile vanished instantly. He gave Qiao Yu's head a heavy knock as a warning. "You brat, you even want to embezzle my gear. If you can beat me, I'll give you this Changchi pendant for real." Qiao Yu scratched his head and asked curiously, "Principal, what does the 5 feet on this pendant mean?" The old man explained flatly. "That's enhancement. Gear of A rank and above can be enhanced using enhancement stones, which can significantly boost attributes." Hearing this, Qiao Yu realized what it meant. He secretly compared this to the sharpening of his great blade. Old man Ji glanced at him and asked, "How is the Hanba curse on you?" Qiao Yu answered with firm confidence, "Don't worry, it's already been cleared." The old man turned away, muttering, "That's good then. All right, if there's nothing else, get lost and stop bothering me." Qiao Yu bolted out. "Got it, thanks principal." Just as he stepped out of the campus, Qiao Yu accidentally ran into Long Shang. The other party stepped forward and greeted him politely. "Junior Qiao Yu." Qiao Yu looked bewildered. "You know me," the other introduced himself confidently. "I'm Long Shang, also from Sucheng. I participated in the Sucheng exam." Qiao Yu responded with a smile, remembering that this was the combat top scholar he had seen on TV. The two shook hands. Long Shang said warmly, "We're both fellow townsmen from Sucheng. If you have any trouble in the future, just find me and I'll do my best to help. Let's add each other as friends." Qiao Yu happily nodded and agreed. After exchanging contact information, Qiao Yu watched Long Zhang's departing back, thinking this senior was truly warm-hearted. However, as soon as Long Shang turned around, his handsome face darkened, the change in expression fast enough to be chilling. Night fell and Qiao Yu returned to his dorm. He lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling and reflecting on everything that had happened. The curse was solved, and the wood seed issue would have to be set aside for now. He closed his eyes, determined to get stronger as quickly as possible. His personal info panel surfaced. Early the next morning, an angry shout rang out in front of him. "Student Qiao Yu, can you explain this?" Standing there with a frown was his counselor, Teacher Zhang. He was very dissatisfied with Qiao Yu's choice. "Why would a necromancer like you change your class focus to a body cultivator?" Qiao Yu replied with a deadpan expression, "Teacher, I don't want to be a mage who only knows how to take a beating. That is not what a qualified mage looks like. Without a robust physique and a resilient constitution, you won't be able to protect yourself." Teacher Zhang began to explain the clearly defined specialized divisions within the university education system. Even with innate divine strength, it was extremely difficult for a necromancer to cross-specialize into body cultivation. But Chao Yu remained steadfast in his stance. "Teacher, I just want to choose the body cultivation major." That said, he was secretly lamenting in his heart. "If the teacher found out that I, a necromancer, can't even summon a single skeleton frame, I'd probably be completely finished for life." Faced with Chao Yu's stubbornness, Teacher Zhang's face turned purple with rage. The teacher tossed out a stack of student cards and shouted irritably, "This is total nonsense. These are your student cards, make sure you keep them safe." Yang Shangdi took his student card and asked curiously, "Teacher, what is this card for?" Teacher Zhang patiently popularized Kyoto University's credit system. Here, everything from food and lodging to equipment exchange must be calculated using academic credits. Upon hearing this, Ma Fei immediately made an arrogant proposal. "Teacher, how much money for 1 credit? I'd like to exchange for 100 credits first, is that okay?" Teacher Zhang furrowed his brow and immediately snuffed out his idea of buying credits with money. He explained that credits could only be obtained through completing missions or via instructor evaluations. Hearing this, Ma Fei completely collapsed as his financial power had instantly become useless here. Just then, another teacher in the distance waved and shouted, "Warriors of Body Cultivation Class 2, come over here and assemble." Chao Yu hurriedly said his goodbyes and ran toward the assembly point. "Teacher Zhang, I'll be going then." Teacher Zhang's eyes flared with anger as he barked in a low voice, "Get lost." As Chao Yu hurriedly ran into the distance, a figure was quietly observing from afar. It was Professor Shen Jianshu of the Necromancy Department. Wearing his signature small round glasses, Chao Yu suddenly felt a chill down his spine, as if he were being stared down by a gaze filled with conspiracy. In Body Cultivation Class 2, Wan Lihao, a level 35 high-tier body cultivator, stood with an air of majesty. Wearing a stiff zombie-like face, he briefly announced, "My class does not accept trash. In a moment I will release my pressure. I will stand still. Anyone who can withstand the pressure and remain standing for 5 minutes will be qualified to enter my class." The students felt a mountain of pressure after hearing this. And one student asked timidly, "Teacher, what happens if we can't last 5 minutes?" Wan Lihao let out a cold laugh and provoked, "Then I will personally take you to the Academic Affairs Office to handle your department transfer paperwork." With that, he erupted with a terrifying pressure, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze instantly. Faced with this overwhelming power, the students began to fall into a panic. Some marveled that the challenge was as difficult as reaching the heavens, while others hurriedly called for everyone to work together to overcome the difficulty. Wan Lihao secretly nodded in approval. Having courage, daring to take the lead, and staying calm in a crisis, that's good potential. A muscular boy named Lin Lang stepped forward to call for an assembly to discuss a strategy. He suggested forming groups to collectively resist Teacher Wan's pressure for 5 minutes. Chao Yu said nothing, merely observing from the side. Everyone quickly agreed with Lin Lang's opinion and began assigning roles. Seeing Chao Yu standing alone, Lin Lang approached him warmly. "You're Chao Yu, right? Why don't you join our group?" Chao Yu readily agreed. "Sure." Lin Lang curiously inquired about Chao Yu's level, and wondered why someone who looked so clean-cut would choose body cultivation. Chao Yu replied calmly, "Body cultivation, I've never practiced it. I'm a junior necromancer." This answer left Lin Lang petrified on the spot. As if unable to believe his ears, he pressed, "What, you're a necromancer?" Chao Yu frankly admitted his identity as a level 14. The surrounding people began to mock, feeling that Lin Lang had suffered terrible luck this time by bringing along a rookie. Lin Lang let out a long helpless sigh. "Chao Yu, you've really screwed me over this time." Chao Yu, however, looked optimistic, firmly believing that his strength far exceeded many body cultivators. However, absolutely no one believed his nonsense, and Chao Yu could only lament in his heart that the truth is often ignored. Lin Lang finally proposed a protection plan. "Tell you what, Chao Yu, I'll protect you later and buy you time to summon the undead." Just then, the teacher loudly announced the start of the test. Everyone responded in unison with soaring spirits. "Teacher Wan, we are ready." In high spirits, Wan Lihao decisively gave the order. "Then let's begin." In an instant, a force shaped like a fierce tiger charged toward Chao Yu with staggering momentum. Realizing he had become the first target, Chao Yu was startled. "Holy crap, the first punch is coming for me?" Lin Lang kept his promise, flying in front of him to block, not forgetting to tell him to be careful. However, the power of this punch was simply too great. Lin Lang was instantly shocked and forced several steps back. Seeing that even someone as strong as Lin Lang couldn't hold out, the students immediately fell into a panic. Wan Lihao secretly planned to use this move to give these arrogant juniors a show of authority. Facing the whistling palm wind, Chao Yu did not flinch, meeting it head-on with a punch. His health points instantly plummeted to 38144630. He secretly marveled that a casual strike from a high-tier body cultivator was actually this terrifying. Seeing a mage actually manage to withstand the attack, Wan Lihao was also incredibly surprised. "How is this possible? Isn't this kid a mage? How can he take my palm wind? No, if I let you stay standing, won't my intimidation plan be ruined?" To increase the difficulty, he immediately followed up with a more powerful second strike. Watching the whistling golden vortex approach, Chao Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Another one!" He continued to resist, and his health points dropped to 3,175. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was stunned, unable to understand how a necromancer could pull off such an heaven-defying feat. Lin Lang was also completely dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. At this moment, Chao Yu was continuously fending off wind blades as sharp as knives. Realizing that Wan Lihao seemed to be making an example of him, he didn't forget to provoke his opponent. "Teacher Wan, what's wrong? Did you not eat?" Standing to the side, Lin Lang broke into a cold sweat. "Chao Yu, have you gone mad? If you provoke Teacher Wan, you'll get beaten up." Wan Lihao found his character interesting and couldn't help but laugh out loud. But being looked down upon by a junior brat left him a bit indignant. He announced in a dangerous tone, "You've got guts, kid. If you can take this final palm strike, I'll have your back at Kyoto University from now on." As soon as the words fell, the third palm strike was unleashed. Stirring up a piercing gale in space, Wan Lihao exerted force through his entire body, his muscles bulging like stones, condensing a power as overwhelming as the mountains and seas. He let out an ear-shattering roar, swinging the third palm strike directly at Chao Yu. Facing this terrifying offensive, Chao Yu showed no fear. He gritted his teeth, gathering all his internal power into his fist to unleash a sudden strike. Boom, the two forces collided violently, locked in a stalemate, while the surrounding air swirled violently as if about to explode. Under the immense pressure, Chao Yu's body was covered in wounds carved by the wind blades, blood soaking his clothes, but he still supported himself firmly. His feet carved two deep furrows into the ground, yet he refused to retreat. Finally, Wan Lihao added another layer of force. Bang, the massive thrust sent Chao Yu flying dozens of meters away. He slammed heavily onto the ground, a trace of blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. Seeing Chao Yu's gruesome injuries, the other students were scared out of their wits, swallowing hard and whispering, "This evaluation is far too bloody." Wan Lihao took a long breath with his hands behind his back before finally calling out, "Lin Lang, take 2 people and bring Chao Yu to the infirmary." A trace of guilt rose in his heart as he reproached himself. Seriously, why did I get so worked up against a student? However, his eyes suddenly widened in complete disbelief as he saw Chao Yu slowly bracing himself against the ground, struggling to crawl back up. "What? How is that possible?" Wan Lihao murmured to himself. Although Chao Yu was swaying like a drunkard with unsteady steps, he still tenaciously stood straight, prepared to continue the fight. He wiped the blood from his lip and said intermittently, "That palm strike, I took it." The attribute panel flashed a frantic warning, HP remaining 240. The entire venue fell into deathly silence. No one could believe this absurd scene. Lin Lang scratched his head in confusion. Is this really a necromancer?" Gasping for air, Chao Yu repeated in an incredibly arrogant tone, "Did you hear me clearly, teacher? I took it." He even tried to raise a middle finger in provocation, but before his finger could steady, he was exhausted and fell backward. "Ah!" The students let out a cry of alarm. Chao Yu lay motionless on the ground, a curse word still mumbled from his mouth. Before his consciousness faded into darkness, he vaguely heard a flurry of hurried footsteps and the scolding of an old man. "Wan Lihao, why are you being so reckless? As a teacher, you actually went all out against a student." Teacher Wan defended himself aggrievedly. "Old Shen, this kid was the one who insisted on entering the body cultivation class." When Chao Yu struggled to open his eyes, he saw a snow-white ceiling and smelled a heavy scent of Lysol. He found himself lying in the infirmary. Seeing him awake, Wan Lihao, who was squatting by the bed, hurriedly leaned in to ask, "You're awake?" Chao Yu was startled, instinctively throwing a punch to guard his chest. Teacher Wan laughed. He patted Chao Yu's shoulder to reassure him. "Don't be nervous. I said that as long as you could take that punch, I, Wan Lihao, would cover you from now on. I keep my word." Just then, the infirmary door was pushed open. Professor Shen Jianshu walked in wearing a black robe and holding a skeleton staff, coldly interrupting, "He doesn't need you to cover him. Go do whatever it is you're supposed to do." Wan Lihao furrowed his brow and stood up, retorting with his hands on his hips, "But he already passed my evaluation. He is naturally a student of my body cultivation class 2 now." Professor Shen tapped his staff heavily on the ground, reminding him of the facts in anger. "Wan Lihao, he is a necromancer." But Wan Lihao remained stubborn, sticking out his neck to rebut. "I don't care what his class is, with this strong physique he'll definitely be an outstanding body cultivator in the future." Professor Shen ignored his muscle-brained colleague, turning to stare at Chao Yu with scrutiny. "Brat, why go to the body cultivation class instead of being a proper necromancer?" Chao Yu scratched his head, blinking as he obediently talked nonsense. "I feel body cultivation suits me better, because I have innate divine strength." This childish and hypocritical answer completely enraged Professor Shen. He was so angry he ignored his decorum and started cursing, "Innate divine strength, my ass." He raised his staff high and the space behind him instantly distorted, opening a blood-red void vortex like a gate to hell. A massive pitch-black claw slowly reached out, tearing through space. In the blink of an eye, a giant dark dragon carrying heaven-shaking rage was summoned. Professor Shen pointed his staff at Chao Yu. He questioned loudly, "Aren't necromancers cool? With a wave of your hand you can slaughter thousands of troops." A mocking, cold smile curled the corner of his mouth. "Isn't this much better than a dim-witted body cultivator who only knows how to charge forward?" Nearby, Wan Lihao heard the insinuation against his profession and let out a cold snort, crossing his arms to watch with a cold eye. Professor Shen withdrew the dark dragon, his expression changing as fast as flipping a page as he coaxed in a gentle tone, "If you transfer to the necromancy department, I will teach you all of this personally, including the advanced skills of a necromancer. In the future, you too can summon a dark dragon with a flick of your wrist." Hearing these tempting terms, Chao Yu swallowed hard, thinking mournfully in his heart, "Damn, I want to be that cool too, but my spirit power and mana are both 0. I can't even summon a skeleton soldier. If I insist on the necromancy department, won't I be finished sooner or later?" Filled with bitterness, he cupped his hands and bowed, decisively refusing. "Thank you for your kindness, Professor Shen, but I still want to stay in the body cultivation class." He was unable to move this stubborn boy. Professor Shen let out a long sigh and withdrew the void vortex. He waved his hand with dwindling interest. "Sigh, have it your way." He pulled a pitch-black card from his robes and tossed it to Chao Yu, instructing, "Take this card and find me at the faculty apartments. If you regret this later, come find me anytime." Chao Yu took the card and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you, Professor Shen." Watching Professor Shen disappear into a vortex, Chao Yu rubbed the card and lamented, "Necromancy is indeed awesome, what a pity." Because he had secured the student, Teacher Wan triumphantly patted his leg and reminded, "Thanks to old Shen's medicine, your injuries are mostly healed. Assemble at Body Cultivation Class 2 on time tomorrow. I'm taking you to a fun place." Chao Yu put away the card and responded excitedly, "You got it." Early the next morning, Body Cultivation Class 2 finished assembling at the meeting point. Chao Yu looked at the C-rank dungeon shrouded in eerie mist and opened the system to confirm. The deep mountains and dense forest were hidden in thick fog. The lush jungle emitted a bone-chilling cold. Up ahead, a massive barrier gate was slowly opening. Wan Lihao stood with his hands behind his back, loudly announcing the rules. "Your mission today is to sit cross-legged in this black forest until the sun goes down." Lin Lang scratched his head in curiosity. "Just sitting, what's so hard about that?" Wan Lihao didn't rush to answer. He leaned down to pick up a fist-sized stone and hurled it into the misty forest with force. Whoosh, crack, as soon as the stone crossed the barrier, it was instantly sliced into fragments by countless invisible sharp air currents scattering across the ground. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the students were horrified to discover that the test was actually wind blades. "You want us to stay in that hellhole for an entire day? People will die, teacher." Ignoring the students' wailing, Teacher Wan merely offered a wicked smile. "Rest assured, as long as I'm here, no one will die, but you won't escape a bit of suffering." A student asked with a long face, "Teacher, what is the point of doing this?" He stroked his chin and answered in a deep voice, "First, it is to temper your will. The second reason is that you'll understand once you're inside." Lin Lang took a deep breath and stepped forward, saying, "I'll go first." Gritting his teeth, he walked into the barrier with heavy strides. The moment he crossed the boundary, dozens of razor-sharp wind blades instantly struck him, slicing through his clothes and cutting his skin, forcing a cry of agony from his throat. "Arg!" But upon seeing his attribute status, Lin Lang froze, his eyes widening in shock. "This is..." He immediately sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, channeling his energy to resist. As the wind blades continuously lashed at him, Teacher Wan stood outside the barrier with his arms crossed, silently appraising him. "This kid has some grit and courage. A good prospect. I wonder how long he can hold out." He turned to the shivering students and said, "It seems he has already grasped the wonders of the Black Forest. You lot go in too." He furrowed his brow and added a reminder. "None of you have a defense stat lower than 100, right?" Chao Yu's heart skipped a beat and he swallowed hard. He timidly raised his hand and asked, "Teacher Wan, what happens if it's lower than 100? Teacher Wan shrugged, offering a mysterious and brief reply, "In all likelihood, you'll lose your life." Seeing Chao Yu's frozen expression, he asked with concern, "What's wrong looking like that? Is your defense really low?" Chao Yu rubbed his nose and confessed his embarrassing stat. "It's not exactly low. If you round it up, it's 2 digits, teacher." This statement caused Teacher Wan's eyes to bulge in surprise. "You have all that power but no defensive capability? How did you fight people before? And how did you manage to take 3 of my punches?" Chao Yu scratched his head with a giggle and explained, "It's just because my health is a little bit higher than the average person's." Teacher Wan narrowed his eyes, determined to get to the bottom of it. "How much is a little bit?" he replied calmly. 4,630. This absurd number caused Teacher Wan's brain to instantly stall. He froze for a few seconds. "Oh, only 4,000, then." His eyes bugged out like copper bells, his face filled with shock, and his voice jumped an octave as he confirmed. "How much? 4,000 what?" He roared frantically in his mind. "A junior tier player with 4,630 HP? Is this guy really a necromancer, or is he a boss in human skin?" While Wan Lihao was still immersed in self-doubt, Chao Yu decisively crossed the barrier and walked in. The moment he entered, the sharp air current sliced his skin, but a notification panel immediately popped up. He slapped his thigh in realization. So that's how it works. He looked at the panel. This place could actually increase defense, current defense 6-1. Glancing around at the other students who were sitting down and grimacing as they channeled their energy, he realized everyone was using this cutting sensation to temper their own defense. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind, "I'm going for it." He then chose a quiet corner. Chao Yu sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to cultivate. Standing outside the barrier, Teacher Wan saw him meditating as if nothing were wrong and stroked his chin in surprise. "This kid's defense is so low, yet he's perfectly fine. No, I have to keep a close eye on him. It'll be a disaster if something goes wrong." The students were all focused on resisting with their eyes closed. The entire forest was exceptionally silent, save for the howling wind. Just then, on a dark ancient branch behind Chao Yu, a giant black spider the size of a bull spun its silk and descended noiselessly, preparing to ambush him. Standing outside, Teacher Wan keenly spotted the anomaly. He instantly transformed into a streak of red light and charged in, letting out a roar like a thunderclap. "Vile beast, die!" This roar startled the other students, who snapped their eyes open to see the disgusting monster in horror. Only Chao Yu remained seated with his eyes closed, completely unaffected. The system immediately scanned the intruder. Common monster, dark spider. Level: LV 33 HP, 5000 strength, 396 defense, 288 agility, 345. Skills: poison, electricity, soul seizing. Description: inhabits the Black Forest, has a taste for human blood. Hearing the system report those staggering parameters, Chao Yu broke into a cold sweat, cursing inwardly. Damn it, a level 33 freak is considered a common monster? In midair, Teacher Wan flew toward it, his fist erupting in flames as he condensed his full strength into a brutal heavy strike against the spider's head. Vile beast, crumble! The power of this punch was so immense it gave the monster no chance to react. Its massive body shattered instantly, turning into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. Hearing the world-shaking explosion, Chao Yu finally opened one eye to peek. He swallowed hard, thinking to himself, so this is the true strength of a Kyoto University body cultivation teacher. It seems Teacher Wan went very easy on me during the entrance exam. Having dealt with the trouble, Teacher Wan clapped his hands and turned to comfort the shaken students. All right, it's over. Cultivate in peace. That kind smile vanished instantly as he issued a stern warning. However, if anyone dares to leave before the end, see if I don't deal with you. Chao Yu closed his eyes and resumed his training. He marveled inwardly. This truly was the resource of a top-tier institution. If Teacher Wan weren't out there standing guard, none of us rookies would dare to meditate and cultivate in peace inside such a dangerous C-rank dungeon. Time ticked away, and 2 hours later, many people reached their limit. Several students, unable to withstand the torture of the sharp wind blades, crawled out of the barrier covered in scars. Chao Yu was also gritting his teeth in a bitter struggle, feeling as if his whole body were seeping blood. He worried privately that with his defense being so low, he wouldn't be able to hold out much longer at this rate. Suddenly his dormant passive skill, Wood Siphon, activated automatically. Eerie roots reached deep into the ground, spreading throughout the entire forest. Chao Yu opened his eyes, discovering in surprise, could this be the wood seed that woman Tang Lan planted inside me? It's actually absorbing the life energy of the entire forest to transmit to me. Feeling his vitality rapidly restoring, he chuckled smugly. Luckily that woman had a scheme. If not for this wood seed, I might have missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to level up in the Black Forest. Meanwhile, far away in Suchong, Tang Lan was drinking tea, when she suddenly let out a massive sneeze. Achoo! She rubbed her nose, a flash of cunning in her eyes. Sensing that the wood seed was active, she wore an insidious smile. Chao Yu, since you're infected with my wood seed, I'll know where you're hiding no matter what. Just wait for my revenge. In the Black Forest, the wood seed at Chao Yu's neck emitted an eerie green light, secretly siphoning the forest's spiritual power to boost his endurance against the wind blades. The students who had withdrawn stood outside the barrier, staring dumbfounded at the three people who were still holding out. They couldn't help but click their tongues in admiration. Those few are way too impressive. Yeah, they've actually managed to endure the wind blade slicing for a whole day, especially that guy Chao Yu. I heard he's a paper-thin, low-health necromancer. I really didn't expect him to last this long, Teacher Wan observed with his arms crossed, secretly cheering as well. These few are real prospects. I didn't expect this mage kid to last until now. Just how is he doing it? Looking at Lin Lang, who was currently trembling all over, he concluded, he's likely reaching his limit soon. Lin Lang's talent is good, but it seems he's still a cut below that kid. Just as he thought this, the third student collapsed, clutching his chest and crawling out with effort, reporting with his head down, Teacher Wan, I'm applying to withdraw. Wan Lihao was startled, staring wide-eyed at the person coming out. It's actually not that kid Chao Yu. Lin Lang walked out, gasping for air, feeling both angry and anxious as his pride took a massive hit. Why? I'm a proud body cultivator. Am I actually inferior to a necromancer? The students outside began to whisper again. Chao Yu actually made it to the end. Who was it that guessed who would quit first? Someone said it would be Chao Yu, since he isn't a proper body cultivator, and Lin Lang's strength was obvious to everyone. But look, Chao Yu shows no sign of pain or strain at all. On the contrary, Lin Lang was the one shaking just now. Just as everyone said, Lin Lang had reached his limit and could no longer continue. Teacher Wan stepped forward and patted Lin Lang's shoulder to comfort him. You've already done your best, this is your limit. Lin Lang lowered his head in shame, stuttering. Teacher Wan waved his hand to interrupt, signaling him to rest. Go get patched up outside. Seeing Lin Lang, the pride of the class, walk out, the students' jaws dropped. What? Lin Lang actually gave up first. Does that mean Chao Yu won? Teacher Wan turned back to look at the last person, who was as calm as a living Buddha in meditation, and a trace of an expectant smile surfaced on his face. Chao Yu, let me see exactly where your limit lies. Time passed until the last rays of sunset vanished and the sky turned pitch black. Chao Yu was still cultivating without moving a muscle. Gasps of amazement continued to ring out. My god, Chao Yu is still going. Teacher Wan nodded and thought, good job kid, what a pity. He looked up at the mist-shrouded night sky, his expression turning serious. It's dark. He raised his voice loud as a bell to wake Chao Yu. Alright, that's enough. Come on out. He pointed to the starless, moonless sky. He briefly explained the danger. The sun is down and the Black Forest is no longer gentle. I can't guarantee your safety after nightfall. Hearing the call, Chao Yu slowly opened his eyes. After standing up, he replied briefly, okay. He stretched his limbs and opened his attribute panel, unable to suppress a surge of ecstasy. This Black Forest truly lived up to its reputation. His defense had shot up to 23. He calculated the results. He had gained a full 17 points of defense in a single day. A student watched him walk out without a change in expression. They blurted out in amazement, if it weren't dark, Chao, you could probably have lasted a lot longer, right? Where exactly is his limit? Teacher Wan clapped to signal the exhausted students to dismiss. Alright class, you're dismissed. Go back and rest well. Training continues tomorrow. A few days later, on a quiet afternoon in the empty courtyard of the dorm area, Chao Yu sat on a stone bench with his chin in his hand, lost in thought. Luckily I have that wood seed. My defense has improved a lot these past few days. I'll keep training tomorrow and max out the value. Just then a flurry of hurried footsteps rang out. Xie Zhu, Yang Shangdi and Ma Fei walked over. Xie Zhu waved and proactively made an enticing suggestion. Chao Yu, why don't we start a guild? Chao Yu raised an eyebrow and asked back in confusion. A guild, Xie Zhu enthusiastically explained the massive benefits. Guilds have many perks like exploring guild-exclusive dungeons and participating in guild wars to seize resources. Most importantly, guild members can't harm each other or they'll be wanted by the system server-wide. Hearing these generous privileges, Chao Yu nodded with considerable interest. Start a guild, I have no objection. But I have to go to the body cultivation class later. Seeing him agree, Xie Zhu was overjoyed and didn't waste any more of his precious time. Then we'll go submit the application first. Come join us as soon as you're done. Chao Yu waved goodbye. Will do. But as soon as Chao Yu turned around, class monitor Ma Fei lifted his chin, revealing his thirst for power as he demanded of the other two. Starting a guild is fine. But I have one condition, I must be the guild master. Hearing this absurd demand, Yang Shangdi rolled his eyes and retorted directly to his face, please, having such a weak leader would be embarrassing for everyone. Ma Fei turned red with rage, preparing to argue. Meanwhile, in the C-rank Black Forest, Teacher Wan was taking a walk with another professor. That professor stroked his chin and asked curiously, Teacher Wan, I heard your class has recently produced an extraordinary body cultivation genius. Teacher Wan rubbed his forehead and gave a couple of dry laughs, feeling a surge of bitterness. Genius, perhaps, but that kid just happens to be a necromancer. How could I dare tell anyone about that embarrassing fact? The scene returned to Chao Yu, who had hidden in a corner again to absorb the wind blades. Opening his attribute panel, he saw his defense had stopped exactly at 500. No matter how he meditated, the value would no longer rise. He clicked his tongue, realizing a harsh reality. His defense had reached the limit for his current level. Just as he was scratching his head for a way to break the bottleneck, the space before him suddenly warped. A few fragments of golden light flew out from the hidden cube in his pocket, coalescing into a physical form. An exquisitely beautiful woman with form-fitting armor and long golden wavy hair appeared before Chao Yu. Chao Yu froze on the spot, pointing at her and stuttering, You're the Mechanical Queen. Wait, how did you appear here? The Mechanical Queen curled her lips elegantly and answered in an indifferent yet magnetic voice, You carry something on you that can absorb massive energy, the wood seed. It helped me gather enough energy to reshape my body. Chao Yu scratched his head, feeling incredibly amazed. He never expected this blood-sucking wood seed to have such an effect, to even awaken and nourish the Mechanical Queen. He quickly composed himself and greeted her politely. My queen, what do you plan to do next? The queen's voice rang out calmly, carrying an unquestionable authority. Didn't you say you would show me the outside world? Now it's time to fulfill that promise. As soon as the words fell, her entire body erupted in a blinding light, illuminating the entire space. Subsequently, her phantom form transformed into a massive surge of energy, spiraling like a whirlwind directly into Chao Yu's chest. Before he could resist, he was forced to passively endure the invasion of that terrifying power. Arg! Chao Yu clutched his chest and let out a pained scream. It felt as if a high-voltage current were coursing through every single cell. The queen's soft, soothing voice echoed in his mind. Relax. It will hurt a little at first, but the pain will subside in a moment. As the light faded and silence returned to the surroundings, her voice rang out clearly in his mind once more. From now on I can perceive everything you hear, think and see. Chao Yu was drenched in sweat, his face contorted. He didn't like this loss of control one bit, cursing inwardly that the feeling of being monitored anytime, anywhere was absolutely wretched. He analyzed the dangers. If she could monitor all his thoughts, did that mean he would have no secrets left before her? A flash of unmistakable cunning flickered in his eyes. He bit his lip, determined to fight back. Absolutely not. No sooner said than done. He closed his eyes and intentionally conjured a vivid, full HD mental image of the Mechanical Queen bathing, steamy, wet, and incredibly provocative. He imagined it so vividly that his face turned bright red and he felt like his nose was about to burst with a nosebleed. This degenerate tactic was immediately effective. The mechanical queen's voice turned shrill, screaming in his mind with a mix of shame and fury. "You, what kind of filthy things are you thinking about? Pervert, fine, I'll stop sensing your thoughts, all right." Chao Yu breathed a sigh of relief, closing his eyes to probe the perimeter of his consciousness. The sensation of being peeked at had completely vanished. A smug smile curled his lips. "Thinking of outsmarting me? You're still too green." Having dealt with the parasitic nuisance, he stretched and stood up. His defensive capabilities had already reached their limit. It was time to see how Xie Zhu and the others were doing at the guild registration. Meanwhile, in the plaza outside the guild hall, Xie Zhu's group was caught in a fierce melee, the scene shrouded in the smoke of battle. Her three-person team was being intercepted and bullied by a large group of thugs in flaming uniforms, beaten into a pathetic state. Xie Zhu clutched her injured arm, unable to contain her rising fury as she barked directly at the ruffians. "You bastards, how exactly have we offended you?" The vice president of the Blazing Fire Guild stroked his blood-dripping longsword and stepped forward arrogantly, tilting his chin to explain the reason for their brazen robbery. "To raise a guild's level, one must possess honor points. The system grants every newly established guild 1,000 initial honor points as capital." He let out a sinister laugh and spat on the ground. "Blame yourselves for being too weak. Don't worry, we're only defeating you to snatch those points. We won't kill you." Yang Shangdi waved his staff while struggling to condense earth shields to block the relentless attacks. He held his head, saying guiltily, "It's all my fault. Why did I have to name it the Godslayer Guild just for the sake of looking cool? Now we've drawn their eyes." Beside him, Ma Fei was also covered in wounds, gasping for air as he held his sword in a defensive stance, complaining irritably, "This is just rotten luck. Who would have thought that as soon as they hit the create button, the system would force them into a life-and-death battle against another guild to keep their initial points?" Yang Shangdi raised his hand, hurried to reassure the other panicked members. "I've already notified Chao Yu. He'll be here any second. Everyone hold out until he arrives," Ma Fei wheezed, guarding with his sword as he voiced his concerns. "I admit Chao Yu is a bit stronger than me, but it's useless. We can't possibly beat them." He unleashed a full-strength strike, charging at the vice president in an attempt to counterattack, but the blade only sliced through empty air with a crisp whistle. The vice president of the Blazing Fire Guild nimbly dodged to the side, easily evading all of Ma Fei's attacks. He laughed mockingly. "Are you fighting the air?" As soon as the words left his lips, he suddenly appeared behind Ma Fei and delivered a fatal blow to the back of his neck, leaving him with no way to fight back. Ma Fei screamed as he was sent flying dozens of meters away. Xie Zhu, who was struggling to deal with the minions, turned back and cried out in pain. Ma Fei lay prone on the ground, his chest pinned down by the vice president's heel. The man leaned over and asked contemptuously, "So you're the leader of the Godslayer Guild? Then you must be the strongest one among them, right?" The other lackeys of the Blazing Fire Guild joined in, jeering. Starting a guild with this pathetic level of strength? Truly hilarious. Humiliated by the boot on his chest yet unable to resist, Ma Fei could only grit his teeth and endure, his eyes bloodshot with rage at this critical juncture. Their savior Chao Yu appeared, radiating a domineering aura. His gaze was as cold as frost, and his rage exploded to the point where a rolling black killing intent emanated from him, making everyone shudder. Seeing him arrive, Yang Shangdi shouted with excitement as if grasping a lifesaver, "Chao Yu, Ge, you finally made it." The vice president hadn't yet realized he was about to face a terrifying existence. He tilted his chin, continuing his mockery. "So another expert comes to support?" Seeing the iron gauntlets on Chao Yu's hands shimmering with energy, he gave a light "oh" and showed a look of interest. "Are you a fist cultivator too?" Chao Yu stepped forward, coldly dropping a sharp remark. "Take a guess." Sensing the provocation, a scorching, killing intent erupted from the vice president. He clenched his fists and condensed his full power, prepared to take down this pretentious new enemy. Without a word, he charged forward and unleashed a punch capable of shattering mountains, aimed straight for Chao Yu's face. Boom. But unexpectedly, Chao Yu merely extended one hand, nonchalantly blocking the heavy punch. The collision of their two forces produced a shockwave that rippled through the surroundings. The ground beneath their feet cracked and exploded, filling the air with dust. Only then did the vice president taste true fear. When he realized his fist felt as if it had struck an immovable mountain, cold sweat began to pour down like rain. Facing that full-strength punch, Chao Yu remained standing there calmly, a mocking smirk on his face. "Is that all? Didn't eat today? Do you want me to order you some delivery?" Shamed in front of his underlings, the vice president's veins bulged with rage. "Are you looking to die?" But internally he was in a panic. "That punch used 80% of my strength. I can't even break his defense. How is this possible?" He roared in a fit of pique and unleashed his second trump card, the 7-kill fist. Powerful punches rained down like a torrential storm. But Chao Yu's figure didn't budge, standing as steady as Mount Tai in the distance. Xie Zhu kept reminding him, shouting anxiously, "Chao Yu, dodge!" Meanwhile, the members of the Blazing Fire Guild crossed their arms, judging with a cold, confident sneer. "This kid is dead meat. Not even a body cultivator of the same tier can withstand boss's 7-kill fist." However, reality slapped them hard in the face. The vice president's countless punches simply could not penetrate Chao Yu's invisible physical defense. He punched until his hands were burning and throbbing with pain, thinking in terror, "This move doesn't even move him an inch. Just how terrifying is this guy's defense?" Seeing his friend unharmed, young Shangdi cheered happily. Chao Yu has gotten stronger again. Those who were so certain moments ago now looked as if they'd been slapped. They stared with wide eyes, exclaiming, "How is this possible? The 7-kill fist couldn't even scratch this kid?" The president of the Blazing Fire Guild sat to the side, observing the distant battle with a furrowed brow. His gaze turned deep. By the time the vice president was exhausted, propping himself up and gasping for air, Chao Yu was still standing tall and unscathed. Not even a scratch could be seen. He brushed the dust off his shoulder and asked coldly, "Finished? Then I guess it's my turn." The vice president could only stare blankly as Chao Yu cracked his knuckles, assuming a stance prepared to give him a brutal thrashing. He gnashed his teeth and took a step back, falling into a defensive posture with his hands raised in high alert. The guild's lackeys cheered from behind. Vice president hit him. His defense is high, so his attack power must be weak. "Whatever you do, don't let him knock you down." Hearing this adrenaline-pumping encouragement, the vice president seemed to regain his courage. He roared in self-consolation, "I almost let you fool me. I don't believe your attack power is as terrifying as your defense. Come on, give me your best shot." Chao Yu let out a cold laugh, his right foot stepping back to gather power before unleashed a miraculous storm-like heavy punch aimed directly at this ungrateful fool. As the two fists collided, the terrifying clash of power made the space itself feel like it was about to explode. Bang, that single punch shattered all resistance. The vice president was sent flying into midair. A bright red fatal damage number popped up. -2,200 HP. He crashed heavily onto the ground, plowing a long furrow before falling unconscious, losing all awareness. Chao Yu stood straight, rubbing his smoking knuckles as he looked at the loser and let out a helpless sigh. Young people these days are so stubborn they have no idea how to respect the strong. Seeing their boss defeated, the Blazing Fire Guild's lackeys turned red with rage, drawing their weapons and demanding, "You brat, do you want to die? Everyone together, take him down." "Stop!" a steady voice rang out, interrupting the agitation of those fools. Lu Tuo, the president of the Blazing Fire Guild, walked forward slowly and reminded them coldly, "You are not his match." Upon hearing the order, the lackeys immediately tucked away their weapons obediently, bowing their heads as they retreated. "Yes, President." The aura emanating from this president was overwhelming. He was clearly no ordinary individual. Chao Yu narrowed his eyes to observe, keenly sensing that this aura was at least at a mid-tier level. Lu Tuo crossed his arms and offered a hypocritical smile, greeting politely, "Friend, are you the leader of the Godslayer Guild?" "I am Lu Tuo." Ma Fei had just scrambled to his feet. Hearing this, he couldn't help but rub his agonizing chest and interject to claim credit. "I'm the leader. I'm also the one who came up with the name Godslayer." Lu Tuo glanced sideways at Ma Fei, then turned back to Chao Yu, proactively proposing a peace treaty. "How about this? Let's end this battle with a duel between you and me. The losing side admits full defeat and hands over their honor points so we can avoid mutual destruction." Hearing this, Shih Zhu immediately exploded in anger, cursing, "Who do you think you are? A mid-tier actually dares to challenge a junior tier to a duel? You sure are kind-hearted. Your skin is thicker than young Shangdi's belly." In the back, Ma Fei was still incessantly bickering over credit. "Hey, I'm the leader." But Lu Tuo completely ignored the noisy small fries, his gaze locked firmly onto Chao Yu as he pressed, "What do you say?" The corner of Chao Yu's mouth curled up as he agreed without hesitation. "Sure, no problem." The moment he agreed, Lu Tuo turned hostile, charging forward to launch an attack without a second's delay. He unleashed a palm strike carrying a piercing gale and terrifying power, forcing Chao Yu to frown slightly and retreat into a defensive stance. Chao Yu felt a deep suspicion about this lethality. Is he a mid-tier body cultivator? Lu Tuo's fists were as hard as iron pincers, pressing closer with every step. Whoosh, another palm swept past, its blade-sharp force grazing Chao Yu's cheek. He tilted his head to dodge, but a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his eye. He gritted his teeth and endured, silently analyzing. "I was careless. He's actually an assassin. The weapon is poisoned. My vision is blurring." Seeing Chao Yu get hit, Shih Zhu screamed curses at Lu Tuo. "You despicable coward, shameless, a mid-tier dueling a junior tier. And you even used hidden weapons to sneak attack. Do you have no shame?" Lu Tuo let out a cold laugh, not feeling the slightest bit of shame for his baseness. "The goal of battle is victory. As long as you win, any means will do." "What hidden weapons?" Since he fell for it, he's nothing more than a rookie. He unleashed another swift punch that whistled through the air, the Gale Fist. Bang, a thunderous heavy strike slammed into Chao Yu's stomach, sending him staggering and nearly falling backward. A flurry of heavy punches rained down on Chao Yu like a torrential storm, using him as a sandbag. Shih Zhu and Yang Shangdi were frantic on the sidelines. They had no idea how to help. Despite being heavily poisoned and suffering repeated setbacks, Chao Yu still gritted his teeth and assumed a horse stance, raising both hands to block the punches falling like rain. It wasn't until Lu Tuo pulled out a short blade, shimmering with an eerie green poison, preparing a fatal strike to end his life, that Chao Yu remained motionless. The sharp tip of the blade lunged straight for the center of his forehead. The air seemed to freeze. The tip was only millimeters from Chao Yu's brow. Lu Tuo's aura billowed and enveloped him, yet the sharp edge simply could not pierce the invisible barrier protecting his body. Sensing the strange obstruction, Lu Tuo was filled with astonishment. What are these invisible barriers? Chao Yu's hand slowly reached out from behind the barrier, grabbing Lu Tuo's wrists. He suddenly exerted force, flinging Lu Tuo dozens of meters away. Seeing their president easily repelled, the crowd of lackeys was struck dumb with shock. What was happening? Lutuo himself clutched his numbing arm, filled with doubt and alarm. What the hell was that? Why did my HP instantly drop by half? In Chao Yu's mind, the mechanical queen's elegant voice rang out, warning, be careful. Chao Yu smiled and offered a silent thanks. Realizing his opponent's strength was far too bizarre, Lutuo had no choice but to swallow his pride. He clutched his chest and admitted defeat. Kid, I admit you won today. But Chao Yu wasn't about to accept such a cheap ending. The ancestral ring on his finger had been activated. Glowing with a red light, he looked up, radiating a terrifying aura like a descending evil god, and said in a deep voice, "You hurt my friends. Did you think you could leave just by admitting defeat?" Just as Lutuo turned to leave, Chao Yu's low, phantom-like voice rang out in his ear. How could there be such a good deal? Lutuo was startled and provoked into a rage, spinning around to roar, "Kid, do you intend to force me to fight you to the death?" Chao Yu didn't acknowledge his threat at all, unleashing a critical heavy punch that caught Lutuo squarely in the face, curing him of his habit of bullying others. Bang! This world-shaking strike caused the esteemed president to eat dirt face first for the second time in a single day. The disciples of the Blazing Fire Guild had their eyes opened once more, staring wide-eyed and exclaiming, "President!" Lutuo scrambled to his feet, completely driven insane with fury. He spat out a mouthful of blood and hissed through gritted teeth. "You brat, you forced my hand." Lutuo rolled his eyes. Secretly plotting, the bizarre barrier from earlier seemed to have vanished, so it was time to use this move. He had to make the boy pay a heavy price. Lutuo took a deep breath and suddenly opened his maw wide. Whoosh, 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 3 poison needles as thin as ox hair and saturated with an eerie pink venom shot out from his mouth. These 3 needles were as fast as lightning, flying straight for Chao Yu. Chao Yu's reaction was lightning fast. He swept his hand out in a sudden strike. The 3 malicious hidden weapons slammed into his gauntlet and instantly shattered into countless fragments. However, a single drop of the pink liquid still splashed onto his arm. A searing, stinging pain immediately spread. Chao Yu frowned and cursed. "You despicable coward, you actually dared to use poison?" Having made up his mind to give this underhanded fellow a deep-seated lesson, Chao Yu roared as he closed the gap, unleashing a torrential rain of punches on Lutuo. Bang, bang, bang! Lutuo was beaten black and blue, unable to find a single opening to counterattack. He scurried away with his head in his hands, unable to accept such humiliation, and shouted stubbornly, "I am a mid-tier player after all. How can I be humiliated like this by a novice rookie like you?" He channeled his remaining strength and swung a reckless palm strike in a counterattack. This time he didn't hold back with his gale fist either, puffing out his cheeks to spit out a sky full of poison needles like raindrops. "Die?" Seeing the countless needles falling toward him, Chao Yu was fuming. "Damn it, how do I dodge this?" The needles surrounded him in a circular arc. Lutuo was determined to fight him to the bitter end. He formed a seal and shouted his ultimate sealing technique, intellect imprisonment. Streaks of rolling black energy mixed with hundreds of pink poison needles formed a death cage that trapped Chao Yu firmly. Seeing his enemy in a desperate situation, Lutuo put his hands on his hips and let out a manic, triumphant laugh toward the sky. "Ha ha ha, you brat, the devil has his tricks, but I have my ways. Any warrior class player hit by my intellect imprisonment will completely lose their ability to move and become a lamb to the slaughter." He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself. Realizing he had almost been overturned by a novice boy, Lutuo walked smugly toward Chao Yu, who stood immobilized within the black energy. He tilted his chin and mocked. "How about it? How does it feel to be hit by this move, you brat?" He waved his hand and delivered several slaps to the face of the statue, still Chao Yu. He sneered and said, "Brat, weren't you very arrogant just now? Go on, be arrogant, show me that attitude again." The lackeys hiding outside saw their boss turn the tide and joined in with smug applause and laughter. "The president is mighty. Look at that kid's stupid face. Did he really think a rookie could defeat a mid-tier player?" Talk about naive. Seeing Chao Yu trapped and humiliated, his teammates outside were frantic with worry. Yang Shangdi clutched his head and let out a despairing wail. "Chao Yu GE, are even you going to lose?" Lutuo crossed his arms and looked down arrogantly at his immobilized rival, declaring, "Brat, I have to say you are indeed much stronger than ordinary novice players, but unfortunately you're still a bit too green." Just then a deep mocking sneer actually curled the corner of the stone-still Chao Yu's mouth. He suddenly blurted out a stinging insult. Lutuo was startled, thinking he had misheard, and stood dazed as he asked, "What?" Chao Yu's eyes pierced through the black energy with a cold glint as he chillingly reminded him of the fatal flaw. "Have you ever considered the possibility that I'm not a warrior at all?" These words hit Lutuo's brain like an electric current. He recalled the pathetic state of being beaten to a pulp by Chao Yu's fists and began to analyze in a panic. Not a warrior, but he immediately dismissed the thought, self-consoling. "Bastard, you almost fooled me again. With your freakish attack power and defense, how could you possibly not be a warrior?" To avoid further complications, he took a step back, gathering all his killing intent as he swung a heavy punch wrapped in black energy, intending to finish Chao Yu in one blow. "Enough nonsense, die." Faced with Lutuo's desperate palm strike, Chao Yu stood proud and showed not a shred of fear. The lackeys began to cheer and celebrate prematurely again. "Just another genius who doesn't amount to much. In the end, he still has to die at the boss's hands. Exactly how dare he oppose our Blazing Fire Guild?" Shih Zhu and Yang Shangdi closed their eyes in terror and screamed, "Chao Yu GE!" Lutuo's punch, filled with certain victory, arrived. but a split second before the fist slammed into Qiao Yu's face, Qiao Yu suddenly reached out and caught the heavy punch as easily as catching a baseball. Lutuo's eyes widened and his mouth hung open, his face filled with disbelief. Qiao Yu gripped his hand tight and gave it a sudden, violent snap. His voice was as cold as if it came from hell. "I told you I'm not a warrior. Why wouldn't you believe me? But this time I've got you." Before the other could react, Qiao Yu suddenly bent his knee, delivering a thunderous knee strike directly to the groin that forced an unforgettable scream of agony from Lutuo. Immediately following that, he unleashed a miraculous upward hook that slammed heavily into the other's jaw, knocking out a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered teeth. Lutuo's face was swollen like a ball. He staggered to the ground, incoherent with extreme panic. "How is this possible? You were clearly hit by my intellect imprisonment, so how can you still move?" Qiao Yu walked over, grabbed him by the hair and hoisted him up, making the defeated man remember this moment for life. "Didn't I tell you, I'm not a warrior at all. I'm just a mage whose physique is a tiny bit stronger than an average person's." As the words fell, a torrential rain of punches landed on Lutuo, fatal damage numbers popping up continuously. -1,233 as he fought. Qiao Yu calmly added, "Just a necromancer." Lutuo slumped on the ground, sinking into the painful truth. A necromancer. Just as he squeezed out those words, Qiao Yu had already gathered all his strength for a final critical heavy punch. Boom! The powerful shockwave from the punch sent Lutuo flying dozens of meters away. This was already the third time today he had crashed heavily into a crater. Dust and smoke filled the landing spot. The lackeys ran over in terror, wailing, "President!" The president, who had been so insufferable moments ago, was now lying at the bottom of the pit like a dead pig, covered in mud and blood, foaming at the mouth and unable to utter a single word in response. Qiao Yu patted his hands, his gaze sweeping over the trembling remnants like a sharp blade. He cracked his neck and asked as he began the settlement, "Next, whose turn is it?" Seeing this killing god manifest, the thugs were sensible enough to fall to their knees in unison, kowtowing frantically for mercy. "Big brother, spare us, we surrender." The system's victory chime immediately rang out, and a dazzling notification popped up. Godslayer Guild has obtained Guild War Points. Blazing Fire Guild's honor points have been transferred to Godslayer Guild. Godslayer Guild info, level novice, accumulated express 10 express hour, honor points 5210. Looking at the skyrocketing points, young Shangdi's eyes lit up and he ran over with a face full of admiration, shouting, "UGE!" Qiao Yu withdrew his killing intent and turned to ask his teammates with concern, "Is everyone okay?" Yang Shangdi rubbed the bruises on his arm and gave a dry laugh on behalf of the group. "We're fine, just some superficial wounds. A few days of rest will fix it. It's just Xie Zhu." Qiao Yu looked at Xie Zhu, who was holding the fragments of her defensive shield with a look of sorrow, and immediately understood the problem. "Is the shield broken?" He rubbed his chin, planning for the future. Because of the Black Forest, his defensive power had already hit a bottleneck. It seemed there was no need to go there for cultivation anymore. It would be better to go into a dungeon to get a new shield to compensate her. Once he decided, he immediately called out to his consultant in his mental space. "My queen, you are a top-tier boss of this world. Do you know which dungeon has a high probability of dropping top-tier equipment like defensive shields?" The mechanical queen took a light sip of fictional tea and answered coldly, "There is indeed such a dungeon, but I advise you not to go. With your current strength, I'm afraid you couldn't even beat a single wild dog inside." Hearing this mockery, Qiao Yu's self-esteem took a hit. He asked back in disbelief, "What? Give me the info. Watch me turn that wild dog into a hot pot." Back in reality, he patted his chest to comfort the dejected Xie Zhu. "Don't worry, leave the shield to me. I know a hidden dungeon. As long as we clear it, I'll definitely be able to get you a top-tier shield." Hearing this, Xie Zhu snapped her head up, her eyes determined as she grabbed his sleeve and pleaded, "I want to go with you too." In his mental space, the queen also reminded him of the system rules that dungeon requires at least 2 people in a team to open. Due to this hard requirement, he had no choice but to nod and agree. "All right, you come with me." Watching the two walk away side by side, young Shangdi hid in the back with a smug snicker, whispering his appraisal. A man and a woman alone, a dark night and high winds, sparks flying, and they're even making a date to clear a dungeon together. This relationship is really moving fast. Although they had walked quite a distance, Xie Zhu still heard those teases with her sharp hearing. She spun around, her face bright red as she screamed at the fat man, "Yang Shangdi, when I get back from the dungeon, I'm definitely going to use a needle and thread to sew that broken mouth of yours shut." After a rowdy farewell, Qiao Yu and Xie Zhu stepped into the space of the D-rank dungeon pseudo-underworld. What met their eyes was a gloomy, dilapidated castle standing alone between steep cliffs, surrounded by thick mist and a bone-chilling cold. Xie Zhu crossed her arms and rubbed her shoulders, which were covered in goosebumps, asking her companion with worry, "Qiao Yu, are you sure we should go in? This is a lethal D-rank dungeon." Qiao Yu patted his chest and laughed heartily to encourage her. "Don't worry, I've got you covered." But in his heart, he couldn't help but swallow hard, thinking, the last D-rank dungeon, the Myriad Venom Cave, had a difficulty that was simply insane. I almost bit the dust. He hurriedly connected his consciousness to ask the queen, "Is this the wild dog dungeon you looked down on me for?" Xie Zhu lowered her head and let out a dejected sigh, revealing feelings of self-doubt. "I'm just afraid that staying by your side will make me a burden. I don't have a shield now, so I have no way to protect myself at all. Chao Yu approached and gently patted her head with a tender smile to comfort her, making her cheeks turn as red as tomatoes. All right, don't overthink it, he turned, and decisively reached out to touch the crystal ball floating in front of the castle gate, which was emitting a dark red glow. The stone door opened with a creak and the system coldly announced, "Dungeon opened." Dungeon name, Pseudo-Underworld. Difficulty level, D-plot background. The Underworld is a gloomy world created by the god Hades. It is the final destination for all life after death. This pseudo-underworld aims to simulate the punishments of the true underworld. Just as the prompt finished reading, Chao Yu suddenly felt the world spinning and his eyelids becoming heavy. Then he pitched forward and fainted. "Wake up!" A violent shaking and urgent calls in his ear pulled Chao Yu back to consciousness. "Chao Yu, wake up!" Chao Yu opened his eyes groggily and propped himself up. He scratched his head and looked around in confusion at the desolate barren space filled with jagged rocks, asking Shizhu, "Is this the underworld?" Shizhu nodded, her eyes fearful as she scanned the surroundings. "Legend says this place belongs to the world of the dead." She bit her lip and asked him, feeling a bit creeped out, "So do we count as already dead now?" This bone-chilling cold was somewhat similar to the Lingshu mountain dungeon. Looking at the mission info floating before him, Chao Yu shrugged and answered, "It probably hasn't gotten that bad yet. If we were really dead, the system would definitely remind us that we're in a special zombification state or something." She still frowned in confusion. "Then did we walk into the underworld as living people?" As she spoke, Chao Yu suddenly noticed a flickering light coming from Shizhu's chest. On her fair neck a silver cross necklace was faintly emitting a dazzling glow. Chao Yu narrowed his eyes and stared suspiciously at it, pointing and muttering to himself. Seeing him staring fixedly at her chest and neck area, Shizhu immediately reached out to shield her chest, shouting in red-faced shame and annoyance, You pervert, where are you looking?" But Chao Yu gave a decisive order with a serious face. "Don't move." He stepped forward, lightly touching the cross pendant on her chest to inspect it. He asked with a frown, "You weren't wearing this before entering the dungeon, were you?" Seeing that he was being professional, Shizhu's anger dissipated and she looked down at the glowing thing on her neck. Her eyes also widened in surprise. "I've never worn any necklace. This only appeared after entering the dungeon." Realizing the anomaly, she asked him hesitantly, "Look, do you have one?" Chao Yu looked down and felt his collar. Sure enough, he pulled out an identical cross necklace. He took it out and compared them in surprise. "I have one too. It seems these are quest items." The system chime then rang out to issue the task. Underworld mission stages. Mission 1, travel through the gates of hell to the river Acheron and protect the crosses from being lost. Note, Mission 2 will open after completing Mission 1. Clearance rewards can only be obtained after completing all stages of the mission. Friendly reminder, please trust your teammates 100. Shizhu pressed her hands together, recalling the data she had read to explain to him. "Chao Yu, I've heard of this place. The gates of hell are the only entrance to the underworld. Legend says that once the dead pass through the gates of hell into the true underworld, they can never leave again." Chao Yu walked quickly along the rocky path, rubbing his chin in deep thought. "So that's how it is. Since it's a mission requirement, then let's go find the river Acheron." Shizhu trotted behind him, looking at the pitch-black three-way intersection, still without a clue. But which direction should we go? He scratched his head, lacking a definitive plan himself, and answered casually, "I don't know either." He pointed to a gray phantom floating ahead. "But we definitely won't go wrong if we follow him." Shizhu looked closely and only then realized that ahead was a blurry soul. Looking further, a long line of lifeless souls was forming an orderly queue, walking forward in silence. The two followed quietly behind the procession. At the end of the road, a pitch-black heavy stone gate appeared, majestic and domineering. The entire gate radiated a terrifying pressure of death. The words hell were carved upon the gate. Hiding behind Chao Yu, Shizhu pointed at the queuing crowd with a tremble, asking in a low, confused whisper, "Are those all souls of the dead?" Chao Yu narrowed his eyes to observe the translucent, sluggish figures passing through the gate, answering softly, "Most likely." Standing before the towering gate, the two couldn't help but feel a sense of awe, secretly wondering if this was indeed the legendary entrance to the underworld. Just then, a massive three-headed shadow slowly emerged in the distance, casting a heavy darkness over the ground. It opened its bloody maws and ruthlessly swallowed a weakened soul that had just passed by. Its info panel immediately surfaced: Epic Elite Monster, Cerberus, Hound of Hell. Level, LV 289, HP 6000, Defense 288, Agility 233, Skills, Devour, Poison Breath, Regeneration. A system prompt appeared. This three-headed hound particularly enjoys the scent of the deceased. In the past, any living being daring to trespass through the gates of hell could not escape being torn to shreds by Cerberus. Chao Yu's face darkened and he asked through gritted teeth, "Is this the local dog you were talking about?" The mechanical queen answered indifferently, "Cerberus is a watchdog born and raised in hell. Didn't I tell you? Even if it's just a dog in a dungeon, you're no match for it. Who told you not to believe me? Zhu approached anxiously, reminding him in a low voice, even if the system mission is just to pass through the gates of hell, can we really do it? Qiao Yu maintained that inexplicable confidence of his. He waved his hand and said, don't worry, my luck has always been good. This three-headed dog isn't picky about its food and there are so many dead people here. How could it possibly have time for us? Before the words had even faded, the giant beast lunged forward, snatching Qiao Yu into its mouth with one bite. Qiao Yu officially became its meal. The turn of events happened so fast that Zhu froze in place, crying out in despair. Qiao Yu! Suddenly, one of Cerberus's three heads flickered with a pink gem-like light and sprayed a thick liquid at Zhu. It was a potent toxin. Watching her health drop frantically, she realized the danger of the fluid. Ignoring the venom corroding her body, she charged forward in a rage. She shrieked in fury, "You bastard, give Qiao Yu back to me!" However, the toxin had already begun to seep into her marrow. Because she had been in contact with Cerberus's venom for more than 100 seconds, she unexpectedly gained a passive skill, Poison Adaptation A rank. When attacked by similar toxins again, she would no longer take damage. Zhu looked at the changes in herself in astonishment, muttering, "I'm not afraid of poison anymore." The giant beast went into a total frenzy, swinging a 1,000-pound heavy punch, but she nimbly dodged to the side. She frowned, sensing something was wrong. What was going on? Has it gone mad? Zhu leapt onto one of the monster's heads. Meanwhile, inside the beast's stomach, Qiao Yu wasn't just sitting and waiting for death. He gripped his spear and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had used the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade to jam its throat in time. Good thing I wedged my great blade across its gullet. I almost got digested. When he burst through the restraints and emerged, Zhu cheered in excitement. "Qiao Yu!" He immediately reached out to her, urging, "Quick, let's go while we can." The watchdog was currently collapsing nearby, twitching in agony. As they took the opportunity to rush past, Qiao Yu looked back with a lingering gaze. "Damn it, I wonder if I can still get my great blade back." Once through the gates and standing on the land on the other side, they came to a halt. Zhu looked around at the unfamiliar environment in a daze. The system prompt updated. "Congratulations on completing the first stage, Mission 2, cross the river Acheron and protect the cross." Out of the thick fog, a dilapidated small boat slowly drifted toward them. Qiao Yu pointed ahead and shouted, "A boat's coming." An old ferryman rowed toward the shore, introducing himself in a raspy voice, "I am Karen, the ferryman of the river Acheron. Do you wish to cross? However, there is a fee." Qiao Yu asked back curiously, "Isn't it just paying money?" He handed the old man an item. "Take this and send us across." Karen accepted it warmly and beckoned, "Honored guests, please board the boat." The surrounding gloomy souls crowded around, pleading mournfully, "Let us on, I want to board too." Karen let out a cold snort, looking at the spiritual entities with contempt, a bunch of paupers. "Get lost, you have no right to board." He swung his oar forcefully and the boat left the shore. Zhu looked at him in confusion. "Mr. Karen, why can't those dead people just swim across themselves?" the old man asked back in surprise. "Swim across, this is the river Acheron. If you don't believe me, try sticking your hand out of the boat." Qiao Yu curiously followed suit, reaching out to touch the water's surface. Instantly, countless hideous hands reached up from the riverbed, desperately trying to drag him down. Qiao Yu froze on the spot, terrified. "What on earth are these things?" Karen revealed a sinister smile. He explained, "Those are the ones who failed to cross. They will sink forever in the cold, dark waters of the Acheron. Anyone who enters the river will be dragged down and turned into one of them. And as for you two, you will soon become a part of the riverbed as well." The old man's face suddenly turned hideous. "You are clearly living people, not the dead. You dared to deceive me, trying to dismiss me with money from the world of the living." He swung his oar violently, thrusting it hard toward Qiao Yu. "Die." Seeing Qiao Yu fall into the water, Zhu screamed in terror, "Qiao Yu!" The moment he touched the silent river, coldness and gloom enveloped him. Those thirsty arms acted as if they had caught a delicacy, frantically trying to pull him into the abyss. Fortunately, Zhu leaned out in time and gripped his hand tightly. "Qiao Yu!" Behind them, Karen swung his oar again, preparing to finish them both off, roaring fiercely, "You go down with him." Suddenly, a red barrier appeared, blocking his attack. Underwater, Qiao Yu activated the corpse ancestor ring and, using Zhu's pull, leaped back onto the boat. Karen was dumbfounded to see him unharmed. Before the old man could react, Qiao Yu delivered a heavy punch to his abdomen, sending him flying to the stern. Sensing his opponent's power, Qiao Yu became secretly wary. "Why is he so weak?" Karen, with his chest pierced through, continued to roar. "You're finished, a living being forcing a crossing and daring to murder the ferryman. You will surely be judged." Qiao Yu didn't bother to listen and kicked him into the river. "Screw you." The old man's body fell into the water and was instantly dragged into the darkness by the arms below. Zhu looked at him with worry. "Qiao Yu, we killed the ferryman. Won't there be trouble?" He replied calmly, "It's fine. Although this is the Underworld, it's ultimately just a dungeon. We just have to clear it." Just then, another small boat glided over. Despite the oars moving without anyone rowing them, it traveled steadily across the water. As that boat pulled alongside, Qiao Yu's boat also happened to reach the shore. Seeing that the new ferryman's face was exactly the same as the previous one, Zhu cried out, "Another Karen!" Qiao Yu also cursed. "You actually didn't die," a guest on the new boat explained leisurely. "This Karen isn't that Karen. Though from the sound of it, it seems you've killed a ferryman." Qiao Yu frowned and explained briefly, "Couldn't be helped. That old guy insisted on pushing us into the water." He secretly sized up the man before him. This guy actually has the guts to enter a dungeon of this level. He must be a mid-tier player. The man let out a cold laugh. 2 rookies, you fell for Karen's trick. By killing the ferryman, I'm afraid the first layer of the netherworld hell ahead won't let you off easily. Chow Yu pressed, what's in the first layer? What exactly was up with that ferryman? The other tilted his chin. I'm not related to you, why should I tell you? But when he turned to Shih Tzu he became attentive. However, little sister, I felt a sense of déjà vu the moment I saw you. If you want to know about the first layer I can tell you. He began talking incessantly. The first layer of hell is known as the Hall of Judgment, which judges the sins of the newly entered. Since you killed Karen, you will surely be judged as evil and cast into hell to suffer. But don't worry, little sister, as long as you follow me I'll guarantee your safety. I've cleared this dungeon several times already. Shih Tzu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Big brother, what do you mean by clearing it many times? Don't cleared dungeons stop giving rewards? He introduced himself smugly. Actually, my name is Wang Dafu and I'm a guide hunter. Chow, you secretly guessed, a guide hunter. That must be a gray area profession that makes money by carrying people through dungeons, right? Wang Dafu pointed to the woman beside him and continued the introductions. This is the client I'm taking this time. What do you think, little sister? Want to come with us? The female client scolded with some impatience. Wang Dafu, have you got your priorities straight? Why are you being so attentive to others? I'm the employer, Wang Dafu retorted, refusing to be outdone. So what? I'm only responsible for getting you through. I have no obligation to make you happy. If you're not satisfied, I can refund your money and you can clear it yourself, being hit where it hurt. The woman was so angry she was practically fuming. Just hurry up and go. Wang Dafu happily turned back to greet Shih Tzu. Let's go then, sister, remember to keep close to me. Shih Tzu asked Chow Yu in a whisper, and Chow Yu decided to follow him for now. Entering the main hall of the first layer of the netherworld hell, Wang Dafu looked like an expert. How is it? Pretty scary, right? This is the first layer, the netherworld hall of judgment. He didn't forget to warn them not to speak recklessly. Once inside, a gate swung open and the interior scene was majestic and solemn. A man sat in a high position, his voice commanding, I am the judge of the first layer of the netherworld hall of judgment. While Shih Tzu was still in a daze, the sound of a gavel echoed through the hall. Silence, the judge continued with authority. I am the chief magistrate of the first layer of the netherworld hall of judgment. We shall now begin your trial. Wang Dafu stepped forward to demonstrate. Watch closely and learn. I am Wang Dafu. I committed no wrongs in life. Please investigate clearly, my lord. The judge began flipping through the ledger of life and death and the light of judgment swept over. Seeing him tightly clutching something in his hand, the judge announced, Wang Dafu, no criminal record. I find you innocent. When it was the next person's turn, Wang Dafu handed a mysterious stone to the female client. Take this and do as I say, just say you're innocent. Relying on the item, she was also found innocent. Wang Dafu looked at Chow Yu with some regret. Sorry, I can only use this item one more time. I'm afraid I can't help you. But if Sister Shih Tzu is willing to rely on me, I can give that last chance to you. Shih Tzu flatly refused, telling him not to worry. The judge ordered. Next, Chow Yu stepped forward with an aura of confidence. Lord Judge, I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person. Wang Dafu shook his head in pity. Brother, you really dare to say that? I'll be sure to burn plenty of paper money for you in the future. He was certain that the crime of killing the ferryman was enough to send Chow Yu to hell. When the light of the ledger swept over, the judge suddenly roared in a fury. You are actually such a brutal person, it's simply unpardonable. Crime 1. Disrespecting the bones of the dead. Crime 2. Disturbing their peace. Crime 3. Cruelly killing small animals. Crime 4. Desecrating corpses. Wang Dafu stared blankly at his back. Just what kind of monster is this kid? The judge continued the list. Crime 5 and the most serious, you actually killed the watchdog of hell, Cerberus, and you killed the ferryman Karen. For a violent maniac like you, this place is your perfect destination. I sentence you to fall into the first blood pool of the seventh hell to suffer eternally in a boiling sea of blood. Chow Yu nimbly leapt into the air, avoiding the surging sea of blood. The judge announced again. Sinner Chow Yu, fall into the blood pool, let the boiling sea of blood sear your skin, melt your flesh and wash away your sins. Suddenly, the judge froze. Chow Yu had activated the corpse ancestor ring, and a dark shadow teleported instantly. By the time the judge regained his senses, Chow Yu was standing before him, saying coldly, What blood pool hell? A dungeon NPC actually thinks he's the chief magistrate of the underworld? Now I'm going to add one more crime to my list, beating the judge to death. A heavy punch sent the judge flying. He slammed heavily into the back wall. Wang Dafu was terrified. It's over, this kid actually dared to strike the judge. No, wait, he seems to actually have the nerve for it. The judge burst into laughter. Killing the judge? It's been a long time since I've seen someone with such courage and power. A long spear emitting a terrifying aura appeared in his hand, and he was determined to punish these individuals. I will make you fall into hell forever. In an instant his figure was closing in on Chow Yu. Chow Yu nimbly dodged the spear's sweep. The judge sensed an anomaly. So you've stolen my speed. Chow Yu didn't deny it. Your agility is indeed useful. Using the momentum to leap up, the judge delivered a fatal heavy strike, smashing a deep crater into the hall. Chow Yu was sent flying by the shockwave. Wang Dafu wondered why he was still injured despite clearly dodging. Chao Yu cursed inwardly at how incredibly powerful the aftershock was. Even though it was just the ripple, it had caused him such a heavy injury. One had to remember his defense was currently as high as 500. The mechanical queen issued a warning, watch out. The weapon in his hand has an armor-piercing effect. He asked her if she could help. However, she refused, citing the dungeon rules. I cannot. I am the boss of the mechanical kingdom. I cannot act freely in other dungeons, or I will be erased by the system. However, I can teach you a skill. Chao Yu gave a bitter laugh and initially intended to refuse, but under her encouragement he eventually agreed. Rest assured, my heart is beating within you. The judge radiated a thick killing intent. Atonement starts now. I shall personally send you to hell. The energy on the spear coiled around Chao Yu, placing him under immense pressure. The female client urged Wang Dafu to go down and help, but he merely acted mysterious. Don't be in such a rush, let it play out. Chao Yu struggled forward against the oppressive aura while Xie Zhu called out his name in worry. Wang Dafu watched with curiosity, waiting for Chao Yu's hidden trump card. The judge launched a swift attack, the spear tip lunging straight for Chao Yu's chest. Wang Dafu, who had been leading the way, thought Chao Yu was certainly defeated, but to his shock, Chao Yu gripped the spear tip tightly and reflected a surge of surging purple energy back at his opponent. Yin Yu was blasted directly into the wall by this power, the entire wall instantly shattering into fragments. Wang Dafu broke into a cold sweat at Chao Yu's sudden explosion of strength. The queen asked smugly, "How is it? Useful, isn't it?" Chao Yu answered in pain, "It's useful all right, but it's a bit of a life drainer." System notification. Mechanical Queen's wrath has triggered the berserk state. All attributes are significantly increased based on lost health. Feeling the power surging within him, a slight smile curled Chao Yu's lips. This feeling wasn't bad at all. This skill is practically tailor-made for me. Yin Yu stood up coldly. His info panel showed he was a level 26 epic NPC with 4300-5000 HP. Feeling humiliated, he unleashed his ultimate move, 8 Directions Seek, and Chao Yu, refusing to be outdone, activated his mechanical tiger knuckles. The two sides collided fiercely, perfectly matched. Finally, Yin Yu unleashed his final trump card, Limit of Power, forcing Chao Yu into a desperate corner. Xie Zhu felt deep self-reproach for her inability to protect Chao Yu. At that moment, Yin Yu solemnly read the final verdict. Sinner Chao Yu, in the name of the judge, I deliver the ultimate sentence, death penalty. An astounding power erupted, completely swallowing Chao Yu's figure. Xie Zhu rushed forward in terror, her voice echoing hoarsely in the air. Chao Yu! Dust and smoke filled the ruins, obscuring her vision. Within the hazy mist, Chao Yu's arms gradually emerged, but the once imposing mechanical tiger knuckles were shattered and broken. As the dust settled, Yin Yu stood proudly beside Chao Yu's motionless body. Looking at her fallen teammate, Xie Zhu trembled all over, her heart filled with remorse. It's all my fault. Why am I so useless? Yin Yu cast a cold sideways glance, the killing intent in his eyes suggesting he intended to finish off the remaining survivors as well. Next, it's your turn. Suddenly, a low voice made him freeze. Wait a minute. Chao Yu stood up unsteadily, struggling to find his footing. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a tenacious fighting spirit burning in his eyes. You broke my gear. If you don't drop something good, my berserk state will have been wasted. We're not finished yet. Yin Yu let out a disdainful cold laugh, completely ignoring his persistence. You reckless fool, do you think standing up will make a difference? The pitch-black eerie aura surged toward Chao Yu once again. Chao Yu gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze steady and devoid of fear. A fierce melee erupted, every strike carrying 1,000 pounds of force, shaking the hall as if the space itself were about to collapse. Amidst the drifting smoke, Chao Yu was as fast as lightning, nimbly dodging one lethal move after another from the judge. Standing at a distance, Wang Dafu's scalp prickled with shock at Chao Yu's sheer toughness. This kid hits hard. Thank goodness I didn't make a move against him earlier. A loud explosion rang out, and a massive hole was blasted through Yin Yu's chest. He clutched his wound, collapsing with a face full of resentment. How is this possible? That I would die at the hands of a sinner? The system immediately announced, congratulations on killing an epic NPC, obtain 26 free attribute points. The battle over, Wang Dafu rushed over to flatter him. Brother Chao Yu, you're incredible. Ouch, you're so badly hurt, hurry up and heal. Just as he approached the soul core, Chao Yu decisively stepped in to block him. Chao Yu's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Try taking one more step toward that soul core. Seeing his intent exposed, Wang Dafu had no choice but to back away awkwardly, laughing sycophantically. I just saw you were hurt and wanted to help. Fine, look for yourself then. Inadvertently, a tear in Wang Dafu's sleeve revealed a strange tattoo. Chao Yu narrowed his eyes, recognizing it as the Bai Zi emblem. A series of questions flooded his mind. Why does he have that tattoo? What is his true origin? Was bringing Xie Zhu to this pseudo-underworld dungeon a coincidence or a long premeditated trap? If he really is a member of the Bai Zi organization, then their intelligence network is far too terrifying. Xie Zhu also rushed over, asking with concern, Chao Yu, are you all right? Chao Yu gave her a light nod to reassure her, saying he was fine. His gaze turned to the glowing soul core of the judge, wondering what kind of treasure it would drop. He reached out and lightly touched the energy, and a pure blue gemstone emerged. An upgrade stone, a B-rank consumable that could upgrade any gear to B-rank and add a special effect. Chao Yu looked at the small stone in his hand and couldn't help but shout in disappointment. What use is this thing? I want a weapon. I want a shield. Simultaneously, the notification for completing Mission 3 rang out, opening the next stage. The female client accompanying them broke the silence. Everyone should have received the prompt for the new mission, right? Wang Dafu nodded. Let's go. Mission 4 requires the whole group to pass through hell to the Palace of Hades while protecting the crosses. The sky ahead was shrouded in an eerie blood red, and Wang Dafu explained as he led the way. Ahead is the gluttony hell. Those who were excessively gluttonous in life fall here. It shouldn't be a problem for us, just be careful not to provoke the Cerberus here. Shizhu frowned in confusion. Cerberus, isn't it supposed to guard the gates of hell? Why would it appear in the gluttony hell? Wang Dafu replied with a smile. Little sister, you wouldn't know this. The gates of hell are just where it works. The gluttony hell is its home. Cerberus isn't interested in the living. As long as we don't wake it up, there's no danger. Suddenly, Chao Yu felt a chill down his spine. He looked up at the cave ceiling and was horrified to find 6 blood-red eyes staring fixedly at them. Wang Dafu let out a shout. Run, Cerberus is awake. The giant beast lunged down from on high, and everyone scattered in a panic to escape. Cerberus pursued them relentlessly, showing no intention of letting them go. Wang Dafu screamed in shock. What's going on? I've been here several times and this beast has never proactively attacked the living, Chao Yu replied calmly. Probably because I killed one of its heads back at the gate. So that's why it hates me so much? This news hit Wang Dafu like a bolt from the blue, leaving him dazed. You killed one of its heads, my god brother, are you an idiot? Sensing the urgency of the situation, Chao Yu turned and instructed Shizhu. You run first, she asked back in worry. What about you? He answered decisively. I still have something on that beast, I have to get it back. Shizhu obeyed. All right, I'll wait for you up ahead. The 3-headed hound had already caught up. Chao Yu spun around abruptly and threw a powerful punch at the giant beast, ripples of shockwaves exploding around him. He roared in a dark voice. All right then, now let's settle the score from earlier. The monster charged straight ahead without fear. Chao Yu countered with an uppercut that left it dazed, then used the momentum to leap into the air, raining 1,000-pound heavy punches down on the monster's heads. Cerberus howled in pain, its remaining 2 heads spraying sickly green toxic fluid. Chao Yu frowned at its resilience. Its defense is quite tough. The poison hitting the ground caused thick smoke to rise, and Chao Yu's health continued to drop. He gritted his teeth and snarled, I don't believe I can't finish off this dead dog. A brutal battle between man and beast unfolded. Chao Yu grabbed a nearby massive iron chain, swinging it with force to tightly bind the monster's hulking body, even shoving the chain into its mouth to lock its fangs. However, the beast suddenly erupted with a surge of power, sending Chao Yu flying into a corner. The mad dog snapped the chains, toppling the surrounding stone pillars. Chao Yu crawled up cursing, tightening his grip on the chain to continue the fight. Dead dog, get over here. He gathered his strength to pull the giant beast in front of him, shouting, Stop! A punch filled with power slammed into one of the giant heads, followed by taking down the other 2. Cerberus could only wail in pain, dragging its chains as it fled forward frantically. Chao Yu stood on its back, a look of confusion on his face. What's wrong with this dog? Has it gone mad? On the other side, Wang Dafu led Shizhu to a desolate mountain peak. It's safe here. He began to offer some ill-intentioned comfort. Little sister, don't be afraid. That kid is definitely in the dog's stomach by now. If you're sad, my broad shoulders are always here for you to lean on. Shizhu gave a furious refusal, and before her words had even landed, she was shocked to see that familiar figure flying toward them on the giant beast's back. You shut up. Chao Yu, Wang Dafu was also dumbfounded, watching Cerberus tethered by chains sweeping past like a whirlwind. Holy crap, what kind of maneuver is this? Shizhu called out anxiously. Are you okay? Chao Yu only had time to drop one sentence before disappearing behind the mountain shadows with the monster. I'm fine, I'm heading out first. Wang Dafu's face turned pale as he realized things had gone terribly wrong. We're finished. That dead dog took him into the 7th hell. Cerberus carried Chao Yu across the jagged rocks, clearing all obstacles, and finally stopped before a majestic gate. A red light array enveloped the giant beast. A continuous stream of energy was injected into its body. The iron chains shattered inch by inch. Cerberus let out a world-shaking roar, blasting Chao Yu onto the rock wall. Crap, I didn't see you were capable of cheating too. The massive creature approached, Chao Yu's great blade visible in the gaps of its teeth. My blade, he felt a surge of joy. Cerberus suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed Chao Yu once more, intending to imprison him for eternity. However, its body rapidly deflated like a leaking balloon, red light seeping through the gaps in its teeth. Chao Yu swung his blade, carving a massive opening to burst out, and announced coldly, Swallowing me once was enough, you dare swallow me a second time. You dead dog really are looking for death. Bizarrely, the wounds on its body automatically healed again. Chao Yu narrowed his eyes and thought, strange, why hasn't the kill notification popped up? It was the same last time. That head clearly died but then resurrected. Does it have an immortal body? Do I have to cut off all 3 heads at once? Rage mounting, he cursed, dead dog, and then swung his blade for a total assault. Take this. The great blade in his hand moved like a dancing dragon, precisely slicing across Cerberus's necks, and the 3 heads fell to the ground simultaneously. Watching from a distance, Wang Dafu couldn't help but marvel. Incredible. I didn't expect the boss to value him so much. This kid always delivers surprises. Chao Yu decided to finish it off completely before it could resurrect. He leaped into the air, severing the 2nd head that was currently regenerating, then pointed his blade tip at the final head. The entire space lit up in a destructive explosion. System notification. Killed epic monster Hades Cerberus, obtained 29 attribute points, 145 express, level up successful. His great blade also began to vibrate violently, evolving into the B-rank Golden Dragon Crescent Blade, and gaining the skill Dragon Chant Chain Slash, automatically triggers a pursuit attack when blocked. Subsequent damage increases by 5 and stacks infinitely. Enchantment effect 20 damage to female organisms. Chao Yu was stunned. This blade could actually upgrade. Shih Zhu ran over panting. Chao Yu, are you okay? He replied with a smile. I'm fine. A mere dog couldn't possibly turn the world upside down, could it? Upon touching the monster's soul, he obtained a soul-snatching great pill. All attributes increased by 100 points for 1 minute, mental value decreased by 10. Chao Yu was very satisfied. Good stuff, this little side effect is nothing to me. Wang Dafu leaned in to probe. How is it? You're smiling so happily. What treasure did you find? He hit it without showing any emotion. Nothing, just a piece of junk. Internally, he was on guard. If this guy really is from Bai Zi, this pill is the surprise I've prepared for him, Shih Zhu whispered with a serious expression. Chao Yu, there's something I have to tell you. I tested Wang Dafu just now and he said he's never seen this kind of cross before. Chao Yu pondered. It only appeared after entering the dungeon. Does this have some special meaning? The system chime rang out. Congratulations on completing mission 4. Issuing final mission. Place the 2 crosses into the slots in the Palace of Hades, destroy the pseudo-underworld and escape before it collapses. Wang Dafu panicked. What's going on? What did you two do? Chao Yu turned to interrogate him. Wang Dafu, let me ask you, what was the mission when you cleared it last time? He answered. It was just entering the palace. As long as you got inside, it counted as a clear. Chao Yu realized the mission change was because he and Shih Zhu had triggered some hidden mechanism. The female client urged, enough, let's go, let's finish this troublesome dungeon quickly. I don't want to stay a second longer. Wang Dafu led the way into the palace once more. Under the dim moonlight, the group stopped before the majestic palace gates. Wang Dafu pushed the doors with force, but they remained motionless. Strange, it opened with a push when I came before. Shih Zhu spotted something unusual. Chao Yu, look here, there are 2 cross-shaped slots on the wall. Wang Dafu was stunned. Slots? No way. Those weren't here when I came before. Chao Yu took the cross from around his neck. This shape looks exactly like the ones we're carrying. As the 2 crosses were precisely embedded into the slots, the gate slowly opened and a thick, eerie atmosphere surged out. A wave of dizziness hit, and Chao Yu squeezed his eyes shut. When he opened them again, he found himself in a blood-colored scene, facing a mysterious man wearing a wicked smile. Chao Yu snapped awake, realizing he was standing before a massive coffin. Was the image I just saw a vision of that person before they died? Shih Zhu asked with worry. Are you okay? He spoke up and asked, did you see any visions just now? Shih Zhu shook her head. I didn't see anything. Wang Dafu stood there, jaw dropped, and cried out in shock. What on earth is going on? This shouldn't be happening. I've been to the Temple of Hades many times and it's always been empty. Why would such a massive coffin appear this time? Suddenly, the corners of the corpse's mouth curled into a sinister smile, scaring Chao Yu into a frantic retreat. A reanimated corpse. Immediately after, a beam of light flew into his body, and a system prompt announced he had obtained the S-rank item Seed of Hades. Seeing that the item hadn't shown any immediate power yet, Chao Yu was somewhat disappointed. Can this kind of one-time S-rank item really not be used directly? It wasn't until Shih Zhu called his name repeatedly that he finally snapped out of his trance. What happened to me? Shih Zhu described how he had stood frozen like a statue after touching the coffin. Chao Yu knew in his heart that it must have been an illusion created by that man just now. When the corpse vanished, the information panel appeared. B-rank stone coffin, capable of preserving a body eternally. Wang Dafu speculated. I suspect this is the coffin of Hades. Legends say that through the pseudo-underworld dungeon, one can enter the true underworld. Looking at it now, that possibility is very high. Chao Yu asked curiously why one would insist on entering the true underworld if it was so dangerous. Wang Dafu replied that it was of course to obtain the inheritance of Hades. Discovering 2 keyholes at the bottom of the coffin as well, Chao Yu and Shih Zhu inserted the crosses once more. The entire temple shook violently, and the system announced the final results. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Both players have been rated Grade A. Rewards included experience points, attribute points, and a C-rank Staff of Wisdom. After receiving her new equipment, Shih Zhu's face beamed with a brilliant smile as she cheered excitedly. Chao Yu, my reward is a shield. Chao Yu nodded in response, but as he looked at the cracks continuously spreading around them, his eyes were filled with worry. All right, this place is about to collapse. Let's get out of here quickly. Just then, Wang Dafu stepped forward and blocked their path. He let out a furious roar. What the hell is going on? What exactly did you do? This dungeon is my source of income. By destroying it, you've essentially cut off my livelihood. None of you are leaving. Chao Yu couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and shouted back, are you insane? If you want to settle scores, wait until we're outside. Otherwise, once the dungeon collapses, we'll all be buried here. However, Wang Dafu seemed to have completely lost his mind, letting out a burst of sickly cold laughter. Is that so? You've cut off my means of survival. So does it even matter if I can get out? Even the female client accompanying them couldn't take it anymore. She screamed, Wang Dafu, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Wang Dafu showed no mercy, sending her flying with a single heavy punch. Stupid woman, chirping in my ear the whole way like a dying bird. her body slammed heavily into a corner of the temple and she lay there motionless. Chao Yu narrowed his eyes, his icy gaze fixed directly on the hunter. "You're not stopping us just because of that, are you?" The corner of Wang Defu's mouth curled into a provocative arc. "Why do you think I need another reason to deal with you?" Chao Yu replied flatly, "Of course you do." Wang Dafu looked quite interested, nodding for him to continue. "Then by all means let's hear it." Without a moment's hesitation, Chao Yu spat out the words that exposed his identity. "Because you're from Bai Zi." At this point the hunter stopped acting. He burst into a loud arrogant laugh. As expected of the man the higher-ups specifically ordered to be captured. "You really do have some skills. I hid it so well, yet you still managed to see I'm from Bai Zi. Can you tell me when you started suspecting me?" Chao Yu calmly pointed out the flaw. "The moment you revealed the Bai Zi tattoo." This simple answer left Wang Dafu stunned for a moment. "Just because of that?" Chao Yu nodded in confirmation. "Yes, just because of that." The short few words pierced the other's pride like a knife. Chao Yu continued to press. "If I'm not mistaken, these two crosses were also created by your Bai Zi organization, right?" A thick killing intent radiated from the hunter, instantly enveloping the entire space. "You are indeed very clever. Since you know everything, you should understand that you have nowhere to run today." Chao Yu maintained his calm demeanor. He asked his final question. "But I have one more thing. If your only goal is to capture me, why destroy the dungeon?" Wang Dafu laughed maniacally, revealing his insidious scheme. "I didn't think there was something you didn't know. I suppose I'll show some mercy and tell you destroying this dungeon is to prevent those in the inner world from tracking your trail. After all, once you go missing, Ji Pingying certainly won't let it rest. When that time comes, he will use all his power to find you. But as long as the dungeon collapses, he can never hope to find you again." Chao Yu nodded slightly, understanding the situation but didn't forget to add a touch of sarcasm. "I see, but since you're so weak, why do you think you can catch us?" Wang Dafu didn't answer, merely offering a mysterious smile. "That's not for you to worry about." No sooner had the words fallen than he charged like a phantom, a punch striking straight at Chao Yu's chest. A red prompt appeared. HP -193. Chao Yu discovered with horror that the other's speed was incredibly fast, so fast that even the corpse ancestor ring couldn't lock onto the target. The hunter's laughter echoed in his ear. "Is this all you've got? Keep talking big, kid." Fortunately, Shih Zhu rushed forward just in time, using her newly acquired shield to block the subsequent attack. "Chao Yu, watch out." Wang Dafu stared at the equipment, his eyes gleaming with obvious greed. "I have to say, your luck is truly heaven-defying. To get an A-rank drop from a D-rank dungeon, unfortunately, that gear will be mine soon enough." A trace of unprecedented determination flickered in Shih Zhu's eyes. She roared, "Taste your own medicine." She made up her mind that she would never let herself be a burden again. The shield's defensive counterattack sent Wang Dafu reeling back, and it took considerable effort for him to steady himself. Chao Yu was surprised by the power his companion had exploded with. Shih Zhu stood tall, challenging him. "Bring it on." Wang Dafu let out a cold laugh, looking at them with contempt. "Two novices, do you really think you can stand against a mid-tier like me?" Relying on his professional assassin speed, he closed the distance to the shield once more. "Now let's see how you block this." Shih Zhu realized with horror that she couldn't keep up with his footwork at all. Before she knew it, Wang Dafu had circled behind her. He spoke in a dark, low voice. "Since you're so protective of him, don't blame me for not being a gentleman." Shih Zhu was hit, her body swaying precariously. Seeing her in danger, Chao Yu shouted in anxiety. Without any hesitation, he immediately swallowed the soul-snatching great pill. A surge of power erupted, and the mechanical queen's wrath instantly enveloped Chao Yu's entire body. Before Wang Dafu realized the danger was upon him, he was sent flying dozens of meters by a heavy punch. After temporarily repelling his opponent, Chao Yu hurriedly asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Gritting her teeth against the sharp pain in her arm, Shih Zhu whispered, "I'm fine." However, the hunter soon launched another attack, and Shih Zhu only had time to scream, "Watch out!" The shield was raised once more, but the power behind that punch forced Shih Zhu to use every ounce of her strength just to barely block it. Chao Yu immediately stepped forward to take over, pouring all his power into the shield to face Wang Dafu head-on. When the shield's mana was exhausted and it vanished, Wang Dafu was stunned. Shih Zhu, gasping for air, was about to say something, but Chao Yu decisively interrupted her. "You're hurt, take a rest. Leave the rest to me." He drew the Staff of Wisdom, and the C-rank item emitted a dazzling light. His mental stats and skill damage increased significantly. Wang Dafu stared at his new look in a daze. "Kid, what's with this setup? Aren't you a necromancer?" Chao Yu didn't answer, simply waving the staff to launch an attack that sent the other man scrambling to dodge. Wang Dafu quickly shifted to the rear, mocking him. "A necromancer trying to ambush an assassin like me?" Chao Yu shot back calmly. "So what if I'm a necromancer?" Power gathered in the dragon chant chain slash, and a ferocious strike sent the hunter flying. Wang Dafu was thrown into a panic by this sudden change. What's happening? Both his speed and power had increased instantly. Aren't necromancers the weakest existences in this world? Why can this kid unleash such a powerful attack? Chao Yu was calculating. With the enhancement of his equipment and the great pill, he delivered a series of heavy chain slashes that left Wang Dafu with no way to counterattack. My speed is dropping, damn I can't dodge. The hunter tried to raise his sword to block, but his strength had clearly weakened. With every swing the sound of dragon chants echoed, forcing him into a desperate corner. Unable to withstand the assault, Wang Dafu screamed, wait a minute, kid, don't you want to know about Bai Zi? Don't you want to know about your parents? However, Chao Yu's eyes remained icy and filled with killing intent. Wang Dafu pleaded in despair, kid, you have to think this through. If you kill me, you'll never get another chance to hear this news. You should know there is also a Bai Zi in this world. Ignoring the pleas for mercy, Chao Yu delivered the fatal blow. Before dying, the hunter only had time to leave a final curse. You really dare to kill me? Bai Zi will absolutely never let you off. After the battle, a deep pit appeared in the center of the hall. Chao Yu looked at the corpse, his face grim, and shouted in anger, it would have been fine if you'd just said so earlier. I can't even stop this dragon chant chain slash once it's started. Suddenly a teasing laugh came from behind. Wang Dafu really is a piece of trash. I truly don't know why the boss trusted him. The female client from earlier was now holding a dagger to Sheiju's neck. It turned out she was also an accomplice of Bai Zi. Chao Yu was stunned. You're from Bai Zi too? She replied triumphantly. Exactly. Surprised, she slowly removed her disguise, revealing a familiar face. Chao Yu recognized her instantly. Hua Zi, she smiled and said, I didn't think you'd still remember me. That's quite rare. Chao Yu tried to stay calm to lead her on. Sister Hua Zi, let my friend go first. We can sit down and talk about whatever this is. Hua Zi let out a cold laugh. Do you think that's possible? Are you that naive or am I that stupid? I have to say you were quite impressive last time, actually managing to escape with so many examinees. But let's see where you can hide this time. Chao Yu weighed his current strength. He couldn't let history repeat itself. She issued a warning while revealing her level 35 assassin class info. If you're thinking of making a move, I suggest you think it through carefully. Chao Yu was shocked by the high-tier realm. High tier? She's proactively showing me her attributes. How do I even fight this? I couldn't beat her even if I ate 10 more pills. Hua Zi mocked him again. What, starting to shake already? If you come with me quietly, I might consider letting go of our past grudges. The temple ceiling began to collapse violently, and realizing he had no choice, Chao Yu feigned compliance. Fine, it looks like I have to obey, but I'm curious, did your Bai Zi organization really go to all this trouble to destroy a B-rank dungeon just to catch a rookie like me? Is it worth it? Hua Zi showed unmasked admiration. Chao Yu, you are no ordinary rookie. A novice necromancer who can kill a mid-tier player with pure physical strength is extremely valuable. When you see our Bai Zi's great ideal, you will firmly join us as well. Seeing her fanatical attitude, Chao Yu secretly asked the queen for help but received no response. Just as Hua Zi moved the dagger from Sheiju's neck to take him away, he suddenly let out a sharp cry. Do it! Sheizu coordinated perfectly, breaking free from the restraint. Chao Yu swung a slash in tandem, but Hua Zi nimbly dodged it. She announced coldly, if you still want to fight, I'll have to break your limbs before taking you back. She launched an attack which Sheizu blocked with her shield just in time. In your dreams, Hua Zi curled her lips with interest. I didn't realize you and this little girl had such good chemistry. She then delivered a heavy kick that sent Sheizu flying. Chao Yu shouted his companion's name in anxiety, then charged at Hua Zi frantically, hoping to build up enough dragon chant chain slashes to turn the tide. However, the speed of a high-tier assassin was far beyond imagination. She shifted in front of him instantly, her longsword piercing his chest. Hua Zi said arrogantly, 1 limb is already useless, 4 to go. Chao Yu gritted his teeth against the pain and joked, can we do 3? Can you just disable the 4 limbs? Let's skip the 5th one. Hua Zi replied with interest, then I'll have to consider that. As she spoke, another sword stroke slashed his arm. Before her terrifying speed, Chao Yu's defense was completely ineffective. Hua Zi moved behind him and delivered a fatal blow that knocked him to the ground. She stopped and looked at him with pity. Tell me, why do you put yourself through this? Wouldn't it have been better if you'd just been a good boy from the start? After saying that, she delivered another heavy kick to his chest, kicking Chao Yu into the stone coffin. He discovered with horror that he couldn't move. Crap, this coffin has some special power. It's actually trapping me. A sudden wave of drowsiness overwhelmed his consciousness. Hua Zi whispered softly, sweet dreams, when you wake up we'll be where we need to be. Suddenly a majestic voice rang out. Put Chao Yu down. She turned around and was stunned by the change in Sheizu. Blue flames had ignited on Sheiju's shield. How is that possible? The flames on your shield are the flames of the underworld? That's impossible. One of Sheiju's eyes glowed with a dazzling blue light. She coldly demanded the other release him. Although Chao Yu couldn't move, he could still feel her presence. Sheizu. Is that Sheizu? That's great. The power radiating from the shield enveloped the entire temple in a brilliant cyan blue light. Hua Zi was terrified, certain that this was the flames of the underworld, and that the shield was absolutely no ordinary A-rank piece of equipment. In a semi-conscious state, Chao Yu asked about the situation with concern, but by now Sheizu had become exceptionally terrifying. She fought frantically, severely wounding Hua Zi. Even though she was a high-tier player, Hua Zi gasped, trembling, You're crazy, you're a total lunatic. Blue smoke filled the temple. Chao Yu, filled with fear, kept calling her name until Sheizu finally sat down beside him. She replied softly, I'm right here. He asked about Hua Zi's situation and she told him that the woman had already fled. Sheizu gently stroked his hair, her voice choking with emotion. I'm sorry, Chao Yu, I'm afraid I can't walk this path with you any longer. Distraught, Chao Yu pleaded with her to help him leave the stone coffin, but Shih Zhu only gave him a soft kiss on the forehead, tears streaming from her eyes. Actually, I've been secretly watching you for a long time. I have so much more I want to say to you, but there's no time. This dungeon is about to collapse. I'm going to send you out. Amidst the flickering blue and purple sparks of electricity, a portal appeared out of thin air. Chao Yu was pushed inside. In the final moment he watched in horror as Shih Zhu's body became covered in bizarre markings. One of her arms vanished, and one of her eyes glowed with a brilliant cyan light. She gave him her final instruction. Chao Yu, you must live well. Chao Yu snapped awake in a hospital, overhearing Ma Fei and Yang Shangdi arguing about whether to hide the truth from him. When he asked about his injuries, Yang Shangdi lied and said he had walked into a utility pole while drunk. Chao Yu's heart was filled with suspicion. He felt as if he had forgotten something extremely important. In a majestic palace, Hua Zi was kneeling before a mysterious lord to beg forgiveness for her mission failure, citing the appearance of the flames of the underworld. Meanwhile, Chao Yu checked his personal attributes and found that his level had risen to 17, with significant growth in all stats. Despite this explosion in strength, the vital memory of a certain person in his mind had completely vanished. Long Shang came to visit and invited him to participate in the Quadrennial World Combat Tournament, the highest-tier arena for young geniuses, offering incredibly generous rewards. To enter, one had to first pass a specific selection dungeon. Chao Yu remained secretly wary of this senior's invitation. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from outside the ward. Chao Yu looked at the two people who pushed through the door and asked, completely bewildered, "Why are there two Shangdis?" Yang Shangdi sighed and hurried forward to explain before he got more confused. "Uge, this is Ma Fei." Chao Yu's eyes widened in shock. Wait, what happened? How did Ma Fei end up looking like this? Seeing that they could no longer hide it, Yang Shangdi dejectedly confessed the truth. "Uge, I'll level with you. You didn't actually hit a utility pole. The reality is that you entered a dungeon, but no one knows what you experienced inside. When we found you, you were lying on the side of the road." Chao Yu anxiously pressed for the name of the dungeon, and the answer left his heart heavy. The pseudo-underworld. He frowned in deep thought, a wave of unease washing over him. The pseudo-underworld, just as I thought. I don't have a single shred of memory regarding this dungeon. Yang Shangdi continued his account. Afterward, Ma Fei and I wanted to investigate what happened. We discovered that an organization called the Hunter Guild was also looking into it. Those guys call themselves dungeon hunters, and make a living by carrying people through dungeons. They claimed a member named Wang Dafu had gone missing in the pseudo-underworld. The person in charge of that guild was incredibly arrogant. He actually tried to force our guildmaster to investigate for them. Ma Fei turned them down flat. Back then, Ma Fei had been very firm, snapping, "I've spent my life doing things my way. Why should I explain myself to you?" The other party's arrogance caused the conflict to escalate instantly. Yang Shangdi continued, "Mainly that guy was just pushing us too far. Then dozens of people from their guild ganged up on us. Ma Fei took the worst of it, getting beaten black and blue." After hearing this, Chao Yu slapped the bed frame and decisively announced, "So that's how it is. In that case, we're going to settle the score with that guild." Seeing he was serious, Yang Shangdi hurried to dissuade him. "Uge, you can't. I estimate that guild has over 100 people, and it's a high-level guild. There are bound to be high-tier players backing them. We can't win." Chao Yu spoke coldly, his gaze sharp. "I don't believe their Hunter Guild is composed entirely of high-tier players. We might not be able to beat the high tiers, but can we really not handle their novice and mid-tier members?" Ma Fei immediately chimed in with indignation. "Exactly, I, Ma Fei, have never suffered such a loss in my life." Their anger reaching a boiling point, the three reached a consensus and left the ward, determined to hunt down those thugs. At the Hunter Guild headquarters, a group of people was waiting provocatively. The lackeys were incessantly flattering their leader. "Young Master Huang, those two bastards just now actually dared to talk back to you. They really don't know the height of the heavens or the depth of the earth." Exactly, it was an honor for young Master Huang to even speak to them. "And they had the nerve to bark in front of you. Compared to our Hunter Guild, those two ants are nothing." Huang Ying waved his hand to cut off the flattery. "Enough dealing with those two clowns isn't worth mentioning. The most important thing is to find Wang Dafu's whereabouts as soon as possible. Find him alive or find his corpse. I want to see who dares to move against our guild's people." The lackeys immediately accepted the order. "Don't worry, young Master Huang. We will definitely find a trace of Wang Dafu. That's right, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we'll find him." Seeing his subordinates prepare to leave, another person asked curiously, "Young Master Huang, do you need us to stay behind to protect you?" This young master acted as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "What, you think someone actually dares to make a move on me?" The person beside him hurried to fawn. "Young Master Huang is right, we were worrying over nothing. Not everyone is as stupid as those two blockheads." Huang Ying barked an order with his head held high. "Fine, everyone go and search for news on Wang Dafu." Just as he was left alone, he ran into Chao Yu's group. His gaze was filled with contempt. "Oh, look who it is. If it isn't the idiot who just got thrashed, what did you bring back up? I suggest that before you seek revenge, you go and ask around about the reputation of our Hunter Guild." Chao Yu reminded him coldly, "If you apologize now, I might go a little easier on you later." These words made Huang Ying burst into frantic laughter. Apologize. Kid, are you joking with me? Me hitting you was giving you face. It's bad enough you didn't thank me, but you want an apology too. When I hit you, you should just stay hit. Because the president of the Hunter Guild is my father and my word is law. Chao Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and he turned to tease his companion. See that, Ma Fei? Now this is how you flex. Your posturing skills still need some work. Ma Fei immediately denied it with a casual air. What, you call this a flex? This is clearly just asking for a beating. He's not even on my level. Being treated like a joke made Huang Ying go insane with rage, roaring, You dare make fun of me, you have some nerve. Chao, you didn't keep him waiting. Lunging forward with a punch, make fun of you, I think I'll just beat you instead. I'll turn you into a fat pig just like Shangdi. This thunderous heavy punch slammed him directly to the ground. Huang Ying cried out in shock, Are you crazy? Someone actually dares to lay a hand on the young master of the Hunter Guild? Young Shangdi didn't forget to add a humiliating insult. Ma Fei, look at that idiot posturing there. He must have lost his mind. Huang Ying's eyes turned blood red with rage. You're dead. He stepped back to gather power, and a massive hammer taller than a man appeared out of thin air, crashing down frantically. Die for me. Chao Yu secretly assessed the situation. This arrogant young master's strength wasn't exactly weak. He swung his halberd in a fierce slash, forcing Huang Ying to scramble into a dodge. The young master began to feel the pressure. Isn't this guy a freshman? How is his strength so immense? He immediately unleashed a skill. Yellow Spring Quagmire. Chao Yu responded calmly, landing a one-sword between worlds strike squarely on his chest. Looking at the blood on his hands, Huang Ying issued a chilling threat. Do you know, when I was 18 and entered a dungeon, a player blindsided me and caused an injury. After exiting the dungeon, I had my men capture him, carve off his flesh, roast it, and force-feed it to him. That guy went insane later, and since then no one has dared to make me bleed. You've got guts. I'll be sure to take good care of you. Chao Yu coldly interrupted his fantasy. Before you threaten us, you should think about how you're going to escape. He remained mysteriously confident. The three of you think you can keep me here. Wishful thinking. Blood, chaos, water. Chao Yu leapt into the air, loudly provoking. Let's see just how good that hammer of yours is. A mountain-crushing heavy slash slammed down, pulverizing the ground beneath Huang Ying's feet. His face darkened as he realized, I really underestimated you. In that case, I'll show you my true strength. He leaped from the deep pit, pouring all his power into the massive hammer. A red light shot into the sky. Yang Shangdi's face paled. Crap, UGE, he's sending a signal. Immediately after, a blood chaos hammer strike, carrying mud and destructive force, crashed down toward Chao Yu's head. Too late. Die, accompanied by a massive roar. Dust and smoke filled the area. Huang Ying laughed maniacally, thinking victory was his. No way, you couldn't even take that one move. However, Chao Yu's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Is it my turn yet? A thunderous heavy punch sent Huang Ying's face blossoming with blood. He trembled as he threatened. You little animal, just you wait for my father. I'll have you flayed alive. With that he fainted. Yang Shangdi cheered excitedly. UG is the best. Ma Fei looked at the defeated man on the ground and asked, How do we handle this guy? Chao Yu hoisted Huang Ying up like a sack of grain. Is that even a question? We retreat, obviously. He made such a huge scene. The Hunter Guild people will be here any second. Yang Shangdi hurriedly followed. UG, wait for me. The Hunter Guild members arrived shortly after. Looking at the blood on the ground, everyone was horrified. This is the young master's blood. In the president's office, Huang Shuzhong learned of his son's disappearance and slammed his desk in fury, standing up. What? Who is so boned to do such a thing? A subordinate hurriedly requested to investigate. The president roared, No matter who it is, I will tear them into 10,000 pieces. Meanwhile, Chao Yu's group was running while carrying Huang Ying. As soon as the latter opened his eyes, Yang Shangdi shouted, UGE. The little thief is awake. Huang Ying remained stubborn. I admit you have some skill, but I advise you to let me go now or prepare to face the endless retaliation of the Hunter Guild. Chao Yu ruthlessly slammed him to the ground. You're a prisoner now, stay in line, Huang Ying screamed, trembling. You bastard, if my father finds out you're dead. Ma Fei looked on with contempt. You didn't have this attitude when you were hitting us. Yang Shangdi gave him a cold kick. The tables have turned, haven't they? Ma Fei continued excitedly. I've been waiting for this moment. Terrified, Huang Ying pleaded, Don't hit my face. Just as Yang Shangdi was about to strike, a bolt of lightning suddenly split the ground between them, forcing them to retreat warily. Chao Yu shouted, Who is it? A spear filled with energy appeared before them, followed by the cold butler. Sakari, you really gave this old man quite the search. Huang Ying screamed like he'd seen a savior. Sakari, kill them now. Sakari reassured him, Don't worry, young master. I will never let these three cunning thieves escape. Surrender quietly and perhaps you'll suffer less physical pain. Yang Shangdi was the first to charge, cursing, Surrender my ass, earth blast. Despite the massive explosion, Sakari stood steady as a mountain. Chao Yu secretly evaluated. This old guy might not be high tier, but he's likely close. Sakari held his spear level. Since you insist on resisting, don't blame me for being heartless. He raised the spear and a brilliant light erupted. Cyan light, do you see those enemies? A curtain of light instantly sealed their path of escape. Sakari swung his spear in a sweep and a violent force flipped all three of them. Chao Yu was also knocked back, horrified by the old man's power. Sakari smiled with interest. Oh, to take one of my moves as a novice. No wonder you could defeat my young master, but it ends here. Before me you are nothing but weak ants. Undeterred, Yang Shangdi turned to Ma Fei and launched a series of biting, sarcastic insults attempting to trigger his teammate's hidden power. Weak old man, will show you strength in a moment. Ma Fei, you really are pathetic. You're miles behind UGE. Against the same move, UGE only took a few steps back while you went flying. With this kind of strength, don't even dream of surpassing UGE. You're not even fit to carry his bags. We're both human. Yet how is the gap so large? Ma Fei, were you hiding when humanity was evolving? Some people are born in Rome, but you were born to be a beast of burden. You might as well just be UGE's lackey. At least he can protect you, his pride wounded. Ma Fei erupted with a soaring killing intent, his attack power instantly skyrocketing. Yang Shangdi, you bastard, watch me kill this pretentious old man right now. Blade, come to me. Sakari was stunned by this surge of sword intent and hurriedly prayed. O sacred desolation, please protect me. Yang Shangdi also poured all his power into an earth blast to support Ma Fei, instantly shattering the defensive layer and slamming Sakari so hard into the wall he couldn't even peel himself off. Chao Yu sensed that Sakari wasn't dead and was preparing for a desperate counterattack. Suddenly, Chao Yu felt a violent headache. He clutched his head in agony as Yang Shangdi asked anxiously, UGE, what's wrong? Are you okay? Amidst the splitting headache, he murmured to himself, what's going on? I feel as if someone has been standing in front of us this entire time, shielding us from harm. Who exactly was that person? Why can't I remember anything at all? Seeing the situation grow increasingly perilous, the team made the decisive call to retreat. Ma Fei didn't forget to scoop up Huang Ying to flee for their lives, refusing to let go no matter how much the captive wailed and bleated for help. Sakari pursued them frantically from behind, holy light reflecting across every corner of the street. Reinforcements appeared at the gates of Kyoto University as Chao Yu's group bolted straight toward the campus. When the students present saw the young master of the Hunter Guild being carried away like a common prisoner, they were all struck dumb with shock. Sakari, acting like a madman, kicked aside the security guards who stepped forward to block him and charged straight onto the campus. In their frantic flight, the team collided head-on with Teacher Wan Lihao. Gasping for air, Chao Yu reported, Teacher Wan, look behind us, fast. Wan Lihao turned his head, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. So there are actually people this blind daring to hunt our students at Kyoto University? They even had the nerve to chase them all the way into the school? They've certainly got some gall. Teacher Wan leapt into the fray, unleashing a heavy punch that shattered the holy light shield instantly and sent Sakari reeling backward. Faced with such staggering strength, the old butler slumped onto the ground, groaning in agony. Wan Lihao interrogated him coldly. Speak. Who are you? Why have you come to cause trouble at this school? If you don't talk, I'll send you straight to your next reincarnation. Just then, the main force of the Hunter Guild arrived with massive fanfare. President Huang Shuzhong let out a furious roar. Stop, let him go. Wan Lihao didn't give him an inch of face. And what if I don't? Huang Shuzhong continued to threaten. Release him or today you shall be buried alongside him. Hearing Chao Yu's questioning, Principal Ji Pingying merely gave a flat O in response and immediately launched an attack with a heavy punch. Is that so? Then I'd like to see you try. That heavy punch, carrying terrifying power, slammed straight toward the butler, Sakari. Seeing things take a turn for the worse, the old President Huang Shuzhong was so anxious his voice cracked as he screamed in terror. Sakari, Wan Lihao issued a cold provocation, his words brimming with killing intent. Old man, come over here and take a look. Watch how I make this bastard be buried with me. Before their brains could even process it, Huang Shuzhong had already issued a kill order. All units attack, hack him into mincemeat. Without hesitation, Wan Lihao unleashed his ultimate skill, Great Tremor Power. As a powerful spiritual pressure rippled outward, like autumn leaves being swept away by the wind, the low-level lackeys were scattered in total disarray. This overwhelming power struck fear into the hearts of the remaining survivors. One hunter's face turned deathly pale as he cried out in a trembling voice, Wait, he's the war frenzy. That's the war frenzy, Wan Lihao. Heavens, everyone thought he'd lost his life years ago after he went missing. How did he end up as a teacher at Kyoto University? Someone nearby couldn't help but interject curiously. Is this war frenzy person that famous? The man's face was a mask of worship and terror as he answered firmly, describing him as famous isn't nearly enough. He is simply a monster born for combat. Back when he was still at the peak of the mid-tier, he had relied on his own strength to send a high-tier swordsman to heaven. This was the pinnacle of berserk fury. Huang Shuzheng's face was grim, his tone thick with killing intent. War frenzy, Wan Lihao, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Wan Lihao laughed triumphantly, hitting back with a blunt response. Not only am I alive, I should actually thank you. I thought I was going to be buried in this quiet teaching position for the rest of my life. I truly didn't expect there would be a day where I could unleash my full power. My thanks to you pieces of trash for showing up today. Before he could enjoy his triumph for long, Huang Shuzhong unleashed the skill, Arrogance. A cloud of eerie black smoke instantly filled the air, enveloping his massive iron hammer. A heavy strike of the hammer, carrying staggering force, swung out as the thick dust tore through space, looking as if it would crush the opponent into fine powder. When the mist cleared, the image of Wan Lihao standing proudly in the center of the battlefield met everyone's eyes. A green recruit muttered, This guy called War Frenzy doesn't look as scary as the rumors say. A veteran nearby snorted coldly, mocking him. Just you wait and see. A true war frenzy is never an easy opponent to handle. Sure enough, Wan Lihao began to circulate his internal energy, power erupting around his body to form a brilliant layer of War Authority armor. With a jolt of his arms, the phantom of a fierce tiger surfaced behind him, mentally intimidating his opponents. Having gathered a massive amount of power, Wan Lihao charged at Huang Shuzhong like an arrow leaving a bow, closing the gap in the blink of an eye. Huang Shuzhong hurriedly raised his hammer to block, but the mountain-crushing force still sent him flying a great distance. He managed to force a cold sneer, mocking, "It seems you're tired of living." Despite this, Wan Lihao remained completely undaunted. His eyes burned with a scorching fighting spirit. "Keep it coming, this is what a war frenzy finds most interesting." As the battle escalated, the combat intent continued to climb, and the power of their strikes became increasingly terrifying. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a violent heartbeat like the thundering of drums suddenly rang out, causing Wan Lihao to lose focus for a moment. Where is this heartbeat coming from? On the other side, Huang Shuzhong slowly dragged his iron hammer across the ground as destructive power continuously gathered in the weapon, causing Yang Shangdi to freeze in place. Ma Fei also watched the approaching hammer with bated breath. The killing intent radiating from Huang Shuzhong sent the members of the Hunter Guild retreating one after another. Because he was utterly terrified, the president truly seemed prepared to start a slaughter. However, Wan Lihao continued to smile calmly, his tone full of contempt. "You want to take my life with just one move? That's truly the most hilarious joke I've ever heard," he beckoned provocatively. "Come on if you've got the guts." But before the battle could continue, a massive longsword descended from the heavens, slamming heavily into the ground and forcing the two factions apart. The ground splintered as the terrifying aura radiating from the giant sword prevented anyone from making a reckless move. A few curious individuals whispered, "What on earth is that thing?" The aura was too bizarre. It felt as if one's head would fall off just by touching it slightly. Wan Lihao merely snorted, dismissing it as a boring little trick. Contrary to his composure, Huang Shuzhong was practically driven insane with rage, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, that's S-rank equipment." The Kunwu sword. Remembering that the owner of the Kunwu sword was the world's #1 sword cultivator, a surge of terror couldn't help but rise in his heart. Chao Yu also began to sense that familiar aura, murmuring softly, "Could it be?" Wan Lihao then shouted that legendary name at the top of his lungs, Ji Pingyang. There was no mistake. That man was indeed the principal of Kyoto University. Principal Ji's gaze was icy as he announced with majesty, "Give me a reason. Otherwise today I will make your hunter guild vanish from the map." A death-defying hunter lackey immediately shouted a challenge. "Who do you think you are, daring to wipe out our guild? Do you think you're worthy?" Things happened too quickly for Huang Shuzhong to intervene. He could only shout in despair, "Stop, you idiot!" The principal was instantly bound tight by the man's immortal binding rope, and the man laughed triumphantly. "Don't worry, President. This old fogey has been locked down by my immortal binding rope. Even if he grew wings, he couldn't escape." Contrary to his ecstasy, the principal merely flicked his finger nonchalantly. The resilient rope instantly shattered into fragments. The man's eyes widened, unable to believe reality. "Are you joking? My immortal binding rope is B-rank equipment. How did it shatter like that?" A terrifying surge of energy struck, and he only had time to let out a pained scream. "No, don't kill me. Help!" Witnessing a high-tier expert being completely crushed by a mere flick of the principal's finger, the fodder troops were scared out of their wits, exclaiming, "My God, one casual move to insta-kill an expert. Is this the strength of the #1 sword cultivator? He hasn't even drawn his sword yet." The principal looked coldly at Huang Shuzhong, repeating his earlier demand, "Give me an explanation." The old president stammered his defense. "It was your school students who kidnapped my son. I was forced to break into the school to demand him back." The principal curled his lip, hitting back sarcastically. "And that's your reason for bringing an army to cause trouble at Kyoto University?" Huang Shuzhong hurriedly proposed a deal. "That's right, as long as you return the child to me. Today's matter will be wiped clean. Just give the nod and I'll take my people and leave immediately." A thick killing intent erupted from the principal as his voice turned low and threatening. "I'll give you two choices. Get out or die." Ma Fei witnessed the entire scene from the side, unable to help but sigh with worship. Heavens, this is a true sword cultivator. This is the true art of posturing. Looking back at my old self, I really feel like I've lived my life in vain. Faced with the threat, Huang Shuzhong appeared righteous and indignant. "Ji Pingyang, you're a man of status. How can you be so unreasonable?" The principal frowned slightly, retorting sharply. "When you brought your men to storm my school and beat my students, did you think about being reasonable?" Huang Shuzhong was fuming. "It was your students who kidnapped my son first. Are you going to shield your students even when they've done wrong?" Yang Shangdi immediately countered. "Shut up already. It was clearly your people who started the fight first," the principal responded calmly. "I just want to shield my students. What of it?" These hard-nosed words left Huang Shuzhong speechless. Sensing that the other had developed a killing intent, the old fox could only swallow his pride. Just then, Chao Yu suddenly called out to him, "Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave, President Huang. Let's talk things over." He hoisted Huang Ying up like a fish and laid out his chips. "I can release your son, but you have to promise me one thing." Huang Shuzhong cursed through gritted teeth. "You brat, are you planning to blackmail me? If you have something to say, say it and stop wasting time." Chow Yu grinned and made a very simple request: hand over that big hammer of yours and I'll release him immediately. However, it seemed there were limits to paternal love. The old man roared, keep dreaming, that's my A-rank equipment enhanced to +7, keep him if you want, I'll just go back and have another one. Hearing his biological father's words, Huang Ying wished he could slap himself deaf right then and there. Seeing that move didn't work, Chow Yu lowered the price. Fine, then I want a full set of C-rank equipment. Huang Shuzhong agreed immediately. Fine, I agree, let him go quickly. Chow Yu wasn't so easily fooled, slyly insisting cash on delivery. You hand over the goods first, then I'll release him. Catching a glimpse of the principal's murderous gaze, the old man had no choice but to obediently toss out a set of equipment. Chow Yu took the goods and dropped Huang Ying on the ground. As soon as the Hunter Guild people were far away, the principal turned and scolded the students. You few are far too reckless. With such weak strength, you actually dared to provoke such a large guild? They are a guild that specializes in conquering dungeons. What if they ambush you in a dungeon later? Ma Fei hurriedly tried to explain. Principal, you've misunderstood. They were the ones who... But the principal interrupted him directly, stating that right or wrong didn't matter. Even if you were in the right, the Hunter Guild wouldn't let it rest. In this world, the fist is the truth. Chow Yu asked in confusion, Teacher, are you saying we did something wrong? The principal shook his head, his tone serious. Your mistake was that your counterattack was too slow, allowing them to chase you to the school gates. If it were my younger self, Huang Shuzhong wouldn't just have taken a beating. He would have likely met the king of hell long ago. You're all still too green. Watching the principals departing back, the group could only give a thumbs up in admiration. After returning to the dorm, the spoils of war immediately covered the table. Yang Shangdi took a breath and sighed. Chow Ji, what do you think? These Hunter Guild people are practically dripping with wealth. Chow Yu reminded him, enough, save the talk. Everyone pick 2 pieces for yourselves. The equipment info then appeared. C-rank Gale Boots. If the distance from an enemy is less than 1 meter, allows for an instant backward retreat. Cooldown 30 seconds, universal for all classes. Next was the C-rank Silver Lion Helmet. A lion-headed silver helmet that increases head defense by 50 points and can negate damage once. Cooldown 24 hours, universal for all classes. Chow Yu appraised the helmet as being a bit like chicken ribs, useless because the cooldown was simply too long. Yang Shangdi, on the other hand, was ecstatic from the grand victory. This is amazing. Chow Ji, what are your plans next? Chow Yu shrugged. What else? Keep going to class. Oh, and I have to find a way to recover my lost memories. I have a hunch that period of memory is very important. These words left his 2 roommates in silence. The next day, students were all heatedly discussing the principal's strength. One student asked, what do you all think is the principal's actual level? Another explained, in this world a true powerhouse must have the ability to solo the Snake King of the Title King Snake Dungeon. Our principal finished it last year using only 5 sword strikes. Wan Lihao tapped his ruler, demanding silence. You lot pipe down. Since Phase 1 of training was completed, well, let's start Phase 2. Chow Yu asked curiously. Phase 2, the teacher reassured them. Don't be nervous, Phase 1 was for training defense. This phase focuses on flexibility. You body cultivators can't just have power and defense. If you lack agility, you're nothing more than a mobile sandbag for people to beat on. The teacher further analyzed that this is why body cultivators are the hardest class to advance. They are indeed tough at the start, but in the later stages they must balance power, defense, and speed. True powerhouse body cultivators are as rare as a needle in a haystack. Hearing this, Chow Yu was thrilled. Training agility? Perfect. My agility stats are currently pathetic. I can't keep relying on that corpse ancestor ring forever. Teacher Wan led the whole class into a C-rank dungeon, Deep Sea Abyss. When they discovered they were standing on a solitary island in the middle of a vast ocean, everyone was stunned. Looking at the stone pillars protruding from the sea surface, Chow Yu frowned and asked, Teacher Wan wouldn't want us to jump across the waves, would he? Wan Lihao explained that the rules were simple. Whoever could jump across those pillars and reach the mountain peak on the other side within 5 minutes would pass. Chow Yu noticed that these pillars were smoothed exceptionally by the seawater. Staying steady alone was difficult. Some pillars were even rotten and would shatter if any force was applied. This tested not only speed but also required extremely high observation and reaction skills. Teacher Wan encouraged, who's willing to come out and take the lead? Lin Lang raised his hand. Teacher, let me try. He began to wobble as soon as he stepped onto the stone pillar, and his classmates behind him nervously told him to be careful, but soon he began to leap lightly between the pillars. A student asked in surprise, does it really look that easy? Just then a fish covered in spikes suddenly lunged from the water. Lin Lang was startled and hurriedly retreated to dodge, but accidentally slipped and fell into the sea. Wan Lihao ordered coldly, swim back to shore yourself. It took Lin Lang 15 minutes to crawl back, Teacher Wan explained. Those strange creatures are called gray swordfish. A specialty of this dungeon, any creature attempting to reach the opposite peak will be torn to shreds by them. Aside from that, there isn't much else in the way of danger. A student asked timidly. So how many of them are down there? The teacher flashed a malicious smile. Oh, the bottom is nothing but their nest. Roughly estimated, there are probably about 100,000 of them. The entire class was struck dumb with shock. 100,000? Teacher Wan continued to dangle the bait. I almost forgot to mention, the first person to complete the mission will receive a special reward. The class immediately erupted into a cacophony of excitement. A reward from Teacher Wan was bound to be extraordinary. Without needing any instruction, everyone began pushing and shoving to get ahead. Lin Lang leapt onto a stone pillar with gusto, laughing triumphantly. The reward is mine. Behind him was a fierce scramble. Don't even think about snatching my stuff, get out of the way. Another student caught up to Lin Lang, confidently announcing, I'll reach the finish line first. Lin Lang shoved the other boy down. Dreaming in broad daylight, are we? Only Chao Yu remained leisurely standing on the shore, watching the chaotic crowd. He stretched his limbs. Time to warm up. He channeled his internal energy, and his figure blurred as he swept past Teacher Wan, causing the man to mutter in surprise. That brat! Before long, Chao Yu had already left everyone in the dust, gliding across the stone pillars like a hurricane. The students were completely stupefied. Is this guy hacking? How can he be so fast? An embattled student struggling forward saw Chao Yu charging toward him and screamed in terror. Don't come over here, this pillar can't support the weight of 2 people. Are you trying to make the whole class fall in and feed the fish? Chao Yu turned a deaf ear to the warning, his foot lightly touching the pillar before he immediately leapt again. By the time the person regained their senses, Chao Yu was already 5 pillars past him. Everyone marveled in horror. Holy crap, that's terrifyingly fast. Chao Yu thought to himself, these gale boots are actually pretty handy. The system then displayed the boots information once again. Ahead, Lin Lang was incessantly throwing punches at the gray swordfish leaping out of the water, giving them no chance to return to the sea. The students following behind were dazed. You can even play it like that? Just as he was running smoothly, the mechanical queen suddenly manifested to issue a warning. Chao Yu, be careful. There is an extremely dangerous presence ahead. Chao Yu was startled. Queen, you're back, she replied. I have always been by your side, I never left. Chao Yu stopped in his tracks and asked curiously, what is this dangerous thing? Seizing the opportunity, Chao Yu also pressed, tell me, what exactly happened back in the pseudo-underworld dungeon? The queen fell silent for a long time. I'm sorry, I cannot tell you. When the dungeon collapsed, the will of the Underworld Lord discovered my existence. To save my life, I was forced into hibernation, so I'm not entirely sure what happened afterward. But I can be certain of one thing, your lost memories were no accident but intentional interference. Chao Yu froze. Human interference, she nodded. That's right, a girl named Shei Zhu sealed your memories. It seems she didn't want you to retain any trace of her presence. At the mention of the name Shei Zhu, Chao Yu's heart skipped a beat, his face darkened, and he clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. A surge of anger and helplessness rising within him. Why is it like this? Why would she do that? He vented all his repressed fury onto the gray swordfish charging at him. Every world-shaking punch and kick Chao Yu delivered sent the fish curling up in agonizing screams. Watching from a distance, the students couldn't help but shudder. Is he off his meds today? Why is he being so brutal? Even Wan Lihao was a bit bewildered. I brought them here to practice their reactions. What is this kid doing over there hammering dried fish? Oblivious to the world around him, Chao Yu only wanted to vent his frustration through combat while constantly asking himself, why? Finally, he turned and asked the queen, do you have a way to break that seal? Fortunately, the answer was affirmative. Chao Yu had no patience to wait any longer and urged the mechanical queen, then hurry and help me break it, she answered hesitantly. But before we do that, you must obtain one thing. Chao Yu followed up in confusion. What thing? The queen uttered a mysterious term. The ghost eye. A look of extreme dread appeared on Chao Yu's face, but despite the splitting headache that felt like his brain was being torn apart, he continued to press. What the hell is the ghost eye? Where do I get one? The mechanical queen hurriedly warned. Forget the ghost eye for now. Before the words had even faded, Chao Yu lost control of his body. His consciousness gradually blurred before he fell into a coma, his body entering a free fall from the stone pillar and into the sea. Despite the queen desperately calling his name in despair, nothing but dead silence remained. He sank into the icy depths of the sea. On the seabed, schools of gray swordfish swam ferociously around the standing stone pillars, the abyss reflecting the faint light from the surface. Suddenly, the figure of a girl appeared in the water from nowhere. She gently took Chao Yu's hand and pulled him from the shackles of the vast deep sea. When Chao Yu woke up groggily, he found himself lying on a pristine white hospital bed. Looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, his voice was weak and faint. Realizing he was in a familiar hospital ward, he struggled to prop himself up, clutching his head which still throbbed as if hit by a sledgehammer. He muttered to himself, how did I end up in the hospital again? Just then, Shatter pushed the door open and asked with concern, you're awake? Seeing her appear, Chao Yu couldn't hide his surprise. Shatter, why are you here too? While softly pouring a glass of warm water, she explained, your friends Ma Fei and Yang Shangdi called and told me. She carefully handed the glass to Chao Yu, not forgetting to remind him, be careful, the water is still very hot. Chao Yu took the glass and offered a small smile of thanks. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow appeared at the door. Without even knocking, it delivered a bided flying kick that slammed the door open with a resounding bang. The person barged in aggressively, leaving both Chao Yu and Shatter stunned. He let out a boorish roar. Rongrong, did you come all this way just to see this pretty boy? Seeing the girl he loved taking care of a frail-looking guy, Lu Yanheng was nearly driven insane with jealousy. He clenched his fists and charged forward fiercely, prepared to teach Chao Yu a lesson. You little leech, watch me. Before he could finish, Shatter stood between them and barked loudly. Lu Yanheng, what kind of madness are you playing at now? Get out now. Seeing his dream girl actually stand up to defend that invalid on the hospital bed, Lu Yanheng became even more resentful. Rongrong, what's so good about this pretty boy? Look at his scrawny legs, they're not even as thick as my arms. Shatter turned a deaf ear to his cold mockery, directly ordering him to leave. My business is none of your concern. Get out. Her hardened attitude was like pouring oil on a fire, causing Lu Yanheng to aim his hatred directly at Chao Yu. He glared and issued a challenge. Kid, if you really consider yourself a man, come out and have a proper duel with me. Whoever loses will disappear from Rongrong's sight forever. Chao Yu, who had been listening in silence to this rude fellow's insults, finally spoke up slowly. It's as loud as a wet market the moment you walk in. Who are you anyway? Seeing that Chao Yu didn't know his illustrious name, he pointed at his chest arrogantly and said narcissistically, "What a moron, you actually don't know who I am. Listen up. I am the strongest genius of the Kyoto Kanglong Normal University." Lu Yanheng. Hearing this flamboyant self-introduction, Chao Yu was stunned for a moment. Kyoto Kanglong Normal University. I remember that school has a 1:9 male-to-female ratio, isn't it mostly girls? Shatter leaned in and advised in a low voice, Chao Yu, ignore him. That guy might have a screw loose, but he's actually quite strong. Chao Yu followed along with a dazed nod. I see. He then turned calmly to the big guy and said, first, I'm making one thing clear. I have never proactively appeared in front of Shatter. Hearing this, Lu Yanheng seemed to find the words more palatable, lifting his chin triumphantly. At least you're sensible. He then turned to fawn over Shatter. Rongrong, did you see that? This kid isn't even fit to carry your bags. Only I, Lu Yanheng, am your true love. And only I am worthy of you. Unable to tolerate his shameless behavior any longer, she barked, shut up. It was only then that Chao Yu slowly delivered the fatal blow. I think you've misunderstood me, buddy. What I meant was Shatter was the one who came looking for me. As soon as the words landed, Lu Yanheng's mouth fell open in shock. Seizing the momentum, Chao Yu continued to provoke him. Not only that, she's also very attentive. She proactively poured me water and has been taking care of me from the moment I fell asleep until I woke up. Every word was like a sharp knife stabbing into his pride, and Lu Yanheng was fuming with rage. Chao Yu even added a lie. And she also complained to me that you're not only ugly but also a short popper. Although it was just a casual joke, it made Lu Yanheng nearly explode with fury. Meanwhile, Shatter's face turned bright red, wondering how he could have guessed her true thoughts. Lu Yanheng swung a violent fist toward Chao Yu's face. You're dead, however. Before his fist could touch its target, it was blocked by a solid block of ice, an ice wall created by Shatter to protect Chao Yu. She roared in a fury. Lu Yanheng, enough! To stop this madman from continuing his antics in the ward, Chao Yu quickly rang the security bell. While waiting, the big guy continued to shamelessly shout challenges. Brat, do you have the guts to fight me one-on-one? I'm a gentleman. I don't bully the sick. I'll wait until you're healed. Even as he was dragged away by two burly security guards, he continued to roar maniacally, Coward, have the guts to fight me. Once the room returned to silence, Shatter spoke up somewhat awkwardly. Chao Yu, I'm so sorry, don't pay any mind to his nonsense. That guy follows me around like a piece of gum. I can't shake him off no matter what I do. Chao Yu waved it off with a smile, his eyes filled with confidence. It's fine, let me help you resolve this trouble once and for all. A duel with a vast gap in strength. The duel location was set in the dual instance world. Under the protection of the rules here, players would not die. When HP drops to 1 point, the health bar automatically locks, and that player is judged the loser. Because of this safety, students usually chose this place to resolve personal grudges. In the stands, the students were buzzing with conversation. Have you heard? Today, Lu Yanheng from Kanglong Normal University is going to compete on stage against one of our Kyoto University geniuses, that person asked curiously. Really? Fighting who? Is it Longshang? The person in the know shook their head. No, I heard the guy is named Chao Yu. He's just a newly enrolled freshman. The person scratched their head in confusion. Why does the name Chao Yu sound so familiar? Wait, a freshman? Lu Yanheng is a veteran junior. How does he have the nerve to bully a green rookie who just entered the school? In a corner of the stands, the gambling crowd was throwing money down frantically, the bookie shouting loudly to attract attention. Come on, place your bets. Last calls, brothers. Chao Yu's current odds are 5-1. The surrounding crowd joined in the cheering. I'm betting 200,000 on Lu Yanheng to win. I'm betting it all on Lu Yanheng too. Inside the instance, Chao Yu slowly walked onto the arena, arriving on time. Seeing his opponent, Lu Yanheng sneered provocatively as he walked. Brat, I admit you were much stronger than me when you were a freshman. Otherwise, you couldn't have gotten into Kyoto University. But unfortunately, now you're nothing but a rookie. Next, I'm going to beat you like a dead dog right in front of Rongrong. He puffed out his chest and announced his class title with full confidence. Lu Yanheng, level 26, mid-tier heavy warrior. His face was written with arrogance, completely disregarding Chao Yu. Chao Yu responded calmly. Chao Yu, level 17, novice necromancer. Once the titles were announced, the entire arena fell into a terrifying silence, followed by an explosion of exclamations. Are you kidding me? A novice necromancer is going to duel a mid-tier heavy warrior? What kind of trash plot is this? No wonder Chao Yu's odds were as high as 5-1. Forget 5 to 1, even if it were 100 to 1, no madman would dare bet on him, a student screamed in heartbreak. I'm finished, I accidentally bet 50 million on him just now, give me back my money. Upon finding out the money couldn't be taken back, those unlucky souls could only comfort themselves. It's not for certain those heavy warriors might have thick skin, but they're as slow as turtles. If Chao Yu can cleverly keep his distance and summon a bunch of undead to gang up on him, maybe a miracle will happen. Maybe a cross-tier challenge really can succeed. Hearing his opponent's class, Lu Yanheng let out a sarcastic loud laugh. Ha ha ha, a mere necromancer like you actually dares to fight me one-on-one? You actually think you can take on a warrior from a higher tier? Kid, are you planning to scam me for medical fees? Let me state first, I'm poor as a church mouse, I don't have a penny for compensation. Seeing that the other party talked too much, Chao Yu decided to take the initiative. He didn't use any magic. Instead, he channeled his physical power and charged bare-fisted at this powerful enemy several levels above him. Lu Yanheng was struck dumb with shock. Damn it, you really are trying to scam me, aren't you? A thought flashed through his mind. I have to hold back a bit, it'll be a hassle if I accidentally kill him. Not just Lu Yanheng, but the entire audience was confused to the extreme. What on earth is going on? Why is a mage rushing in for a melee? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? A necromancer dares to trade punches with a muscle-bound heavy warrior. It's over. This bet is completely ruined. Shi Shirong sat quietly in the stands witnessing it all, merely offering a small smile and thinking, you all underestimate Chao Yu far too much. Chao Yu's fist slammed in with a whistle of air, but Lu Yanheng was still hesitating, planning to just tank the punch without fully dodging. Forget it, I'll just take one punch from him. He's just a necromancer anyway. That little bit of strength is no different from a tickle. Before the thought could even finish, smack Chao Yu's 1,000-pound fist slammed violently into Lu Yanheng's face. The immense force contorted his features, and he was sent flying into the air, doing several mid-air flips before crashing heavily and sliding across the ground for a long distance. It wasn't until Lu Yanheng struck a graceful biting the dust pose in the instance that the entire audience finally regained their senses. Holy crap, am I dreaming? A novice mage actually sent a mid-tier heavy warrior flying over 10 meters with nothing but a bare-fisted punch. Does Kyoto University only produce these kinds of monsters? A freshman is actually crushing an experienced warrior. Immediately, all sorts of conspiracy theories erupted in the stands, with many certain that there must be some trickery involved. That guy named Chao definitely reported the wrong profession on purpose just to bait people. Damn it, give me back my steak. Others turned their anger toward Lu Yanheng, calling him useless. A grand mid-tier expert getting slapped around the floor by a green rookie? Stand up and fight, you coward. After a good while, Lu Yanheng finally stood up, swaying unsteadily. All eyes in the stands converged on him once again. Whoa, Lu Yanheng is up. At this moment his face was red and swollen, and his previous arrogance had completely vanished. His expression was grim and thick with killing intent as he hissed through gritted teeth. Brat, your fists are pretty hard, but next I'll let you taste my true strength. Chao Yu intended to seize the momentum and follow up with another punch, but this time Lu Yanheng was prepared. He reached out and firmly grabbed Chao Yu's wrist, revealing a smug, cold sneer. Don't underestimate me. However, Chao Yu's other hand quickly gathered energy, determined not to let that smile stay for long. He swung a second punch, but Lu Yanheng blocked that one firmly with his other hand as well. The two fell into a fierce stalemate, engaging in a game of pure physical power where neither would back down. Just then, something bizarre happened. A third arm suddenly sprouted from Lu Yanheng's back. Under Chao Yu's extremely shocked gaze, that hand swung up and slammed heavily into Chao Yu's face. The stands erupted again. That's it. That's Lu Yanheng's famous ultimate technique, 3 heads and 6 arms. This time it was Chao Yu's turn to be knocked back several meters. Rolling black evil energy began to surge around Lu Yanheng. Chao Yu scrambled up in a pathetic state, rubbing his sore spot and muttering, "What kind of crooked path is this?" Before he could figure out where Lu Yanheng got so many hands to pull off sneak attacks, the opponent had already charged over with 3 waving arms, laughing arrogantly. "Hey, I warned you not to underestimate me." He raised one arm, preparing to give Chao Yu a resounding slap. But in the next second, the sight before him caused his eyes to bulge with terror. A brilliant golden light erupted from around Chao Yu. Holding the Staff of Wisdom, he charged straight ahead like a god descending to the world. In that moment, Lu Yanheng froze for several seconds before his survival instinct kicked in. He raised all 3 arms in a full power block, his expression extremely tense. Chao Yu's heavy strike fell with the force of 1,000 thunderclaps. Even though Lu Yanheng braced himself with all 3 hands, a terrifying pressure forced his knees to slam into the ground. If this strike had hit his head, his health bar would likely have been emptied. He gritted his teeth and clamped onto Chao Yu's staff. Chao Yu tried to pull it back, but the weapon was held tight by the opponent. The weapon wouldn't budge an inch, and Chao Yu couldn't understand what the other man was planning. It turned out to be an insidious double bind. Chao Yu certainly didn't want to give up his weapon easily, but if he held on for dear life he would expose a weakness. Lu Yanheng suddenly stood up, both hands still clutching the staff, as he gathered all his power into his free third hand, preparing to end the match with a world-shattering punch. Sure enough, because both of Chao Yu's hands were busy fighting for the weapon, he completely lost his defensive capability and took that earth-shattering punch squarely. The massive impact sent Chao Yu flying like a falling leaf. He slid a long distance across the instance arena, carving a deep furrow into the ground. Rocks splattered and dust filled the air, obscuring everyone's vision, while the deafening sound of the impact echoed through the Colosseum. Everyone assumed that with a necromancer's fragile constitution, Chao Yu had certainly been KO'd. However, as the dust cleared, Chao Yu's figure appeared again as he struggled to crawl up. Fortunately, at the critical moment of life and death, the Silver Lion helmet had played its part. The system flashed a notification. C-Rank Silver Lion helmet increases head defense by 50 and grants immunity to 1 lethal head injury. Cooling time 24 hours. Chao Yu let out a long sigh of relief, thinking to himself that this bastard was stronger than expected. Luckily the helmet's passive triggered in time, otherwise his head would have split open. Seeing his opponent miraculously survive his full power strike, Lu Yanheng couldn't help but marvel, a rare look of begrudging respect in his eyes. Hey, your strength attribute must be at some freakish level, right? From those 2 attacks just now I can clearly feel it's at least over 500 points. Hearing this, the audience in the stands were so shocked their jaws dropped. What? A magic-based necromancer has physical strength exceeding 500 points? The world has gone mad. Simultaneously, Lu Yanheng's body shuddered violently as a 4th arm actually sprouted, his killing intent growing even thicker. He walked toward Chao Yu step by step, his tone becoming like a senior lecturing a junior. Although your strength is indeed amazing, it's a pity. Relying purely on raw stats is useless. If 2 people both have 500 points of strength, one might be able to exert 100 of the power while the other can't even use half. This is what we call the conversion rate. He let out a cold laugh. A waste of such high strength, your conversion rate is pathetically low. In short, the conversion rate determines how much an attribute point turns into actual combat power. If 2 people have the same points, whoever has the higher conversion rate will crush the other. Your conversion rate is probably below even a beginner's level. With this rookie level, you dare call yourself an honor student of Kyoto University? Ridiculous. After hearing the detailed explanation, Chao Yu had a sudden epiphany. No wonder he always wondered why, despite having high attributes, he always felt something was lacking in a fight. The key was this damned conversion rate. Chao Yu looked up at him and revealed a brilliant, confident smile. You don't need to worry about that. However, I still have to sincerely thank you for that passionate popularization of knowledge just now. To repay you, I'll perform a special trick for you. A personal demonstration of how to hit oneself. As soon as the words fell, Chao Yu suddenly gathered his strength and delivered a heavy punch squarely to his own chest. The system immediately popped up a red alert, triggered Mechanical Queen's Wrath passive. Player has entered berserk state. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Lu Yanheng was so startled he pointed at him and shouted, Hey, the audience is watching, stop trying to pull a fast one with these theatrics. Even Shi Shirang, sitting high up, was full of confusion, not understanding what kind of trick Chao Yu was playing. The boy next to her mocked, Does this kid have self-harming tendencies? After entering the berserk state, a surge of deep purple aura erupted around Chao Yu, mysterious yet filled with destructiveness. His eyes were like 2 torches staring fixedly at his opponent like a hunting beast. At this moment, he radiated an incredible amount of heat, transforming into a true combat machine. Chao Yu thought to himself, so what if the conversion rate is low? As long as I stack my attributes to infinity, I can still crush you with raw numbers. The corpse ancestor ring on his hand flashed, and in an instant, Chao Yu kicked off the ground, his body turning into a streak of purple lightning as he lunged straight for Lu Yanheng. Lu Yanheng stood like a wooden chicken, not yet reacting to what had happened. It began again with a bare-fisted heavy strike, but the speed and power had multiplied several times over. In a panic, Lu Yanheng crossed his forearms over his chest to barely block. But in the blink of an eye, Chao Yu vanished from his sight. Relying on the gale boots, he had already flashed behind his target. Although Lu Yanheng had sharp reflexes, he was completely overwhelmed by Chao Yu's speed. A torrential rain of punches poured down. Lu Yanheng's forearm defense was always half a beat too slow, and he was beaten back repeatedly. After a series of combos, Chao Yu delivered a sharp uppercut that slammed into the other's jaw, sending Lu Yanheng flying straight into the sky before he crashed heavily back to the ground. Rocks splattered and dust enveloped the entire instance arena. As the dust cleared, Chao Yu stood proudly, radiating a purple glow, while the entire venue fell into deathly silence. The audience had their eyes opened, seeing such a deviant yet visually impactful match for the first time. My god, what on earth am I watching? A novice mage is actually in a melee with a mid-tier heavy warrior. If this gets out, people will definitely think I've gone insane. On the field, Lu Yanheng had been beaten into a pathetic state, but the stubbornness in his bones had not yet flickered out. He struggled to crawl up from the ruins, spitting out blood and foam as he continued to growl stubbornly. Cough, cough. It's not over yet. I am someone who represents Kanglong Normal University in the World Tournament. I absolutely cannot lose to a nobody like you. Lu Yanheng's body underwent another terrifying mutation as evil power flooded out frantically, seemingly exceeding the load his physical body could handle. A pitch-black mist erupted violently around him, and a 5th and 6th arm actually sprouted from the sides of his waist. The bizarre evil energy continued to expand, creating shockwaves that swept away rocks and withered leaves, forming a miniature dark tornado. Seeing this weird scene, Chao Yu took a step back and fell into a stance prepared for battle. The 3 heads and 6 arms full form was Lu Yanheng's strongest trump card, one he would only use when facing a powerful enemy in a life-or-death crisis. I intended to save this move for the World Tournament. I never expected I'd have to bring it out early to deal with you. Lu Yanheng glided low through the air, charging at Chao Yu with a cruel, bloodthirsty sneer. Hey brat, keep your eyes open, let me show you my peak strength. His eyes were blood-red and he had fallen into a frenzy. 6 muscle-bound arms simultaneously clenched into iron fists, launching a storm-like bombardment at Chao Yu's face. Everyone held their breath, certain that Chao Yu would either flee or counterattack. However, he remained as motionless as a stone statue, calmly using his body to endure the opponent's fury, looking like a mobile sandbag. Chao Yu's strength stat was skyrocketing. The system continuously popped up damage values. -10, -178, -160. But he gritted his teeth and endured this series of fierce attacks, intentionally using his physical body as a sandbag to prolong the berserk state. On the other side, Lu Yanheng's eyes were bloodshot with fury as his 6 hands took turns in a wild bombardment. He laughed triumphantly. What's wrong? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Keep it up, the outcome is decided. Die. He exerted every ounce of his skill, preparing to give Chao Yu the final blow, however. Right at the critical moment, Chao Yu suddenly reached out and steadily caught that lethal punch. Lu Yanheng was stunned, his mouth hanging wide open. Chao Yu's state had undergone an earth-shaking change. A system prompt indicated his berserk value had reached its limit. At this moment his aura was extremely dangerous, his blood-red eyes revealing a beast-like killing intent. He curled his lip and coldly spat out a sentence. You're right, the outcome is decided. You growing so many hands is a bit scary. How about I help you trim a few off so you look a bit cleaner? Sensing the soaring killing intent from his opponent, Lu Yanheng's arrogance vanished without a trace instantly. He looked at Chao Yu in horror, his voice trembling. You, what do you want to do? Rip! A crisp sound of flesh tearing rang out, followed by a spray of blood toward the stands. One of the auxiliary arms on Lu Yanheng's right shoulder was torn off raw, falling lonely onto the cold ground. The intense pain made him scream shrilly like a beast driven into a corner. Ah, I'm going to kill you. But just as he tried to get up, Chao Yu had already circled to his side like a phantom. He casually borrowed another arm. Having lost 2 auxiliary arms, Lu Yanheng rolled on the ground in agony, no longer able to maintain the 3 heads and 6 arms technique, able only to let out bursts of despairing wails. Ah, you bastard! The audience in the stands stood up one after another, stunned by this display of brutal power. Holy crap, this is too insane. Can a necromancer's physical strength really reach such a terrifying realm? At this time, a mysterious dark figure wrapped in a black robe was quietly observing everything from a distance. That person had a head of striking white hair, and his green eyes revealed an insidious light. He let out a cold laugh. Finally found you. On the stage, Lu Yanheng looked at Chao Yu, his face written with extreme terror as cold sweat poured down like rain. Before him was no longer a weak freshman but a demon wearing human skin. Chao Yu was shrouded in black aura, his blood-red eyes fixed on him. A cold judgment rang in Lu Yanheng's ear. It's over. Facing Chao Yu's finishing blow, Lu Yanheng could only desperately use his remaining 4 hands to shield his face, waiting for the sentence of death. Sure enough, Chao Yu's powerful punch instantly shattered the defense, slamming heavily into Lu Yanheng's chest. A terrifying power made Lu Yanheng's entire body shudder violently, his muscles seemingly about to tear away from his bones. He was sent flying into the sky, then plummeted into the ground like a meteor, triggering a violent tremor. When the thick smoke cleared, Lu Yanheng lay miserably at the bottom of a crater, his clothes in tatters, his face covered in mud and his breath faint. The system immediately announced the result. Lu Yanheng's HP remained at 1. Chao Yu landed calmly, his demeanor composed. This result left the entire audience dumbfounded. A first-year freshman who just enrolled, a novice necromancer, had actually defeated a mid-tier heavy warrior preparing for the World Tournament. I'm not dreaming, am I? Chao Yu ignored the surrounding chatter and turned to leave, leaving Lu Yanheng paralyzed in the pit. He radiated a deep purple aura, looking majestic. He walked slowly down the stage amidst the wild cheering of the crowd. The mysterious man in the stands looked at Chao Yu's back, revealing a meaningful smile. Just as he reached the exit, Chao Yu's body suddenly had a violent reaction. Because he had endured too many attacks, his body was at its limit. He sighed inwardly. This skill is strong, but it's too taxing on my life. I feel like my body has been drained hollow. An emergency prompt popped up on the system panel. Berserk state deactivated. Due to the duration being too long, a mysterious side effect has been triggered, weakened, lasting 1 hour. He explained the player will completely lose all ability to move. No sooner had the words fallen than Chao Yu only had time to bark a silent crap before his limbs went entirely numb and he collapsed toward the ground. But before his body could hit the floor, a figure blurred past and caught him. In his hazy state, Chao Yu struggled to open his eyes, asking weakly, "Who are you? Is it shattering?" But he immediately realized something was wrong. This sent, before he could finish his thought, the person struck him hard on the forehead, plunging him into total unconsciousness. The last image remaining in his mind was that woman's mysterious smile and her soft whisper, "Finally found you, Chao Yu." Thus began the bizarre incident at the Tang estate. When Chao Yu woke up, he found himself lying on a strange yet comfortable, oversized bed. He looked around. The room was magnificently decorated in a regal style, filled everywhere with plush toys. He muttered under his breath, "This kind of layout clearly belongs in some rich Mrs. bedroom. Where on earth am I?" He struggled to piece together his final memories, vaguely recalling that after the fierce battle with Liu Yanheng he had fainted from exhaustion and was subsequently knocked out by a strange girl. Just then the door opened, and two maids entered with light footsteps. They bowed politely in greeting. "Young master, you're awake." Chao Yu was startled by this peculiar title. "Young master, whose room is this?" Without waiting for the maids to answer, he threw back the covers and jumped out of bed. Despite his somewhat disheveled clothes, he intended to flee this den of trouble immediately. The two maids panicked and blocked his path. "Young master, where are you going? Without the eldest miss's orders you cannot leave as you please." Chao Yu frowned and asked, "Eldest miss? Who exactly is your eldest miss?" Seeing his bewildered expression, the two maids were equally surprised. "Have you lost your memory? How could you not remember the eldest miss?" Ignoring their attempts to stop him, Chao Yu insisted on charging for the door. "I don't care about any eldest miss. I'm leaving, move!" But just as he shoved the door open with force, he collided with a woman standing guard outside. The two locked eyes, frozen in place. This person was none other than the woman who had kidnapped him. Tang Lan, she appraised him slowly, nonchalantly, dropping a single word. Awake, looking at her arrogant demeanor, Chao Yu immediately recognized the culprit. "It's you," Tang Lan's lip curled slightly. "What, surprised to see me? I told you before we would meet again sooner or later." She waved her hand, dismissing the two maids. "You two may leave." The two scurried out with submissive murmurs. The maids carefully closed the door. Left alone in the room, Chao Yu got straight to the point. "What exactly do you want?" Tang Lan replied calmly. "Don't be in such a rush. Let me explain everything to you slowly." She raised her hand and something bizarre happened. A small sprout suddenly grew from Chao Yu's neck, rapidly extending into a slender wooden stem before blooming into two incredibly beautiful pure white flowers. Chao Yu's entire body went stiff. Not knowing if this was a dark hex or an immortal art, he could only stand there and let her have her way. Tang Lan gently plucked the flowers and the wooden branch vanished. "The wood seed is gone," he roared irritably. "Tang Lan, what is the meaning of this? And why do they keep calling me young master?" She replied as if it were common sense. "I am the eldest miss of the Tang family. Since you are my husband, you are naturally the young master of the Tang family." Hearing the word husband, Chao Yu instinctively took a step back and fell into a combat stance. "You got beaten so badly by me last time and now you kidnap me back to force me to be your husband. Are you a masochist?" Tang Lan instantly flared up. "How dare you bring that up? It's all your fault. If you hadn't ruined my great plans, why would I go to the trouble of capturing you?" Chao Yu retorted just as fiercely. "I ruined your plans to save my own skin. But what does that have to do with you kidnapping me?" Tang Lan brought the flower to her nose to smell it, then let out a sigh and explained, "The Tang family has a strict rule. If a descendant hasn't reached the high tier by age 25, they are treated as tools and sent into a political marriage. I originally planned to use the altar at Hundi Lake to break through to the high tier, but you ruined it. However, if I find my fated one, even if I haven't reached the high tier, I won't be forced into a marriage anymore." Chao Yu felt a chill down his spine as he realized the woman's sinister plan. "Crap, you're way too malicious. You want to set me up as a shield to take the heat from your prospective husband's family? But now that you've got the seeds, I shouldn't have any use left, right? Sorry, I don't have time to play house with you. Bye-bye." Tang Lan crossed her arms and asked meaningfully, "Do you really think you can leave? The entire Tang family already knows you're the new son-in-law. I also accidentally told my father that I'm already carrying your child. If you dare run now, forget about the family from the cancelled marriage. Even the Tang family would tear you to shreds." Finding himself backed into a corner, Chao Yu punched the door hard and hissed through gritted teeth, "Fine, you win." Tang Lan ran over and grabbed his arm, acting spoiled as she feigned grievance. "Is being my husband so beneath you? So many people out there would beg for the chance." Having suffered at her hands before, Chao Yu wasn't about to be swayed by such sweet talk. He forcefully shook off her hand. "Fine, cut the acting. In short, you just don't want the political marriage, right? Fine, I'll help you resolve this. After it's done, you must let me go. From then on our paths won't cross again." Tang Lan flashed a triumphant smile. The deal was made. She stated that Chao Yu only needed to pass the Tang family's tests and properly deal with the marriage partner. Then she would regain her freedom, and so would he. Looking at the hand of cooperation she extended, Chao Yu still felt he had gotten the raw end of the deal. He had fallen into this cunning woman's trap again. Her true goal from the start was to use him to ruin the engagement. Tang Lan turned to leave, not forgetting to instruct, "All right, go take a bath and get yourself smelling nice. Dress decently. The Tang family is having a banquet at 7 p.m. tonight. I'll come pick you up." Chao Yu stepped forward and pinned her against the door with a dull thud. Seeing Chao Yu's tall frame looming over her, Tang Lan felt an inexplicable surge of panic. She asked stutteringly, What do you want to do?" Chao Yu took control of the situation, revealing a wild grin. "Haha, what's it to you? Remember this, right now I'm your husband." Scared, stared down by his burning gaze, Tang Lan hurriedly shielded her chest and warned loudly, "You don't do anything reckless, this is Tang family territory." Her panicked state only egged Chao Yu on. He leaned in, forehead against hers, eyes wide with intimidation, scaring her into backing up against the wall. Tang Lan roared in a fit of rage, "Chao Yu, you really are a psychopath." After the teasing, Tang Lan hurriedly ran off. Chao Yu scratched his head and let out a helpless sigh. He was wrapped up in trouble again. At the Tang family's turbulent banquet, as evening fell at the luxurious Tang estate, Tang Lan stood outside the bedroom door urging, "Chao Yu, are you ready?" Hearing the call, Chao Yu hurriedly opened the door. "All right, I'm coming." The moment the door opened, Tang Lan froze, her gaze fixed on the man before her. Chao Yu had changed into a sharp suit, his leather shoes were polished to a shine and his hair was neatly styled. He radiated a refined aura typical of true gentry, a complete transformation from his usual casual self. At this moment he truly looked like a perfect match for her. Tang Lan couldn't help but blush slightly. She turned away and gave a dry cough to hide her embarrassment. You look okay, let's go." Before long the two stepped into the hall. The scene was magnificent, as grand as a royal palace. 2 rows of maids bowed in unison. "Welcome, eldest miss, welcome, son-in-law." Before meeting the family, Tang Lan carefully instructed, "When you see the elders later, talk less, and take your cues from me. Do you understand?" Chao Yu patted his chest and promised, "Leave it to me, don't worry." At the front of the hall, a man and a woman were waiting. The woman was dressed luxuriously, exuding the elegance of a high-born lady, and her appearance was remarkably young and beautiful. She was Tang Lan's mother, Kong Yun. Upon seeing her daughter, she waved warmly. "Lanner is here, come sit by mother." Tang Lan pulled Chao Yu forward to introduce him. "Mom, this is Chao Yu." Chao Yu immediately utilized his sharp tongue, his talent for flattery, bowing politely. "Greetings, auntie. My auntie is truly so young. At first glance, I actually thought you were Lanner's elder sister." No woman dislikes being praised for her youth and beauty. Hearing this, Kong Yun beamed with joy, covering her mouth as she giggled. "Oh my, what a sweet talker this child is. I'm old, I don't have much beauty left." Beside them, seeing him call her so affectionately, Tang Lan couldn't help but frown, thinking, "This brat actually dares to take the opportunity to call me Lanner." In contrast to Kong Yun's delight, the man standing next to her looked solemn, his face grim. He appraised Chao Yu from head to toe, thinking privately, only knows how to fawn and flatter. Glistering tongue, sloppy attitude, simply scandalous. Chao Yu hurriedly approached, greeting with a bright, confident smile. "Hello, Grandpa, you must be Lanner's grandfather, right? I've heard much about you. It's a pleasure to meet you." These sudden words left both Kong Yun and Tang Lan dumbfounded. They hadn't expected his mouth to move faster than his brain. Tang Lan covered her face and sighed helplessly, correcting him. "Are you an idiot? This is my father, Tang Dingshan." Realizing he had misidentified him, Chao Yu hurriedly changed his tune. "I'm so sorry, uncle, my eyesight has been a bit poor lately. At first glance I really thought you were Lanner's grandfather." "I am truly sorry." Although Tang Dingshan didn't speak, his face was so dark he looked like he wanted to swallow this fake son-in-law whole. He cursed inwardly, "You little beast, if it weren't for the fact that you're the father of my unborn grandson, I'd knock your teeth out." Seeing Chao Yu beginning to overact, Tang Lan quickly nudged his arm and hissed a reminder, "Please, can you be serious for once?" Chao Yu, however, remained calm, patting his chest to comfort her. Calm down," but in his heart he was already ecstatic. "Haha, dare to scheme against me? Just you wait, the good show is just beginning. Watch me tear your family banquet apart today." Just as the atmosphere reached a stalemate, a heavyweight figure made his appearance. Seeing this person, even Tang Lan hurriedly straightened her posture in fear. He was an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard. Though his steps were slow, he radiated a deep foundation in martial arts. He was the current head of the Tang family and Tang Lan's grandfather, Tang Wumu. His appearance caused all the servants in the estate to immediately kneel. "Welcome, Patriarch." Tang Dingshan and his wife also bowed respectfully. "Father," Tang Lan called out sweetly. "Hello, Grandpa." Just by sensing that overwhelming aura, Chao Yu concluded this old man was absolutely no ordinary individual. Tang Lan pulled him over to introduce him. "Chao Yu, this is my grandfather." As the head of the Tang family, when faced with the grandfather, Chao Yu didn't bow. Instead, he straightened his back and stared arrogantly into the old man's eyes. Tang Wumu returned the gaze with eyes as sharp as blades, his thick internal energy erupting and enveloping the entire room. Before the crushing pressure of the family leader, everyone else bowed their heads in trembling fear. Yet Chao Yu remained standing proud and motionless. Suddenly, Tang Wumu withdrew his aura and laughed heartily. "Haha, not bad, not bad. Truly, the young hero emerges from among the youth. This kid actually has a bit of the arrogance I had in my younger years." Fearful her grandfather was angry, Tang Lan hurriedly defended him. "Grandpa, I'm sorry." She explained that Chao Yu came from a commoner background and had never attended a high society banquet, so his behavior was bound to be a bit rude. Just as she was about to apologize on his behalf, Tang Wumu waved his hand magnanimously. "No matter, we are all family, no need for formalities. Let the banquet begin." During the meal, Chao Yu began his plan to cause trouble. He grabbed his chopsticks and began a whirlwind assault on the dishes, chewing until his mouth was dripping with grease, looking exactly like a convict who hadn't eaten in 10 years. Before he had even finished swallowing, he stuffed more into his mouth, his cheeks bulging like a squirrel filled with nuts. He intentionally displayed the most uncultured and crude eating habits, thinking, "Let's see how long you can tolerate this." The Tang family members watched the performance of this prospective son-in-law, stunned into silence. They could only helplessly set down their chopsticks and watch him sweep the table. Not until the plates were piled high and his stomach couldn't fit a single thing more did Chao Yu drop his chopsticks, stretch, and let out an earth-shaking burp. Tang Lan, sitting beside him, wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Seeing Chao Yu was full, Tang Wumu gave a dry cough. "Everyone is full, then you all may leave. I wish to have a private chat with young friend Chao Yu." This sudden decision sent the whole family into a panic. Tang Lan cried out, "Grandpa!" Tang Dingshan was even more worried. "Father, what if this kid acts recklessly?" Tang Wumu gave them a cold sweep. "I said everyone leave. Do I have to say it a second time?" The Patriarch's command was as heavy as a mountain. No one dared to disobey. Although filled with worry, Tang Lan could only brace herself and stand up. Chao Yu caught her eye and gave her an okay sign, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I can handle this." Once the vast room was left with only the two of them, Tang Wumu poured a cup of tea and spoke slowly. "Young friend Chao Yu, there's no need to be so guarded. This old man has no malice. I may be old, but my mind isn't muddled yet. If I'm not mistaken, you were forced back here by Lanner to put on an act, weren't you?" He let out a sigh and explained that the girl had been spoiled by the Tang family since childhood, so her personality was inevitably a bit overbearing, but her nature wasn't bad. Hearing this, Chao Yu sneered in his heart, recalling how she had coldly activated the formation, nearly sacrificing a whole group of students to level up. You call that not bad? This family's moral standards were certainly flexible. Even if those people back then weren't good types themselves, Tang Lan's methods were indeed cruel. Tang Wumu got straight to the point, saying that the reason he kept him behind was to ask him for a great favor for the Tang family. Currently, the younger generation of the Tang family was lacking in talent, with only Tang Lan holding things up. Every year, Kyoto holds a great family tournament to re-rank the 4 great families. Only descendants under the age of 25 are eligible to compete. He hoped Chao Yu would represent the Tang family. Hearing this, Chao Yu felt like a pawn being led by the nose. He waved his hand vigorously and gave a flat refusal. "Not going. Why should I, an outsider, serve as a mercenary for your Tang family's power struggle?" Tang Wumu continued to persuade him calmly. "Since you are the son-in-law of the Tang family in name, competing is naturally legitimate. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. If you agree, I can make an exception and allow you to enter the Tang family Holy Land. Hidden there is a startling secret that has allowed the Tang family to prosper through the generations." The proposal was indeed incredibly tempting. As one of the 4 great families, the Tang family's Holy Land was bound to house countless rare treasures and invaluable heritages of power. Chao Yu narrowed his eyes, his mind beginning to calculate. Tang Wumu swirled the wine glass in his hand and let out a soft sigh, his tone tinged with a measure of helplessness and bitterness. "Young friend Chao Yu, this old man has truly been backed into a corner. If we fail this great family tournament, the Tang family will certainly lose its status among the 4 great families of the capital. In my remaining years, I absolutely cannot watch my ancestors' life's work be ruined in my hands." Having said this, the old man drained the spicy wine in his cup, his face wrinkling into a ball from the sorrow. Chao Yu arched an eyebrow and asked, "But what makes you so certain that an outsider like me can carry the future of the Tang family?" Tang Wumu explained composedly, "You must not underestimate our Tang family's intelligence network. From the moment Lanner chose you, we naturally sent people to turn your entire history inside out. Your brilliant combat record at Kyoto University is plain for everyone to see." Realizing he was stuck in a stalemate and unable to decline, Chao Yu decided to lay his cards on the table, getting straight to the point with his conditions. "Fine, let me be clear first. Participating in that family tournament, I'll go, but I will only do my best. I won't sacrifice my life for the Tang family." Seeing Chao Yu finally nod in agreement, Tang Wumu's furrowed brow finally relaxed, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. "Good, that is enough. On behalf of the entire Tang family, I thank you, young friend. For the coming days, please remain in the Tang estate and prepare in peace." Chao Yu nodded and turned to leave. The moment the door closed, the old man's kind expression vanished instantly, replaced by a look of solemnity, his deep gaze flickering with the calculations of a master strategist. The moment he stepped out of the hall, Tang Lan rushed over to Chao Yu. She had been secretly worried that he had offended her grandfather with his loose tongue at the banquet and was being lectured inside. She followed him, firing off questions like a machine gun. "What on earth did you do? Why did Grandpa want to see you alone? What did he say to you?" Chao Yu turned back, revealing an extremely punchable smirk. "He said from now on he's cutting ties with you as grandfather and granddaughter. Starting tomorrow, I'm your real grandpa, so be a good granddaughter." In such a critical moment, Chao Yu actually had the heart to make this kind of joke. Tang Lan was so angry she stomped her foot. "Are you tired of living? This is Tang family territory. Believe it or not, if you keep talking nonsense, your corpse will be floating in the sewer by tomorrow." Chao Yu leaned in close to her face, assuming a deviously challenging expression. "Oh, I'm so scared. Please throw me in the sewer then. However, you'd better keep this to yourself and not let your grandpa know, otherwise, hee." Seeing him acting so mysterious, Tang Lan was both curious about the truth and dying to give this guy a brutal thrashing. She roared in frustration, "You?" then suddenly froze. As if under some sort of spell, she actually leaned in toward Chao Yu and lowered her voice, acting spoiled in a coquettish tone. "Chao Yu, Gurgur, just tell me already." Having Gurgur called out to him gave Chao Yu goosebumps all over. He let out a shiver and for the sake of some peace and quiet decided to tell the truth. Fine, your grandpa just asked me to represent the Tang family in the upcoming Great Family Tournament." Tang Lan was overjoyed. "So you agreed?" Chao Yu shrugged. "Of course," Tang Lan frowned, asking in confusion. "Strange, I clearly brought you back by force. You should have resisted to the death." "Could it be you did this because of me?" Startled, Chao Yu hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt her absurd fantasy. Whoa, stop flattering yourself, don't start making things up. With that, he abruptly turned and walked away, dropping a cold remark. This has absolutely nothing to do with you. Tang Lan felt like she'd been doused with cold water and stomped her foot in rage. HMPH, who cares about you anyway? A few days later, when all core members had gathered, Tang Wumu made a majestic appearance. He looked at Chao Yu and nodded. Since young friend Chao Yu has also arrived, let us depart immediately. Subsequently, under his lead, the entire team headed for a place called Chuanling Mountain. This was the center of power and the venue for major events involving the four great families of the capital. Currently, the four great families consisted of the Tang, Qin, Ji, and Shao families. Various factions had already gathered in the hall, and the air was thick with killing intent. Tang Wumu stepped into the hall, greeting with a voice like a booming bell. Is everyone gathered? An arrogant-looking man walked over, identifying himself as Shao Tiance, the head of the Shao family. He crossed his arms, provoking with sarcasm. Tang family, you certainly have quite the ego. Insisting on waiting until the last moment to show up and make a grand entrance. Not to be outdone, Tang Wumu immediately entered battle mode. Shao Tiance, if you find it eyesore, you're welcome to set up a dueling arena right here. Shao Tiance was equally unyielding, challenging with extreme arrogance. Old man, your mouth is the only thing that's tough. Once this tournament ends, let's see what right your Tang family has to sit among the four great families, Tang Wumu countered coldly. That's none of your concern. Among the Qin family crowd, a young girl narrowed her eyes at the Tang family team. She murmured to herself, strange, why does that young man's back look so familiar? This girl was none other than Qin Tianshui. After observing for a moment, she comforted herself. I must be mistaken. How could a student like him enter the Tang family's elite team? At this moment, on the high honor stage, the tournament's head judge, Jin Yisho, stepped forward and solemnly announced, since everyone is here, this year's Great Family Tournament officially begins. Will the elite representatives of each family please take the stage? Chao Yu stepped forward composedly with the Tang family elite squad. Following that, the representatives of the Qin, Ji, and Shao families also took the stage. When she saw Chao Yu's face clearly, Qin Tianshui gasped, covering her mouth. Heavens, it really is Chao Yu. The people of the Shao and Ji families also began to whisper. How strange, who is that unfamiliar kid? The Tang family never had such a person before. Head judge Jin Yisho was about to give the command. All right, if there are no objections, everyone prepare to enter the dungeon. Wait, Shao Tiance suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. I have an objection. I seriously doubt this kid's identity. He isn't a member of the Tang family at all. As he spoke, he pointed directly at Chao Yu. Qin Tianshui was also filled with curiosity, thinking, Chao Yu, how on earth did you get mixed up with the Tang family? Tang Wumu stepped forward calmly to explain. Everyone please calm yourselves, this young friend named Chao Yu is my granddaughter Tang Lan's fiancé. Since he is the son-in-law of the Tang family, he naturally has sufficient qualifications to compete on behalf of the Tang family. Hearing the old man's statement, Shao Tiance burst into a fit of laughter, his expression extremely contemptuous. Son-in-law, Tang Wumu, do you take us all for 3-year-olds? Your granddaughter is 25 this year. What kind of stunt are you pulling, grabbing some wet behind-the-ears kid who isn't even 20 to be her husband? The Tang family is really going downhill. It seems the Tang men have all died out, since you're dragging in any random stray to make up the numbers. The head of the Ji family followed suit with the mockery. Picking a random outsider and claiming he's a Tang son-in-law, that's a clever trick. Maybe I'll go for a stroll in the capital someday, and find a few geniuses from Watching University to adopt as sons. Wouldn't that be more convenient? Another person added oil to the fire. Exactly. They claim to be a betrothed couple, yet they're standing a meter apart with faces as cold as if they owe each other money. Do they look like a couple in the slightest? Backed into a corner, Tang Wumu could only plead with Chao Yu in a low voice. Young friend, if you don't mind, could you proactively act a bit more intimate with Lanner to make these mad dogs shut up? Chao Yu immediately refused. Forget that. I only agreed to compete. I didn't say I'd sell my body or my soul just to put on an act. Helpless, Tang Wumu had to compromise, agreeing through gritted teeth. Then what conditions do you want to play this part well? Chao Yu answered without hesitation. Simple, add money. And once this is over, your Tang family must unconditionally do one thing for me. The old man could only let out a long sigh and reluctantly nod. Fine, I agree. Once the deal was struck, Chao Yu's attitude flipped 180 degrees instantly. He strode toward Tang Lan, skillfully reaching out to wrap an arm around her slender waist while his other hand locked tightly with hers. Chao Yu looked down at her, his gaze so affectionate it could melt anyone, making Tang Lan turn bright red and her heart race so fast she nearly fainted. Not only that, Chao Yu even leaned in and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Tang Lan stood frozen like a wooden statue, obediently letting him kiss her. Despite kissing such a beautiful woman, Chao Yu was inwardly grumbling, I'm losing out on this deal, I'm sacrificing far too much for my art. Watching the two put on a grand display of affection in front of everyone, Shao Tiance gnashed his teeth in rage but could find no excuse to argue, only muttering, these two are really putting on a hell of a show. At this time, the system scanned the participants' info, and the electronic screen displayed publicly, Chao Yu, level 17 novice necromancer. The Shao family crowd erupted into a burst of laughter once more. Hey, look, this kid is actually only at the novice tier, another sneered. What's wrong with novice tier? There's no law saying a novice can't enter the tournament. Seizing the weakness, the Shao family began to use the Tangs as a laughingstock again. Haha, of course he can enter, but remember to tell him to be careful. Don't let this novice kid lose his life for nothing on Ghost Mountain. It seems the Tang family is truly at their wits' end, jumping over the wall in desperation. If you're hiring outside help, you should at least find a mid-tier genius. Why drag a novice along as a burden? Seeing the situation was about to spiral out of control, Head Judge Jin Yisho solemnly announced, "All right, silence. Anyone not on the list, please step back immediately. Participants, prepare to enter the portal. The rules for this year's tournament remain the same. 4 ghost eyes are hidden on Ghost Mountain. The 4 families that successfully seize and bring back a ghost eye will officially become the new 4 great families of the capital." Chao Yu observed the situation and calculated privately. The teams of the other 3 families each had at least 3 mid-tier experts. While looking back at the Tang family, there was only one mid-tier who was currently busy scheming. He was suddenly stunned. Wait, what did the old judge just say? Ghost eye. On the high stage, Jin Yisho waved his flag and announced, "The Great Family Tournament officially begins. Open the Ghost Mountain dungeon portal." The elites of the great families were instantly sucked into the spatial vortex, entering the dungeon directly. Below the stands, an old man urged the head judge, "Brother Yisho, hurry up and bring out that divine weapon of yours to show the brothers." Jin Yisho nodded and waved his hand, summoning a massive bronze mirror. The mirror's surface shimmered with light, then clearly reflected the entire scene inside the Ghost Mountain dungeon, like a modern giant live stream screen. Meanwhile, inside the Ghost Mountain dungeon, night shrouded everything, and the air was deathly still and eerie enough to make one's skin crawl. A contestant looked down into the abyss from a high rock and seemed to see something utterly terrifying, screaming as he plummeted down. Chao Yu witnessed this scene the moment he landed. He looked around to assess the situation. The ghost fog here was terrifyingly thick. It seems my starting luck isn't too bad. Outside the plaza, everyone stared intently at the bronze mirror. The unfortunate contestant who fell off the cliff had already been smashed to pieces. His clansman collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "No, my son, he clearly had the potential for high tier." Another patted his shoulder in comfort, suppressing his own grief. "Brother, look on the bright side. These are the rules here. Before the ghost fog disperses, anyone who tries to climb Ghost Mountain on their own is on a path to death." Suddenly, someone pointed at a corner of the mirror and shouted in surprise, "Wait, why is the Tang family's luck so good this year? They've only been in the dungeon a moment and their 4 members have already met up at one spot." Tang Wumu crossed his legs and leisurely sipped tea, stroking his beard proudly upon hearing this. "It must be that the heavens have eyes and are protecting our Tang family." Tang Lan's gaze also remained fixed on the screen, watching Chao Yu's every move. But Tang Wumu's pride didn't last long. Seeing a scene in the mirror, he began to cough violently with rage, crushing the porcelain cup in his hand and cursing through gritted teeth. Those little bastards in the dungeon. Chao Yu had just met up when his path was blocked by a man and a woman. The boy tilted his head up and asked, "Are you Chao Yu?" Before Chao Yu could speak, he introduced himself with arrogant self-importance. "Listen up, my name is Tang Aoshin. I don't care what despicable means you used to trick Tang Lan's feelings, or what kind of potion you used to make Grandpa trust you. But now that you've stepped into this Ghost Mountain dungeon, you must obediently follow my orders." Chao Yu raised an eyebrow and asked flatly, "And why should I listen to you?" Tang Aoshin sneered, his tone condescending. "You have the nerve to ask why? The supreme goal right now is to seize the Ghost Eye and consolidate the Tang family's status. I am the only mid-tier in the team, the strongest and the most lethal, thus the position of captain. Who else but me is fit for it?" The blonde girl beside Aoshin chimed in with a seductive, malicious tone. "Exactly. Aoshin Ge is a premier genius, the likes of which our Tang family has never seen before. If we don't listen to him, are we supposed to listen to a live-in son-in-law like you who eats soft rice and hides behind a woman's skirt? The man I despise most in my life is your type." Chao Yu let out a sigh, too lazy to argue with these 2 idiots, only wanting to keep the peace and complete the Tang family's task quickly. He shrugged and compromised. "Fine, everything's up to you. I'll just hide obediently at the very back of the team, all right." The blonde girl curled her lip, her gaze becoming even more contemptuous. "HMPH, a coward as expected, without a shred of manliness." Witnessing this, Tang Wumu outside the mirror was trembling with rage. He cursed under his breath. "Bastards, before entering the dungeon I repeatedly emphasized that they must absolutely obey Chao Yu's orders, yet these little brats dare to treat the Patriarch's command as a whisper in the wind." In the dungeon, Tang Aoshin began to put on the airs of a leader, waving his hand and shouting, "Everyone stay close to me, move faster. We need to seize the Ghost Eye before the other families. Otherwise things will get complicated." Chao Yu walked leisurely at the rear, calculating that he needed a Ghost Eye to break the memory seal. The Tang family also needed one to complete their mission. But since only 4 would drop in the entire dungeon, he had to find a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After walking along a gloomy mountain path for a while, the team unexpectedly stumbled upon an old woman sitting on a rock, slowly watching the thick mist. The blonde girl gestured for everyone to slow down, whispering, "This is likely the guiding NPC for the Mountain Ghost dungeon. Let's slip past quietly. Whatever you do, don't ask for trouble by provoking her." The girl finally breathed a sigh of relief once they managed to hold their breath and sneak past successfully. "Phew, things seem okay. but just then the old woman snapped her eyes open, muttering a hair-raising ballad. "Bone hell, living souls, stay out. Bone hell, enter and surely die." Hearing that shrill, eerie voice, everyone's faces turned pale with fright. The blonde girl asked tremulously, "Old grandmother, what exactly do those words mean?" The old woman revealed a sinister, cold smile and stood up mysteriously. "Hey, I won't waste my breath on you brats. I'll only give one warning. In this mountain ghost dungeon, there are real ghosts." Chao Yu was in no mood to listen to her nonsense and decisively drew his golden dragon crescent blade. The dazzling golden light radiating from the blade instantly illuminated the dim woods. He pointed the sharp tip directly at the old woman's neck. Before the old hag could even process what was happening or react, Chao Yu roared, "Stop playing the fool, spit out what you know right now or I'll take your head." This violent and lightning-fast move left his three teammates frozen on the spot, staring with wide eyes and open mouths. Outside the screen, Tang Wumu turned to look at his granddaughter. "Lanner, is this kid usually this impulsive and fierce?" Tang Lan looked embarrassed, able only to mask it with a forced smile. That stubborn old woman still kept her mouth shut, staring fixedly at Chao Yu with a bizarre gaze. Seeing her incooperative, Chao Yu flipped the blade and slapped her face with the back of it. "Still want to keep acting?" The three teammates fell into a panic once more. They hadn't expected this live-in son-in-law to be such a ruthless character who preferred action over words. Driven into a corner, the old woman stopped enduring and decided to fight back. She opened her mouth and let out a shrill, piercing ghost howl. Chao Yu let out a cold snort. "It seems you're asking for it." Following that, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on the old woman, dust flying everywhere. It wasn't until the hag was beaten black and blue, begging for mercy repeatedly, that he grabbed her collar with one hand and asked coldly, "Thinking clearly now?" After taking a drubbing, the old woman finally wailed in surrender, "Stop hitting me, please stop hitting me. I'll talk, I'll tell you everything, all right." Chao Yu's face changed instantly. He considerately patted the dust off her and carefully placed her back on the ground as if he hadn't been the one violently assaulting her just moments ago. His tone was sickeningly fake. "Wouldn't it have been better to be this obedient from the start? If you'd cooperated sooner, you wouldn't have had to take this beating. Be a good girl and tell me everything you know." Trembling, the old woman began to recount the legend. It was said that this mountain ghost ridge was a junction of yin and yang, imprisoning countless bloodthirsty, vengeful spirits. Their resentment was so great they couldn't be reincarnated and were forced to wander this mountain for generations. The ghost mist shrouding the peak was the nest of these spirits. As soon as they caught the scent of a living person, they will manifest instantly, attacking in a frenzy to tear that person to shreds. As he listened to the tale, Chao Yu stared into the void. From deep within the thick mist of the mountain ghost dungeon, he faintly heard bursts of shrill cries and lamentations. "Give me back my life! Give me back my life!" Before his eyes, images of thousands of blood-stained, screaming, vengeful souls reaching out to him materialized. My death was so tragic, so unjust. In reality, this was merely an illusion created by the overwhelming evil energy of Mountain Ghost Ridge invading his mind. Amidst the trance, the familiar voice of the mechanical queen suddenly rang out. "Chao Yu, concentrate, wake up." Snapping out of the terrifying illusion, Chao Yu gasped for breath. A layer of fine sweat seeping from his forehead, he was secretly alarmed. He hadn't expected this mountain ghost dungeon to be so sinister. To have his mind eroded by illusions while standing so far away, this place was far more dangerous than anticipated. After calming his emotions, he turned back to the old woman and pressed, "Know anything else?" "Keep talking." The old woman shook her head frantically. "I really don't know anything else, please let me go." Chao Yu raised his great blade once more, threatening. "Oh, you dare say you really don't know where the ghost eye is hidden?" Seeing the blade at her neck, she stammered hesitantly, Ghost eye." The audience outside the venue watched this hardcore interrogation and couldn't help but marvel. "Holy crap, that's incredible. You can even use violent methods like this to force an NPC to reveal quest locations. Talk about having seen it all." Tang Wumu also scratched his head in confusion. "Lanner, isn't Chao Yu a necromancer? Why is he swinging a great blade like a butcher?" Tang Lan was once again speechless, not knowing how to explain this mutation in her prospective husband. Inside the dungeon, Chao Yu was still actively inducing her. "Old grandmother, don't worry. As long as you tell the truth, I promise I won't use this blade to cut your neck." The old woman, scared nearly to the point of wetting her pants, blurted out the secret. I know, but I only know the precise location of one ghost eye. That ghost eye is currently sealed within the ghost monk. You just have to defeat him to seize it." Chao Yu frowned, asking in confusion, "Ghost monk?" The old woman nodded in confirmation. "Yes, the ghost monk. His origin was extremely tragic. He was originally an eminent monk who had attained the way, who had once made a grand vow to save all the vengeful spirits on this mountain. That day he fasted and bathed, donned his dazzling kasaya and braved Mountain Ghost Ridge with his glazed Zen staff. In an instant, Buddhist light shone everywhere, transforming into a golden Buddha that reached between heaven and earth. A scene of majestic holiness, like the Buddha himself descending to save the suffering. Unfortunately, the resentment of Mountain Ghost Ridge was far too heavy. Before long, that golden Buddha was completely consumed by the pitch-black ghost mist. From then on, that compassionate monk fell into the demonic path, transforming into a brutal ghost monk. There is a dilapidated, desolate temple on the mountain peak. The ghost monk has been wandering there ever since. If you want to deal with him, you must first sharpen your blade and accumulate enough killing intent. Only soaring killing intent can suppress the ghost monk's powerful yin energy. having finished gathering the intel. Chao Yu put away his blade and turned to leave. Fine, I'll believe you this once. I'll go check out that desolate temple. If you dare lie to me, I'll come back to settle the score. However, he didn't see the flash of venomous resentment in the old woman's eyes behind him. She cursed frantically in her heart. Damn little animal, you dare torture this old body? She quietly extended her pale, sickly green ghost claws, intending to launch a lethal sneak attack on Chao Yu's back. Unfortunately, all of her despicable actions were within Chao Yu's control. He spun around abruptly, gripping the hilt, his gaze as cold as ice. I knew you old hag were up to no good. These words struck terror even into the heart of the monster that had lived for centuries. What? Chao Yu gave a casual swing, the blade's edge slicing across the old woman's neck, finishing her off along with a shrill scream. The system notification rang out. Player Chao Yu killed an ordinary NPC with his bare hands. The killing intent value of the Golden Dragon Crescent Blade increased by 1 point. Progress, 1,100. When the killing intent value reaches 100,100, the Golden Dragon Crescent Blade will awaken its hidden demonic effect, Ghost Slayer. Having obtained a new function, Chao Yu was ecstatic. Ghost Slayer, this was good stuff, so this was the way to farm killing intent for the Great Blade. After finishing the business, he leisurely retracted his weapon as if nothing had happened. His 3 teammates who had witnessed this cold and decisive scene firsthand hadn't yet recovered from the shock, backing away repeatedly with their mouths hanging wide open. The blonde girl was terrified. Hiding behind Tang Aoshin, she asked in a trembling voice, Aoshin Ge, is he possessed by a ghost, or is he haunted by something dirty? Tang Aoshin had also broken out in a cold sweat, but he forced a tough guy image and shouted a warning. Chi Chao Yu, I'm warning you, stop acting reckless here. A playful cold sneer curled the corner of Chao Yu's mouth, making one's spine tingle. What are you talking about? Aren't we all teammates sharing life and death? How could I ever do something as insane as slaughtering a companion to sacrifice to my blade? This threatening explanation left the 3 even more pale-faced with terror. At this point, Tang Aoshin completely withdrew his previous arrogance. He knew clearly in his heart that the man before him was extremely dangerous. No, the situation had completely reversed. He wasn't even sure if Chao Yu was still willing to treat them as teammates. Tang Aoshin swallowed hard, his tone becoming unusually polite. Since you still consider us teammates, this is Tang Xiaoxiao and this is Tang Long. If there's no objection, let's keep heading into the mountain. The 4-man team set off once more. In the silent, gloomy forest, rustling sounds echoed from time to time, making the timid people's scalps go numb with fear. Tang Aoshin, Xiaoxiao and Tang Long walked in front, suspicious and startled by every rustle, looking like birds startled by a mere bowstring. Only Chao Yu walked with his hands behind his back as leisurely as if he were strolling through his own backyard. Even the slight snap of a dry twig was enough to make Tang Xiaoxiao shudder all over. Tang Aoshin hurriedly grabbed her hand to comfort her. Don't be nervous, ignore those noises, just cover your ears and keep walking forward. Outside the plaza, the crowd began to whisper and discuss, someone commented. Although Tang Aoshin is usually arrogant, he is indeed steady in his work, without the impulsiveness of most young people. A female elder nodded in agreement. Exactly. As the ancient said, it's easy to meet the Yama but hard to deal with the little ghosts. The foot of this mountain is crawling with wandering souls and wild ghosts. If you accidentally provoke them and get surrounded, it'll be a huge mess. Suddenly, a burst of gasps interrupted everyone's thoughts. The entire venue looked in unison at the screen, their mouths falling open. Holy crap, look, what is that kid Chao Yu doing? On the 4D giant screen, Chao Yu's figure was exceptionally clear. He didn't hunch over to hide like the others. Instead, he wore a devious, mocking grin, scurrying all over the mountainside with his great blade. He kept shouting all sorts of punchable words. Come on, baby, stop hiding. Come out and play with Big Brother. I'm missing some killing intent points here. I'm practically dying of thirst. As it turned out, Chao Yu was intentionally making noise to draw out the little ghosts, wanting to use them as experience packs to farm his blade. Seeing this, Tang Aoshin was scared out of his wits and roared, Chao Yu, are you insane? Stop right now if you stir up a ghost nest. There won't even be bone fragments left of the 4 of us. No sooner had the words fallen than a hideous little ghost lunged out of the bushes. It snarled and pounced at Chao Yu, opening its maw as if wanting to swallow him whole. Chao Yu had been waiting for this moment. He performed a magnificent sidestep dodge, his face lighting up with joy. Haha, finally showed your head. He swung the gleaming golden dragon crescent blade in an elegant diagonal slash, cutting the little ghost in half on the spot. Ding, system notification, killing intent 1. However, this commotion directly startled the snakes. From the dark jungle and thick mist, swarms of little ghosts poured out. Hundreds of blood-red eyes filled with deathly energy locked firmly onto the 4 people. Tang Aoshin's face was ashen, and he complained in a trembling voice, Chao Yu, open your eyes and look at what you've done. In stark contrast to his teammates' panic, Chao Yu was immersed in the pleasure of the harvest. He stretched his limbs, his eyes glowing as he watched the tide of ghosts surging toward him. Perfect timing, the killing intent points are guaranteed now. These little ghosts pounced frantically at Chao Yu like starving wolves seeing fresh meat. And Chao Yu, he gripped his blade, his momentum like a rainbow, looking like a god of war, preparing to clear the field. He took the initiative to charge into the ghost horde. flashes of his blade echoing everywhere he went. The dazzling golden light tore through the thick evil mist, slicing in two any little ghost that attempted to approach. With every kill, the great blade in his hand absorbed a bit more resentment, emitting a hum that craved more blood. As his combat power soared, Chao Yu fought with increasing ferocity. He swung the great blade like a golden whirlwind, sweeping away all obstacles. The path behind him was littered with ghost corpses that dissolved into wisps of green smoke. Chao Yu laughed heartily as he checked his attributes. Beautiful, it's almost full. Ding, system official announcement. Killing intent has reached the limit. 100,100. Weapon evolution. Level 1 enchantment. Ghost Slayer. Damage increased by 50 against all creatures of the soul, mind, and vengeful spirit types. Strength increases by 30 points when fighting spirits while equipped with this weapon. At this moment, the Golden Dragon Crescent Blade radiated a blood-red killing intent, completely suppressing the chill of the entire mountain. The surviving demons and ghosts witnessed this horrific scene, finally realizing that the human before them was the true demon. Survival instinct instantly overcame hunger. The swarm of little ghosts turned and fled, burrowing into the deep forest for their lives. The three Tang geniuses were frozen on the spot. What exactly is going on? Why do ghosts run away from him like people run from ghosts? Outside the plaza, the audience was also stunned into silence by Chao Yu's brutal harvesting. Tang Wumu, however, stroked his beard and laughed, satisfied to the extreme with this fake son-in-law. Good, well played. This kid's strength far exceeds my expectations. I didn't expect that killing intent effect to be so domineering. In the screen, Chao Yu was in high spirits, having just stacked his buffs. How could he pass up such a good opportunity to test his damage? The tables had turned. He shouldered the great blade and frantically chased the broken horde of ghosts, shouting, "Stop, don't run, let me borrow some blood?" The ghosts wailed for their parents, running until they were nothing but smoke. They likely never imagined as ghosts that they would be chased all over a mountain by a human. Suddenly, a powerful resonant chant suddenly echoed from ahead, piercing the sky. Evil spirits and vile demons, disperse at once. By the decree of the blessed heavens, move as commanded. A Taoist clad in ritual robes appeared, flicking a string of burning talismans with a wave of his hand. The charms ignited upon contact with the wind, transforming into a barrier of divine fire that encircled the group of small ghosts. The trapped ghosts ignited instantly upon touching the flames, turning into pillars of ash and in shrill agonizing wails. Chao Yu skidded to a halt, watching his experience points evaporate before his eyes. Heartbroken as if someone had snatched his life savings, he let out a furious roar. Which bastard dared to steal my mobs, my killing intent points? You dared to steal my kill. The one who had just acted was a young man with a righteous countenance and a transcendent immortal aura, named Zhang He. He walked quickly toward the Tang family team, asking with concern, "Are you all right, little brothers?" The audience outside immediately recognized the identity of this savior. A Zhang family Taoist, an extremely crucial support NPC in the Ghost Mountain dungeon. If one could pull him into the team, the dungeon's difficulty would be slashed by at least half. Xiao Tian's watched from the outside, gnashing his teeth in resentment. Did these Tang family people step in dog dung? How can their luck be this heaven-defying? Damn it, is heaven really on the Tang family's side this time, trying to preserve their seat among the four great families? Inside the dungeon, Tang Aoshan hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his fists in a respectful salute, offering his thanks. "Thank you, Taoist, for your righteous assistance." Zhang He waved his hand and laughed heartily. "No need for formalities, you can just call me Zhang He. The yin energy here is too heavy and extremely dangerous. You all should head down the mountain as quickly as possible." Meanwhile, Chao Yu was staring at the pile of ash on the ground with a depressed expression, far too angry to speak. Tang Aoshan hurriedly explained the situation. "Taoist Zhang, it's not that we are unwilling to leave, but we are burdened with a heavy responsibility and have difficulties we cannot speak of. We must ascend this mountain regardless of the cost." Zhang He fell into thought for a moment before nodding. "I see. In that case, follow me up the mountain. However, Ghost Mountain is fraught with peril and I cannot protect everyone at all times. In moments of life and death, you must ultimately rely on your own strength." Tang Aoshan was overjoyed and offered his thanks repeatedly. He calculated inwardly, "Excellent, with this Taoist guarding the way, this stage is a sure win. I finally don't have to worry about that jinx Chao Yu causing trouble or dragging us down." At this moment the night was as black as ink, and flocks of crows let out terrifying cries, making the atmosphere exceptionally eerie. The group of five trudged toward the foot of the mountain. When they reached a place overgrown with thorns and dancing tree shadows, Tang Long, who was leading the way, stopped and reported, "There's no path left." Tang Xiao gripped Tang Aoshan's sleeve in terror, her voice trembling. "Aoshan Ji, do we really have to climb this horrible mountain?" Tang Aoshan stroked her head, revealing a warm, idol-like smile. "Don't worry, with me here I will protect you." Tang Xiao murmured coquettishly, "Aoshan Ji, you must make sure to protect me well." While this little couple was immersed in their cheap idol drama performance, Chao Yu stood not far away with his great blade on his shoulder, looking at them with total disgust. "Better hope that when something goes wrong later, you two don't scream for help so loud my ears hurt." After saying that, Chao Yu stepped forward and swung his blade in a perfect arc. The sharp edge erupted with a dazzling golden light, instantly cleaving through the thicket ahead and opening a wide path leading straight into the deep forest. Witnessing this, Zhang He couldn't help but marvel. "Tisk tisk, the killing intent on this blade is incredibly heavy." The Taoist asked curiously, Little brother, were you a butcher before? The killing intent on your weapon is so dense. Chao Yu replied casually without changing his expression. Mio, I used to be a professional pig slaughterer. Zhang He was left speechless, thinking, this kid is full of nonsense. This fierce and sinister killing intent is enough to slay a dragon. And he says he slaughtered pigs. Just what is this kid's background? With Chao Yu's great blade clearing the way, ancient trees blocking the path fell one after another as the team moved deeper into the core of Ghost Mountain. The sharp-eyed Tang Aoshin pointed ahead and shouted, look, a small path. It seems a team has beaten us up the mountain. Everyone move faster, while the group was rushing along. Zhang He suddenly froze in place, an expression of extreme horror on his face. He pointed tremulously toward the dark woods on the right, his voice low. Everyone look over there. Following the Taoist's finger, a horrific scene came into view. Dozens of corpses lay scattered in pools of fresh blood. Judging by their blood-stained attire, they had clearly just been murdered. Tang Xiaoxiao covered her mouth to stifle a scream. Heavens, it looks like people from the other families. What kind of thing tore them apart like this? What kind of monster is hiding in this mountain? Zhang He pressed his palms together, whispering a prayer for the dead. Amitabha, may you all be reincarnated soon. He urged. We can't stop, we must keep moving. Suddenly, within the shadows beside the pile of corpses, a pitch-black figure slowly stood up. Its eyes were as red as glowing coals, and its blood-filled mouth was frantically chewing on a severed arm. It turned its head, staring fixedly at the 5 people. Tang Xiaoxiao shrieked and collapsed to the ground, and Tang Aoshin was also so scared his legs cramped, backing away repeatedly. Taoist Zhang, is that a person or a ghost? Before the Taoist could answer, Chao Yu had already charged forward like an arrow leaving a bow. His eyes flickered with a hunger for experience points. He let out a loud shout. Everyone get out of the way. I don't care if it's man or ghost. Once you take a hit from my blade, you're going to show your true form. The evil ghost before them was clearly no ordinary mob. It was hulking with claws as sharp as razors. Seeing Chao Yu lunging, it let out a piercing roar and opened its foul-fanged maw, attempting to tear the bold human to shreds. Unfortunately, it had picked the wrong opponent at this moment. Chao Yu looked even more bloodthirsty and brutal than the ghost. Only one thought remained in his mind: slay the ghost. Chao Yu didn't use any fancy moves, simply swinging the golden dragon crescent blade to cleave down at the ghost from midair. Splat! The heavy, powerful strike cleanly sliced the ghost in two, as smooth as splitting firewood, without even giving it a chance to let out a final wail. Ding! System notification. Killing intent 1. Chao Yu smiled with satisfaction. Witnessing this lightning-fast kill, Zhang He updated his evaluation of him once again. This little brother's strength is absolutely unfathomable. Meanwhile, the psychologically fragile Tang Xiaoxiao had completely broken down. She grabbed Tang Aoshin's arm, wailing and insisting on going back down. Aoshin Ge, I'm so scared, I want to go back. I'm not going anymore. But Tang Aoshin, blinded by fame and fortune, was unwilling to give up so easily. He roared irritably, Xiaoxiao, shut up, we've come this far, we must find the ghost eye no matter what. Amidst the dead silence, a sorrowful and eerie operatic chant drifted faintly, carrying a spine-chilling rhythm. My lord, where do you seek your pleasure while I am trapped here? I was filled with tears, with a heart full of grievances and no one to tell. Tang Aoshin felt a chill down his spine and immediately drew his weapon in alert. Everyone be careful, someone is singing. The ghostly singing echoed in their ears, sounding sometimes distant and sometimes near. Why must we meet only to be strangers? Why did my husband abandon his wife and child? Regret comes too late. While everyone was searching for the source of the sound in confusion, they had unknowingly fallen into a snare. The ground beneath Tang Xiaoxiao's feet suddenly erupted with a large amount of water. She cried out in terror. Aoshin Ge, water's coming up from the ground. In the blink of an eye, the water rose rapidly, transforming the entire forest into a vast ocean, with the water level reaching their waists. Tang Aoshin hurriedly grabbed Tang Xiaoxiao's hand to comfort her. Don't be afraid, Xiaoxiao, stay close to me, I'll protect you. However, not far behind Tang Aoshin, a deathly pale head was silently rising from the water's surface. Tang Xiaoxiao turned pale with fright, pointing behind her lover, her lips trembling so much she couldn't speak. Be behind you. A female ghost in a tattered crimson bridal dress with long disheveled hair and a face full of resentment was drifting eerily right behind Tang Aoshin's head. Feeling a ghostly wind at his back, Tang Aoshin swallowed hard and slowly turned his head, feigning composure. There's nothing there, he let out a sigh of relief. Where's the ghost? Xiaoxiao, you must be seeing things out of fear. Zhang He also frowned. A female ghost. Hearing the Taoist's follow-up, Tang Xiaoxiao became even more panicked. It seemed she was the only one in the team who could see it. Sensing something was wrong, Zhang He immediately circulated his power to cast an exorcism spell, opening a protective shield. He chanted a mantra to open his heavenly eye, his eyes glowing with brilliant gold as he scanned the water. Bizarrely, even the heavenly eye could see no trace of anything. Could it be this female ghost had an extremely deep cultivation? Not only could she hide from the heavenly eye, but she also launched a sneak attack while the Taoist was distracted. An invisible surge of resentment broke through the defense, striking straight at Zhang He's eyes. Ah! Zhang He clutched his face and staggered back, 2 lines of fresh blood flowing from the corners of his eyes. He let out a pained low growl, horrified. As a dignified Taoist, I've been blinded without even seeing a shadow of the ghost. Just what level of evil ghost is this? Only Chao Yu remained calm, gripping his weapon tightly. He surveyed the surroundings alertly, his tone irritable. Damn it, where did that little lady hide? Have the guts to come out and take a hit from my blade. Blinded, Taoist Zhang was forced to bring out his trump card. He drew a golden talisman, bit his fingertip to draw on it with blood and chanted, "Protectors to the left and right, divine spirits before and behind, let the divine consciousness slaughter without fear of the powerful. 7 kills ghost command." The talisman exploded with a roar, sending a tsunami-like wave of sonic energy across the water. The energy slammed into the invisible ghost, forcing her to reveal her form as she let out a pained scream. The evil ghost lunged at Zhang Erhe like lightning. Even though he couldn't see, he could still feel the overwhelming killing intent approaching. He exclaimed, "Impossible, you still have the strength to counterattack after being hit by my 7 kills command?" The female ghost extended her pitch-black razor claws, cruelly piercing through Zhang Erhe's chest and sending him to the ground spitting blood. Despite the piercing pain, the tough Taoist gritted his teeth and chanted a final forbidden spell. "Thunder god of the 9 heavens, hear my command." Boom! A massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the female ghost's crown and splitting her in two amidst a blinding white light. Tang Aoshin cheered excitedly. "Incredible! Taoist Zhang truly has boundless power, actually summoning lightning to destroy the ghost." Chao Yu, however, frowned and gripped his hilt tightly. "Don't celebrate too early, everyone stay sharp, she's not dead yet." As if to confirm his words, that sorrowful operatic chant rang out in the air again, echoing from all directions, making it impossible to tell where it came from. "Husband, where are you? My heart is being cut by knives. Who can I tell of this heart full of grievances?" Knowing his mana was exhausted and he was powerless against this vengeful spirit of immense resentment, Zhang Erhe clutched his chest and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Run, run now, this woman must have suffered a great injustice in life. With a century of accumulated resentment we cannot win a head-on fight." The group fled in panic, wading through the bone-chilling water. But no matter how hard they ran, the water level and the ghost's flickering figure followed them like a shadow. Zhang Erhe urged, "Faster, a bit faster." Gasping for breath, Tang Aoshin looked back, his heart filled with unease. "Damn it, why can't we lose this ghost water? This isn't working. Taoist, running like this is no solution at all." His pride as a genius made him decide to stop running. Tang Aoshin skidded to a halt and drew his spear, roaring, "To hell with this, it's just a female ghost, isn't it? I'm not running anymore. I'll fight you to the death." Seeing the prey dare to resist, the female ghost revealed her hideous fangs and lunged forward with a sinister grin. Relying on her ability to fly and manipulate space, she nimbly dodged Tang Aoshin's disorganized thrusts, closing in step by step. Though terrified to his core, Tang Aoshin forced himself to act brave. "HMPH, you're quite good at dodging. Let's see if you can dodge this move." Circulating his internal energy, he slammed his foot into the water and leaped into the air. Jumping even higher than the female ghost, the water below churned frantically. "Heaven-piercing strike!" Tang Aoshin let out a furious shout, putting all his strength into smashing his spear down at the ghost's crown, attempting a one-hit kill. Water splashed everywhere. However, once the waves settled, Tang Aoshin discovered in horror that his spear tip had only struck air. She vanished. Zhang Erhe shouted an emergency warning from behind. "Aoshin brother, watch your back." Unfortunately, it was already too late. The female ghost had already teleported behind Tang Aoshin, resting a ghostly hand as cold as stone on his shoulder. Tang Aoshin stood frozen in place, his teeth chattering. So cold. "My whole body is frozen, I can't move." With a casual wave, the ghost tossed the self-proclaimed genius away like trash, and he landed in the water with a splash. Seeing the dire situation, Zhang Erhe gritted his teeth, preparing to cast a suicidal forbidden technique, thinking, "There's really no choice left, I have to risk my life." But before he could act, Chao Yu, this young man who had been standing still and observing, his body shrouded in a faint golden light, suddenly stepped forward and stood before everyone. Even though he was blind, Zhang Erhe could clearly feel the overwhelming killing intent radiating from the youth. He hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Little brother, run, don't throw your life away for nothing." The resentment of this ghost was too heavy and her strength was staggering. Ordinary blades couldn't even scratch her. Facing the Taoist pessimism, Chao Yu looked back with an extremely arrogant grin. "Taoist Zhang, you're wrong. Times have changed. Today I'll open your eyes and let you witness what it means for absolute power to break all spells." After saying that, Chao Yu took a few running steps through the water, slammed his foot down to shatter the surface and turned into a streak of golden light, charging at the female ghost with a face full of excitement. He swung his blade in a perfect space-tearing arc, heavily shattering her protective resentment and making her shudder violently. Zhang Erhe was stunned. "Little brother, you actually don't need to open your heavenly eye to see her true form?" Chao Yu swung back with another strike, but this time he hit nothing but air. "Hey, still playing hide-and-seek with me?" Not far away, Tang Xiaoxiao seemed to witness something utterly terrifying. Tang Xiaoxiao pointed ahead, so terrified she was becoming incoherent. Simultaneously, Chao Yu felt a bone-chilling draft blow directly against his neck, sending goosebumps crawling across his skin. He slowly turned his head to find the female ghost's pale, blood-streaked face pressed tightly against his own. Anyone else in this situation would likely have wet themselves in terror, but not Chao Yu. He remained perfectly composed, even curling his lip to tease. Hey big sister, what brand of knockoff face cream are you using? You've plastered your face way too white." This ill-timed poisonous remark drove the ghost into a complete frenzy. She opened her cavernous bloody maw, poised to swallow this arrogant fool in one bite. But Chao Yu was quick-handed, instantly activating the silver lion helmet. A massive phantom of a white lion's head materialized in the sky, letting out a world-shaking roar. The roar, carrying divine majesty, shook the female ghost so hard her soul nearly dispersed, plunging her into a brief state of stun. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Chao Yu activated his gale boots, his figure moving like a phantom as he circled behind her. The golden dragon crescent blade erupted once more with dazzling light, and the situation reversed in an instant. Now it was the female ghost who felt extreme terror. Realizing she had kicked a steel plate, she turned her head, desperate to escape. Thinking of running, "No way," Chao Yu roared. Unleashing his ultimate move, Dragon Chant Chain Slash, dozens of blade auras carrying the sound of dragon chants tore through space, shredding the female ghost to pieces. The speed of his strikes was so fast that onlookers could only see a continuous flash of countless golden streaks. Having sustained a lethal blow, the female ghost body dissipated, leaving only a wisp of malicious remnant energy drifting in midair. Sensing its end was near, the remnant energy tucked its tail and fled desperately into the depths of the woods. Carrying his blade on his shoulder, Chao Yu chased after it with a look of regret, shouting, "Hey, stop, let me land the final blow to top off my killing intent points before you die." The audience outside watched, dumbstruck. They rubbed their eyes vigorously. Heavens, am I seeing things? How can Chao Yu chase a female ghost so hard she's fleeing for her life while carrying that massive blade? Just what kind of monster is this guy? Furthermore, looking at his petty, annoying expression, it really made people want to rush in and punch him. Currently, a ghost-catching farce was unfolding within the mountain ghost dungeon. In the eyes of the female ghost, Chao Yu was practically the reincarnation of Yama, but in Chao Yu's eyes she was merely an experienced pack of killing intent points trying its best to run away. He grumbled irritably. "I don't have time to play hide-and-seek with you, freeze for me." Chao Yu exerted power in his legs. Launching into the air like a rocket, he gripped his great blade and used every ounce of his strength to hurl it like a spear. The blade sliced through the sky, precisely piercing that wisp of remnant energy and slamming heavily into the water's surface. As the reaper-like blade fell, the female ghost let out a final scream and completely dissipated, ending her reign of terror on Ghost Mountain. Once she was eliminated, the spell creating the illusion also failed. The vast ocean receded rapidly, revealing the dry forest floor as if nothing had ever happened. At this moment, that high monk still maintained his posture of compassion. However, his mouth spewed chilling, demonic words. "That's right, just like that. Kneel and take refuge in my Buddha." No sooner had the words fallen than Zhang the Taoist's legs went weak. He slumped to his knees unconsciously, his eyes as hollow as a walking corpse, completely allowing the demonic monk to control his mind. At the critical moment, a powerful hand suddenly reached out, firmly grabbing Zhang Erhei's collar and pulling him back. It was Chao Yu arriving at full speed. He held his head high, staring coldly at the fake monk, mocking, "Buddha does not deliver those without affinity, and certainly does not deliver fake bald donkeys. Taoist Zhang, you're young, but your Taoist arts are actually passable. But you must have only read the scriptures for a few days. How did you end up listening to Buddhist teachings?" The familiar voice tore through the fog in his mind, and Zhang the Taoist snapped awake. Seeing the young man standing before him, he shouted excitedly, "Brother Chao Yu!" Recalling that sinister technique just now, Zhang broke into a cold sweat. He realized with horror that he had just taken a turn at death's door. If Chao Yu hadn't saved his life, he might have been completely delivered by this Master Yuan Kong. Having had his plans ruined, the monk surprisingly didn't get angry. Instantly restoring that majestic, holy appearance, he pressed his palms together, his deep gaze fixed on Chao Yu. "This donor Chao, do you also wish to take refuge in my Buddha?" Facing this hypocritical compassion, Chao Yu merely shrugged and poured cold water on him without mercy. "Sorry, master, I have a lowly life, better not go and embarrass the Buddha." The eerie space suddenly erupted with blinding Buddhist light, accompanied by the sound of chanting. Ripples of halos radiated from the monk, illuminating the entire hall. "Amitabha, the gates of Buddhism are wide. I wish to deliver all the obsessed people in the world. No one can refuse my Buddha." He sat calmly upon a magnificent lotus platform draped in a holy kasaya. Yet his expression was so dark and bizarre it made one's skin crawl. Facing this mental pressure, Chao Yu remained as steady as a mountain. He even leisurely picked his ear, treating the illusion like a cheap circus act, teasing, "Master Yuan Kong, your performance is indeed quite magnificent. Hey, please continue your act." Yuan Kong's brow furrowed slightly, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Not having expected the young man before him to be completely immune, he wondered inwardly why every person with potential was assimilated, yet this kid acted as if nothing were happening. Seeing through to the truth, Zhang the Taoist angrily drew his peachwood sword and pointed it directly at the opponent. He questioned sharply, "No, this isn't Buddhist Dharma at all, but an evil art that deludes the mind. You aren't Master Yuan Kong at all. Who exactly are you?" Facing the cold, shimmering sword tip, the fake monk remained as calm as a drifting cloud. "Donor Erhei's words are incorrect. Buddha is fundamentally formless. This skin is merely a layer of false appearance." No sooner had the words fallen than his features began to distort and wisps of pitch-black evil energy leaked out, tainting the pure land. Zhang immediately gripped a yellow talisman between his fingers, roaring, "You monster, do you still dare to remain obstinate?" True energy exploded and the talisman instantly ignited. Chao Yu stood by watching coldly. Knowing full well the person before him was no high monk, he raised an eyebrow to expose him. He's certainly not Master Yuan Kong. To be precise, he should be called the Ghost Monk, am I right, Ghost Monk? As the words Ghost Monk rang out, the Buddhist light disguise shattered into pieces, replaced by a viscous darkness and soaring evil energy. The wicked monk finally revealed his true form. His eyes flickered with a malicious green light, and his mouth split open into a frenzied savage grin as he hissed, "Ghost Monk, who dares call me that? Whether man or ghost, all shall end with their souls dispersed." Killing intent rolled out from within the Ghost Monk, its chill far exceeding the power of the skin-peeling ghost from earlier. Concealed beneath that kasaya was nothing but a rotting corpse of resentment. The facade of compassion had vanished completely. Facing this terrifying pressure, Zhang the Taoist grit his teeth and tensely warned his teammate, "Brother Chao Yu, be careful." Master Yuan Kong had boundless Buddhist power in life. After death, his obsession remained, and the vengeful spirit he transformed into is 10 times more terrifying than ordinary ghosts. The fallen one slowly pressed his withered palms together. He spitefully cursed the gods and Buddhas for remaining indifferent while all living things suffered, then looked up to declare, "In that case, let it be me who delivers all beings. If a god blocks me, I shall kill the god. If a demon blocks me, I shall kill the demon. If a Buddha blocks me, I shall kill the Buddha. Even if I must be the enemy of heaven and earth, I will not hesitate." With every vow, the ghost monk's body mutated violently. Thick black energy coiled around him like venomous snakes, his pressure reaching its peak. He roared maniacally, "I, Yuan Kong, am the only true Buddha." An evil shockwave swept past, forcing Chao Yu and Zhang to flip away to dodge. Wherever the black light reached, the ground cracked. The resulting explosion was deafening. This terrifying fluctuation even reached the outside world, causing the searching Qin family members to break into a cold sweat. What kind of monster is this? In the center of the battlefield, the two had already taken their stances, prepared to fight the evil ghost to the death. Zhang the Taoist instructed in a heavy voice, "Brother Chao Yu, take care of yourself, I can't look out for you." Having said that, he brandished his peachwood sword, held a talisman in his right hand, and chanted mantras as fast as a string of beads. 6 arms to the left, 6 ding to the right, yellow spirit in front, Yu Zhang behind. Let the divine consciousness slaughter, showing no fear of the powerful. 7 kills, ghost command, move as commanded. The talisman transformed into golden light and shot out. The sound of impact and explosion echoed to the heavens, and dust rose everywhere. Seeing black blood splatter from the ghost monk's eye sockets, Zhang shouted in surprise, "I hurt him." However, the wound on his face did not weaken the evil thing's power. He hissed proudly, carrying a mountain-crushing pressure. "Mere mortals dare to wound my true divinity, donor or he kneel." In an instant the surroundings distorted, dragging Zhang into a viscous, foul-smelling blood sea domain. In the center of the churning blood sea, the ghost monk pressed his palms together, his tone as cold as a reaper's verdict. "One who dares desecrate the true Buddha shall fall into the blood sea hell, suffering for eternity to atone for their sins. Amitabha, now there is only one way to leave this blood sea hell, and that is to take refuge in my Buddha." Facing this false majesty, Zhang did not yield. Instead, his eyes widened with rage as he shouted curses. "A mere evil Buddha dares to dream." Ignoring the danger, he formed a seal with both hands, forcibly connecting with the power of lightning, thunder god of the 9 heavens. Dark clouds gathered, and countless streaks of cyan lightning tore through space, coiling frantically in the Taoist palms. Sensing something was wrong, Chao Yu, who was struggling in the bloody water, roared in terror to stop him. "Wait, Taoist Zhang, I'm still in the blood sea." But the arrow was already on the string. Zhang slammed the violent lightning heavily into the water's surface. When lightning entered the water, the electricity conducted instantly. Chao Yu, submerged in the blood sea, took the full force of this bone-chilling electric shock. His entire body went numb to the core, and a series of distorted screams escaped his mouth. After the lightning storm, only wisps of green smoke and scattered flickering sparks remained on the deep red water. Ironically, this lethal assist from a teammate accidentally acted as a catalyst, directly igniting the berserk state within Chao Yu. Meanwhile, Zhang the Taoist, completely unaware that he had just screwed over his teammate, was still fully focused on chanting to exorcise the demon. Vajra subdues demons, spiritual treasures are boundless. Light illuminates all things, the 9 hells are cleared of sin. Follow the incense clouds, pure lotuses are born. Hell-breaking incantation activate. The spell took form and the peachwood sword was instantly enveloped in violent lightning. He let out a furious shout and flew toward the ghost monk. He formed a seal with his left hand and used his right hand to deliver a lethal thrust with the sword. However, as soon as the sword tip touched that kasaya, it was blocked by a layer of invisible energy. Unable to advance an inch, time seemed to stand still, and Zhang's pupils contracted, his eyes filled with shock and despair. That family heirloom sword actually let out a crisp sound, shattering into countless fragments that fell to the ground. This full power strike was like scratching an itch to the ghost monk. A blood-red ghost eye slowly opened in the center of his forehead, and he mocked coldly. "A mortal dares to provoke a true Buddha, foolish beyond measure." He didn't even use an evil art. He simply swung his scepter, slamming it heavily into Zhang's chest. The terrifying force sent the Taoist flying, his back slamming into a thick stone pillar. His internal organs churned in agony, and he turned deathly pale with pain, just as the ghost monk prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Chao Yu's great blade sliced through the air, cleaving down on his head. The demonic monk was startled by a surge of soaring, killing intent. Sensing something was wrong, this strike not only took away 100 of his health points, but also had its power multiplied due to absorbing the lightning energy. A deep bone-visible wound was sliced into the ghost monk's shoulder, oozing viscous black fluid. Simultaneously, the system panel before Chao Yu's eyes refreshed rapidly, revealing the enemy's true identity. Epic NPC Demon Monk Yuan Kong, level 30, HP 79008000. Strength 463, Defense 192, Agility 344. Skills included Buddhist Deliverance, Blood Sea Hell, and Vajra Demon Subduing Staff. The notes detailed Yuan Kong's tragedy. This once highly respected monk fell into the evil path due to his obsession with attaining Buddhahood. Chao Yu swallowed hard, calculating inwardly. This old monster has almost touched the threshold of the high tier. This is exactly the peak of the mid-tier realm. If he hadn't used the golden dragon blade to slay the little ghosts and gather enough killing intent just now, he and Zhang likely would have been finished here today. Zhang the Taoist gripped a spare rusted short sword, instructing with a look of being ready to die. Brother Chao Yu, things have come to this. I can only risk my life. If I die here, please take my ashes down Ghost Mountain. I don't want to become a zombie or a vengeful spirit after death. Many thanks. Unlike the Taoist's pessimism, a devious smile curled the corner of Chao Yu's mouth. He declared in a resonant voice, Taoist Zhang, you won't die, and neither will I. No sooner had the words fallen than his figure lunged, wielding his blade with lightning speed directly toward the demonic monk. The fallen one still stood proud like a stone statue, coldly spitting out a curse. Amitabha, Donor Chao's killing sins are too heavy. You will surely fall into the Avicii hell after death. Only when the blade drew near did he unhurriedly raise his golden scepter to block. The two massive forces collided, sending out ear-piercing sparks, the aftershocks shattering the surrounding rocks. Zhang took the opportunity to sneak into the blind spot at the rear. He hurriedly formed a seal to gather spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, the ghost monk's neck let out a hair-raising crack, and that bald head actually turned a full 360 degrees to stare fixedly at Zhang. While one of his hands was in a stalemate with Chao Yu, this bizarre sight made both their spines tingle. Immediately after, those two ghost eyes erupted with blood-red light. The shockwave sent Zhang flying several meters again, slamming him heavily into a stone pillar and causing a shower of brick and tile fragments to rain down. In this critical, desperate moment, Chao Yu was staring fixedly at those generous rewards. He was secretly excited. As long as he killed this monster, he could gather all four ghost eyes. Having dealt with the obstacle behind him, the ghost monk slowly turned his head back to its original position, softly chanting a Buddhist name. Amitabha, this evil thing, raised his scepter, prepared to pierce the chest of this arrogant young man. Chao Yu discovered with horror that his body was as stiff as a stone. At some point he had been pinned in place by an evil art and could only wait helplessly for death. Zhang, lying in a pool of blood, witnessed this and cried out hoarsely in despair, Brother Chao Yu? It was too late. A brutal strike landed squarely on his chest and Chao Yu took the full force of the impact. He was sent flying, slamming heavily against the cold stone wall before collapsing to the ground. The young man lay motionless, his life hanging in the balance as he gritted his teeth and swallowed the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. Taoist Zhang staggered to his feet, roaring the demonic monk's title at the top of his lungs in a desperate bid to draw his fire. In a final act of life and death resolve, he made a frantic decision. He reversed his sword and plunged it deep into his own body. Ignoring the spray of blood, he hissed a terminal forbidden incantation. No earth, no limit, heaven and earth's forbidden path. Stain my heart's blood. Let the blade destroy the vile pet. Slay the demon and erase its trace. As the blood sacrifice summoned the spiritual entity, the old Taoist was instantly enveloped in a blinding golden radiance. His power shattered through its bottleneck, even distorting the surrounding magnetic field. Witnessing this act of self-mutilation, the ghost monk furrowed his brow and cursed with contempt. You madman, are you trying to take me down with you? Enduring the agonizing pain, Taoist Zhang decisively drew the longsword, exhausting his last strength to roar the final line of the mantra, Heavenly net, earthly yama, crane sword unsheathed. Slay the demon, execute the evil and turn all malice to ash. Pouring his entire life force into the strike, he hurled the treasure sword at his enemy. The blade shimmered, locking onto the target with unerring precision. Faced with this devastating killing intent, Yuan Kong could no longer maintain his composure. He turned to flee in a panic, letting out a shrill piercing shriek, but it was far too late. The sword of death pierced through the demonic energy and nailed itself firmly into the ghost body, fulfilling the master's mission to purge the evil. Dragging his blood-stained legs, Taoist Zhang stumbled toward the corner and hurriedly gathered Chao Yu into his arms. Seeing the young man still had a faint breath, he asked with a face full of terror, Chao Yu, brother, are you still alive? You're actually still alive? Chao Yu gently rubbed his throbbing chest and replied briefly, just luck. Fortunately, the passive effect of the silver lion helmet had triggered just in time. Otherwise he would have been truly crippled. Once he caught his breath, he immediately asked about the situation. Is Yuan Kong dead? Taoist Zhang frowned and let out a long sigh. I'm not certain. If it were an ordinary ghost, his soul would have dispersed by now, but he is a Buddha fallen into demonhood. My sword might not have been enough to kill him. His fighting spirit restored, Chao Yu gripped his halberd firmly and strode forward, decisively announcing, then I'll go and deliver the finishing blow. However, all that met his eyes was the longsword buried deep in the stone wall. The target had long since vanished. Suddenly, Yuan Kong's voice, thick with resentment, echoed from all directions, vibrating so intensely it made their eardrums ache. You shall all die. An evil mist surged forth once more, threatening to swallow everything. Chao Yu and Taoist Zhang immediately widened their eyes, staying on high alert. Within that bizarre pinkish demonic fog, a massive phantom gradually manifested. Yuan Kong sat enthroned upon a lotus platform, surrounded by countless monks with closed eyes and pressed palms, listening piously to his teachings. The scene appeared solemn and holy, yet it radiated a nauseating, visceral sense of dread. Elevated on his pedestal, Yuan Kong looked down at the two ignorant mortals, demanding with a majestic, coercive tone, "Seeing the true Buddha, why do you not bow?" Under the crushing pressure, Taoist Zhang's mind was once again consumed by the evil thoughts. His eyes went vacant, and he fell into a state of frantic worship, kowtowing repeatedly. Seeing his companion fall for the trick again, Chao Yu hurriedly contacted the system in his mind for help. "Queen, this ghost eye domain is too terrifying. What do I do now?" The mechanical queen offered a bold strategy in a flat tone. "Why not use that ghost eye of yours? If you possess two ghost eyes just like him, you might be able to shatter this domain directly." Driven into a corner, Chao Yu decisively pulled out his ghost eye, gritting his teeth in a desperate gamble. "Fine, let's bet everything." Enduring the agonizing pain, he jammed the eye stone into his empty socket. The fusion process caused his muscles to contort, his face a mask of extreme suffering. Witnessing this, Yuan Kong erupted in fury from his lotus throne. Seeking your own death, he swung a demonic arm downward. The withered palm expanded rapidly in midair until it blotted out the sun, powerful enough to crush any living thing. Carrying the violent aura of a fused Buddha demon, he slammed the giant hand toward the ground like swatting a mosquito, leaving a deep crater in the hard stone floor. When the dust cleared, Chao Yu still stood proud and upright, completely unscathed. The ghost monk's eyelids twitched frantically as he roared in terror, his mouth agape. "This is impossible." It turned out the mechanical queen had manifested just in time, using her slender yet powerful arm to block the devastating blow. As the fusion completed, Chao Yu slowly opened his eyes. The resonance of the two ghost eyes triggered a spatial tremor, shattering the illusory barrier into fragments. His vision became exceptionally sharp, even allowing him to see through drifting motes of dust. He whispered in excitement, "The world looks different. I can even see the individual specks of dust in the air. Is this the power of two ghost eyes?" As his foundation was shaken, the evil path Nirvana realm collapsed entirely, brutally dragging the demon and the mortals back into reality. Yuan Kong stared at the young man, roaring in shock. "The ghost eyes, the other two ghost eyes, are actually in your hands." Chao Yu curled the corner of his mouth in a bored smirk, teasing him. "Want them?" Greed erupted instantly. The demonic monk lunged forward with claws bared, attempting to gouge out the eyes himself. "I'll take them myself," however. The power of the ghost eyes had already granted Chao Yu ultimate dynamic vision. Every shift in the demon's movement and every attack trajectory was clearly reflected in Chao Yu's mind. At the very instant the Vajra demon subduing staff was about to strike, Chao Yu activated his gale boots to blink away, simultaneously swinging his halberd in a counterattack. The demon monk turned pale with fright, spinning his head frantically to dodge. Chao Yu delivered a cold sentence of judgment. Trying to hide, it's useless. His ultimate move, Dragon Chant Chain Slash, erupted instantly. The first strike fell with the force to tear the air but was blocked by the staff's defense. Seeing the firepower was insufficient, Chao Yu frantically stacked his skills, unleashing 5 times the damage in succession. A storm-like barrage of heavy slashes rained down, the 1,000-pound pressure forcing the demonic monk's spine to snap forward. The sound of shattering bones echoed. Yuan Kong shrieked in terror. "Something's wrong, every strike is getting faster, and his strength is increasing." Having surpassed the limit of endurance, the sturdy staff finally fractured inch by inch. The continuous assault had escalated to the 20th slash, meaning the destructive power had multiplied 20-fold. In the ghost monk's eyes, the youth before him was nothing less than a bloodthirsty god of slaughter. Knowing this finishing blow would tear him into shreds, he stood helplessly, waiting for death. The sharp edge of the blade traced a perfect silver arc, neatly cleaving the demonic form in two until the rotting body gradually dissipated. Yuan Kong died with his eyes open, letting out a final desperate roar. "Impossible. How could you possibly?" As the demon's silhouette dissolved into smoke, Chao Yu's killing intent value rose by 400, and he recovered the other two ghost eyes. The spiritual essence condensed into a glittering golden orb. He reached out to touch it out of curiosity, and a system prompt congratulated him on drawing an A-rank item. 3. Acknowledge foe as father cards. The function was to force an opponent to recognize the user as their foster father regardless of their will. Each card was limited to a single use. After reading this ridiculous function, Chao Yu's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom, and he slammed the cards onto the ground in a fit of rage. He cursed loudly. "What the hell is an adopt-a-father card? This trash item is such bad luck." Before he could even cool down, another shimmering object emerged from the light orb. He froze for a moment. There was actually a weapon. The screen scrolled to display S-rank equipment, Fangtian painted halberd. It ignored all defenses when attacking a foster son. A flash of inspiration struck Chao Yu's mind and his eyes lit up instantly. He whispered to himself in excitement. "So this is a set of rule-based weapons. That means I can launch at least 3 guaranteed kill attacks." His expression changed faster than flipping a page in a book. He happily picked up the 3 cards he had just thrown away, stroking them endearingly. "Actually, this is great. Looking at the 2 dark red bloodstones in his hand, Chao Yu's eyes filled with anticipation. He murmured softly, "Next my sealed memories should finally return." Burning with impatience, he immediately implanted the 2 ghost eyes into his body. The ancient power took effect, dissolving the thick barriers of his memory. When he opened his eyes again, passing through the blurred and flickering lights and shadows, the silhouette of a girl standing before a grand palace gradually became clear. The sense of familiarity sent his heart skipping a beat. He subconsciously called out that name etched into his soul, Xie Zhu. The system panel flashed with pop-up windows. "Congratulations on obtaining the S-Rank hidden skill Ghost Pupil. Qianping Path." This skill allowed the user to consume life force to insightfully copy any melee skill within their field of vision, with the consumption proportional to the power of the move. Simultaneously, the image of Xie Zhu suddenly shattered, and his memories began to rewind at high speed. From childhood moments to adult companionship, the beautiful memories transformed into 2 lines of clear tears falling down his cheeks. However, the vision finally settled on a cruel reality. Xie Zhu's features had contorted, transforming her into a half-human, half-ghost monster. An anonymous rage soared into the sky. Chao Yu clenched his fists, hissing the names Bai Zi and Hua Zi through gritted teeth. The violent aura radiating from him prompted Taoist Zhang to ask curiously, "Brother Chao Yu, what's wrong?" He took a deep breath to regain his calm and replied softly, "I'm fine, Taoist Zhang, the ghost monk has been dealt with." Recalling Lin Lang's previous warning, he quickly pieced together the clues, reaching a cold conclusion in his heart. It seemed those men in black were highly likely to be from Bai Zi, and Lin Lang appeared to have become a sacrifice for some experiment Bai Zi was conducting on the outside world before he could even catch his breath. A series of hurried, heavy footsteps echoed, and an arrogant shout interrupted his thoughts. "Found him, he's here." A group of masked assassins in black suddenly appeared. The leader coldly issued orders and issued a threat. "Notify the team from Ba and have the rest get over here immediately. Chao Yu, come with us quietly. Don't force us to get violent." Chao Yu swept his gaze over his opponents, finding them all to be at the mid-tier level. He tilted his head back and laughed with disdain. "Haha, then by all means feel free to try." Seeing that the prey refused to be sensible, the captain let out a low, angry growl, and all the assassins immediately drew their weapons and charged. "This kid won't listen. Take him down." With his weapon firmly in hand, Chao Yu leaned forward, waiting for the men in black to draw near before unleashing his full combat power. Unexpectedly, a massive fireball suddenly tore through the air toward him, forcing him to slam on the brakes. Boom! A smoke bomb exploded violently, the intense shockwave of the blast knocking Chao Yu to the ground. It turned out the bastard had intentionally thrown the smoke bomb to obscure his vision for a sneak attack. Seizing the opportunity before Chao Yu could steady himself, an assassin brandishing a shimmering longsword charged forward aggressively to take his life. But Chao Yu's reactions were faster than lightning. He pivoted his body, swinging his weapon to parry, blocking the fatal blow at the last possible second. The 2 weapons collided with a spray of sparks, falling into a stalemate. Chao Yu not only shook the man in black off but also took the opportunity to deliver a heavy counter-strike. The assassin flew back like a tattered sack of grain, the system showing his combat power had instantly evaporated by 505 points. In agonizing pain, he was forced to retreat to the rear for treatment. Another man in black quickly rushed out and began to chant. This was a medical-type mage. His hands moved rapidly to cast a rejuvenation spell, releasing emerald green vitality to heal his comrade. He hissed a curse under his breath. "How is this possible? I actually can't beat him." Chao Yu narrowed his eyes, secretly observing their tactics. The enemy's formation was very orderly. 1 for defense, 1 for offense, and 1 for healing. Without waiting for them to stabilize their formation, Chao Yu kicked off the ground and lunged toward the front line. A guard immediately stepped forward, raising a massive shield. He swung his halberd in a heavy strike, but the shield was as steady as a mountain without a single scratch left behind. Chao Yu puckered his lips in annoyance. "This turtle shell is pretty hard," before he could retract his halberd. The enemies in the rear threw another smoke bomb, forcing Chao Yu to retreat and stay on guard. While he was focused on dealing with the front, a dark shadow had somehow silently circled behind him. The person leaped into the air, brandishing sharp daggers, intending to finish him off cleanly. However, utilizing the magic of his gale boots, Chao Yu's form moved like a phantom. He blinked and gracefully dodged to the rear, avoiding the fatal blow by a hair's breadth. Chao Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart racing as he calculated his strategy. "This battle is indeed very taxing. Every one of them is on par with me in strength, and their coordination is too seamless. Unless I can take one down first and disrupt their formation, there's no way to break through." A flash of resolve crossed his eyes, and he pressed his lips thin. "In that case, don't blame me for using my trump card." The halberd in Chao Yu's hand vanished instantly, replaced by the treasure he had just acquired. He held high an acknowledged foe as father card and roared at the top of his lungs. "To do a good job, one must have the right tools. I wish to take you as my foster father." The card's compulsory power instantly descended upon the shield-bearer's head under the influence of the system's rules. The man froze, not understanding what kind of spell had hit him. His heart inexplicably skipped a beat, and as he looked at Chao Yu, a profound sense of blood-related kinship welled up in his heart. He murmured blankly, What's happening? Why does this kid look more and more like family? Seizing the moment the opponent was dazed, Chao Yu drew his weapon again and leapt into the air, delivering a grand declamatory judgment. A great man born between heaven and earth, how can he endure living long under another? Old thief, we are irreconcilable. Even with death approaching, the shield-bearer remained paralyzed under the card's side effect, unable to move even half a step. Pucci, with a lethal thrust, Chao Yu's new weapon pierced straight through that indestructible giant shield, then through the opponent's chest, sending him to the underworld to see his ancestors. The man's HP instantly dropped to 0. Simultaneously, the system prompted that Chao Yu's killing intent value had increased by 150 points. Witnessing this tragic scene, the remaining men in black were so terrified their legs began to shake, they could hardly believe their eyes. A mid-tier cultivator of the defensive type had been insta-killed in an instant, not giving the enemy a chance to breathe. Chao Yu's silhouette blurred. He utilized a blink, appearing silently beside the healer, and mocked coldly, "Your healing is an eyesore." The sudden appearance scared the life out of the medic, who scrambled in confusion, unable to respond. A nearby comrade hurriedly threw a fire dragon ball to try and break the siege, but it was too late. The frail medic died under the cruel tip of Chao Yu's halberd, and the system prompted another 150 to his killing intent. However, at the very moment Chao Yu dodged the surging flames, the assassin who had been lurking in the rear launched another sneak attack. He brandished his weapon. The assassin unleashed his ultimate finishing move, Heavenly Extinction Shadow Kill. His form blurred into thousands of afterimages, attempting to bewilder his prey's vision. Seeing Chao Yu standing still, the assassin sneered triumphantly in his heart, "Can't keep up with my speed, can you?" However, at the very second the sharp blade was about to touch Chao Yu's throat, Chao Yu snapped his head up, his eyes locking onto the opponent with a death stare. That bone-chilling gaze instantly made the assassin feel as if his whole body were paralyzed, as if his pressure points had been struck. As it turned out, Chao Yu's powerful ghost pupil had already seen through all of the enemy's patterns. His lip curled slightly as he repeated the name of the opponent's move in a flat tone. Heavenly Extinction Shadow Kill. The system immediately prompted triggered ghost pupil. Qianping Path Skill. 1200 HP deducted. Simultaneously added cruel berserk state. The assassin remained in a state of extreme shock, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. Why can he use my ultimate move? Although the assassin maintained high alert against Chao Yu's afterimages, he was completely unable to track the trajectory of the attack. He looked around frantically, cold sweat pouring down. Where's the attack? Why hasn't it come yet? He turned back in despair to seek support from his teammates, but the sight that met his eyes made him feel like vomiting from terror not far away. Chao Yu had already struck with lethal intent, cleaving an accomplice into two bloody halves with a single horizontal slash. The remaining assassins retreated, trembling. Even now, they couldn't comprehend what kind of magic had transformed Chao Yu into such a frenzied killing machine. Immersed in his berserk state, Chao Yu was like a bloodthirsty demon stepping out of hell, his gaze locked onto the remaining men like a wolf staring at lambs for slaughter. With a hair-raising smile, he muttered his calculations to himself. Two left. A man in black pointed at him, backing away as he stuttered in terror, You monster." He was answered by the soaring fires of hatred flickering in Chao Yu's eyes. Chao Yu let out a sorrowful, angry roar, cursing the filthy organization that had taken his beloved's life. "Every last one of you from Bai Zi deserves to die." Realizing that staying to fight meant certain death, the assassins immediately turned tail and bolted. Thinking that retreat was the best option, they fled desperately to preserve their lives while waiting for reinforcements from the other three squads. One assassin muttered in terror as he ran, "This kid is far too bizarre." Seeing the enemy silhouettes gradually vanish into the thick mist, Chao Yu decisively retracted his weapon. He let out a long sigh, calculating the pros and cons. "I'm out of cards, it's not convenient to keep chasing them." Just then, Taoist Zhang crawled slowly out of the bushes, calling out cautiously, "Little brother." Seeing that the old Taoist was safe, Chao Yu gave a slight nod and a brief farewell. "Taoist Zhang, many thanks for this time, until we meet again." Before the Taoist could even react, the young man's figure had already vanished into the mist-shrouded night, leaving no trace behind. The scene shifted to a distant location, a dark, damp dungeon flickering with magical light. A person's hands were locked tight by thick iron chains. Xie Zhu sat in strict confinement, her figure haggard. She held a mysterious box tightly in her arms, her melancholy eyes filled with tears as bitter droplets slid down her pale cheeks. The chains above her head still cruelly locked away the girl's freedom. Suddenly a hoarse and demonic voice rang out, breaking the dead silence and jolting her awake. "You still haven't broken my seal." Back with Chao Yu, he had already left the Ghost Mountain dungeon. The moment he stepped back into the mortal realm, a tidal wave of clamor hit him. The surrounding crowd stirred, pointing and whispering, "He's out." Dozens of elite Qin family disciples had already set up a formation surrounding him heavily. They shouted his name as a threat, but Chao Yu only gave them a cold sweep of his gaze, not caring in the slightest. Standing at the center of the encirclement, the elder Qin Kangqin was staring at him fixedly with eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. That gaze was as sharp as a blade, and the arrogant aura he radiated was not one bit inferior to Tang Wumu's. On the other side, Shao Tian's had long found Chao Yu an eyesore. He now stood with his arms crossed, watching the show. With a mocking smile, he glanced at the Tang family patriarch to see how he would handle this. A member of the Qin family could no longer contain himself, stepping forward to demand angrily, "Chao Yu, you killed a disciple of our Qin family, and now you have nothing to say for yourself. A person should be upright. One must never admit to things they haven't done." Chao Yu puffed out his chest and struck back boldly. "I maintain that I didn't kill anyone." Hearing this answer, Xiao Tian's erupted into a burst of laughter, taking the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "Haha, kid, you say you didn't kill him and that's that? Do you think we're blind? That Qin kid went to chase you and ended up dead there. Who else could it be if not you?" Forced into a corner, Chao Yu could only sigh and explain. Two men in black appeared back then. One of them was named Lin Lang. He was originally a student of the second body cultivation class at Kyoto University, but he has now joined Bai Zi. The one who killed your Qin family member was a person from Bai Zi. This excuse, which sounded like something out of a sci-fi movie, hit Xiao Tian's ears and made him slap his thigh in laughter again. "Haha, hilarious, no one saw it anyway, so you're just making it up as you go." A lackey of the Xiao family followed suit with the mockery. "Bai Zi, how well then I'm a Qilin." Within the enemy's encirclement, Qin Tangzu's timid voice came from behind him. "Chao Yu," he spun his head around. A faint glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, like a drowning man grasping at a straw. He asked urgently, "Tianshui Jia, even you don't believe me?" Qin Tangzu's face struggled in agony between personal feelings and family responsibility. Despite her internal conflict, the evidence before her forced her logic to surrender. Her eyes reddened as she shed tears of guilt, sobbing, "You killed a member of our family, how can you expect me to believe you?" Chao Yu's heart sank into an icy abyss. He finally understood that in this world where the strong are respected, no one was willing to stand by his side. He slowly lowered his head, a desolate, self-deprecating smile curling his lips. Was that so? Despite her immense reluctance, her duty to the family forced Qin Tianshui to act. She drew her cold ice longsword with trembling hands, offering a soft apology. "I'm sorry, Chao Yu." The sword light fell, leaving a cruel wound on Chao Yu's shoulder as blood stained his clothes. He clenched his teeth and endured the physical pain, but the stifling sense of injustice in his chest was the ultimate torture. Tangzu's strike was originally intended as a warning to appease the family's rage. She never imagined Chao Yu would stand motionless and take the hit directly. Seeing the blood drip, she cried out in panic and heartbreak. "Why didn't you dodge?" Chao Yu reached out to cover the bleeding wound, a layer of frost covering his eyes as he decisively spoke words of severance. "This strike was to repay the help you gave me in the Hundi Lake dungeon, so I didn't dodge. But from now on I am Chao Yu, and you are the Qin family's Qin Tianshui. Our ties are cut and we have no further connection." He swept a look of contempt over the surrounding crowd. Not a single person gave him a look of trust. What these people craved at this moment was his death to satisfy the Qin family's pride. In this moment of extreme loneliness, Sheiju's brilliant smile surfaced again, warming his soul. If Sheizu were here, she would believe in him no matter what happened. Retracting his thoughts, Chao Yu turned abruptly and strode away with his back straight behind him. Qin Tianshui stood frozen, the guilt nearly tearing her heart apart. Could I really have misunderstood him? However, the Qin family would not easily let this murderer go. Several lackeys immediately blocked the exit, shouting aggressively, "Stop right there." Chao Yu paused, fire igniting in his eyes as he barked in a low voice, "What exactly does your Qin family want?" The Patriarch, Qin Kangchen, took a step forward, tapping his cane heavily on the ground as a threat. "Who gave you permission to leave, Qin Hao? Was he the one who killed him?" Standing to the side, Qin Hao hurriedly added embellishments. "Although I didn't see Chao Yu kill him with my own eyes, the person was already dead when we arrived. I also saw those men in black, but they were just determining a winner, not fighting to the death. I don't think those men in black killed our Qin disciple." With this convenient testimony, the old man immediately pointed the finger at Chao Yu, pronouncing judgment with ironclad evidence. "Did you hear that, Chao Yu? Regardless of whether you killed him, you are the prime suspect. Do you really think you can just walk away?" These ambiguous words made Chao Yu frown in confusion. He countered sharply. "And what is that supposed to mean?" The old man's lip curled, revealing his ambition. "Simple. You must die. Additionally, you must hand over the 4 ghost eyes you have." This blatant attempt at robbery cloaked in the guise of justice made Chao Yu burst into loud laughter. That laughter was filled with extreme contempt. "The Qin family. What a fine Qin family." The old man's shameless attitude completely ignited the rage Chao Yu had suppressed for so long, he roared. His killing intent erupted instantly. "I'll say it one last time. I didn't kill him. His death has nothing to do with me. If you insist on acting against me, then at worst I'll take all of you to the grave with me." Hearing this arrogant threat, the surrounding crowd began to whisper. Everyone felt the young man had gone mad. Is this kid crazy? He actually dares to call the Qin Patriarch an old geezer and threatens him? Isn't this like an ant trying to shake a giant tree? As for Qin Kangchen, though he still appeared majestic on the surface, deep in his subconscious, an invisible sense of unease was eroding him. "Why do I have this premonition? If we fight, can this kid really kill me?" But for the sake of the family's face, he decided to cast aside his fear and issued a stern order. "Is my Qin family really to be manipulated by a green brat? Seize him, dead or alive." The Qin elites roared in unison, preparing to pounce and tear Chao Yu to pieces. Just as Chao Yu gripped his weapon, preparing for a final bloody battle, a steady voice rang out clearly, drowning out all the noise. Stop. Tang Wumu leapt in front of Chao Yu, his hands behind his back. His majestic presence startled the Qin subordinates into retreating several steps. He held his head high and announced forcefully to the Qin Patriarch, Chao Yu is the son-in-law of our Tang family. Moving against him means the Tang family goes to full-scale war against the Qin family. This declaration of war shocked the entire field, and Xiao Tianse's mouth hung wide open in shock. He thought to himself, is Tang Wumu insane, going to such lengths for a temporary son-in-law? This blind protection was like a resounding slap to Qin Kangchen's face, completely enraging his pride. He roared in a fit of pique, Tang Wumu, are you trying to ruin the Tang family? Tang Wumu remained composed, analyzing with the cool logic of an old fox. Perhaps, if we go to war, our Tang family is indeed no match for the Qin family, but we'll have no problem biting off a few pieces of the Qin family before we die. So take a guess. When your Qin family's vital energy is severely damaged and only a few of you are left, will the surrounding wolf packs who smell blood pounce and tear your Qin family apart? This sharp counterattack made the hot-blooded Qin youth laugh, thinking the old man was worrying over nothing. On the contrary, Qin Kangchen fell into a silence, his face clouding with uncertainty. Striking while the iron was hot, Tang Wumu exposed the other's hypocrisy. Besides, in the Ghost Mountain dungeon, life and death are determined by fate. Wealth is in the hands of heaven. This has always been the rule. Are the lives of your Qin people somehow more precious than the lives of other families? This heavy psychological blow struck the sore spot of the watching crowd. The small families who had long suffered grievances immediately took the opportunity to join in the jeering. Exactly. The Qin family is too overbearing. When our people die, we stay quiet. But when one Qin person dies, you want revenge. What kind of logic is that? Under the weight of righteous condemnation, this shameless double standard put the Qin family in an embarrassing position. Qin Kangchen was speechless, only able to spit out harsh threats to save face. Fine, very good, Tang Wumu, your Tang family will surely pay for today's decision. We're leaving. He swallowed his bitter resentment and turned to leave. Leaning on his cane, the Qin disciples followed suit, leaving the secret realm in disgrace. Watching Chao Yu's back, an indescribable sense of unease rose in Qin Hao's heart. The crisis was resolved. Chao Yu put away his weapon, cupping his fists in gratitude. Patriarch Tang, many thanks. Tang Wumu patted his shoulder warmly, acting like a doting father-in-law. Since you're working for our Tang family, protecting you is also my duty. Let's go. Since I promised to let you enter the Tang Holy Land, I, Tang Wumu, will never break my word. As for what kind of fortune you can obtain, that depends entirely on your own luck. The scene shifted to a sinister fortress of the Bai Zi organization. Their fortified nest, the red-robed leader was roaring at his subordinates, who knelt on the ground trembling. What a bunch of useless trash. Over 20 mid-tier experts couldn't catch one novice. What are you even good for? One assassin slammed his head on the ground, pleading in a trembling voice, please punish us, my lord. Back at the Tang estate, Chao Yu followed Tang Wumu obediently into a basement. Just as promised, the old man was activating the mechanism to open the secret room's door. Click. The heavy stone door slowly opened, and a dazzling light shot out. The old man turned back with a kind smile. Young friend Chao, please. The Tang Holy Land was just below. The path to the Holy Land was a bottomless spiral stone staircase. The mechanical queen's familiar voice rang in Chao Yu's mind. Chao Yu, you should use your eyes less in your daily life. If people discover you possess an S-rank skill, you will attract massive trouble. The boom of the stone door closing echoed from above. Chao Yu gave a slight nod in response to the system. I understand. Following the countless steps down, the two finally entered the forbidden zone deep underground. Appearing before them was a massive altar, looking as majestic and imposing as an ancient temple. However, due to the lack of light, the place radiated a chilling desolation and gloom. Chao Yu surveyed his surroundings, a sudden sense of familiarity welling up in his heart. He frowned in confusion. Why is this altar exactly the same as the one at Hundi Lake? As if sensing the prey's unease, Tang Wumu stopped his pace and turned back to scrutinize him. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chao Yu hurriedly masked his suspicion, answering dismissively. I'm fine, it's just a bit hot down here. Suddenly, the kind smile on the old man's face vanished, replaced by an eerie, cunning gaze. It's all right, in a little while you won't feel hot anymore. The chill in these words sent goosebumps crawling over Chao Yu instantly. He immediately shifted into a defensive stance, questioning sharply, You old fossil, what are you trying to do? The old man revealed a sickly smile. He finally revealed his insidious ambition. You never should have stopped Tang Len at Hundi Lake. Since you ruined my original plan, you shall simply take her place. In an instant, the energy from all directions converged frantically upon him, transforming into a sphere of crimson flames that illuminated the entire altar space. Sensing the danger, Chao Yu intended to whip out that acknowledged foe as father card to pull off a counter kill. To his surprise, the card was only halfway out, and he had just shouted the words, Foster Fath, when his body was instantly struck by a numb stiffness due to the seal of some dark hex. His vision gradually blurred, and he collapsed heavily onto the cold stone floor, losing consciousness completely. After an unknown amount of time, when Chao Yu slowly opened his eyes, he was met with the blinding white glare of a surgical lamp. Immediately after, the expressionless face of a doctor wearing surgical gloves leaned in. Seeing him wake, the man paused his preparations for the surgery and asked, "You're awake?" Once the dizziness subsided, Chao Yu discovered with horror that his limbs were pinned tightly to the operating table by thick leather restraints and his mouth was sealed with tape preventing him from making a sound. Not far away, Tang Wumu stood with his hands behind his back, urging the doctor in a greedy tone, "Stop dawdling and start already. This truly is a perfect body." He approached the table, his clouded eyes flickering with a near-maniacal longing. He stroked his new life, sighing, "Chao Yu, I am already on the verge of death. If nothing changes, I won't even last through the month. But as long as I erase your memories and download my own into your brain chip, I can use your body to be reborn." Hearing these venomous words, Chao Yu finally realized the old man's terrifying plot of soul-snatching. Bound so tightly he couldn't struggle, he could only scream for help frantically within his consciousness. "Queen, save me." However, the mechanical queen's voice was filled with helplessness. "I'm sorry. They've injected you with a powerful anesthetic. I am currently helping you neutralize the drug's effects." Chao Yu was stunned, questioning the system wildly in his mind. What? On the opposite surgical bed, Tang Wumu had already laid down composedly, preparing for the consciousness transfer. He sighed with a look of regret. "It's a pity. The most suitable candidate was originally Tang Lan. She is my biological granddaughter, so the chance of physical rejection would have been minimal. But since you appeared, it seems you have quite a few secrets hidden within you, though soon they will all be mine." He closed his eyes, immersed in the ecstasy of his impending rebirth. He gave the order to begin. The cold-blooded doctor decisively closed the glass canopy. The two surgical beds now looked like two high-tech coffins, connected by the dense wiring of the memory transfer machine. Trapped inside, Chao Yu struggled desperately, but only low whimpers escaped his throat. Suddenly, a dark shadow kicked through the surgical room's glass and stormed in. Another Chao Yu actually appeared, brandishing a weapon like a god of war seeking vengeance. He swung his halberd directly at Tang Wumu's face, roaring in fury, "Old dog, you dare try to erase my memory? Today it's either you or me." However, this heroic scene was merely a hallucination produced by Chao Yu's chaotic consciousness. In reality, he was still pinned firmly to the bed. Seeing that the young man still had the strength to struggle and resist, the corner of Tang Wumu's mouth curled into a sneer of disdain, completely disregarding him. "Truly a youth who doesn't know his own limits. I have already reached the high tier. Do you think you can actually resist me?" Pushed into a corner, Chao Yu exerted every ounce of strength to raise the acknowledged foe as father card, shouting at the top of his lungs to activate the skill. "If you don't release me, I'm making you my foster father." The old man narrowed his eyes, staring at the card in his hand that was emitting a blinding light. He frowned in confusion. What on earth is that? Before he could react, the power of the system's rules instantly shattered all shackles. Chao Yu broke free from his restraints and leaped into the air, swinging his sharp halberd to cleave straight at his enemy's head, shouting, "Foster father, I'm sending you on your way." On the ground, Tang Wumu was pinned down by the card's ability, standing frozen like a block of wood, completely losing his defensive capability. His eyes widened, his heart filled with terror and incomprehension. What's happening? Why can a mere novice-tier brat make me feel a lethal threat, even though he was under the foster father effect? Relying on some bizarre hidden foundation, the old man still managed to forcibly break part of the seal and used his life-saving ultimate technique, Invincible Golden Form. Just in time, a layer of shimmering golden energy instantly enveloped his entire body, stubbornly blocking Chao Yu's halberd of death. Having narrowly escaped death, he burst into triumphant laughter. "Ha, this is an A-rank consumable item. Even if Ji-Pinging struck with full power, he wouldn't easily break the defense of this invincible golden form, let alone a piece of trash like you." However, before his laughter could fade, a crisp sound of shattering made his heart skip a beat. Under that domineering halberd tip, the perfect defensive layer actually began to. Under the old man's terrified gaze, the defensive layer was shattering inch by inch. Facing the opponent's overwhelming momentum, Chao Yu didn't retreat a single step. His lip curled into a slight smirk as he issued his judgment. "So what if I'm novice tier, old man, just die?" As soon as the words fell, he exerted force in both arms, pouring his entire body's strength into the tip of the halberd. The sharp blade instantly tore through the supposedly indestructible invincible golden form and pierced straight through the old man's body. Under the aftershock of this heavy blow, the old man's body was sent flying into the air, then crashed heavily in the distance. The system panel flashed frantically, showing his HP in a freefall. Looking at that string of data, Chao Yu couldn't help but frown. In all his battles, he had never seen a character with such a massive amount of health. What exactly was going on? Why was his HP so high? As it turned out, beneath his robes, the old man was equipped with an extremely rare S-rank item, Sage's Protection, which could forcibly negate one instance of lethal damage. It was only by relying on this divine protective artifact that the old man barely managed to preserve his life. He crawled miserably from the ruins, gasping for breath, his body completely limp as his secret was laid bare. Chao Yu mocked him with a cold laugh. "Sage's Protection? You old fossil actually have Sage's Protection in your hands. It's truly a waste on you. Why don't you just die obediently and spit it out for me?" Feeling the piercing pain, the old man completely retracted his previous disdain. His gaze becoming extremely wary, he stared fixedly at the seemingly ordinary weapon in Chao Yu's hand, his mind in a state of turmoil. Clearly the level of this weapon doesn't look high, so why can it bring such a lethal threat to me? It was simply too bizarre, he asked in a low, testing voice. Brat, exactly what kind of methods did you use? Facing this redundant question, Chao Yu leisurely pulled another acknowledge foe as father card from his pocket, waved it in front of the old man, and answered calmly, "That's none of your concern. I'd like to see just how many sage's protections you have left." Hearing this, and knowing he had kicked a steel plate, Tang Wumu decisively chose the better part of valor. As soon as Chao Yu's words landed, the old man's figure transformed into a wisp of evil energy, crashing straight through the solid stone wall and vanishing without a trace, leaving behind a jagged hole. Witnessing this pathetic flight, Chao Yu couldn't help but sigh. He actually ran. Is that really the old man who only has half a month to live? For someone so strong to flee for his life from a novice like me, it seems he truly is afraid of death. Just then, the cold voice of the system rang in his mind. Detected a mysterious force protecting your foster father. This attack failed. You may launch one more lethal strike. After hearing the prompt, Chao Yu waved his hand with satisfaction, returning the precious card to his storage space. It seemed this final card could be saved for later. The next time we meet will be your funeral, old man. Your lifespan is already short. I doubt you'll even make it to our next meeting. Walking out of the Tang family's icy secret room, Chao Yu clearly felt a new vitality coursing through his veins. After this series of events, his energy had reached an unfathomable level. His defense was as steady as a rock, and his HP had multiplied several times over. Not only that, his mana and combat experience were overflowing, and the system had taken the opportunity to unlock a series of high-level skills and equipment. However, the pressure on his shoulders was equally heavy. Listing the factions he had already offended, the Tang family, the Qin family, the Hunter Guild, and that assassin organization Bai Zi, any one of these powerful enemies would be enough to crush an ordinary person. He took a deep breath, silently sketching out his plan in his mind. The top priority right now was to increase his strength. Having offended so many factions, if he didn't have enough power, he would likely find it difficult to move even a single step in the future. Suddenly remembering his missing companions, he made a decisive call, feeling as if he had missed something. Back to school first. Chao Yu tapped his toes lightly, and his figure shot into the sky like an arrow leaving a bow, leaving the mist-shrouded Tang estate far behind him. He had no idea that deep within the dark cellar the surgeon was curled in a corner, having witnessed the entire slaughter. A short while later, Chao Yu had safely returned to the familiar campus, blending into the bustling crowd of students. The rhythm of this ordinary life somewhat soothed his tense nerves. He stretched and sighed. It's better here, not as gloomy as that ghost mountain. Suddenly, a hand as cold as iron slapped heavily onto his shoulder from behind. Before he could even react, the surrounding space began to distort violently. In the blink of an eye, Chao Yu found himself standing in the center of the principal's office. The old principal stood with his hands behind his back, having waited majestically for a long time. His face was terrifyingly dark, like a thundercloud about to drop. He interrogated in a stiff tone, "Chao Yu, you killed someone from the Qin family on Ghost Mountain." Facing the pressure of a powerhouse, Chao Yu straightened his back and looked up with a clear conscience. "I didn't kill them." Principal Ji let out a dangerous low growl, and instantly a mountain-crushing invisible aura descended, pressing down on Chao Yu like the weight of Mount Tai. Under this brutal oppression, his power stats were evaporating at a staggering speed. He gritted his teeth and endured this soul-level torture until his power indicators hit rock bottom, leaving only a pitiful point. Only then did the old man snort and withdraw the spell. With his legs trembling violently, it took Chao Yu a great deal of effort not to collapse onto the floor. The principal narrowed his eyes, adding coldly, "Since you say you didn't kill them, do you have proof?" Spitting out a mouthful of metallic blood, he answered with difficulty, "I don't. He was killed by Lin Lang, who joined Bai Zi." Hearing that familiar name, Principal Ji retracted his killing intent and flatly stated his conditions. "Since you say Lin Lang killed him, then bring Lin Lang before me or produce evidence that he is the killer. I'll give you 4 months. During that time, I guarantee no one from the Qin family will touch you." The burden of proving his innocence weighed on his shoulders once more. Chao Yu swallowed his resentment and dragged his exhausted body back to the dorm. The moment he pushed the door open, he was met with the familiar faces of Ma Fei and Yang Shangdi. Seeing the great gate return safely, Yang Shangdi rushed forward excitedly and slapped his shoulder, announcing, "Chao Ji, I've got good news for you. Ma Fei can use his money ability now, and we've found a lead on Xie Zhu." The 2 words Xie Zhu were like a miracle cure, instantly sweeping away all the fatigue and pain in Chao Yu's body. He regained his spirit. Asking urgently, "What did you find?" Yang Shangdi jerked his chin toward a shimmering leather crystal ball on the table. "Take a look at this." Chao Yu leaned close to the magic orb and saw a vivid image. It was an ancient battlefield filled with traditional style where the Imperial army was engaged in a brutal melee with an invading foreign force. In the center of that cruel battlefield, Xie Zhu's valiant figure was faintly visible. Yang Shangdi quickly explained that the background of that dungeon was an ancient Imperial family. Upon entering, one would be randomly assigned a role. For example, last time Ma Fei turned into the chief eunuch of the inner palace. The crisis in that dungeon is national collapse. A more powerful country will come to invade. No matter what identity we draw, we will inevitably be caught in the fires of war in the end. the boy enthusiastically recounted their gains, noting that level-ups in that dungeon were exceptionally fast. Last time they went in, Ma Fei was nearly breaking through to mid-tier on the battlefield before even clearing it. Unfortunately, a freakish final boss appeared at the end, and we all failed. Connecting the clues, Chao Yu nodded as he grasped the key. So Xie Zhu appeared in that dungeon to quickly farm experience and level up, right? Yang Shangdi's face darkened. Probably, but if she's still alive, why hasn't she come back to find us? Recalling Xie Zhu's half-human, half-ghost appearance, Chao Yu's heart gave a sharp throb. He sighed bitterly. Perhaps she is no longer her own master. Let's enter the dungeon first and see, maybe we can find some clues. Yang Shangdi took out a magic key to activate the formation, and a shimmering, rapidly spinning spatial portal appeared in the center of the room. Instantly, he cheered. Found it. This is the dungeon. Hurry inside before the Hunter Guild people notice. Without any hesitation, the three stepped into the spatial rift together. However, they had no idea that at the very moment the portal was about to close, a mysterious dark shadow also slipped in silently, just a step behind Chao Yu. The scenery shifted instantly. As his consciousness gradually returned, Chao Yu found himself lying weakly on a massive satin bed embroidered with exquisite dragons and phoenixes. The faint whispers of two guards dressed in ancient armor drifted into his ears. One was complaining in a panic, "It's over, it's over. It's been half a month. Ever since the Crown Prince was fished out of the Empress's bath last time, he hasn't woken up. What on earth should we do?" The other guard's face turned pale as he elbowed his companion in warning. "Do you want to lose your head? His Majesty has already issued an edict to appoint a new Crown Prince. You still dare call that dead man the Crown Prince?" Hearing this, the man quickly changed his tune, muttering, "Oh, the Prince, the Prince." After eavesdropping on a few lines of dialogue, Chao Yu slowly opened his eyes, groggily surveying his surroundings, screens with carved beams and painted rafters and jade everywhere. He murmured in his heart, "Is this the Imperial Palace?" Simultaneously, a massive system panel materialized on the ceiling, displaying detailed identity and task requirements. Reclaim the title of Crown Prince while simultaneously defending the country from invasion. Difficulty level, D rank. Task reward depends on the player's evaluation. Note, your current identity is the 4th Prince of the Red Flame Kingdom. Please watch your words and actions. After reading the intro, Chao Yu sat up abruptly, his mind full of question marks. What exactly did Xie Zhu want to do in this dungeon? He scratched his head, recalling the host's miserable backstory. According to the task description, he was the 4th prince. Not long after becoming crown prince, he had gotten drunk at a banquet. Immediately after, he was discovered lying naked in the Empress's bath. As a result, His Majesty ordered him stripped of his title as crown prince and prepared to select a new successor from among the 3 remaining princes. A devious smile curled the corner of his mouth. Analyzing the situation with the logic of a veteran gamer, he concluded that the probability of being framed by the other 3 princes was extremely high. That's right. As long as I take out the other 3, won't the title of Crown Prince be mine again? He slapped his thigh triumphantly, praising his own ruthlessness. I really am something else. Chao Yu straightened his disheveled robes, placed his hands behind his back, and adopted an air of imperial majesty, barking an order at the 2 guards whispering in the corner. "You two, get over here." The sudden, authoritative tone scared the living daylights out of the 2 soldiers. They scrambled to their knees, bowing their heads frantically. "Congratulations on your awakening, Your Highness." Chao Yu skipped the redundant pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Where are the residences of the other 3 princes? Lead the way." One guard raised a terrified gaze, reporting in a trembling voice, "Your Highness, His Majesty has issued an edict. Without his command, you are not permitted to leave this place." Hearing this unreasonable house arrest, a flicker of rage rose in Chao Yu's heart. He frowned and growled, "What, that old geezer wants to put me under house arrest? Speak of the devil." The shrill cry of a eunuch drifted from outside, interrupting his thoughts. "The Emperor arrives." The palace doors swung open. Emperor Zhangshun, the majestic ruler of the Red Flame Kingdom, strode in with his hands behind his back. His magnificent dragon robes shimmered with gold thread, radiating a powerful aura of sovereign authority. Dozens of formidable guards followed behind him. Facing this powerful dad, Chao Yu had no choice but to swallow his pride, silently reminding himself to play the part. "Be a good boy, this is just my cheap father in the dungeon." "So this is the Emperor of the Red Flame Kingdom?" As soon as he sat down, the old emperor seized the initiative with a majestic tone. "You rebellious son, do you not intend to explain to me why you were found in the Empress's bath after a bout of drinking?" On the surface, Chao Yu bowed his head respectfully, but his mind was racing with bold ideas. "This is a hassle. I wonder if I could kill him in one hit with the Fangtian painted halberd." Just as things reached a stalemate, the eunuch's cry saved the day again. Consort Yang arrives. A beautiful woman dressed in magnificent palace attire rushed in, though the marks of time were faintly etched at the corners of her eyes. Consort Yang, the 4th prince's biological mother, still retained her charm and elegance. Seeing her son safe and sound, she burst into tears and lunged forward, hugging him tightly. "My son, thank heavens you're awake, thank heavens." The warm embrace and familiar scent touched Chao Yu's cold heart. He instinctively called out, "Mother." A surge of warmth flooded his parched soul. He thought to himself that he hadn't felt such a warm embrace since his own mother passed away when he was 6, watching this touching scene of mother-son affection. The emperor grew irritable and barked, "Enough, young Mengxuan. Do you have any idea what good deed your precious son just committed? Consort Yang hurried to release her son and prostrated herself on the ground, bowing repeatedly to beg for mercy. Please calm your anger, your majesty. My son had no selfish intentions. I beg your majesty for forgiveness. Looking at his mother's trembling back as she debased herself for him, the resentment in Chao Yu's heart exploded. He stepped forward, using his broad shoulders to shield Consort Yang, and announced resonantly, Mother, a man should take responsibility for his own actions. There is no reason for you to apologize for my mistakes. Then looking at the emperor with a firm gaze, he made a blunt request. Father, I do not know why I appeared in the empress's bath while intoxicated, but please grant me 3 days. I will surely uncover the truth. Seeing the son he once regarded as a waste show such mettle, the emperor narrowed his eyes and scrutinized him before snorting in agreement. Good, very well, I shall give you 3 days. If the truth is not found within that time, I will exile you to the frontier and you shall no longer be a son of mine. The emperor flicked his sleeves and left in a huff. Then, Consort Yang hurriedly grabbed her son's hand, her face covered in tears and her heart full of worry. My son, the emperor's words are final. If the truth isn't found in 3 days, you really will be exiled to the frontier. Chao Yu knew the difficulty of this palace intrigue game, but to comfort his mother he patted his chest and gave a confident guarantee. Don't worry, mother, I have confidence. Go back and rest for now. Once his mother's emotions had settled, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, By the way, mother, do you know where the other 3 princes live? An hour later, Chao Yu appeared before the grand vermilion gates of the first prince's palace. With his hands behind his back he mused, silently psyching himself up. I don't know which prince is framing me, but I'd better not catch him. A devious smile curled his lips as he thought, Let's see just what kind of holy figure this first prince is. He didn't bother knocking or waiting for an announcement. He simply kicked the palace doors open. Amidst flying wood chips, a comical scene met his eyes. The portly first prince was sitting in the middle of a table laden with every imaginable delicacy, a greasy roasted chicken leg in each hand, eating with gusto. Looking closely at those crude eating habits, Chao Yu was surprised to recognize his die-hard teammate. The first prince was actually Yang Shangdi. Seeing his brother barge in, Yang Shangdi wasn't surprised. Instead, he waved an oily chicken leg in a warm greeting, his mouth stuffed with meat. Chao Ji, this dungeon is awesome. I started as the first prince, but the mission says I have to assist some 4th prince wretch in reclaiming the title of crown prince. Chao Yu's face darkened. With hands on his hips, he asked the idiot helplessly, Tell me, is it possible that the 4th prince wretch you're talking about is me? After receiving the information, Yang Shangdi laughed so hard he slapped his belly. Chao Ji, based on what you're saying, since we're both princes, where's Ma Fei? No sooner had the words fallen than an arrogant voice drifted from outside. Does that even need to be said? Ma Fei strode leisurely into the hall. He had lucked out, drawing the identity of the second prince. Dressed in a silk brocade robe, he looked far more refined and carefree than usual. He lifted his chin and announced arrogantly, I am a prince too, of course. After finishing the last bite of meat, Yang Shangdi wiped his mouth with his sleeve and analyzed with total innocence, Holy crap, then what is there to investigate? There are 4 princes, 3 of us are on the same team, so the one who framed Chao Ji must be the 3rd prince. This definitive judgment made the 3 of them nod in unison. Without needing any complex plans, the trio rolled up their sleeves and charged out of the hall aggressively, heading straight for the 3rd prince's palace to settle the score. In front of the 3rd prince's palace, the panicked cries of eunuchs pierced the silence. The 1st prince, 2nd prince, and 4th prince have arrived. Inside the hall, hearing that the 3 demons were at his door, the 3rd prince turned deathly pale. He paced back and forth, fretting and filled with dread. Why did big brother, 2nd brother, and the 4th arrive at the same time? What's going on? Has my framing of the 4th been exposed? Impossible, I already disposed of all traces, they couldn't have gotten evidence. He forced a flattering smile onto his face. Trembling, he walked to the door to greet his guests, feigning ignorance. My 2 brothers and 4th brother, your sudden visit caught me off guard. Please forgive my lack of hospitality. Before he could finish, Chao Yu lunged forward and delivered a resounding slap to his face. The force was so great it contorted the 3rd prince's features, leaving him looking utterly miserable. Yang Shangdi cheered from behind, rubbing his hands and smirking like a brother full of affection. Come, dear brother, let your brothers take good care of you. With that, the 3 swarmed him, pinning the 3rd prince to the ground and delivering a flurry of kicks and punches. Ma Fei threw punches while finding a very righteous excuse. This kid isn't a good person, let's beat him up first so 3rd brother can feel our brotherly bond. Move over, let me get a couple of hits in too. Yang Shangdi pushed and shoved, vying for a part in this caring session. After being given a deep physical education by his 3 brothers, Old Third was beaten black and blue, cowering in a corner by a pillar, trembling and holding his head. He sobbed and wailed, What on earth do you want? Chao Yu coldly delivered a follow-up kick to his waist and interrogated sharply, Who told you to frame me? Confess how you did it and be honest about it. Even though he had been beaten into a pulp, he still grit his teeth and refused to admit it. Frame you, 4th brother, I don't know what you're talking about. Seeing that this guy's mouth was still so stubborn even after being beaten beyond recognition, Chao Yu grabbed him by the collar in a rage and roared, Still daring to be stubborn? He raised his fist, prepared for another heavy blow. Seeing death approaching, the 3rd prince squeezed his eyes shut, curling into a ball and pleading repeatedly, Stop, I'll talk, 4th brother, I'm sorry. Third brother was possessed by a momentary madness. Tomorrow just happens to be the day of father's royal hunt. I will take the opportunity to confess everything in front of the civil and military officials. At the same time, I'll ask father to restore your title as crown prince. Will that do? Young Shangdi leaned into Chao Yu's ear and warned warily. Chao Ji, I'm afraid this third prince is trying to pull some trick. Chao Yu pushed the third prince away and brushed the dust off his hands with disgust. The three of us are working together now. Why should we fear him if we really kill him here? I'm afraid it will be very difficult for me to regain the crown prince title. Ma Fei nodded in agreement. True, let's spare his life for the time being. That night in the first prince's palace, the trio assembled again to discuss their battle plan. Yang Shangdi clutched a greasy chicken leg, gnawing on it while revealing intel. There's one thing you might not know. When Ma Fei and I entered last time, we discovered that the country preparing to invade the Red Flame Kingdom is the Great Wu Kingdom. That country has many sorcerers skilled in witchcraft. They can call for wind and rain or control lightning. Their methods are a bit like elemental mages. Based on our experience last time, the Great Wu Kingdom will attempt to assassinate the Emperor at the hunting grounds tomorrow. After the Emperor passes away, the four princes will fight for the throne, leading to civil wars across the Red Flame Kingdom and total chaos. The Great Wu Kingdom will then take the opportunity to launch a massive invasion. After finishing the last bit of meat, Yang Shangdi slapped his thigh and concluded triumphantly, "But since all three of us have become princes this time, we don't have to worry about that. Hee, this is great. When I become emperor, I'll appoint you two as crown princes myself." Before he could finish his dream of royalty, the boy was rewarded with a resounding flick on the forehead from both Chao Yu and Ma Fei as punishment for his bragging. The next day, flags fluttered at the royal hunting grounds as hundreds of imperial guards in shimmering armor escorted His Majesty on horseback. The formidable Emperor Zhang Shun rode the largest black horse at the head of the hunting party. Chao Yu, dressed in imperial hunting gear, followed closely behind on horseback. Before departing, he rode his horse to his mother's carriage to pay his respects. "Mother." Consort Yang stroked her son's cheek affectionately, her eyes filled with maternal love. "My son, your health," he smiled to reassure her. "Thank you for your concern, mother. My body is already fine." Seeing the two so close, the Empress of the Red Flame Kingdom, sitting in her palanquin, squinted her eyes and mocked in a sharp, sarcastic tone. "Fourth prince, you don't pay your respects to His Majesty first but to Consort Yang instead. Could it be that in your heart, Consort Yang's status is even higher than His Majesty's?" Consort Yang hurriedly explained. "No, that's not what he meant. To protect his mother." Chao Yu intentionally blinked in feigned confusion, looked at the scheming Empress and asked a lethal question. "And who are you? Everyone else has a horse to ride, why don't you? Where's your horse? Is it lost?" Being poked in her sore spot in public. She was so angry she nearly went mad but had no way to retort, screaming and jumping. You're insolent. How dare you speak to the Empress like that?" Chao Yu lazily turned his horse away and left, leaving a contemptuous remark lingering in the air. "You're delusional. I don't have time for you." Enraged, the Empress used her ultimate move, acting spoiled and tearfully complaining to the Emperor, "Your Majesty, you must seek justice for me." The Emperor was already having a headache over national affairs and brushed her off with a frown. "Enough, there are only 2 days left of the 3-day deadline. If the fourth prince cannot give me a satisfactory answer, I will settle all scores, new and old, at once." The shrill report of a eunuch interrupted this palace drama. "Your Majesty, everything is ready. The hunt can begin." The Emperor swung his whip and ordered the departure. The imperial guards filed into the hunting forest in a grand procession. On horseback, Zhang Shun's face was full of worry. He was secretly anxious about the threat from the north. He had heard that the crown prince and princess of the Great Wu Kingdom were geniuses, reaching the pinnacle of sorcery at a young age. With a wave of his hand, the Great Wu Prince could summon countless invulnerable monsters, while the Great Wu Princess could freeze thousands of miles just by pressing her palms together, or worse. He glanced at Chao Yu's lazy demeanor and let out a sigh. Originally, the fourth prince was a master of both the literary and martial arts, the best heir for the Red Flame Kingdom. I never expected him to become so lawless. Is heaven truly intent on destroying my kingdom? The hunting party charged into a lush green grassland where a small deer was grazing leisurely in the distance. The Emperor immediately drew his bow and notched an arrow. The feathered arrow pierced the air, but the deer was exceptionally nimble, leaping away to dodge and vanishing ahead. Having lost face in front of his officials, he turned and gave Chao Yu a forceful order. "Fourth prince, you usually have the best archery. Go and shoot that deer dead. If you fail, you'll receive 50 lashes. Chao Yu narrowed his eyes at the distant target, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he confidently asked his dad, "And if I hit it?" The Emperor thought his son was dreaming and burst into loud laughter. "That deer has already run at least 400 or 500 meters. If you can really shoot it dead while standing still right here, I'll grant you whatever you wish." Chao Yu calmly pulled an arrow from the quiver on his back and clearly stated his bet. "A sovereign's words are final. If I succeed, I want father to appoint Consort Yang as empress." With that, ignoring the chatter of the crowd, Chao Yu drew his bow and aimed into the void. After pulling the bowstring to its absolute limit, he released it decisively. Whoosh, the arrow tore through the air, grazing past a guard's cheek and flying toward the deer across an incredible distance. Witnessing this staggering power, the emperor was stunned into silence. It seemed that after the incident at the bath, the fourth prince had truly changed. In reality, beneath his mortal shell, Chao Yu had already secretly activated his transcendent ghost pupil. The absolute lock-on function turned the arrow into a guided missile, making a miss impossible. As he put away his bow, he smirked inwardly, enjoying the feeling of displaying his overwhelming dominance. Archery was actually quite entertaining. However, because his draw strength was too immense, the fragile wooden bow in his hand snapped with a sharp crack. Seeing the bow break, the sharp-featured monkey-faced prime minister, a loyal lackey of the empress, immediately seized the opportunity to sneer. He mocked with cold sarcasm, "I must say, while the fourth prince's eyesight is lacking, his strength is certainly considerable." Yang Shangdi sat to the side, cold sweat seeping from his forehead as he couldn't help but worry. This is bad. Chao Ji doesn't know the first thing about archery. Ma Fei also felt helpless at his teammate's recklessness, sighing inwardly, why did he have to show off, now he's botched it. In the center of the hunting grounds, the small deer remained innocently in place, completely unaware that death had just brushed past it. Witnessing his son's pathetic performance, the emperor flew into a towering rage and issued a stern order, "Men, take the fourth prince down and give him 50 lashes." Chao Yu remained steadily seated on his horse, calmly speaking up, "Wait." Seeing a heaven-sent opportunity to eliminate a rival, the prime minister immediately jumped out to add fuel to the fire, mocking, "What? The fourth prince's bow is already broken. Is he still trying to struggle at death's door?" Chao Yu narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as he stared directly at him. "Who said a broken bow lacks lethality?" A brawny general, radiating the aura of a veteran of many battles, spoke up with disdain. "I have campaigned my entire life and have never seen a broken bow and arrow still possess lethality. Ha ha ha, I fear the fourth prince has slept his brains into a stupor these past 2 weeks. This is truly the joke of the century." Ignoring the cold mockery, Chao Yu said nothing. He silently picked up an arrow, his eyes narrowing as he calculated his move. He lightly nudged the horse's flanks, and his mount, Saifeng, took a few steps back to gain a running start before suddenly neighing and charging forward, utilizing the immense inertia generated by the wild gallop. Chao Yu exerted every ounce of his strength, violently hurling the arrow toward the distance. The arrow sliced through the sky, following a perfect trajectory straight toward the target. In the blink of an eye, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the arrow pierced through the small deer, claiming its life. The prime minister and the general froze in place, their mouths hanging wide with shock. That actually worked. Even the emperor, who had ruled for many years, had never witnessed such a divine technique of throwing an arrow by hand. Chao Yu sat composed on his horse, looking directly at his father as he reiterated his vow. "Your Majesty, I have fulfilled what I promised. I trust you will not go back on your word." "Right?" Looking at Chao Yu's determined expression, he thought to himself that if he could support his mother to the throne in this dungeon, she would surely be very gratified. While the emperor was still hesitating, the prime minister hurriedly interrupted to obstruct. "The position of empress is of great importance. How can it be changed at the whim of the fourth prince's few words?" Chao Yu let out a cold laugh and demanded sharply in return, "I am asking His Majesty regarding the bet just now, did I or did I not kill that deer with an arrow in the end?" The prime minister refused to give up, arguing loudly. But who had ever seen someone kill a target by throwing an arrow directly? Witnessing this brilliant counterkill, Yang Shangdi excitedly nudged his teammate, "Ma Fei, it seems we still don't know Chao Ji well enough as a necromancer who can engage in face-to-face melee. An operation like snapping a bow from draw strength is completely business as usual for him." Ma Fei nodded repeatedly in total agreement, his eyes filled with respect. Indeed, Chao Yu began to apply psychological pressure, staring fixedly at the prime minister. "What, are you planning to let His Majesty carry the reputation of being untrustworthy?" This sentence was a lethal blow, leaving the prime minister speechless and not daring to argue further. The emperor made a decisive judgment, decreeing, "My words are final. Since I promised you, I will naturally fulfill it. Upon returning to the palace, I shall crown Consort Yang as empress." Despite the prime minister's continued protests, claiming that the appointment or removal of an empress was a major national affair not to be trifled with and begging His Majesty to reconsider, the emperor waved his hand and firmly stated, "My mind is made up, there is no need for further words from my ministers." We returned to the capital. The prime minister's face was grim, his anger reaching a peak as his hatred for Chao Yu multiplied. Upon returning to the palace, the empress immediately charged toward Consort Yang's residence, screaming in a high-pitched rage, "Yang Mengxuan, how dare you to raise such a rebellious son who dares to publicly humiliate me?" To protect her son, Consort Yang hurried to her knees, sobbing her admission of guilt. "Please calm your anger, Empress. My son is still young and inexperienced. It is all due to my poor guidance. A son's lack of upbringing is the mother's fault. I beg your Majesty to be magnanimous and spare him this once. If there is a grievance, take it out on me." The Empress didn't listen to the pleas at all. Violently swinging her hand to deliver a resounding slap to Consort Yang's face, she hissed through gritted teeth, "Remember this, you wench. I am the master of the inner palace." Consort Yang clutched her swollen cheek piteously, begging her to spare her son. Just then the sound of rapid hoofbeats echoed. Chao Yu rushed back to the residence, calling loudly for his mother. The moment he entered and saw this scene, Chao Yu understood exactly what had happened. Fire burned in his eyes as he stared fixedly at the Empress. Consort Yang endured the pain, asking with concern, "My son, why did you return so quickly?" Chao Yu didn't answer. He jumped off his horse and lowered his head with guilt. "Mother, your son has been unfilial and allowed you to suffer." She let out a bitter, soft laugh, stroking his head. "Silly child, what do you have to apologize for? It is I who have failed you. I am old and useless. I can't help you with anything and even caused you to lose face." The Empress, finding the sight an eyesore, immediately cut in maliciously. "What kind of propriety is this, all this weeping and wailing? Today is a joyous day for His Majesty's hunt. If you ruin His Majesty's mood, even dying 10,000 times wouldn't atone for your crime." Chao Yu interrupted coldly, decisively ordering, "Apologize." That woman let out an arrogant, cold laugh. "Has the fourth prince gone mad? I, the Grand Empress, should apologize to a mere consort. I am the master of the inner palace, even if she—" Slap, a crisp sound rang out. Before her words could land, the Empress took a solid slap sent flying to the ground. Chao Yu coldly dropped a sentence. "This slap is for my mother, returning what you gave her." She clutched her face and shrieked in pain. "You dare hit me, you actually dare hit me. Fine, fine, I will surely make you mother and son pay." She immediately took her attendants to find the Emperor to complain. Your Majesty must seek justice for me. The fourth prince is lawless, he actually dared to strike me, while acting pitiably." She also added oil to the fire, claiming that the fourth prince not only disregarded her as Empress but even disregarded His Majesty. The Prime Minister on the side also hurried to fan the flames. "Rebellious, simply rebellious, this kind of person should be severely punished," the surrounding officials whispered among themselves, all feeling that since the fourth prince actually dared to touch the Empress, he must have lost his mind. The Empress smiled sinisterly and coldly, triumphantly, waiting to see the end of the mother and son. Seeing the situation was turning grim, Consort Yang still fought desperately to protect her son. "It's not like that, it's not like that. My son isn't that kind of person." The Emperor sat high upon his dragon throne, asking solemnly, "Is what the Empress says the truth?" Chao Yu showed no fear, explaining frankly, "I struck her purely because she bullied my mother. If I didn't act, would I not be a failure as a son?" A flash of insidious intent crossed the third prince's eyes as he realized this was a heaven-sent opportunity to eliminate a rival. He thought, "The chance has come. Fourth brother, don't blame me for being cold-hearted." He rushed out and knelt before the Emperor, putting on a performance of a victim. "Father, I can testify that the Empress's words are true because I have also been subjected to fourth brother's violence." As soon as the words fell, he lifted his robes to reveal bruises as evidence. "Originally, out of brotherly affection, I would have accepted the beating, but I never imagined fourth brother wouldn't repent. Instead, he pushed his luck and even dared to strike the Empress. I am guilty for not being able to advise fourth brother sooner. Please punish me, Father." Seeing the despicable performance of this mother and son, Chao Yu felt a surge of nausea. What the hell? In this dungeon everyone has 800 hidden agendas, they're all Oscar-level actors. The Emperor slammed the table in rage. "Issue a decree, men, seize this rebellious fourth prince." Consort Yang knelt in despair to plead, "Your Majesty, things are definitely not as you think. My son has been framed. I beg your Majesty to investigate clearly." Chao Yu knew he could no longer play the good boy. He clenched his fists as killing intent began to permeate. "This is truly boring. I can't be bothered to play palace drama with you people anymore." He calculated in his heart that based on Ma Fei and Yang Shangdi's intel, the assassins from the Great Wu Kingdom were bound to show up soon. Seeing him still standing proud, the Emperor roared, "Rebellious son, do you intend to revolt? Bastard, immediately arrest the fourth prince and Consort Yang. If there is resistance, kill them on sight." Just as the Prime Minister and the Empress were triumphantly thinking Chao Yu had no way out, darkness suddenly descended from the sky. Dark clouds roiled and thunder shook the heavens. A bizarre natural disaster began to fall upon the Red Flame Kingdom. The Emperor was so scared he lost his composure. In the sky, swarms of assassins clad in black robes and wearing bamboo hats charged straight for the throne. The Prime Minister shouted in panic-stricken confusion, "Sorcerers, they are sorcerers from the Great Wu Kingdom. Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor. Watch out, your Majesty." However, ordinary soldiers were simply no match for the evil sorcery. Wherever the sorcerers passed, elite soldiers fell in waves. The Prime Minister urgently pushed, "Your Majesty, run." The Emperor, however, displayed the courage of a sovereign, firmly refusing to retreat. "I am the supreme ruler, the true son of heaven of the Red Flame Kingdom. You want me to flee before my officials? How would the people of the Red Flame Kingdom look at me then? I am the Emperor of men. I can die, but I absolutely cannot run." Chao Yu looked at this scene and muttered speechlessly, "This cheap dad is even better at posing than Ma Fei." The system immediately popped up a warning, "If the key figure Zhang Shun dies, you will never be able to become the crown prince. Please take action immediately." He turned pale with shock. "There's even a rule like that?" He casually snatched a long spear from a soldier's hand and let out a loud shout. "Lend me your spear." Then he charged frantically to the front line, exerting his full strength to hurl the spear. The tip of the spear triggered a violent explosion beside the Emperor, the massive pressure knocking him to the ground and just happening to help him dodge the sorcerer's sneak attack. The Emperor's hair was disheveled and he was badly shaken, not understanding who had attacked him. The group of sorcerers also looked at each other, enraged, after their plan was thwarted. The Prime Minister roared, "Protect the Emperor and seize the assassins, don't let these 4 damned sorcerers escape." A sorcerer let out a cold snort of disgust. "You talk too much." He waved his hand to release a massive fireball, instantly incinerating the Prime Minister into ash. The old fellow only had time to let out a single scream before turning to dust. Seeing her father's tragic death, the Empress wailed loudly, "Father?" The red flame soldiers surrounded the 4 assassins and the general ordered them taken alive. One sorcerer shrieked in despair, "The dog Emperor isn't dead yet. The 4 of us certainly won't survive. For the sake of the Great Wu Kingdom, even in death, we'll take that dog Emperor with us." He desperately initiated a self-destruction. "Brothers, I'm going first, self-destruct." The terrifying explosion knocked back the surrounding soldiers and the remaining 3 charged frantically toward the Emperor. Chao Yu immediately activated his gale boots in hot pursuit. A sorcerer spotted him and shouted, "He's the 4th prince, number 2, kill him, we'll go kill the dog Emperor." That ice element sorcerer blocked Chao Yu's path, releasing countless sharp ice arrows. Die! Chao Yu leaped nimbly to dodge, following up with a perfect arc slash. The system prompted that a sorcerer had been dealt with, granting attribute and experience rewards, and he reached level 20. Chao Yu thought to himself that although he didn't want to, for the sake of completing the mission he had to save this cheap dad. He summoned 2 handy weapons and sped forward. A sorcerer shrieked a warning, "Big brother, watch out." He tried to manipulate an earth wall to protect his leader, but Chao Yu's spear pierced through his defense in a single strike. The Emperor watched in shock as Chao Yu defeated the sorcerers one by one. The last sorcerer collapsed at his feet, dying with a curse. Suddenly a cry for help came from the distance. "Protect the Empress, someone, protect the Empress." One sorcerer actually still had a breath left. He exhausted his final strength to aim at the 3rd prince and the Empress. "If I can't kill the Emperor, I'll kill the Empress and the prince." The 3rd prince turned deathly pale with fright, piteously calling for help. "4th brother, save us." Chao Yu immediately entered his role, clutching his chest and acting, "Oh no, I can't do it. I'm injured, I can't move." The 3rd prince and the Empress were filled with regret, desperately begging Chao Yu for their lives. The sorcerer waved his hand coldly, manipulating a massive earth mountain to crash down. Save who? The Empress and the 3rd prince were instantly crushed by the mountain. Retribution had come swiftly. Chao Yu decisively finished off the last sorcerer. He walked to the Emperor's side and asked with concern, "Is your Majesty all right?" The Emperor replied tremulously, "I'm fine. I heard everything the 3rd prince and the Empress said before they died. I misunderstood you. You have performed a great service in protecting me. Speak, whatever you want, I will reward you." This was the moment Chao Yu had been waiting for, and he answered bluntly, "Your Majesty, I won't be formal then. I want the title of Crown Prince." The Emperor was stunned. "That's it, nothing else?" Chao Yu turned to leave. "Nothing, I only want the Crown Prince title." The Emperor felt immensely guilty toward this extremely filial son. The system prompted that the Crown Prince title had been reclaimed and the mission required the defense of the Red Flame Kingdom. Chao Yu vaulted onto his horse and galloped away with dashing valor. The Emperor wondered what he was going to do, and he answered loudly, "To go to war, of course, to nip the danger in the bud. I'm going to destroy the Great Wu Kingdom first. By the time I return, I want to see my mother crowned as Empress." The Emperor was shaken by his son's spirit and immediately ordered the mobilization of the army. During the march to the Great Wu Kingdom, Yang Shangdi looked worried. "Chao Ji, it's just the 3 of us going, will it be okay? That big boss is really powerful." "I heard the Great Wu Kingdom has produced 2 unparalleled geniuses," Ma Fei replied with disdain. "What, are you scared? If you're scared, hide behind me. I didn't get my fill of killing last time. I'm only a few hundred experience points away from reaching mid-tier. Don't snatch my experience later." Yang Shangdi followed piteously behind, muttering, "Weren't you the one who was chased all over the place by the boss last time?" Chao Yu stopped before a clump of eerie green flames. He recognized the trace as being identical to the one on Sheiju's shield. He touched the flames and was immediately deducted strength points. The excruciating pain caused him to writhe and struggle. Seeing this, Ma Fei and Yang Shangdi lunged forward in panic. But Chao Yu let out a thunderous roar. "Stay back, this fire is beyond anything you can handle right now." He recognized it as the flame of the Underworld, a force capable of bypassing the dungeon's fundamental rules. Chao Yu gritted his teeth and issued a brutal command to Ma Fei. "Ma Fei, give me a swift strike. If you don't hack off this hand, I'm afraid my entire body will be reduced to ash." Ma Fei hesitated, his hand trembling. Chao Yu bellowed, "Ma Fei, do it. If you're truly my brother, cut me down now." Suddenly, Ma Fei's expression shifted to one of excitement. "Well, if you insist, I'm really going to do it. Chao Yu, do you have any idea how long I've been tolerating you?" At that critical juncture, the S-rank item within Chao Yu, the Seed of the Hades, automatically absorbed the flames and the pain vanished instantly. However, Ma Fei's lethal sword strike was already bearing down on him. Chao Yu roared, "Ma Fei, you beast, the fire is already out." Seeing he couldn't dodge in time, Chao Yu decisively activated his Ghost Pupil, unleashing Ghost Pupil. Qianping pathed to instantly copy Ma Fei's technique for the parry. Witnessing Chao Yu actually performing his own Pingyang sword technique, Ma Fei was struck dumb with shock. Chao Yu casually fabricated an excuse, claiming he had learned it just by watching once, nearly causing Ma Fei to spit blood in frustration. Just then, a masked sorcerer from the Great Wu Kingdom suddenly appeared, breaking the awkward tension. The sorcerer let out a cold sneer. Our scouts on the front line said 3 little mice from the Red Flame Kingdom had slipped into our Great Wu Kingdom. I never expected they would be 3 such massive fat rats. He arrogantly threatened to capture the 3 princes alive, only to be blasted into the dirt the very next second. Yang Shangdi mocked him with a face full of disdain. What? Didn't you know that villains die because they talk too much? What a moron! A bold idea flashed through Chao Yu's mind, and he instructed his teammates to pick up the masks, preparing to infiltrate the enemy camp. Meanwhile, at the Great Wu Imperial Court, officials were urgently reporting that the Red Flame army was closing in on the border. Seated upon the dragon throne, the Empress of Great Wu was none other than Shattering. She was currently fretting over the system's Invade Red Flame mission, never expecting the enemy to bring the fight to her doorstep. The Prince of Great Wu, Jiu Su, strode into the hall, confidently declaring his ability to annihilate the Red Flame Kingdom in one fell swoop. Shattering doused his enthusiasm with a cold remark. If Chao Yu were the one saying that, I might believe it. You, just forget it. Jiu Su flew into a rage at the comparison to Chao Yu, emphasizing that he had already broken through to the mid-tier and could surely take Chao Yu down in 3 moves. He indignantly ordered the mobilization of the troops on the battlefield. The 2 armies faced off. Jiu Su summoned bone-chilling shadow monsters, while Shattering unleashed ice element sorcery, raining sharp icicles down upon the Red Flame forces. The Red Flame soldiers fell into a panic before the overwhelming magic. At that moment, 3 mysterious beams of light suddenly tore into the ranks of the Great Wu sorcerers. The system notifications rang out one after another as Chao Yu continuously killed NPCs, his level soaring to 20. He had successfully infiltrated the enemy lines. Jiu Su sensed a traitor in their midst and ordered everyone to remove their masks. Chao Yu and his 2 companions remained motionless. Facing Jiu Su's interrogation, Chao Yu slowly removed his mask, revealing a brilliant, devious smirk. Long time no see, Jiu Su, surprised. Is it a joy? Jiu Su froze on the spot. Chao Yu took the opportunity to lunge forward and deliver a heavy punch, making him hiss in pain. Shattering also rushed to the scene, both enraged and annoyed to see that her opponent was Chao Yu. Chao Yu efficiently assigned tasks to his teammates and turned to face Jiu Su alone. Jiu Su fell into a frenzy, not hesitating to perform a blood sacrifice on his shadow monsters to forcibly boost his strength, vowing to wash away his past humiliations. Chao Yu narrowed his eyes, calmly assessing the opponent's combat power before decisively activating his ghost pupil. Opposite him, Jiu Su's mutation seemed complete. However, under the enhancement of Ghost Pupil, Qianping Path, even the slightest movement from the enemy could not escape Chao Yu's sight. His gaze was like fire, seeing through every flaw. Suddenly, Jiu Su violently shattered the ground and pounced like a whirlwind, throwing a punch enveloped in a tidal wave of killing intent. Chao Yu's form was as agile as a fish. With an elegant sidestep, he effortlessly dodged the air-shattering heavy blow. In the blink of an eye, he had already slid behind the target, weapon in hand. With a sharp whoosh, his spear pierced straight into the enemy's back. Take this. Taking the full force of this ruthless sneak attack, Jiu Su gnashed his teeth in rage. He staggered around to stabilize his footing and let out a frustrated roar. Where is your martial honor? Faced with the other's fury, Chao Yu remained indifferent. He casually planted his spear in the ground, one hand resting leisurely on his hip as the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking arc. Martial honor? I'm a mage. As long as I'm law-abiding, it's fine. Why on earth should I have martial honor? In your current state, you're invulnerable to blades and spears, so I can only try to find your weaknesses. This dismissive attitude added fuel to the fire, completely igniting Jiu Su's rage. His eyes turned bloodshot as he charged forward, roaring like a beast unleashed. I'm going to tear that filthy mouth of yours. I've been reborn. I won't lose to you this time. Although the force he radiated was far greater than before in Chao Yu's eyes, his attack trajectory was still riddled with flaws. Chao Yu gracefully avoided the brunt of the attack, his right fist clenched as he delivered a thunderous heavy punch straight to the center of the other's chest. The massive impact sent Jiu Su sliding backward dozens of meters. His face was filled with shock, his mouth seemingly muttering that this was impossible. Unwilling to concede, he roared again, lunging frantically to try and flank him. Facing that soaring killing intent, Chao Yu calmly lowered his center of gravity and met the challenge with composure. The script repeated itself as those insidious moves were nipped in the bud. With a sharp side kick, he sent his old rival flying. Just as Chao Yu's toes touched the ground, Jiu Su's body slammed heavily into the earth, triggering a violent explosion. The smoke and dust gradually cleared, revealing Jiu Su's utterly wretched form. He shakily pushed himself up, his pupils contracting violently with extreme fear. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How did you become so strong? Every one of my movements was actually seen through by you. Ignoring the defeated man's breakdown, Chao Yu stood with his hands behind his back, leisurely teasing, "Oh, it's not your fault, you did your best, it's just that the physical constitutions of different people can't be compared. If you were a genius like me, you'd understand naturally." Jiru stood frozen, his expression becoming dull. A genius? Once upon a time everyone called me a genius too. Before the other could finish his reminiscing, a commotion suddenly erupted from behind. Chao Yu was startled and turned back alertly to check. However, the sight that met his eyes made his face turn red. Reaching the peak of embarrassment, he saw Shatter bound tightly in an extremely subtle and sensitive posture. Because it was so humiliating, he hopped with rage and shouted, "Yang Shangdi, who taught you to tie someone up like this?" The unfairly scolded Yang Shangdi looked aggrieved. Covered in dust and soot, he muttered a defense. "Chao Ji, this isn't my fault. This little lady's ice element spells are too powerful. I didn't have any other choice." With that, the fat boy gave his nose a forceful blow. Yang Shangdi asked curiously, "Chao Ji, how do you plan to handle them?" Chao Yu narrowed his eyes in thought for a moment, then replied in a steady tone, "Let's take them out of the dungeon first." The moment that decision was made, an elderly yet majestic voice echoed in the sky. Princess, this old man has arrived late to save you. Please forgive me." After seeing the figure of the newcomer, Yang Shangdi's face changed drastically, and he shouted in panic, "Chao Ji, be careful. That big boss Ma Fei and I encountered last time is this old fellow." Suspended in midair was an elder clad in a dark ritual robe. He radiated a cold aura of detached arrogance. This person was none other than the state preceptor who struck awe into the Great Wu Kingdom. As the situation grew tense, a sword light tore through the clouds and Ma Fei sped from the distance, landing heavily beside Chao Yu. "I'm back." He tilted his chin arrogantly and announced loudly, "How can a boss fight like this happen without me, a level 23 Li Huo sword cultivator?" Hearing that level, Yang Shangdi's eyes nearly popped out of his head and he exclaimed, "Ma Fei, exactly how much experience did you farm on the battlefield?" Facing his companion's curiosity, the youth with the long sword on his back arrogantly flicked his hair. "Genius leveling is just that fast." On the other side of the battle line, the old state preceptor's toes landed lightly on the grass. His withered fingers traced several profound runes in the void, his voice deep and raspy. "To think the Red Flame Kingdom has produced 3 such remarkable genius princes." As soon as he finished speaking, a smoke-like glimmer swept past, instantly undoing all the restraints on Shatter. At this moment, the elder radiated a transcendent aura. The system panel then refreshed, detailing the stats of the epic boss before them. Name: Lich King. Level 25, HP 1000, Strength 0, Defense 0, Agility 0, Intelligence 488, Spirit 499, Skills 5 Elements Sorcery. The second line of the system prompt flashed with a message, "Friendly reminder, the Great Wu State Preceptor is a master of 5 Elements Sorcery. With a wave of his hand he can make rivers surge and mountains collapse." Scanning these attributes, Chao Yu appeared wary on the surface, but his heart was already dancing with joy. This was simply too perfect. This old fellow's attributes were completely and utterly countered by him. Having just regained her freedom, Shatter immediately gathered her spirits and took a combat stance. "State Preceptor, let me help you." However, the majestic elder only slightly furrowed his white brows and refused in a cold tone, "No need, Princess, please step back and rest. This old man alone is sufficient." He waved his withered palm toward the sky with an unquestionable dominance. He cast a reaper-like gaze at Chao Yu's trio and pronounced coldly, "Since you dared to trespass into my Great Wu Kingdom, don't think you're leaving alive." With the incantation Water Spear, water vapor instantly condensed into high-speed rotating water columns. Thousands of sharp water arrows tore through space, pouring frantically toward the trio's position. Ma Fei did not retreat. His longsword left its sheath to meet the storm, a dazzling swordlight cleaving the massive water column in half. A wild, arrogant smile curled his lip. "Old man, you beat me so badly last time. Today I'm definitely going to collect that debt with interest." He gripped his hilt, activating his ultimate move with all his might. One sword leveling the sun, the first form of the Pingying sword technique, carried a violent red light that tore the air, shrouded in a soaring, killing intent as it struck straight for the Lich King's crown, facing that sharp edge. The elder remained as steady as a mountain, his expression as serene as the surface of a deep lake. He lightly flicked his sleeve, chanting "Wood Shield Barrier." Thick, ancient wooden stakes erupted from the ground, instantly weaving into a sturdy giant shield. Ma Fei's unstoppable slash slammed into the shield with a spray of sparks, but in the end it only broke through the first layer of defense. His strength was exhausted before he could even touch the enemy's clothes. Taking advantage of the gap in defense, the Lich King launched his killing move, Golden Soul Severing Chi. In midair, hundreds of golden glimmering swords condensed out of thin air, raining down like a meteor shower on the sword cultivator, forcing Ma Fei to swing his sword in a desperate parry, fighting with immense difficulty. Seeing his comrade in a bitter struggle, Yang Shangdi's face turned grave. He slammed both palms onto the ground and roared, "Earthen Beast, bind Underworld Mud Tide." The ground shook violently, and a shimmering golden earthen chain burrowed out from the earth, tightly coiling around the old state preceptor. Chao Yu precisely captured the timing, clutching his spear and transforming into a bolt of lightning that tore through space. The spear tip was only an inch from the opponent's throat. However, the Lich King remained calm, mocking, "A mere insignificant trick dares to show off before me, earthen fission." The ground beneath the elder's feet instantly split into a deep trench. The elder continuously chanted the word, "Retreat." The fissure was like the maw of a giant beast, expanding at a staggering speed. With masterful terrain control, the elder slid backward lightly, causing Chao Yu's lethal thrust to strike empty air. Because of the excessive force, Chao Yu lost his balance and let out a startled cry. "What? After pulling back to a safe distance, the elder formed a hand seal, and a fireball radiating destructive heat took shape in his palm. The ultimate move, Fire God's Flame Blast, shot straight toward the youth with a deafening boom. The shadow of death loomed, and Chao Yu's heart raced as his mind rapidly analyzed. Not good. Although this boss's agility was 0, it was impossible to compete with his speed in close combat. Before his consciousness could signal his muscles, the blinding firelight swallowed everything. The deafening explosion kicked up a mountain of dust, obscuring half the sky. After the shockwave settled, the dust slowly cleared. Chao Yu's figure gradually emerged from the ruins. Although his clothes were scorched black, his eyes flickered with a bone-chilling, blood-red light. The system's cold prompt rang out. Announcement: Berserk state activated. Hot blood boiled in his veins. He gripped his spear tightly, staring at the enemy like a demon from hell. He spoke each word with deliberate weight. "It's my turn now." He kicked off forcefully, shattering the stone slab beneath his feet, and charged out like an arrow from a bow. Only a single cruel thought of slaughter remained in his mind. A boss with a mere 1,000 health points, one strike could send you to the afterlife. On the other side, Lich King furrowed his brow, unable to stop himself from muttering in shock. "This is absolutely impossible. To take my Fire God's Flame Blast head on and still be able to stand?" In that moment of distraction, the sharp spear tip was already before his eyes, and a cold voice struck his eardrums. "There are still plenty of things you haven't expected." A sudden change occurred. The elder repeated his old trick, his withered palms rapidly forming a seal to activate earthen fission once more. The ground beneath the youth instantly crumbled, and a deep rift appeared out of thin air, attempting to cut off his charge. In a moment of desperation, Chao Yu instantly activated the Skull King's ring and simultaneously shouted into the void, "The same move won't work on a Saint Seiya." Twice, at the same time, he had already sketched a map of death in his mind. His ghost pupil had firmly locked onto all of the boss's movements. This strike, he definitely couldn't dodge it. The attack trajectory was set. Exerting force from his waist, he violently hurled the spear, which shot toward his opponent, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's chant. Sensing a life or death threat, the Lich King hurriedly condensed his spiritual energy, and a shimmering ultimate gold partition barrier rose from the ground to meet the spear of death head-on. Not only that, the elder added another layer of wood shield barrier. Gnarled bark erupted from the earth to tightly coil around the weapon, completely neutralizing the threat. Witnessing this absurd defense, Chao Yu's eyes widened in shock as he blurted out, "That works too." Seeing his opponent disarmed, the old mage formed a seal and roared golden soul-severing chi, as thousands of phantom golden swords appeared at once. The sword rain fell like a waterfall from the sky. Despite the incredibly dense offensive, Chao Yu still relied on his agile movements to weave through it, remaining completely unharmed as he elegantly dodged. His brain was frantically thinking of a strategy. "Damn it, what do I do? To activate the Acknowledge Foe as Father card, I have to get in close to that Lich King, but now I can't get near him at all. His skills are all long range, while the ghost pupil can only copy melee skills. His attributes and combat style completely counter me. I simply can't find an opportunity for close combat." Fortunately, in the distance, Yang Shangdi had already spread his arms to unleash his magic. Yang Shangdi erected a solid stone wall, blocking the murderous rain of swords that filled the sky. The Lich King narrowed his eyes, and with a flick of his finger, a string of verdant tree seeds fell into the fissures of the earth as he murmured, "Vast forest of creation." Instantly, the vegetation exploded with vitality. Thorny vines twisted and churned frantically, burrowing into every stone crack before grinding the entire defensive shield into powder. Utilizing his agile movements, Chao Yu tumbled out of the encirclement and landed lightly beside the fatty, offering a sincere compliment. "Luckily you helped stall for a bit, or I really would have been beaten to death by him." In contrast to his optimism, Yang Shangdi's forehead was covered in cold sweat, a desperate bitter smile on his face. "It's no good, Chao Ji. This old fellow's wood element counters my earth. Whether in offense or defense, I'm being completely suppressed by him. Damn it, is this old man's mana pool actually infinite? Every skill I use is countered by him, and my mana bar is nearly empty." Hearing this complaint, a flash of inspiration struck Chao Yu's mind as if a lantern of truth had been lit. His eyes lit up and he grabbed his friend's shoulder, asking urgently, "Wait, Shangdi, what did you just say? Say that again." Startled by this over-the-top reaction, Yang Shangdi blankly repeated his previous words. Before he could even finish, Chao Yu impatiently waved his hand to interrupt. "Not that sentence, the one after it." The fatty shrank his neck and stammered, repeating the core point. "Is this old man's mana pool actually infinite?" A smirk curled the corner of Chao Yu's mouth as he nodded in agreement. "Exactly, that's the one." He turned to look at the phantom floating in midair, the logic in his brain connecting rapidly. Casting skills must have an energy cost. Even a skill of the caliber of Ghost Pupil, Qianping Path, requires the consumption of HP. He didn't believe this old man truly possessed infinite mana. Just as he was buried in his deductions, the weak voice of the defeated Jiu Su suddenly rang out, like a bucket of cold water being poured over them. "Chao Yu, give up. You can't win against the state preceptor. Although he is only level 25, his mastery of skills is not inferior to that of a high-tier powerhouse. When I fought him, I couldn't even last 10 moves." Chao Yu completely ignored this pessimism, casually delivering a lethal counter-remark. "Well, you didn't last 10 moves against me just now either." This sharp mockery pierced Jiu Su's sore spot like a dagger. Jiu Ru was instantly speechless, unable to utter a single word. After the verbal jab, the last piece of the puzzle in Qiao Yu's mind finally fell into place. Something's wrong. Ever since we chased him here, the Lich King has almost always stood in the same spot. Every time I try to get close, his first reaction is to pull back. Could there be some secret hidden there? To verify his bold hypothesis, he immediately formulated a lightning-fast battle plan. Shangdi, launch an Earth Dragon bullet at the old man's feet. I'll block the incoming hits for you. Ma Fei, cover me. The old state preceptor pricked up his ears and overheard the plan. The corner of his mouth twitched with contempt. He roared, "Do you take me for deaf?" Immediately his palms flew as he unleashed his ultimate techniques. A series of secret arts erupting violently, from gold element sword chi to water spears, followed by fire god's flame blast in rapid succession. Leaning on his scepter, he threatened coldly, "I'd like to see how you plan to fight." The gold, water and fire attributes intertwined and surged, painting a scene of doomsday that shocked everyone into stopping in their tracks. Amidst the chaos, Ma Fei's figure flickered like a ghost, utilizing the ultimate move, one sword to sever worlds, to leap behind the enemy, attempting a one-hit kill. However, experience still counted for something. The Lich King had already deployed a reflective barrier. The sword tip struck the shield with a spray of sparks, accompanied by the Elder's mocking voice, "Useless." Seizing the opening while the opponent was distracted, Qiao Yu suddenly kicked young Shangdi forward, urging loudly, "The chance is here, go!" The massive impact sent the fatty flying unsteadily, filled with terror. Suddenly, the shockwave of an explosion behind him hit his back with scorching heat, forcing a cry of mixed laughter and tears. "Qiao Ji, there's nothing but red fire behind me?" Realizing there was no way back, the fatty gritted his teeth, closed his eyes and charged forward. The hot-bloodedness that refused to look back finally boiled within him. "Qiao Ji, I definitely won't let you down." Yang Shangdi discarded his cowardice, roaring as he unleashed the lethal strike, Earth Dragon bullet. The effect was instantaneous. The ground beneath the Elder's feet collapsed violently. With a thunderous boom, a massive stone dragon burrowed out from the earth, opening its maw filled with rocky, jagged teeth and swallowing the target whole. The Lich King turned pale with fright, hurriedly forming a seal to summon the Wall of Sighs. He unleashed a dazzling palm strike, shattering the monster's stone-like teeth. The moment he broke out of the cage, the Elder looked up at the sky, his pupils contracting abruptly. The afterimage blotting out the sun was none other than Qiao Yu. Aside from a slightly scorched hem of his robe, Qiao Yu was perfectly unscathed. A winner's wild grin on his face. "Looks like I guessed right." Having discovered the fatal weakness, he loudly reminded his teammates, "Shangdi Ma Fei, the reason the Lich King has infinite mana is right under his feet. Force him off the ground." Below, the two men's gazes were as sharp as lightning as they roared in unison. Understood. Without hesitation, young Shangdi continued to activate Earth Dragon bullet, while Ma Fei channeled his true chi to unleash one sword, leveling the sun, facing the pincer attack. The old sorcerer sneered with a face full of arrogance. "HMPH, wishful thinking. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. 5 elements as one, chaos infinity, 5-way heavenly gate." A 6-colored array exploded violently, forming an absolute vacuum vortex. Despite the towering pressure of the 5-way heavenly gate walls, the two young men stubbornly charged into the center of the storm. Young Shangdi exerted all his strength to awaken the earth burial art Underworld mud tide. Ma Fei, diving down from the sky opposite him, unleashed the Pingyang sword technique first form, one sword leveling the sun. The violent sword chi tore through space, continuously slamming into the protective array. The old state preceptor remained as steady as a rock, stroking his beard as he coldly doused their spirits. "Give up. With the attacks of you two alone, it is fundamentally impossible to break through the seal of my 5-way heavenly gate." A flash of cruelty crossed his eyes as he said sinisterly, "I've played with you for so long, it's time to finish you." However, before his arrogant smile could even fade, a bizarre sensation of weightlessness suddenly hit him. The Lich King looked down in horror, his pupils contracting abruptly. At some point, Qiao Yu had actually grabbed his feet directly with both hands. The Elder's heart trembled violently as he realized it was a trap. The fierce attacks just now weren't intended to breach the 5-way heavenly gate at all, but to cover this kid's movements. Regret was too late. Killing intent flared up as the Elder gritted his teeth and pronounced die. A overwhelming flood's ultimate technique erupted from his chest, transforming into a raging torrent that surged toward the target at his feet. However, despite the high-pressure water tearing at his flesh, Qiao Yu's fingers remained locked around the Elder's ankles like steel pincers. Qiao Yu let out a wild laugh. "Old fossil, you've been hitting us for so long, it's finally our turn." This declaration of war made the powerhouse's heart sink. Before he could even regain his senses, a fist enveloped in soaring killing intent appeared in his peripheral vision. Having moved as if teleporting, in his terror he hurriedly summoned the fire dragon armor for protection. However, the trajectory of the fatal blow was 10,000 times faster than his reaction. Accompanied by the bone-chilling sound of a fracture, the defense collapsed. The Elder's ribs vibrated violently and blood pilled from the corner of his mouth. The youth roared wildly, "In close combat, this is my home turf." The opportunity was right before him. Qiao Yu unleashed a barrage of violent punches and kicks, each move slamming into the dying boss like a heavy sledgehammer. Witnessing this one-sided abuse, Shi Shirong anxiously nudged Ji Su, urging, "We should act too. If the state preceptor dies, our dungeon mission will also be declared a failure." Ji Su nodded in response, understood. However, just as the two were about to move, the towering figures of Ma Fei and Yang Shangdi had already blocked their path. The sword cultivator Maffei crossed his arms over his chest, warning coldly, "You two, I suggest you don't do anything rash." Faced with this absolute defense, the royal duo could only grit their teeth and remain in place. Shifting back to the center, the Lich King, driven into a corner, glared with eyes nearly bursting, spitting out a venomous curse. "Prince of the Red Flame Kingdom, even if I must die, I'll take you with me." He murmured a mantra. 5 elements conflict, heaven and earth disallow. The old fellow frantically sacrificed his soul. Chao Yu frowned with contempt, completely ignoring the nonsense. In an instant, 5 types of primal elemental energy gathered frantically around the decaying remnant of a body, reclaiming the upper hand. The elder proposed conditions in a sinister tone. "Kid, if you release me now, we can both live. Otherwise, once the 5 elements self-destruct, you and I will perish together." The response to this lowly negotiation was a punch like a clap of thunder. With the momentum to split mountains and cleave seas, Chao Yu delivered a decisive judgment. "The only one dying is you." The 5 elements wall, as thin as a cicada's wing, shattered instantly under the horrific pressure. That destructive force nailed the Lich King into the mountain wall, crushing the giant boulders. His final life force finally exhausted, a titan of an era officially breathed his last. The system screen flickered with hopeful green characters. Announcement: defeated an epic boss with bare hands, obtained 25 free attribute points and 125 experience points. Although his life was gone, the residual power of the 5 elements bomb had not subsided, churning and preparing to explode in the blink of an eye. Chao Yu put on the silver lion helmet, whispering his trust. "It's all up to you." The equipment info flashed before his eyes. Silver lion helmet C rank. Effect: increases head defense by 50 points when worn. Can block 1 instance of lethal damage to the head. Cooldown 24 hours. No class restrictions. The 1-second countdown ended, and the 2 extreme energies of earth and fire collided violently. Boom! The massive pressure tore through space, triggering a world-shattering explosion. After the tremors, the scorching airflow gradually dissipated. In the bottomless crater, Chao Yu brushed the dust off his shoulder and touched the helmet, letting out a sigh of relief. "Seems I bet right, it really could hold up." However, the smile on his face froze before it could fully bloom, accompanied by a crisp, shattering sound. Cracks spread across the metal surface, and then it exploded into countless fragments. He caught the iron powder in his hands and cried out in shock. "No way," the system gave a cold conclusion, confirmed. Silver lion helmet destroyed. But the plot reversed instantly. A series of tinkling notification sounds bombarding him. Hidden effect of silver lion helmet triggered, level increases by 1 upon destruction. Congratulations, Chao Yu has successfully promoted. Current experience, 5021,000, obtained 15 free attribute points. Congratulations, Chao Yu has officially promoted to mid-tier. Reward, a rank passive skill, Super Strength Man. Details: every point of strength can be converted into 0.5 points of defense and 0.5 points of agility. Warm reminder: powerful energy requires sufficient physical constitution to be sustained. After reading this introduction, Chao Yu's expression froze completely. He rubbed his temples and pinched his cheek hard, hissing from the pain as he muttered to himself, "I just promoted to mid-tier like that?" The sense of unreality shrouded him. He took a deep breath and hurriedly called up the system panel to check his data carefully. Super Strength Man A rank, 1 point of strength converts to 0.5 defense and 0.5 agility. Strength creates miracles. A rank and Strength Contract A rank take effect jointly. Every point of strength can be converted into 2 points of attack power. Integrating the various data, Chao Yu stood dumbstruck, frantically questioning the heavens in his heart. Does this directly turn me into an existence with high attack, high defense, and ultra-high agility? This health bar is insane. I'm clearly a necromancer. Letting out a helpless yet happy sigh, he ordered the overview interface to open. The system obediently listed all the data. Name: Chao Yu. Class: Necromancer. Realm: mid-tier, level 21. Strength: 777. Stunning destructive power. Defense: 88.5. Bronze wall and iron bastion. Agility: 397.5. Walking as if flying. Spirit: 0 health points. HP: 878087807770. Mana points. MP: 21002100. Experience Express: 5021,000. Talent: Mage's Heart of a Hero, level unknown. Skills: Strength creates miracles A, Ghost Pupil. Qianping Path A, Super Strength Man A, Strength Contract A, Wrath of the Mechanical Queen B. Items Equipment: Seed of the Hades, level 5. Acknowledge Foe as Father A, Progenitor's Gloves A, Gale Boots C, Fangtian Painted Halberd D, Green Dragon Crescent Blade B, Mad Lion Battle Armor B, Skull King's Ring C, Staff of Wisdom C. Where the Lich King fell, the mist dissipated, revealing a cluster of dazzling light. Chao Yu walked forward with great interest, stroking his chin and whistling curiously. Let's see what good things the boss dropped. He reached out and tapped lightly, and the light cluster exploded instantly, revealing an ancient jade scroll. The system cheerfully announced the loot obtained: B-rank skill book, Devouring Barrier. Description: set up a barrier to devour the life force of all creatures within and convert it into the energy required by the player. Requires the creatures to be willing to be devoured. Note: the player cannot leave the barrier during the devouring process. Staring at this string of sinister attributes, the blind spot in the previous battle was instantly resolved. He marveled secretly in his heart. No wonder the Lich King's mana was endless. It seems the subjects of the Great Wu Kingdom were all willing to be devoured by him. That wasn't all. The notification box flickered again, dropping a heavyweight reward, one-time item, Heart of 5 Elements, A rank. Function, master the power of the 5 elements after use. Furthermore, its use was restricted solely to the Mage class. Chao Yu held the jewel that shimmered with an exotic luster. The fanatical light of the stone reflected in his eyes, he calculated in a low voice. The heart of the 5 elements, if I use it, will I become like that Lich King, able to control the power of the 5 elements with a mere wave of my hand? He stroked his chin and pondered for a few seconds when the majestic figure of the mechanical queen suddenly flashed through his mind. A bold thought struck him, and Chao Yu eventually decided to gift this precious item to someone else. Earlier, when young Shangdi had generously gifted that top-tier magical treasure, the little fatty had been exceptionally moved. He was just about to express that great favors need no words of thanks and how he would repay him in the future. Before he could finish, Shi Sharong suddenly appeared, breaking the atmosphere. Her expression was solemn, her eyes reflecting a sense of urgency. Chao Yu, I have something important to tell you. Do you remember Bai Zi, the mysterious organization that kidnapped us after the final exam? Chao Yu frowned, stunned for a moment upon hearing the name. He nodded for her to continue. Shi Sharong's gaze darkened, her tone becoming even heavier. Your Kyoto University has already been infiltrated by Bai Zi, and there's more than one of them. Surprised by the sudden revelation, Chao Yu exclaimed suspiciously, More than one? How do you know? The powerful princess took a deep breath and systematically recounted every detail. People from Kyoto University have looked for us in other dungeons, inviting us to join Bai Zi. That person was terrifying. Even with Ji Su and me working together, we could only barely fight him to a draw. A flash of scrutiny crossed Chao Yu's eyes, and he immediately pressed, What is that person from Kyoto University called? The girl didn't hesitate to spit out 2 cold words. Lin Lang. Chao Yu let out a soft tisk, thinking that it was indeed as expected. He had just been worrying about that guy being missing. Never imagining he had already extended his reach to Shi Sharong's side, he hurriedly asked, Can you still find him? A look of wariness appeared on Shi Sharong's face as she slightly shook her head. Lin Lang is surrounded by many powerful experts. If I hadn't run fast last time, I probably would have been captured by Bai Zi. Seeing this, Chao Yu tossed out a lure, using a high-value C-rank piece of equipment as a bargaining chip for information. A satisfied curve immediately appeared at the corner of the girl's mouth, and she nodded to the deal. Stroking the treasure in her hand, she happily promised, I will find a way to track Lin Lang's trail and will notify you when I have a specific time. Thanks, your staff. Watching Shi Sharong's receding back, Chao Yu rubbed his nose. Although he was a bit depressed about not finding a direct lead on Sheju's whereabouts on second thought, this trip wasn't a total waste. Just then, Yang Shangdi and Ma Fei came running over excitedly. Yang Shangdi boasted of their spoils. Chao Ji, the boss is destroyed. This dungeon run was a total success. Let's leave. Chao Yu blinked, seemingly not yet having snapped out of his thoughts. Is it over? Wait, I want to go see someone. The magnificent sights of the Imperial Palace appeared before his eyes once more. The shrill voice of a eunuch rang out. By the Emperor's decree, Consort Yang is hereby crowned Empress. Consort Yang stepped forward with elegant grace and light steps to receive the decree. The sovereign walked over with composed strides, his eyes filled with tenderness as he asked softly, You are the Empress now. Is there anything you wish to say? The woman, now the mother of the realm, bowed her head slightly and answered with dignified poise, Your servant has merely basked in the reflected glory of our imperial sun. At the very peak of the towering city gates, 3 young men took in the entire scene. Chao Yu let out a long sigh, turned and strode away. Let's go, there's nothing else. Yang Shangdi frowned, unable to hide the confusion in his heart. Chao Ji, you specifically ran over here just to look at an NPC. When the dungeon refreshes, everything will be reset. The young man fell into deep thought, his gaze deep as he looked into the distance. I don't know, but don't they look exactly like real people? Chao Yu's mind was a mess. Do these NPCs have autonomous consciousness? If they do, are they still just simple, ignorant strings of code? Where exactly is the connection point between the relics left by my parents and the conspiracy of the Bai Zi organization? Seeing his friend in a daze, Yang Shangdi patted his shoulder to comfort him. Chao Ji, you're overthinking it. This is just a dungeon after all. Ma Fei also nodded in agreement from the side. Exactly, Chao Yu. NPCs are just NPCs in the end. Hearing this, Chao Yu waved his hand lightly, dispersing the gloom in his heart. Perhaps, I probably really am overthinking it. Let's go. As soon as the words fell, the figures of the 3 transformed into streaks of light and left the dungeon space. No sooner had they stepped out of the portal than a piercing hostile voice slammed into their ears. You 3 damn bastards, you sure know how to hide. The person speaking the insults was none other than the man nicknamed Yellow Eagle in the Hunter Guild. He curled his lip in a cold sneer. I finally caught you. In contrast to the other's aggressive attitude, Chao Yu maintained a faint, calm smile and replied leisurely, What a coincidence, brother Yellow Eagle. But deep down, his sharp perception had already swept over the group before him. The aura they radiated was extraordinary. Even the lowest among them was mid-tier, and there were nearly 10 high-tier powerhouses scattered among them. Infuriated by this casual attitude, Yellow Eagle grit his teeth and said, It's not a coincidence at all. I specifically brought people here to intercept you. Young Shangdi also acted as a peacemaker, soothing them with a laugh. We were in the wrong before, why must you be so hostile, brother Yellow Eagle? We're all brothers here. That hunter instantly flew into a rage, roaring at the top of his lungs, shut up. His face contorted with anger. Because of you 3 pieces of trash, our hunter guild lost all its face and even lost 2 high-tier masters. The people behind him also began to jeer in contempt. Death 1,000 times over wouldn't atone for your crimes. Yellow Eagle pointed a finger at Chao Yu's trio and ordered the giant man beside him, Black GE, cripple them for me. I want to see them kneeling before me. The giant, nicknamed Black GE, slammed his foot onto the ground, sending sand and gravel flying. His frame was 4 times larger than an average person's, his knotted muscles bulging like rocks. He revealed sharp teeth and roared as he introduced himself. Get acquainted, I'm Hacker, a level 32 high-tier tank. Chao Yu's pupils contracted. He was indeed a high-tier powerhouse. Yellow Eagle urged impatiently, Hacker, get moving. Stop talking nonsense with him. Before the order was even finished a second time, Hacker had already swung a fist like a heavy hammer and charged straight at Chao Yu, initiating close-quarters combat. Chao Yu showed no fear, a warlike flame igniting in his eyes. He secretly calculated that his current total attribute points had surpassed the 2,000 mark, far exceeding an ordinary mid-tier. Perhaps using raw physical strength to clash head-on with a high-tier powerhouse wasn't just a pipe dream. In an instant, 2 figures crashed together like wild beasts, every punch and kick triggering a piercing explosive sound. The aftershocks were so violent that space itself seemed to be cracking. This terrifying scene left the surrounding onlookers dumbstruck, discussing in terror, how is this possible? Hacker is a high-tier tank. Isn't that Chao Yu just a mid-tier mage? He can actually fight to a draw with Hacker. Watching his friend move with total freedom within the heavy encirclement, Ma Fei's eyes held both admiration and a hint of helplessness. He clenched his fists and lamented inwardly, Chao Yu, exactly how many secrets are you hiding? I thought the gap between us had narrowed, but it seems to be getting wider instead. At this moment, Chao Yu was in a state of extreme excitement. The strategy of using his physical body to resist a high-tier powerhouse was indeed viable. Finding his rhythm, he spun and delivered a thunderous sidekick to Hacker. However, things did not go as planned. The giant easily blocked the attack with just one bare arm. He curled his lip and teased, little baby, that kick felt quite comfortable. Is it my turn now? Relying on his overwhelming size advantage, Hacker waved his hand and swept Chao Yu away. Without giving his opponent a moment to breathe, he lunged like a tiger descending a mountain, pinning Chao Yu firmly to the rough ground. Heavy punches rained down like sledgehammers, every strike shattering the earth and sending dust flying. Chao Yu was beaten back a long distance by this violent output. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth to stay conscious as his mind raced. How can this be? My attributes have clearly increased by so much. Why do I still have no advantage when facing this level 32 high-tier tank? What exactly is going on? The titan-like opponent gave him not a moment's respite, launching forward again. He arrogantly lifted his chin in provocation. Come on, my little baby. Both sides fell into a deathmatch once more. The sound of metal clashing against metal was continuous. The attacker sneered as he taunted, if you want to fight, then fight properly. Stop dodging, baby. Enshrouded in that massive shadow, Chao Yu seemed unable to fully utilize his strength. Due to a split-second oversight, Hacker's iron pincer-like hand locked tightly around his wrist. He roared triumphantly, can you block this, baby? With a violent tear, he flipped Chao Yu over completely and put all his strength into a lethal punch aimed straight for his opponent's face. At the critical moment, Chao Yu decisively activated his ultimate skill, Ghost Pupil, Heavenly Soldier Path. His health points instantly evaporated by 2,400, and a pitch-black shield flickered to life just in time, blocking the brutal strike. Both were burning their life force to the limit. Even after using his strongest technique, Chao Yu still found it exceptionally difficult under Hacker's raw strength. The thug's mouth twitched, a flash of ruthless admiration in his eyes. The little baby's got some skills. Feeling his stamina drain rapidly, Chao Yu grit his teeth and forced himself into a berserk state. Standing outside the combat circle, Yang Shangdi noticed his friend was in a bitter struggle and asked anxiously, Chao Ji, are you okay? Chao Yu suppressed his breathing and answered in a deep voice, I'm fine, though he said it, his heart was in turmoil. Something's not right, my attributes are so high, why am I still being suppressed in a one-on-one? Where exactly did the problem occur? While struggling to defend, he racked his brain for a way out. This couldn't continue. It seemed his only choice was to use that Acknowledge Foe as Father card. Opposite him, Hacker's fighting spirit grew even more exuberant. Seeing his prey's incredible resilience, he licked his lips in excitement. I didn't expect you to keep fighting. Your body's foundation isn't bad. It seems I don't have to worry about accidentally crippling you. The giant let out a roar, his arms opening to their maximum width as he began to charge a finishing move. Suddenly, the system's cold prompt rang in Chao Yu's mind, telling him to sever the target's joints. There's no time to lose. The sharp sword in his hand kicked down like lightning, precisely striking the enemy's wrist joint. Enduring a heart-piercing pain, Hacker stumbled back, and his ultimate move, which had been about to erupt, instantly vanished. The agony made the brawny man roar maniacally. Brat, you actually dare to piss me off? I'm going to twist off your head and shove it up your ass. Looking at the enemy's reaction, a flash of inspiration hit Chao Yu, and he whispered in extreme excitement, I see, his weakness is in the joints. Instantly activating his gale boots, Chao Yu turned into a whirlwind, utilizing his flexible form to slip past those thick arms. He swung the sword hilt violently, slamming it hard against Hacker's knee joint. With a crisp sound of bone cracking, the giant's hulking body crashed to the ground, kneeling heavily. Witnessing this incredible scene, Yellow Eagle's eyes nearly popped out. Just then, a young man wearing glasses rushed over with a sharp spear to provide support. In the center of the encirclement, Hacker forcibly tensed his muscles, attempting to use a physical outburst to turn the tide. His muscles swelled abnormally, glowing red like hot iron. But Chao Yu didn't intend to give him a chance. He charged forward like an arrow from a bow, shouting, "Do you think I haven't read manga?" A barrage of heavy punches rained down on that tensed abdomen, completely interrupting the other's strengthening process and preventing him from completing his transformation. However, Hacker's thick layer of abdominal fat actually possessed incredible elasticity, bouncing back all the impact force. Chao Yu was stunned. The numbness in his fist signaled trouble. Before he could retract his move, Hacker's iron pincer hand had already seized his throat. The giant smiled insidiously. "I finally caught you, little brother." Immediately after, the muscled arm swung violently, slamming Chao Yu's entire body into the cold ground before whispering into his ear, "Little baby." Seeing his friend's life hanging by a thread, Ma Fei's eyes turned blood red and he roared hysterically, "Stop!" Regardless of who the opponent was, he pointed at the man's nose and threatened, "I suggest you let him go or you'll die a miserable death." Cold sweat ran down Ma Fei's temples as he made a silent resolve. "The situation is critical. It seems I can only use my final trump card." Yellow Eagle's lackeys immediately burst into laughter, their faces full of disdain as they mocked Ma Fei. "This kid is about to die and he's still bragging? Did his brain get broken? A mid-tier actually dares to threaten a high tier? Who gave him that confidence? Who knows, maybe he went stupid from fear seeing his companion get beaten so badly." Attracted by the shouting, Hacker loosened his grip slightly and glanced contemptuously at Ma Fei. He lifted his chin in provocation. "Oh, I'd like to see how you little brat, plan to make me die." Ma Fei's expression shifted, his previous shrinking away replaced by a rare majesty. He sounded as if he were chanting an ancient mantra, "The world is full of ignorance. Do you know how profound the path of the sword is?" Then he pointed a finger to the sky and barked, "Sword, come." The surrounding crowd was still doubled over with laughter, treating it as a hilarious joke. "That sword, come again. This kid's gone mad, right? He's probably just putting on a show for us." However, their smiles instantly froze as the horizon seemed to be torn apart and a divine sword radiating terrifying pressure descended from the sky. The tremors caused by the sword chi made the giant Hacker stumble. Everyone present was scared witless, freezing on the spot as they stammered out, "THTH, this is impossible." A triumphant smile curled the corner of Ma Fei's mouth. He had never been more brilliant in his life, he felt secretly pleased. This is practically the dream of the coolest possible entrance. The pitch-black blade radiated a rolling, killing intent, dyeing half the sky black. Someone immediately recognized the sword's origin and shrieked in terror, "That's the Kunwu sword!" The group of hunters retreated in panic as if they had seen a ghost, hurriedly grabbing Yellow Eagle. "Young Master Huang, retreat, Ji Pingyang is here." Yellow Eagle's face was pale, his voice a hopeless murmur. "The Kunwu sword, it really is him, Ji Pingyang." Out of the void of space, a figure moved from blurriness to clarity. As soon as the majestic elder appeared, he delivered a resounding smack to Ma Fei's head, snorting coldly, "Brat, I gave you that sword marrow to save your life at a critical moment, not for you to use for showing off. Looking at you now, not a speck of dust on your clothes, yet you actually wanted to waste that sword marrow? HMPH, at the very least you should have traded a few blows with him." Ji Pingyang's sharp gaze immediately shifted to the blood-stained youth nearby, and he reprimanded loudly, "And your aura is strong but scattered and unfocused, you're all flash and no substance. Didn't I tell you to investigate Lin Lang? Where exactly have you been running off to?" Chao Yu rubbed his aching muscles. Seeing the principal arrive, he hurriedly defended himself. "Principal, rest assured I've already found a lead on Lin Lang. I'll have complete information soon." Simultaneously, a flash of inspiration struck Chao Yu's mind. That biting critique proved the principal had seen through the root of his power's issues in a single glance. Seeing the old man dare to ignore him, Huang Ying gnashed his teeth in rage, roaring hysterically, "Old man, you dare look down on the people of my hunter guild?" Ji Pingyang didn't get angry. He merely gave the group of small fry a cold sweep of his gaze, his eyes settling on the silent void in the distance. The corner of his mouth curled slightly, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Oh, it seems a rather interesting fellow has appeared." He stood with his hands behind his back, shielding Chao Yu, Yang Shangdi and Ma Fei as the world's top swordsman spoke with majesty. "Disperse these mists and come out. There's no need to hide like a coward." From within the shadows, heavy and hurried footsteps boomed. The young men widened their eyes as a hulking figure stepped out. With every step he took, the ground trembled and cracked. The giant hammer slung over his shoulder radiated a piercing chill. This person was none other than the former chairman of the Hunter Guild, Huang Wawu. His eyes as bloodshot as a wild beast's flashed with fury, his long beard shaking violently as a divine light of fire like a descending evil deity loomed behind him. He roared, his voice echoing piercingly, "Ji Pingyang, quite the grand display of authority, isn't it? Do you really think our Hunter Guild is empty of masters? Ji Pingying's demeanor remained as calm as autumn water. He glanced at the hammer-wielding giant approaching aggressively, and flatly spat out 3 words, "Who are you?" The long-bearded elder's aura erupted instantly, his roar like rolling thunder. "I am Huang Wawu." Hearing this illustrious name, the surrounding hunters were so stunned their mouths hung open. Whispers and discussions reached the heavens. Huang Wawu is the former chairman? So he's still alive. This time Ji Pingying has kicked a steel plate. The former chairman is the Hammer King of the 8 Kings. Seeing his grandfather's steady figure, Huang Ying felt as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. He wailed piteously, fanning the flames of killing intent. "Grandpa, these bastards have insulted our hunter guild time and again. You must kill every last one of them." Sensing his grandson's humiliation, the killing intent around Huang Wawu surged like a volcanic eruption. The heavy hammer in his hand frantically absorbed energy, erupting with a dazzling firelight. His face was masked in killing intent, his tone cold and ruthless. He roared word for word, "Fiery divine hammer." Before the words even landed, the hulking figure vanished from the spot, teleporting behind Ji Pingying. He swung the brutal hammerhead down with a violent smash, and a dazzling world-shattering beam of light exploded instantly. In the violent energy storm, massive rocks were torn apart and scattered, the light so blinding it was impossible to look at directly. Huang Wawu floated arrogantly high in the air, leaning on his heavy hammer as he looked down at the smoke-filled crater, laughing maniacally. "The world calls Ji Pingying the #1 swordsman. Now it seems he's nothing special. You fraud." This is the price for provoking the Hunter Guild, however, as the thick smoke gradually cleared within that ruined crater. The principal's figure still stood proud and upright, his robes without even a speck of dust. He lifted his head, his gaze sharp as he flatly replied, "Oh, is that so?" The Hammer King's smile froze on his face, his pupils contracting as he blurted out in utter terror, "How is this possible?" He simply couldn't believe that his full power strike, backed by decades of cultivation, hadn't left even a single scratch on his opponent. Ji Pingying calmly stroked his sword hilt, pronouncing a cold judgment. "It's simple, because you are too weak." These words were spoken lightly, yet they caused all the young witnesses to turn to stone. They looked at each other, whispering tremulously. The Hammer King, one of the 8 Kings, was actually called too weak. Just what level has Ji Pingying's strength reached? Only Ma Fei's eyes lit up as he pulled a notebook and pen from his shirt, recording frantically, while muttering, "Write it down, quick, write it down. This is the most precious tutorial on how to flex ever." Subjected to such a great humiliation before his juniors, Huang Wawu threw back his head and laughed wildly, his laughter carrying a sickly malice. "I'm too weak. I haven't heard such a hilarious joke in years." Ji Pingying closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. He spoke in a cold tone, "It's merely a fact." This contemptuous answer added fuel to the fire. Huang Wawu gnashed his teeth, his eyes filled with vicious blood-red streaks. "Then I'll let you see exactly why you think you can say that." The surrounding air began to distort as the Hammer King swung his flaming heavy hammer and leaped into the air, utilizing the momentum of the gale to slam down a lethal blow, roaring a threat. "Yen Lo divine hammer?" Hiding behind the principal's majestic back, Ma Fei and Chao Yu watched with bated breath. Facing the destructive attack, Ji Pingying gently drew his sword from its sheath, observing his opponent while leisurely explaining, "Ma Fei, watch closely. Classes like hammer or axe users lean towards strength and explosive power, which are difficult for a swordsman to handle. But you must remember, the power of the sword lies in its infinite variations." Simultaneously, the shadow of the heavy hammer had already loomed over his head. Ji Pingying, with a movement as soft as silk, easily let the hammerhead graze past him. His explanation remained steady. "When facing a hammer user, if your strength is equal or inferior to theirs, you must do your best to dodge. Never meet force with force. You must first grasp the opponent's flaw, then strike with your sword." The mist-heavy strike shook the ground, creating a long fissure. Huang Wawu came to a sudden halt, utterly bewildered as to how the target had slipped away. Ji Pingying's eyes shifted slightly, scrutinizing his enemy's every move from behind. Witnessing this fantastic scene, Ma Fei swallowed hard, whispering excitedly, "Live teaching from the world's #1 swordsman. This is an opportunity money can't buy." After several rounds of swinging at empty air, Huang Wawu's stamina was heavily depleted, and his arms were even bleeding from the recoil force. He roared like a cornered beast, "Ji Pingying, I would rather die than be insulted. Today I will make you bleed." The swordmaster tilted his head slightly, a playful mocking smile flickering in his eyes. "Insult you? No, 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 I just think you're an excellent teaching material." Hatred reached the heavens. The Hammer King gripped his hilt frantically and charged forward like a moth to a flame, shouting hoarsely, "Ji Pingying, go to hell." Ignoring his roar, the principal spoke composedly, "The sword has 6 major realms." In an instant the longsword in his hand danced like a flood dragon, and dense afterimages flickered into existence, recreating the 6 realms one by one as a dreamlike purple sword light enveloped the sharp blade. With every magnificent swing, Ji Pingying's steady magnetic voice continued to teach. When a swing reaches extreme speed, a whistle produced by the blade's vibration is called sword hum, sword whistle. When speed drives the airflow to cause wide-range damage, it is called sword chi. When sword chi is controlled at will and compressed onto the blade, it is sword glow. When sword chi condenses into a physical form, becoming a forceful energy, it is sword gang. When dense sword gang carries the unyielding will of the master, it forms sword momentum. Finally, when sword momentum condenses to its limit and undergoes a transformation, it becomes sword intent. On the other side, Huang Wawu was so enraged he spat blood, boring all his remaining strength into the giant hammer as a dazzling golden light shot into the sky. He squeezed a resentful hiss from between his teeth. You go too far, regardless of life or death. The Hammer King launched into the air, striking directly for Ji Pingying's crown like a burning meteor. Facing this killing blow, the principal remained as still as a statue, looking up with a flat gaze. Dust filled the air. Chao Yu and Yang Shangdi hurried to cover their eyes while Ma Fei watched through his fingers, marveling in shock. What powerful sword momentum. Under a sky dyed orange gold, Ji Pingying slightly closed his eyes and gave a gentle final instruction. Ma Fei, the sword intent condensed by every swordsman is different. This path is one you must explore yourself. All I can do is let you see with your own eyes what true sword intent really is. The heavy hammer was mere centimeters from the top of his head. At that very moment, Ji Pingying lightly waved his hand and the longsword traced a perfect arc in the air. The sharp sword wind shredded the smoke, swirling fallen leaves through the air. The aftershocks of that terrifying strike rippled into the surrounding forest. As rows of ancient trees collapsed with a roar, Chao Yu's pupils contracted, a stormy sea of shock rising in his heart as he marveled secretly. The same move, like one sword leveling the sun, produces a completely different effect in Principal Ji's hands. That seemingly slender sword Qi carried the power of a mountain-cleaving wave, cleanly severing Huang Wawu's arm and blowing away the heavy hammer. This move felt as if it had been given a true soul. Standing amidst the fallen trees and swirling dust, Chao Yu murmured in a daze, "Is this sword intent?" Seeing Huang Wawu's hulking body slam heavily into the ground, his life status unknown, Huang Ying collapsed to his knees in terror, letting out a piteous wail. No, Grandpa, the subordinates behind him were also scared senseless, dropping their weapons and retreating tremulously. He's dead, the former chairman is dead, this is too terrifying. The Hammer King had actually been killed without even the power to fight back. Heavens, just what level is Ji Pingying at now? Amidst the choking dust, Chao Yu narrowed his eyes to survey the field, his sharp intuition making him suddenly shout a warning. Wait, that old fellow isn't dead yet. Ji Pingying was about to sheath his sword, but his brow furrowed slightly upon hearing the reminder. In the crater, Huang Wawu, covered in blood, was tremulously pushing up his upper body. Suddenly the ground beneath them split open and countless sharp wooden stakes pierced through the piles of fallen leaves. An eerie green light shot out like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Ji Pingying, followed by countless bizarre vines spreading like a massive spiderweb. Seeing this sudden turn of events, Yang Shangdi, Chao Yu and Ma Fei all shouted in fear, "Principal," but those demonic vines had already woven and tightened with lightning speed, wrapping Ji Pingying into a massive pitch-black cocoon, completely sealing off his sword intent. Instantly, thousands of pupil lights erupted from within. Relying on his profound cultivation, Ji Pingying easily used his internal energy to shatter this layer of botanical shackles into dust. After the failed sneak attack, those eerie vines shifted direction instantly, sweeping toward Chao Yu and his group with the speed of a thunderbolt. In the moment between life and death, Chao Yu violently pushed his two companions aside to dodge the attack. A split second too slow, his ankle was instantly snared by thorns. Under the principal's startled gaze, Chao Yu's body was dragged into the air. He scanned the area and saw Huang Wawu was also being wrapped by another cluster of vines, about to be taken away. Suspended in midair, Chao Yu shouted at the top of his lungs, "Principal, I'm fine, don't worry about me, go after that old fellow first." No sooner had he finished his bold declaration than the vines tightened violently, nearly suffocating him before suddenly releasing him high in the air. Looking down at the dense iron-like broken branches below, Chao Yu turned deathly pale with fright. Throwing all dignity aside, he wailed and cried out, "Principal, I'm sorry, I was just joking earlier, save me, quick." Ji Pingying let out a helpless sigh and gave a light flick of his sword. A profound dark purple sword Qi sliced through space, neatly severing all the tangled tree roots. Chao Yu landed clumsily, rubbing his chest and panting heavily. Luckily he had nearly met his end. He tidied his clothes and expressed his apology in a low voice. "Sorry, Principal, I dragged you back, otherwise you could have caught that old fellow." Ji Pingying returned his sword to its sheath and shook his head magnanimously. "No, you did well. Saving a companion is the priority." His shrewd gaze scanned the depths of the dense forest. He judged inwardly, the Wood King of the 8 Kings was it. In this boundless forest only he could hide his presence so well and evade my perception. Thinking of this, a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As he thought, being rescued is actually a good thing. Immediately after, Ji Pingying waved his hand, creating a violent gusting wind. Before anyone could react, the invisible whirlwind swept everyone on the scene into the air. Piteous screams were accompanied by heavy landing sounds as several young men tumbled into a heap. Ji Pingying walked over leisurely, lightly scratching the back of his hand as he looked down majestically at the 3 squirming figures on the ground. He announced solemnly, "After today, the people of the Hunter Guild will be irreconcilable enemies with you. I hope you will grow strong enough to destroy the Hunter Guild with your own hands, and defeat that Hammer King Huang Wawu." The 3 of them had just lifted their heads and looked at each other, their faces as dark as if they were attending a funeral. They stammered, "Principal, that's the Hammer King. Hitting us would be no different than a hammer hitting a toddler." Leaving behind an unfathomable silhouette, the #1 swordsman spoke faintly into the wind as he walked away. "All right, the goal has been set for you. move toward it. Don't look so miserable. Pressure is what creates motivation. In another corner, Huang Ying and the remnants of the Hunter Guild lay gasping on the ground, struggling to move their broken bodies. The hunter stared at the receding backs of the group, his eyes full of blood-red streaks. He gnashed his teeth, letting out a hair-raising curse. Just wait and see. I will make sure you never find peace even in death. Time flew by, and the calm of the afternoon returned to the dormitory area. Ma Fei sat cross-legged on his bed looking thoughtfully at Chao Yu, who was busy flipping through thick piles of data. Yang Shangdi lay on his bed with his legs crossed, staring at the ceiling and letting out a satisfied long sigh. The dorm is still the most comfortable. Suddenly, the boy bounced up like a spring, his eyes fixed on his glowing phone screen, his voice trembling as he said, "It's over." "Chao Ji, Ma Fei, come over and look at this." On the screen, the bright red emergency news was striking, bringing a scenario that made their spines tingle. The Tang family, one of the 4 great clans of Kyoto, had actually been massacred overnight. Not a single member of the clan survived, and not even a single body could be found. This world-shaking news caused Chao Yu's brain to stall instantly. He swallowed hard, murmuring in shock, "The Tang family massacred? How could this happen? After the last trip to Ghost Mountain, hadn't the Tang family's status among the 4 great clans already been consolidated? Just what kind of methods were used, and who would dare to pluck hair from a tiger's beard?" A chilling name flashed through his mind, Tang Wumu. Unless that old monster had acted personally, no one else would have such capability. Chao Yu's gaze was dark, his heart filled with extreme rage. Has he gone mad to live just a few days longer? Has he completely lost his humanity? In his terror, a pink-clad figure flashed through his mind, causing his heart to lurch. He subconsciously clenched his fingers, silently praying that nothing had happened to Tang Lan. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Yang Shangdi swiped his phone to another news story and shrugged. "Chao Ji, don't let the gossip of these great families bother you. It has nothing to do with us anyway." Chao Yu composed himself and nodded noncommittally. Yang Shangdi was right. Ma Fei stood up, clapped his hands, and jumped off the bed. He threw on his coat and jerked his chin toward the door. "All right, you two, have fun. I have business with Teacher Wan." As soon as he stepped out, Ma Fei rubbed his chin and began calculating. Regarding the issues with his constitution that the principal had mentioned, Teacher Wan would surely have the answer. Coincidentally, Chao Yu had also arranged to meet Wan Lihao alone at dusk. Standing in the middle of the school field where the breeze rustled and figures flickered, the burly instructor saw the student approach and teased. The class-skipping prince finally decided to come back to school? Having been caught red-handed, Chao Yu could only laugh awkwardly, scratching the back of his head as he defended himself. "Teacher Wan, please stop making fun of me. The principal sent me to find you." Wan Lihao stood straight, crossing his muscular arms over his chest, and gave a decisive wave of his hand to signal him to follow. Walking side by side along the path, Chao Yu cleared his throat and began his classic "I have a friend" series of stories. "I have a friend who's only mid-tier level 21, but his total attribute points have already broken the 2000 mark. But the strange thing is, the actual combat power he displays doesn't seem to match such terrifying numbers." He stole a glance at the teacher's expression, testing the waters cautiously. "Teacher, do you know what's going on?" Wan Lihao's brows furrowed into a straight line. He widened his eyes and directly exposed the clumsy lie. "Total attribute points over 2000 at level 21. Is this friend of yours a monster in human skin?" Having been called out to his face, Chao Yu's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and he hurriedly tried to change the subject. "Teacher Wan, we're talking about my friend." The teacher laughed heartily and slapped the student's shoulder before his entire body erupted with an overwhelming aura. He said in a deep voice, "Fine, let me show you my total attributes." A shimmering numerical panel instantly materialized in midair. Then Wan Lihao, class, Body Cultivator Warrior. Realm King Tier Level 45, Strength 1535, Defense 1024, Agility 506, Spirit 89. Chao Yu's eyes widened and he cried out in surprise. "So King Tier is what lies above High Tier, Teacher Wan. You've already broken through the High Tier?" Wan Lihao tapped the system panel, concluding with a solemn expression, "My level is more than double your friend's, and my total attribute points have only just passed 3000 for attributes to exceed 2000 at level 21. There is definitely a problem." Wan Lihao narrowed his eyes to scrutinize the student. He privately compared Chao Yu's current state to a kindergarten child holding an AK-47. No matter how powerful the weapon, that small frame could not unleash its true power. After listening to the instructor's analysis, Chao Yu came to a sudden realization, exclaiming in surprise, "I see, Teacher Wan, what should I do to unleash the full power of these 2000 attribute points?" Wan Lihao interlaced his fingers and answered calmly, "It's simple. Either you level up as quickly as possible so that you and the power merge rather than just relying on weapon bonuses." A flash of grim contemplation crossed Chao Yu's eyes as he silently cautioned himself, "The Mage's Heart of Bravery talent is my ultimate trump card. Since I've chosen the path of extreme level suppression, rushing to level up would be no different from crippling my own cultivation." Just then, the system panel flashed in his mind, reminding him of the overbearing nature of this talent. As long as he killed enemies with melee attacks, he would receive free attribute point rewards. Furthermore, its only active skill could synchronize all attributes to the highest one. Pulling back his thoughts, he hurriedly followed up, "Is there any other way?" A fanatical spark ignited in Wan Lihao's eyes. He clenched his fist and laughed heartily. "Of course, if you can't level up quickly, Then keep stacking attributes. Quantity will eventually trigger a quality change. Hearing this, Chao Yu also subconsciously clenched his fists, his blood boiling. That's right, so what if the conversion rate was low? If 2,000 points weren't enough to crush an opponent, then he would stack them to 4,000 or even build toward more terrifying astronomical figures. He seemed to foresee a scene where absolute power swept away all obstacles, like a demolition sweeping through a skyscraper. As long as the firepower was strong enough, even a kindergartner could level anything. Wan Lihao crossed his muscular arms over his chest, his tone turning deep. But as far as I know, no one in the underground world has ever reached over 2,000 attribute points at the mid-tier. Not even Principal G could do it back then. Without a moment's hesitation, Chao Yu announced resonantly, "Then I shall be the first." But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized his slip of the tongue and hurriedly offered an awkward smile to cover it up. "No, I mean my friend will be the first." Wan Lihao simply stood there silently, staring at the desperately concealing youth with a deep gaze. Chao Yu had just turned to leave, casually dropping a "Thanks, teacher, I understand." Suddenly, Wan Lihao's hand, as large as a steel pincer, pressed heavily onto his shoulder. The instructor's expression darkened as he said in a deep voice, "Wait." Chao Yu broke into a cold sweat, stealing a sideways glance at the teacher. A calculating smile curled the corner of Wan Lihao's mouth, his gaze as sharp as a blade piercing the youth. "Since your total attributes have already broken 2,000, then you must participate in this Global Underground University League season. Consider it bringing glory to the school. I won't pursue your truancy anymore." Chao Yu froze completely, turning only half his face in a daze. Stuttering as he asked, "What?" In the quiet space of falling leaves, he subconsciously swallowed hard. A combat tournament, wasn't that a cruel battlefield specifically prepared for juniors and seniors? Thinking back, it seemed Long Shang had mentioned this before as well. Wan Lihao explained slowly. "Yes, though some exceptional freshmen and sophomores will also participate. The tournament is divided into team and individual events. The captain for the team event has already been selected and has been training for a while, so it's not convenient to slot you in for now. If you want to participate, you can form your own team." He placed his hands on his hips, making the final call. "I mainly want you to participate in the individual matches. With those 2,000 attribute points, I believe you will definitely achieve a very good ranking in the individual competition." These words were music to his ears. Chao Yu's eyes lit up and he happily slapped his thigh. "Are there any benefits to participating in this tournament?" Bang, a loud flick to the forehead sent him grimacing in pain. Wan Lihao stared and scolded. "You want benefits for bringing glory to the school? If you get a good ranking, there will naturally be plenty of rewards." He leaned close to the student's face and issued a cold ultimatum. "I'll give you two choices. 1. Go complete a specialized dungeon to earn your tournament qualification." A thick look of threat flashed in his eyes. 2. Fight me." Chao Yu was instantly speechless, spreading his hands in defeat. "Teacher Wan, is there any difference between your second option and telling me to go die?" Wan Lihao raised his chin, looking both innocent and smug. Who knows? Chao Yu knew there was no way out, so he gritted his teeth and nodded. "Fine, I'll participate in this tournament." He sighed inwardly. He'd treat it as repaying a debt. After all, Principal G and Teacher Wan had truly gone to great lengths to promote him. Without them to back him up, how could he have been so carefree until now? Chao Yu's gaze suddenly turned cold. But before considering the tournament, there was an old debt that had to be settled once and for all. Deep in the boundless forest, the setting sun cast dappled shadows through the gaps in the trees where two figures were discussing a plan. Chao Yu confirmed seriously, "Let me ask, is your information reliable?" Shatter stood with her arms crossed, appearing full of confidence. She explained in detail. "I've already arranged to meet Lin Lang tonight at 8 o'clock in the boundless forest. He will definitely come. I've already taken your staff of wisdom. How could I sell you fake news?" Chao Yu nodded in appreciation of the cooperation. "I understand, many thanks to you this time." At exactly 8 o'clock that night, pale moonlight shrouded the dark forest. A youth draped in a black hooded cloak stepped out from the shadows, his voice filled with seductive power. "Shatter, it's wonderful that you've come to your senses. After joining Bai Zi, you will possess a brand new perspective from which to survey the entire world." The powerful woman feigned composure, responding with false respect. "Thank you. To be able to join Bai Zi is my honor." The youth turned around, waving for her to follow. "Come with me, I'll show you the true face of this world." However, the very instant he turned his back, Shatter immediately swung the magical stone staff in her hand, shouting sharply, "Ice wall prison." Sharp ice pillars erupted from the ground, interlacing to weave an indestructible cage that firmly locked the enemy in. Sensing something was wrong, the youth's eyes widened in terror. Simultaneously, Shatter retracted her staff and called out to her hidden companion, "Chao Yu, I've done my best." Chao Yu leaped down from the towering tree canopy like a hawk diving for prey, swinging his great blade with a sharp air-cleaving whistle. The youth pulled back his hood in panic, revealing that familiar face, and cried out in shock. "Chao Yu!" Sensing the killing intent approaching, Lin Lang's arm instantly became deformed and twisted, covered in a layer of eerie scales. Moving with ghostly speed, he narrowly avoided Chao Yu's heavy strike that was powerful enough to cleave mountains. Retreating to a safe distance, Lin Lang clenched his fists, his eyes filled with venomous blood-red streaks. "Chao Yu, I helped you in the Mountain Ghost dungeon and even spared your life, otherwise you would have been captured long ago. Why are you coming after me now?" Carrying his mirror-bright great blade on his shoulder, Chao Yu's lip curled into a cold smile as he replied flatly, "Friends one day, enemies the next. Furthermore, I cannot bear the injustice of the death of the Qin family disciple." Hearing this, Lin Lang angrily tore his cloak to shreds and roared, "Chao Qiu, do you really think you can defeat me?" His disguise fell away, revealing a hulking yet distorted body encased in blue-black craggy skin. He flicked a long tongue out like a beast, his eyes filled with evil energy. "You simply cannot understand," his voice echoed like a demonic sound. "How great the power of Bai Zi is." Staring at this xenomorph before him, Chao Yu frowned in scrutiny. Compared to that time on Ghost Mountain, the current Lin Lang was moving further and further away from the realm of humanity. He wondered privately if it was truly worth it to willingly turn himself into this half-human, half-ghost creature, just in exchange for this bit of evil power. As if reading his mind, Lin Lang's body continued to swell, his claws extending like razors. He hissed maniacally, "It is, of course it's worth it. How could a genius like you understand? I was a child from a poor background, with no money and no talent. If I didn't become like this, how could I possess the power I have now?" Chao Yu flatly rejected his logic. He understood nothing at all. Chao Yu gripped his hilt and lunged forward like an arrow from a bow, radiating killing intent. "Lin Lang, you're truly beyond saving. Then don't blame me for using force." The two forces collided with the ear-piercing sound of metal grinding. Chao Yu swung his blade, creating a cold half-moon arc of light. Lin Lang immediately swung his pair of reaper-like claws to meet the attack, unleashing his killing move, flickering shadow dragon claws. However, relying on his extraordinary reflexes, Chao Yu caught the other's bizarre wrist in a lock. He let out a contemptuous cold laugh. "You still dare call yourself a dragon with just this?" The system instantly prompted the skill activation. Chao Yu held nothing back, hacking out a series of scorching blade auras like a violent storm. In extreme terror, Lin Lang stumbled back. Seizing the momentum, Chao Yu gripped his hilt with both hands and used his full strength to unleash a thunderous strike from mid-air. Dragon chant chain slash. At the moment death descended, Lin Lang's pupils contracted and he cried out in despair, "How is this possible?" Boom. A massive explosion rang out as dust rose and black smoke billowed in the center of the deep crater. Lin Lang struggled wretchedly. His attribute panel was laid bare before Chao Yu's eyes. Level 25, HP 412, 6000, Strength 421, Defense 235, Agility 266, Skills, Flickering Shadow Dragon Claws, Dragonification. Chao Yu was stunned for a moment. The image of that eerie female NPC from the Cave of 10,000 Poisons flashed through his mind. Could it be that Lin Lang had also fused with a boss? What kind of terrifying conspiracy were those madmen in Bai Zi brewing? Giving the opponent no chance to breathe, Lin Lang pushed his dragonification power to the limit, letting out a savage low growl. "Chao Yu, you forced me to do this." His body mutated into a massive monster with jagged fangs and a long lolling tongue that dripped with foul blood. All his attribute values instantly skyrocketed. Behind his hulking silhouette, an eerie, spine-chilling, demonic smile seemed to be hidden. Forcing this move would result in irreversible permanent mutation. Carrying soaring killing intent, Lin Lang gnashed his teeth and roared, "Chao Yu, you forced me to use this move. You deserve to die." In an instant, the giant beast shattered the ground and pounced like lightning with a sharp air-cleaving whistle, its claws dancing as it attempted to tear the opponent to shreds. Chao Yu's expression was cold to the extreme. He calmly exposed him. "Lin Lang, you're nothing but a half-human, half-ghost monster now. When I was an apprentice, I already killed one of your kind." Activating his gale boots, Chao Yu's figure shot into the sky, dodging the fatal pounce by a hair's breadth. High in the air, he exerted all his strength to drive his blade into the hard back armor, burying it deep into Lin Lang's shoulder. The beast let out a shrill, piteous scream. This earth-shattering blow shook the entire forest, its dazzling light tearing through the night. Lin Lang was pinned to the ground by the long blade. Unable to move, in extreme terror, he murmured with a trembling voice, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a commoner like you suddenly become so strong?" The intense pain caused him to hallucinate as if a black dragon were surrounding and trapping him. Slumped in a pool of blood, he roared with extreme resentment, "This is unfair. I've discarded almost everything for the power I have now. I endured endless agony just to fuse with this disgusting flood dragon." He lifted his contorted face, sinking into a fit of manic grievance. "But the power I fought so hard for is so pathetic in front of you. This is unfair." Chao Yu sheathed his long blade, looking down coldly at the defeated wretch. He replied flatly, "Nothing is impossible." Privately, he marveled at Wan Lihao's unique insight. With his current explosive power, facing a high tier might still be a struggle, but crushing these mid-tier freaks was indeed as easy as turning over his hand. This was the true essence of breaking all laws with absolute strength. Chao Yu planted his blade into the ground and delivered the final judgment. "I won't kill you. I'm taking you back to help me clear my name. Can you even change back? I don't want to lug a giant lizard across the forest." Insulted as a lizard, the monster's pride was trampled. It struggled to argue back. "I'm a flood dragon, not a lizard." Chao Yu casually delivered a heavy punch, slamming it into that lumpy head and making the beast see stars. He demanded sharply, "What did you say you were again?" Lin Lang curled his lip, trembling as he squeezed out a few words. A lizard." Immediately after, the massive body rapidly shriveled, reverting to his original wretched human form. Seeing him submit, Chao Yu snapped his fingers with satisfaction. "Very good. Come back with me." Chao Yu was about to turn away when a cold voice stopped him in his tracks. "Where do you think you're going?" His face darkened slightly as his sharp gaze swept over the gloomy surroundings. From within the deep shroud of night, a group of figures draped in heavy cloaks slowly emerged, led by a man wearing a ferocious ghost mask. The man's heavy boots crunched on the ground as he let out a clucking sneer. Truly, one wears out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find the prize without effort. "Chao Yu, we were just worrying about having no chance to catch you, and here you are, walking right into our trap." Chao Yu curled his lip, his attitude showing no fear. "You're sure you can take me down?" As soon as the words landed, Yang Shangdi and Ma Fei arrived just in time. Quickly assuming a defensive formation, their eyes were filled with intense wariness toward the surrounding encirclement. The ghost-masked man glanced sideways at the pile of mud on the ground, his tone extremely contemptuous. "HMPH, Lin Long is such a piece of trash." Seeing through the opponent's identity, Chao Yu exposed them coldly. "If I'm not mistaken, the ones who appeared in the Ghost Mountain dungeon were also your people, weren't they?" The leader spread his arms in a triumphant posture. "Correct. Unfortunately, there's no reward for a right answer." He suddenly roared out an attack command. "Do it!" Ma Fei was the first to charge the front line, his sword carving out a dazzling arc of light like a crescent moon sweeping through 1,000 troops. Clang, a piercing sound of metal clashing rang out. The enemy's heavy shields easily blocked that flurry of rain-like attacks. Ma Fei's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, they're not even hurt." Seeing through the opponent's formation, Chao Yu immediately changed tactics. "Ignore them, resolve the supports in the back first." Seeing Chao Yu strike directly at the core like a sharp arrow, the shield-bearing soldiers shouted in panic, "Quick, stop him." Simultaneously, Yang Shangdi slammed his weapon heavily into the ground, and a burst of violent energy erupted instantly. Underworld mud-tied sand chains. In an instant, a plume of thick smoke mixed with an eerie red light spread out, completely sealing off the battlefield. With their vision obstructed, 3 assassins leaped into the air, switching targets to lunge at Yang Shangdi, roaring, "Kill that fat kid first." Yang Shangdi didn't panic at all. He steadied his stance and unleashed a lethal counterattack. Earth fission. The ground beneath him shattered instantly, and the gushing violent force sent the attackers flying. They stared in horror. Earth magic can be used like this? At that moment, Chao Yu remained like a sharp dagger, gouging deep into the enemy ranks. The defensive group hurriedly raised their shields, shouting aggressively, "Stop him, quick!" Chao Yu activated the Skull King's ring, pouring all his strength into the tip of his weapon. A heavy armored guard attempted a head-on clash, but Chao Yu's blade pierced through the defense like it was poking through thin paper, instantly shattering the thick shield into fragments. They looked at each other, stuttering and muttering, "Is something wrong with this kid?" Standing in the center of the encirclement, Chao Yu pointed his weapon majestically at the leader. "I'm quite curious, what is your number in Bai Z?" "As far as I know, Bai Z ranks members by strength." The ghost-masked man crossed his arms, responding arrogantly. "Asking me, I'm number 233. The eyes visible through the mosque slits were filled with an eerie red light. "Since you know Bai Z so well, why not just join us?" He slowed his tone, mixing enticement with threat. "Chao Yu, you must have many doubts in your heart. If you come back to Bai Z with us, all your questions will be solved." Immediately after, he dropped a bombshell. "For instance, the whereabouts of your parents." Chao Yu's pupils contracted abruptly. Yang Shangdi and Ma Fei also looked at each other in shock. Chao Yu's face sank to an absolute low. "My parents are in Bai Z. What exactly is their relationship with you?" The ghost-masked man closed his eyes, revealing a smile of certain victory. "You'll find out the answers to those questions once you come back with us." Boom! Chao Yu didn't listen to any further nonsense. He delivered a heavy strike like a bolt of lightning, instantly knocking the man off balance and onto the ground. He gritted his teeth, announcing word for word the truth. "I will find it myself." He wondered privately how his parents, missing for so many years, could be involved with this cult-like organization. If his parents really had a blood feud with Bai Z, he absolutely could not walk into their trap. Entering now with his current strength would be no different from seeking death. Seeing Chao Yu lost in thought, the assassins in the rear immediately exchanged glances and whispered a reminder. "He's dazed, now's the chance." 3 mages raised their wands in unison, releasing a succession of killing moves. Fire God Spear, Aurora Saint Blade, and Earth-Shattering Gale. The various energies intertwined, merging into a massive destructive orb that shot straight for Chao Yu's back. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as a blinding golden light illuminated a corner of the forest. However, as the smoke cleared, Chao Yu still stood firmly on the spot, his face masked in killing intent, having activated the ghost pupil. Qianping Path, Berserk State. He coldly chanted the mantra, Pingyang Sword Technique, first form, one sword leveling the sun. With just a single horizontal sweep of sword light, the group of lackeys was mowed down like grass. From the rear came the high-pitched chanting of support classes. Holy Pulsation. Irritated by this persistent recovery spell, Chao Yu swung his staff and charged into the heap of remnants, roaring, "I want to see if your healing is faster or my slashing is faster." Wails echoed one after another, but the support stubbornly continued recasting the spell. Holy Pulsation. Chao Yu kicked off the ground and leapt into the air, hacking down violently at the 2 enemies below. The soldiers were beaten until they were covered in wounds, and they actually turned back to tearfully beg their companions, "Please stop healing me, just let me die." Hearing this, Chao Yu frowned, frantically swinging his weapon with a sharp whistling sound as he scolded, "Do you look down on my output efficiency, dragon chant chain slash?" He grew more courageous as he fought. the cold light of his long blade weaving a web of death that loomed over the enemy's heads. After clearing the battlefield, he rested his chin on his hand and sneered, "It seems I am the superior one. I hope your healers can heal a little faster next time." The defeated remnants were scared out of their wits, fleeing in terror as they wailed, "How is this guy so strong? Something must be wrong. Run." Chao Yu casually unleashed a wave of energy to pursue them. "Take another strike from me." The rolling beam of magic exploded directly among the fleeing group, triggering a chorus of piteous screams. Having cleanly dealt with the remaining forces, Chao Yu withdrew his weapon with a flourish. Yang Shangdi's cheerful shout came from the distance. "Chao Ji, it's all resolved." He gave a slight nod. He stepped forward. "Yeah, let's go back." Watching his companions approach safely, his gaze shifted back to the traitor. He mused that he would have to settle the score with Bai Zi sooner or later, but for now he had to bring Lin Lang back. Late at night in the principal's office at Kyoto University, Chao Yu threw Lin Lang's limp body onto the desk and reported loudly, "Principal, I've brought the man back." Ji Pingyang narrowed his eyes to scrutinize the unrecognizable traitor and asked in a deep voice, "Pingyang, preserve us, what on earth happened to him?" Chao Yu cupped his fists respectfully and offered his analysis. "Principal, Lin Lang truly went astray out of a moment of impulsive rage. But I believe the underlying cause lies in the Bai Zi organization that seduced him. They are the true cancer. They specialize in researching fusion technology between humans and bosses, and their methods are extremely sinister." He recounted the thrilling encounter in detail. After listening, Ji Pingyang stroked his beard in thought, a flash of icy killing intent crossing his eyes. "Bai Zi, what arrogance!" He spread his palm, and a pill shimmering with blinding golden light slowly rose. "Because I'm busy with school affairs, I can't protect you personally. This thing is called a sword marrow. No matter where you are, if you crush it, I will be able to sense it. Next time Bai Zi comes for you." A terrifying sword chi instantly filled the room. Chao Yu carefully received the treasure and bowed in thanks. He was secretly pleased. With the world's #1 swordsman as his backer, dealing with Bai Zi would certainly be much easier. It wasn't over. Ji Pingyang then pulled out an exquisite necklace and said warmly, "I'm giving this Changqi necklace to you as well." The attribute panel lit up instantly. Changqi necklace. A rank, reinforcement 6. Effect. Increases spirit by 150 points, skill power increased by 35, casting time reduced by 30, no class restrictions. Chao Yu was so excited he was incoherent. "Principal, are you really giving this to me?" Bang, the old principal gave his student a light flick on the head and scolded loudly. "That's a reward for doing a good job on this errand. Keep it safe. This treasure has been with me since I was mid-tier. If it could be reinforced one more time, who knows, it might even awaken a weapon spirit." Chao Yu stroked the necklace lovingly. He suddenly froze and asked hesitantly, "But principal, if you give this necklace to me, what about you? Won't this affect your combat power?" Ji Pingyang leaned back leisurely in his chair and smiled faintly. "Me, it's fine. I'm okay no matter what." Just then a dazzling golden announcement appeared. "Congratulations to the sword cultivator Pingyang for binding a new S-rank piece of equipment. Obtained 50 free attribute points." Chao Yu's lip twitched, completely speechless at his mentor's humble bragging. Meanwhile, on a lonely island surrounded by the sound of waves, a fishing hook was cast into the sea, quickly hooking a large, frantically struggling fish. The Sword King approached slowly from behind, his tone tinged with mockery. "Yo, boss, Bai is in high spirits today, actually came out to fish." The fisherman didn't even turn his head, responding coldly, "So it's the Sword King. How are things with the Hammer King?" The Sword King smacked his lips as he reported, "He was rescued by the Wood King, but half his body is ruined." The mysterious dark shadow gave the rod another sharp tug, and a muffled voice echoed through the crashing waves. "Now do you understand? In a one-on-one, no one is a match for Ji Pingyang. We must choose the right time, the right place, and the right people to work together for a chance to kill him. Pingyang is a tough nut to crack and must be eliminated. As for the battlefield, let's choose Suzhou. That's the hometown of Chao Anqing's son." The Sword King nodded in agreement. No objections. He turned to take his leave. "Boss, bye, I'll head out then." Swoosh, a sharp fishing hook flew past his cheek, and a voice as chilling as if it came from the depths of hell rang out, "One more thing. To besiege Pingyang, how many of your 8 kings will be deployed?" Back at Kyoto University, night had fallen. Wan Lihao knocked on the door of the isolation room and looked at the trembling student, speaking in a deep voice. "Lin Lang, come with me. The principal has already talked to me about this." Lin Lang hesitated for a long time before silently following. The teacher and student passed through a teleportation array, and the destination left Lin Lang stunned as he recognized the familiar place. This was the shelter of the second stage training ground. Wan Lihao tilted his head and took a large swig of strong liquor. He let out a long sigh. "Strictness without teaching is the teacher's laziness." He looked at his dejected student, his voice slightly raspy. "You are my student. No matter why you became like this today, as your teacher, I am also to blame." He handed the bottle over and asked briefly, "Drink?" Lin Lang hurriedly took it and gulped down several mouthfuls, but because he was too fast, he choked until his face was red, coughing incessantly as he sat on the cold stone. Wan Lihao reminisced about his wilder years. "I used to have a very bad temper. Fighting became an instinct. If I didn't fight for a day, I'd feel uncomfortable all over. Everyone called me war madman. When I was young, I caused my share of trouble too and was hunted by quite a few people. Who would have thought that someone like me, who is clearly unsuitable for teaching, would end up becoming a teacher at Kyoto University?" Lin Lang's eyes widened, utterly shocked by this confession. He thought, So brother Hao had a pass like that too? Slap Wan Lihao delivered a backhanded flick to his student's head and lectured slowly. In the past, if someone had told me, Wan Lihao, you'll be a teacher in the future, I would have beaten them until they were looking for their teeth on the ground. It's too ridiculous. How could someone like me be a teacher? So why the long face all day? There's no hurdle a young person can't overcome. If you're wrong, admit it. At worst, just start over. A true powerhouse is someone who dares to face their own mistakes. He rubbed his messy hair and laughed heartily. I'm actually not very good at preaching, but I guess you understand what I mean. Lin Lang's eyes turned red. He frowned and sobbed his repentance. Teacher Wan, you're right. I was wrong. I'm willing to accept the school's punishment. He took another massive swig of liquor, determined to leave his straying ways behind. I want to be a new man. As the alcohol kicked in, he asked curiously, Teacher Wan, do you think I can ever reach Chao Yu's height? Hearing that name, Wan Lihao burst into laughter and waved it off teasingly. Chao Yu, don't dream, that kid is just a pervert. On the other side, Chao Yu was carefully putting on a half-mask to cover his face. Yang Shangdi found it strange and asked, Chao Ji, why the mask? He shrugged and explained calmly. To save trouble, I'm preparing to participate in the high school combat convention. I don't want to be recognized and stopped by people when I enter individual dungeons. Ma Fei strode over with his chest out and head held high, preening his hair with an air of immense pride and arrogance. The Global Underground University Combat League, how could such a grand event proceed without the presence of me, Ma Fei? Yang Shangdi crossed his arms, falling into deep thought as he analyzed the rules. But the team event requires 5 people. We need to recruit 1 more. Ziyu's eyes filled with surprise and worry. The Global Combat League, I'm afraid I'll only be a burden to you all. Ma Fei slapped his chest with a thumping sound, offering a crude yet confident reassurance. You're exaggerating. It'll be fine. With me, Ma Fei, here, we could win even with a dog on a leash. Startled by this bizarre analogy, Ziyu recoiled in a fit of rage and countered. What exactly do you mean by that? Realizing his slip of the tongue, Ma Fei waved his hands and laughed awkwardly to smooth things over. I didn't mean anything by it. What I meant was, you're much better than a dog. Bang, bang, 2 heavy punches slammed onto the top of Ma Fei's head. Standing to the side, Yang Shangdi covered his mouth to stifle a laugh at this unexpected farce. In the desolate, crumbling and deserted ruins, the 4-person squad officially assembled. Ziyu looked around, her face still etched with doubt. Doesn't a team need 5 people? Then why didn't we call Lao? The word Zuo had barely left her mouth when Yang Shangdi's quick hand clamped over it. Chao Yu interrupted, drawing everyone's attention forward. The exclusive dungeon seems to be called Silent Town. Let's head in. A bizarre spatial vortex opened, manifesting mysterious information. Silent Town, difficulty, D rank. Ancient underground civilization ruins containing profound supernatural forces witness to countless moments of human destruction. This power has been distorted and merged with darkness. Suddenly a hearty voice rang out from behind Chao Yu. Hey brother! He turned around to see a youth with fiery red short hair greeting them with a familiar casual smile. Are you guys entering the Silent Town dungeon too? If not, let us go first. Before Chao Yu could even react, the red-haired youth proactively approached and enthusiastically shook his hand. I'm Tai Zhu, a senior at Shuchang University. You're here to get your qualification for the Combat League too, right? Chao Yu responded with a smile, going along with the flow by fabricating a pseudonym. Hello, I'm Chao Depao from the Liberal Arts and Science College. Tai Zhu narrowed his eyes and smiled, extending an invitation. Why don't we go in together? Having a few more teammates means we can look out for each other, right? Both sides exchanged scrutinizing gazes. Tai Zhu introduced several faces in his team without hesitation. Suddenly, a girl with cat ears on her head showed a look of dissatisfaction, bluntly and loudly objecting to the addition of strangers. After a brief verbal spat, the atmosphere between the two sides grew increasingly tense. Seeing the situation turning sour, a burly man in Tai Zhu's team stepped forward to mediate. Hey, forget it, we're all on the same path, why make things so stiff? Chao Yu waved his hand, the smile on his face never wavering. It's fine, brother Tai Zhu, don't take it to heart, we don't mind. Tai Zhu scratched his fiery red hair and laughed awkwardly. Sorry about that, sorry for the embarrassing display. Let's enter the dungeon. Everyone will be teleported to different locations. Just as they were waiting for the portal to activate, a mysterious voice suddenly rang out in Chao Yu's subconscious. Do you believe in the power of blessings, like making a wish for your family's safety on a birthday or wishing someone a happy holiday? The voice was steady, yet carried a hint of bizarre, demonic charm. It might just be a passing thought or a gentle instruction. In fact, you haven't realized it, but you already believe your will can bring a good outcome. But will everything truly change because of your will? Chao Yu snapped his eyes open, his heart in a state of panic. Who is whispering these eerie words in my ear? He felt a chill run down his spine, discovering that he was pinned firmly to a cold stone table. The system interface immediately flashed, displaying task information. Silent Town. Mission requirement: investigate the cause of the supernatural power in Silent Town. Difficulty B rank. Reward depends on task evaluation. At the end there was a meaningful hint attached. Friendly reminder: please believe in your own will. Out of the corner of his eye the darkness fluctuated silently. A faceless witch with a smooth pale beardless face appeared ghost-like beside him. Chao Yu's lip twitched and he cursed under his breath, caught between laughter and tears. I just got in and we're already playing such heart-pounding games. Suddenly, the witch let out a piercing shriek and lunged at Chao Yu's face. Startled, he spat out a curse. The opponent swung a rusty cleaver down, attempting to take the sacrifice's life. Relying on his keen reflexes, Chao Yu tilted his head to narrowly avoid the blade. He exerted full force to shatter the chains, then swung his blade in a lethal strike that pierced the demon's chest. The system immediately sent a crisp notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the faceless witch. Malice points 100. He planted his long blade on the ground, observed his surroundings, and muttered with an arched brow, "Seems I've arrived in quite a formidable place." However, before his smile could fade, he spun around abruptly. In the shadows, hundreds of faceless witches were slowly crawling forward like hungry ants. A flash of warlike mania sparked in Chao Yu's eyes. He gripped his hilt and provoked them in a deep voice. "Still trying to scare me?" Chao Yu transformed into a veritable killing machine, brandishing a flaming blade as he charged into the crowd of ghosts. The system numbers flickered frantically. Malice points 100. Seeing their kind slaughtered to the last, the faceless witches shrieked in terror and scattered to flee. Chao Yu pursued them triumphantly, laughing out loud as he hacked away. "Don't run, I haven't farmed enough malice points yet." One by one, the witches fell under his blade, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. The data on the system continued to soar. Malice points 100, having cleared these troubles. Chao Yu finally carried his blade away at a leisurely pace. He calculated privately, "I need to regroup with them quickly. Zhao Ziyu is a support. It'll be hard for her to deal with these faceless monsters alone." He pushed open a rotted wooden door and stepped out, concluding that other people must have been teleported here as well. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind. Chao Yu spun around, his long blade already in a defensive stance. It was a member of Taiju's team rushing over, who shouted excitedly upon seeing him, "Brother Dapao, did you get separated from your team too?" Before Chao Yu could answer, a piercing, piteous cry for help tore through the night in the distance. "Help!" Yang Shangdi and the other two were seen fleeing desperately ahead, closely followed by a terrifying giant spider. Spotting their savior, Yang Shangdi screamed at the top of his lungs, "Brother Dapao, save me!" Chao Yu did not hesitate for a second. Charging out like a bolt of lightning, he lowered his center of gravity and violently hurled his long blade. The blade whistled through the air and pinned itself firmly into the monster's massive body. Witnessing this divine feat, the members of Taiju's team cheered. "Nice, good kill, brother." However, Chao Yu's combat intuition told him something was wrong. "Strange, I didn't receive any notification for a successful hit." Sure enough, the lethal wound on the spider was healing at a visible rate. The red data of the monster immediately appeared on the system. Human-faced spider. Remaining resurrections 998. Level 22, HP 4000, Strength 351, Defense 122, Agility 233. Skills: Soul Devour, Spiderweb Entanglement. Below was a line of bloody warnings. The horror of this monster lies in its consumption of living souls to survive. Every soul consumed grants it an additional resurrection. Prefers those with beautiful faces. After reading this information, Yang Shangdi was so scared he spat out a curse. He stuttered in utter terror. What is this thing? 998 resurrections. You can't kill it until it uses up all the faces on its body. Chao Yu gripped his long blade as it flew back into his hand and decisively ordered, "You guys go first. This thing is too bizarre. If it touches you, your soul will be sucked out and turned into one of its resurrections." Despite retreating as instructed, Zhao Ziyu couldn't hide her inner anxiety, asking with a trembling voice, "Chao Yu, then what about you?" He gave a calm smile and waved them off. "It's fine, go quickly, I have a way." Once his companions vanished, Chao Yu exerted force through his feet, shattering the ground into a web of cracks. He leaped into the air and cleaved the human-faced spider in two, forcing it into a resurrection cooldown. Taking advantage of this brief gap, Chao Yu transformed into an afterimage and quickly left the battlefield without a trace, having escaped the danger. Yang Shangdi came forward to meet him. "Brother Chao, you're finally here. I'm so glad you're okay." Chao Yu nodded and let out a long breath. Hurriedly looking around, Yang Shangdi reported the situation. Brother Taizu has already regrouped with his team. They're a step ahead and reached the back gate, entering the true silent town. As they spoke, everyone looked up at a stone wall. Yao Feng pointed curiously. "Who left this record?" Ma Fei narrowed his eyes, reading the words carved into the stone bit by bit. "I am Wang Tang. Once you cross this stone gate, you enter the true silent town. Ahead is a true hell. If you indeed have a reason that you must enter, please remember this incantation. It can protect you from losing your life when facing those bizarre and grotesque supernatural phenomena." After reading, Chao Yu stroked his chin in thought, showing a skeptical expression. "Does everyone think this record is reliable?" Yang Shangdi crossed his arms, looking like he knew his stuff as he analyzed. "I'm inclined to believe it, but I don't recognize half of these 8 characters in the incantation," Ma Fei added, scratching his head. "I'm a bit better than Shangdi. I recognize 6 of them." Zhao Ziyu also shook her head helplessly. "I can't recognize them all either." Chao Yu stepped forward and touched the wall directly. A spatial vortex opened instantly, spinning eerily. He waved his hand decisively. "Forget it, if we don't know them, then we don't know them. We're going straight in." Restoring his captain's poise, he let out a shout. Let's go. The four-person team slowly stepped into the vortex, and the scene before them transformed into a desolate, crumbling town filled with a chilling, deathly aura. Zhao Ziyu hunched her shoulders, muttering with a shiver, "It's so cold." She looked down at her feet and picked up a yellowed old photograph showing two blurred figures. Wiping away the dust, she was about to take a closer look. "This is..." Before she could finish, the face of the man in the photograph suddenly distorted, splitting into a bizarre smile that reached his ears, with blood seeping from the gaps in his teeth. Ziyu shrieked in terror and threw the photo away. The three men quickly surrounded her, asking with concern what was wrong. Ziyu turned pale, pointing at the photo on the ground with a trembling voice. "There's a ghost in the photo." However, Chao Yu's lip curled into a sinister arc, his tone cold yet tinged with excitement. "Oh, there's such a good thing?" Ignoring everyone, he leaned down to pick up the photo. The bizarre man inside was staring fixedly at him. The hideous smile became increasingly distorted. Chao Yu stared for a moment, let out a cold snort, and tossed the photo into the air. He swung his blade, cutting both the photo and the evil spirit lurking within in two with a crisp, clean motion. Seeing the points pop up on the system, he pursed his lips in disappointment. "Only 50 points, that's too little. Can we get more?" Witnessing this, Zhao Ziyu stood dumbfounded, her heart filled with awe. "I haven't seen him for a while. How has Chao Yu become even stronger?" Suddenly a set of frantic footsteps came from the thick mist at the end of the street, accompanied by a piteous cry, "Save me! Help me!" Yang Shangdi was sharp-eyed and spun around to alert them. Look, a child of about 7 or 8 years old with a face covered in filth was stumbling toward them, tears streaming down her face as she begged for help. Extreme terror was written across her face. Ma Fei drew his sword, his eyes warily scanning the area as he warned, "What good could there be in this dungeon? Everyone be careful, don't fall for a trick." Chao Yu let out a light laugh and stepped forward confidently, crouching down to be at eye level with the little girl. He asked in a gentle tone, "Little girl, what's wrong?" Seeing someone willing to help, the girl grabbed onto Chao Yu's sleeve like a lifeline. "Help me." She wiped her tears and sobbed as she explained, "Big brother, my mommy fell down and she's in the house right now. I can't lift her." Chao Yu patted his chest, acting with a sense of righteous chivalry as he agreed heartily. "Lead me there, I'll solve it for you." Guided by the girl, the group cautiously arrived at a dilapidated apartment building covered in moss. Standing before a rust-covered door, the girl slipped inside. She pointed into a dark corner and said, "This is my house." Chao Yu nodded and replied calmly, "All right, let's not waste time." The next second he violently kicked the door open like a thunderbolt. Chao Yu's sharp gaze quickly scanned the cold, damp room. Amidst the rubble, a twisted demon was waiting. Detecting its prey, it bared its sharp fangs in a roar of intimidation and lunged at Chao Yu's throat. Chao Yu let out a disdainful, cold laugh, his tone contemptuous. "This is it. Do you have any ghost brothers or ghost sisters? Call them all out." The demon let out a piercing shriek, opening its maw to spit out a mass of pitch-black malice. Chao Yu stepped aside to dodge and swung his blade in a strike that seemed gentle but carried the weight of a mountain, severing the evil spirit. The system reported the victory. Malice points 100. The girl hiding outside the door witnessed Mother being instantly cut down, her mouth hanging wide in shock. Chao Yu turned and stepped out of the room, wiping the blood from the blade's edge as he smiled brightly. "Little girl, I've already solved your house's problem." The girl's face instantly turned pale, and she forced a stiff smile. "Is that so? You're really amazing, big brother." Chao Yu's eyes suddenly turned cold as he stared fixedly at her, his voice as sharp as a blade. "But where's your mommy? Wasn't that thing just now your mom?" No sooner had he finished speaking than his blade tip pierced the girl's chest without mercy. The girl's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. "Ah?" The evil spirit, disguised as a child, dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. The system prompted again. Malice points 50. Yang Shangdi cheered, his admiration for his elder brother's ability to see through demons reaching a peak. Zhao Ziyu, however, hadn't quite processed it yet, asking blankly, "Chao Yu, how were you so sure she was a problem?" He leaned on his sword hilt, replying. Chao Yu shrugged, explaining as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, "I've seen this kind of deceptive trick many times. Those two brats were in cahoots. One was responsible for luring the enemy, and the other for killing the unlucky bastards." Ma Fei frowned, his tone laced with concern. "It seems the number of ghosts in this dungeon far exceeds our imagination. I'm afraid this place isn't as simple as we thought." While the three were discussing their next move, Ziyu's sharp eyes caught a movement in the shadows, and she shrieked, "Ah!" Startled by her scream, the three men asked in unison with urgent concern, "What happened?" Ziyu pointed frantically at the hollow corner, stammering, "Something just flashed past over there." Chao Yu's eyes instantly lit up as if he had seen gold. He shouldered his great blade and sped off, shouting, "Don't run, my malice points." Yang Shangdi followed, running breathlessly behind him while shouting, "Chao Ji, wait for us." Chao Yu was chasing that wisp of fleeing black smoke and was just about to deliver a lethal strike when a white-haired elder with a flowing beard dressed in Taoist robe suddenly blocked his path. The elder waved a hand to stop him. "Young friend, be careful, that is a century-old vengeful spirit, extremely vicious." The old priest gave the spirit no chance to escape, rapidly forming a hand seal while silently chanting the Yong Five Thunders mantra. Instantly, thousands of dazzling bolts of lightning erupted from his palm, weaving into a massive electric net that tightly enveloped the evil spirit. The vengeful spirit let out a piercing, piteous wail. After a frantic struggle, it was completely incinerated into ash. The elder withdrew his power and stroked his white beard, his face full of pride. Meanwhile, Chao Yu stomped his feet in rage on the side. Having had his kill stolen, he complained indignantly, "Who the hell took my malice points?" The old priest sighed with self-satisfaction. It seems the power of this old man's Yong Five Thunders hasn't diminished much. Chao Yu suppressed his fury, lifting his chin to inquire about this intruder's identity. And who are you? The elder cleared his throat and solemnly cupped his fist to introduce himself. This old man is Xuan Yu, a contemporary successor of the Taoist sect. You may address me as Priest Zhang. Chao Yu's mind raced as he thought seriously. A Taoist NPC, is he like the one from the Ghost Mountain dungeon? There are quite a few ghosts in this silent town. This NPC should be a huge help. Just as he was calculating his advantage, Xuan Yu frowned and looked into the distance, pointing. The ghost aura ahead is thick. Dozens of pillars of dense black smoke are converging. As soon as he heard about ghost aura, Chao Yu's eyes lit up again. He broke into a frantic sprint in that direction, thinking he absolutely couldn't let this old priest steal any more of his malice points. His green dragon crescent blade was nearly at its limit. Seeing the youth act so recklessly, Xuan Yu shouted a warning, "Young friend, do not be foolhardy." The elder formed a seal to summon a magical treasure, and a flying sword immediately appeared beneath his feet. He jumped onto the sword and warned, "Your mortal weapon cannot harm ghosts and monsters." However, Chao Yu turned a deaf ear to all advice, his legs moving like motors as he actually outran the old priest flying on his sword. Xuan Yu's eyes widened, filled with shock as he thought to himself, how is this possible? Is this kid some kind of monster spirit in human form? My speed while flying on a sword can't even keep up with his running speed. With a magnificent leap, Chao Yu landed directly on the roof of a high-rise apartment. Looking down, the sight was hair-raising. Thousands of zombies and wraiths were tightly surrounding an area. In the center of the encirclement, he sharply recognized Taiju's group struggling to move amidst the swarming ghosts. Taizu shouted to his teammates, "Remember the spell on the wall, recite it now." He squeezed his eyes shut, piously joining his hands and silently chanting the incomplete mantra. Miao Fo Yan Ni, Shinan Du Kong. The other members immediately followed suit, chanting in unison, Miao Fo Yan Ni, Shinan Du Kong. A ring of dazzling light suddenly erupted from the center of the crowd, forming a solid defensive barrier. Those evil spirits recoiled the moment they touched the light, shrieking in pain before scattering in terror and fleeing for their lives. Someone in the team cheered excitedly. The ghosts are retreating. Observing from the rooftop, Chao Yu suddenly narrowed his eyes as a chilling wind laced with sharp malice swept through the night sky in a bizarre fashion simultaneously. Xuan Yu also landed his flying sword beside Taiju's group just in time. The elder looked around in confusion, muttering, where did that dense ghost aura go? How did it vanish without a trace? And that young man carrying the blade is gone too." He raised his voice to ask the nearest person, "Young friends, did you see any ghosts just now?" A member of Taiju's team nudged the captain with his elbow and whispered, "Captain, this old man is called Xuan Yu. The guide says he's a key NPC. Following him is the only way to trigger the main plot." Taiju's eyes lit up and he nodded heavily. "I understand." He quickly changed his attitude, stepping forward to bow respectfully. "Priest Zhang, I am Taizu. The ghosts just now have already been dealt with by us." Xuan Yu stroked his beard in astonishment, looking at the group of students suspiciously. "Dealt with by you?" Taizu puffed out his chest, adopting a self-righteous and extremely sincere look. "Indeed, if the priest also has a benevolent heart for exorcising demons and benefiting the people, why don't we travel together? I have always respected people like you the most, brother priest." A cold voice filled with sharp, killing intent rang out, interrupting the performance. Chao Yu stepped out from the shadows, each step carrying a violent aura. He lowered his voice, his gaze as sharp as a blade as he pointed directly at Taizu. "When I held off the human-faced spider earlier, it was one thing for you not to wait for me, but now you want to steal my credit too." At that moment, the system slowly updated the data. Malice points 1500. Chao Yu breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, smiling triumphantly. "Luckily I killed the ghost quickly, or that old priest would have definitely beaten me to it." Taizu scratched his head awkwardly, trying to smooth things over with a clumsy excuse. Brother Depao, sorry about that. I thought moving ahead would help clear the path for you. I didn't expect it to lead straight into Silent Town." He changed the subject, feigning confusion as he asked, "As long as you chant the mantra and walk straight, that path shouldn't have been dangerous in theory. Why did you arrive so late? Did you not recite the mantra?" Chao Yu crossed his arms, responding with disdain, "We disdain using that kind of spell." He secretly calculated that he couldn't let them know he hadn't recognized the full spell at all. Besides, if the spell only had a repelling effect, it was of no use to his bloodthirsty great blade. He only hoped all the ghosts in the dungeon would actively throw themselves onto his blade in exchange for malice points. Taizu laughed awkwardly, putting on a show of magnanimity. "So that's how it is. My apologies, brother Depao." Standing to the side, a girl named Chu Xin curled her lip and mocked with sharp sarcasm, "Taizu, you're really useless, being so humble toward people from some wild chicken university. They rushed to catch up here just to seek the protection of our Shuchong Academy, didn't they? Can't anyone see their intentions? It's simply ridiculous." Yang Shangdi's blood boiled upon hearing this. He clenched his fists and roared, "Damn it, what do you mean by that?" Chu Xin raised an eyebrow and provoked arrogantly, "Oh, and what of it? You think a few of you can actually start a fight?" Seeing the tension rising, Taizu quickly stepped in the middle, spreading his arms to mediate. "Brother Depao, don't mind her. How about this? We'll travel together and you guys follow behind us. If there's trouble, leave it to me. Will that work?" Chao Yu gave the group of pretentious students a cold sweep of his gaze, thinking he'd trust him just this once. With his current strength, these people couldn't stir up much trouble even if they tried to play tricks. Seeing the argument end, Xuan Yu reminded them impatiently, "Since the ghosts are gone, what are you still dawdling for? If you're not moving, this old man is leaving first." Tai Zhu hurriedly followed, smiling ingratiatingly. Under the priest's lead, the group moved deeper into a desolate and dark apartment district. Looking at the ruins, Tai Zhu muttered casually, "It's really strange. This town has clearly been abandoned for a long time, so why does it feel like there are so many outsiders here now?" Xuan Yu walked at the head of the group, his expression grave and his voice low with unease. "I just hope we don't wake that thing up." His curiosity piqued. Tai Zhu pressed priest. "What is that thing you mentioned?" The old priest spoke each word with deliberate weight, his voice eerie and terrifying. "It is the Ghost King of Silent Town. Just like the ghost aura permeating this haunted land, evil spirits will fight and devour each other until the most powerful ruling Ghost King is born." Chu Xin shivered, asking timidly in return, "Is that Ghost King very strong?" Xuan Yu let out a long sigh, his gaze deep as he reminisced. "Strong? The word strong isn't enough to describe the horror of a Ghost King. The descent of any Ghost King is the source of chaos for all living things. It leads to utter devastation." He fell into a mournful memory, recalling that back then, "My father once encountered a Ghost King. Even with a master of the way exerting his full strength to help, they only barely managed to seal that abomination. You must know my father was a grand master of Taoist arts, with a cultivation 10,000 times deeper than mine. And that Ghost King, his true form, was actually a high monk who had fallen into the demonic path." Tisk, tisk, tisk. Hearing this, Chao Yu's pupils contracted abruptly. The clues in his mind began to connect frantically. A high monk entering the ghost path? Could it be? Unable to contain his inner excitement, he suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Xuan Yu's collar, lifting the man off the ground as he roared, "Quick, tell me, what was your father's name?" Seeing this, Chu Xin shouted in a fit of rage, "Chao Depao, what madness has taken you? Put the priest down right now." Chao Yu spun around abruptly, casting a gaze filled with such killing intent that she was instantly silenced. "Shut up," he turned back to continue interrogating the old priest. Xuan Yu was scared out of his wits and stammered out a name. "My father was Zhang He." Chao Yu was stunned, his hand losing its strength as he let go. Zhang He, how could this be? Zhang He was clearly an NPC from the Ghost Mountain dungeon. If the Zhang He the old priest mentioned was the same priest Zhang from the Ghost Mountain dungeon, then was this absurd phenomenon due to a difference in time flow between dungeons, or was there some earth-shattering secret hidden behind it? Seeing Chao Yu dazed, Chu Xin grew arrogant again, pointing at his face and cursing, "Chao Depao, how dare you shout at me? Do you know who my father is? A mere student from some rural university actually daring to yell at me. If you piss me off, I absolutely won't let you off." Yang Shangdi hurriedly grabbed Chao Yu's sleeve and advised in a low voice, "Chao Ji, let's put the priest down first." Upon hearing the name Chao Ji, Xuan Yu's eyes widened as if they were about to fall out. He pointed at Chao Yu, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Chao Depao, Chao Ji, your name is Chao Yu? That master my father mentioned, the one who helped him destroy the ghost monk, was it you?" Chao Yu dusted off his sleeves and admitted flatly, "Indeed, the one who accompanied your father to kill the ghost monk back then was me." Xuan Yu fell to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his face as he kowtowed 3 times with immense respect. "My father passed away over 50 years ago. I never imagined you would still be alive and still so young and long-lived. It seems my father's deduction back then was correct." His curiosity rising again, Chao Yu asked with a frown, "Deduction? What deduction?" The old priest stood up and recounted that startling secret with deep emotion. "Before his passing, my father called me to his bedside. He said that through his supreme Taoist arts he had grasped the truths of the universe and seen through your true origin." Xuan Yu repeated the final words. "At that time, father said, 'Xuan Yu, I finally understand why after the battle at Ghost Mountain no one named Chao Yu could be found in the entire world, because he simply does not belong to our world.'" Xuan Yu's eyes grew moist as he spoke. "I was very confused then, and asked father what he meant. Father pointed to the highest heavens and answered firmly, he originally came from the main world." Describing the moment his father touched the taboo, Xuan Yu spoke with lingering fear. The pitch-black sky was suddenly torn apart by violent dragon-shaped lightning. That was heaven's scourge, the punishment of the heavenly Tao, but father was undaunted. He straightened his back, laughing wildly at the sky in challenge. "Do you think you can threaten this old man with that? What does Zhang He have to fear?" When the thunder fell, Xuan Yu's voice choked. Father only had time to leave his final words, "Xuan Yu, remember this. The last divination I performed is that you will encounter a man named Chao Yu in your lifetime. Tell him for me. The world Chao Yu lives in is real, and the world Zhang He lives in is also real. The people of both worlds have been deceived." Finishing this tragic memory, Xuan Yu dried his tears and bowed deeply to Chao Yu. "That is how it happened. I truly never expected that in my twilight years I would have the honor of meeting you again." Hearing this story, a stormy sea of shock rose in Chao Yu's mind. He fell into deep thought, like the mechanical queen. Are they all NPCs who have awakened independent consciousness? No, if Priest Zhang's final words were true, then they are entirely real lives, not just a piece of ignorant code. But with his current meager strength, how could he possibly touch the veil obscuring the truth? While he was lost in thought, a sudden scream from Yang Shangdi pulled everyone back to reality. Chao Ji, something's wrong with the surroundings. Thousands of bloodthirsty ghosts were roaring frantically like a tsunami charging toward them, unlike the others' fear. Chao Yu licked his lips in excitement, a spark of battle igniting in his eyes. Leave them to me. It seems I've been given a pillow just as I was getting sleepy. He calculated in his heart that the Green Dragon Crescent blade only needed another 500 malice points to unlock its ultimate power. He swung his blade and charged into the center of the ghost storm, harvesting them frantically as the notification sounds rang out continuously. Malice points 100, malice points 100. System messages jumped out one after another until they reached the limit. Malice points erupted, 10,000, 10,000. Exorcism effect upgraded. Damage to soul bodies increased by 200. Immediately followed by an emergency warning: malice points too high, weapon material cannot withstand the load. Please upgrade the weapon as soon as possible. Chao Yu stroked the blade, which was vibrating violently due to energy saturation, and smiled triumphantly. The malice points have finally erupted, but Xuan Yu keenly sensed a change and shouted in terror. Senior Chao Yu, watch out, the ghost aura around us hasn't dispersed at all. Yang Shangdi and Ma Fei also froze in place, looking at the cracking ground. A massive skeletal hand extended its claws to break through the soil. Subsequently, hundreds of ghastly white skeletons struggled to crawl up, blocking their retreat. Ma Fei asked tremulously, "What on earth is this thing?" Staring at the black smoke gathering among the skeletons like spilled ink, Chao Yu. Cold sweat poured down Chao Yu's forehead. This aura was simply too terrifying. The Ghost King had descended, and simultaneously the system flashed an emergency notification. Source of the supernatural power in Silent Town has been located. Dungeon mission complete. Players are advised to evacuate immediately. Unwilling to accept defeat, Xuan Yu took a step back, gritted his teeth, and drew a shimmering golden talisman. He formed hand seals with lightning speed while chanting 6 ding to the left, 6 jaw to the right. The yellow god before, Yu Zhang behind. Divine consciousness slaughters all, sparing no powerhouse. Shen Gui 7 kill order. Exhausting his entire pool of true chi and stamina, he let out a thunderous shout and violently hurled the talisman at the massive black shadow. From within the billowing malice, the Ghost King's eyes, as red as fresh blood, snapped open. The system immediately shifted the plot, initiating a series of new missions. Hidden mission activated, close the portal. Requirement: work together to resolve the source of the supernatural power and restore peace to Silent Town. Difficulty: C rank. Boom! Xuan Yu's talisman collided head-on with the Ghost King's dark power, triggering a world-shaking explosion that sent dust flying. Panicked, Tai Zhu shouted to his companions, "Quick, recite the mantra." The entire Shuchong Academy team collapsed to the ground in despair, joining their hands frantically and screaming that useless incantation at the top of their lungs. Miao Fo Yan Ni, Xin Du Kong, but it was to no avail. Their faint light was completely swallowed by the Ghost King's terrifying pressure. The demon's voice, sounding as if it came from the depths of hell, issued a command: kneel. With a mere effortless order, Taiju's group was suppressed by an invisible force, falling to their knees in unison with their faces pressed against the filthy ground. They pleaded in terror, "What's happening? Why can't I control my own body?" Giving them no time to breathe, the Ghost King handed down a vicious curse, spitting out word for word: blindness, broken legs, broken arms. The bodies of the Shuchong Academy students instantly twisted and snapped in accordance with the punishment, and they let out heart-wrenching screams of agony. Witnessing this, Xuan Yu retreated in horror, whispering with a tremble, "Command reality, it's actually command reality. Impossible, how could a mere evil ghost reach such a realm?" Amidst this tragic scene, Chao Yu's 4-man squad remained standing tall and proud, completely unaffected by the Ghost King's overbearing power. Yang Shangdi scratched his buzz cut, looking utterly bewildered. He whispered, "Is it because we're so handsome that we're immune to command reality?" On the other side of the battle line, the Ghost King gnashed its jagged teeth in rage, its voice raspy from roaring. It frantically continued to spout vicious curses. Blindness, broken legs, broken arms, shattered bones, yet that domineering magic only took effect on the weakened students of Taiju's team. Seeing this comical scene, Chao Yu let out a cold, mocking laugh. "It seems the mantra left on the door was something you cooked up yourself, wasn't it? Save your breath, your command reality is useless against us." As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Yu kicked off the ground, his body leaping into the air like a coiled spring. He tore through the air, heading straight for the evil ghost. "Die!" The Ghost King opened its blood-red eyes and stared fixedly at the approaching enemy. Roaring with deep resentment, "Arrogant little beast," it gathered all its malice to launch a counterattack, attempting to crush the one who dared challenge it. But under the enhancement of the Gale Boots, Chao Yu's speed had reached a level that would make ghosts and gods wail. In an instant, the distance between the two was closed. Under the Ghost King's extremely terrified gaze, Chao Yu roared, "Dragon Chant Chain Slash." He swung his great blade, unleashing dozens of scorching blade auras that hacked frantically at the evil form. After the continuous barrage, he landed lightly on the ground. Chao Yu turned back to check the results. Dragging his broken body, Tai Zhu lifted his head and cried out with hope, "Is the Ghost King dead?" However, Xuan Yu broke the optimistic atmosphere with a timid tone. "Senior Chao Yu, be careful, the ghost aura here hasn't dissipated at all." Chao Yu clapped his hands and replied flatly, "I know, the mission isn't over yet anyway." No sooner had he finished than the foul-smelling blood pool beneath the Ghost King's feet suddenly boiled, erupting into a blood tornado that struck Chao Yu's back. A sharp blood blade grazed past, instantly slicing open his arm. Xiao Ziyu immediately joined her hands in prayer. Holy healing light, the soft glow of the support skill enveloped Xiao Yu, instantly stopping the bleeding. In the center of the viscous blood pool, a cloud of pitch-black smoke rose. The system immediately popped up a prompt to identify the boss, Witch Wraith. Level 28, HP 5000, Strength 235, Defense 56, Agility 183, Spirit 307. Skills: Command Reality, Immortality. She was a piteous person in life, but after death she became a witch wraith. The blood pool in her hands was immortal and indestructible. Scanning this attribute panel, Xiao Yu clicked his tongue and cursed inwardly, immortality again. It seems the core of this power lies in that damned blood pool. He spun around abruptly and issued a crisp command, Yang Shangdi, find a way to drain this blood pool. Shangdi immediately waved his hand and chanted, understood. He poured all his strength into earth magic and roared, Earth Fission. The ground beneath the witch's feet split open into a deep trench, forming a bottomless pit that began to swallow the tainted blood. Simultaneously, Xiao Yu transformed into a bolt of lightning, his blade closing in on the monster. Deprived of her source of power, the evil spirit switched targets, lunging toward Shangdi with murderous mania. Go to hell, but was Shangdi someone to be trifled with? As the blood pool gradually dried up, he directly unleashed an earth element ultimate move. Underworld mud tide, jagged rocks erupted and pierced through her body, causing her to let out a heart-wrenching howl of pain. Seizing this golden opportunity, Xiao Yu and Ma Fei launched a combined attack. Xiao Yu hurled his long blade with the power of thunder. One sword leveling the sun, the blinding light shattered the witch wraith's form, forcing her to dissipate into a puddle of black blood, yet that sinister voice continued to echo, I will not let you go. Sure enough, a few seconds later, she was resurrected in her original form from the residual drops of blood. She roared arrogantly, I am immortal and indestructible. Young Shangdi showed no fear, loudly assigning tasks. Brother Yu, Ma Fei, leave the blood pool to me, leave the rest to you too. With that he gathered his power and sprayed out thick mud. Sand chains, the witch wraith lunged at Shangdi in a rage, letting out a savage shriek, damned fat boy, I'll kill you first. But she had severely underestimated Yang Shangdi's magic. The mud tightly bound her limbs, locking her in place. Yang Shangdi gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. I absolutely cannot waste the heart of 5 elements, brother, you gave me. He drained his mana and roared his finishing move. Fire God's Flame Blast. Boom, a brilliant eruption of flames shattered the surrounding space. Taiju's group, lying on the ground like dead dogs, were also stunned into silence, exclaiming, how is this possible? How can that tank mage use the power of the 5 elements? Swallowed by the fire, the witch wraith struggled and wailed in the sea of flames. You all must die. Xiao Yu suddenly emerged from behind the smoke like a phantom, swinging his blade for a lethal strike. A killing intent-drenched blade made the evil spirit's eyes widen in disbelief. How can this be? How can your malice be so terrifying? Xiao Yu gave a light leap, delivering a heavy kick to her abdomen in midair, and replied with a cold sneer, I can't help it, this is my specialty after all. Before the witch wraith could struggle back to her feet, Xiao Yu raised his blood-stained great blade high, his tone as cold as a reaper's judgment. Go and attain Buddhahood, let me perform your funeral rites. The destructive blade hacked down, ending the evil life with a shrill scream. Witnessing this violent process of salvation, Xuanyu stroked his white beard with a face full of bewildered shock. Shouldn't funeral rites be my job? Besides, is directly hacking off someone's head even considered a funeral rite? The witch wraith's body gradually transformed into millions of points of light, dissipating into the void. The system interface flashed frantically with dazzling characters. Hidden mission complete. Evaluation, S-Rank. Reward, level 1, free attribute points 100. Equipment upgrade, Stone X1, Equipment Awakening, Stone X1. Clutching the 2 shimmering gems, Xiao Yu sighed with pride. An S-Rank evaluation. Who knew being illiterate had such benefits? He issued a command to the system. Use all. Instantly, a dazzling halo erupted from the great blade in his hand. The system announced the results. Success. B-Rank Equipment Golden Dragon Crescent Blade has been upgraded to A-Rank Equipment Torch Dragon Crescent Blade. Success. Torch Dragon Crescent Blade has successfully awakened its weapon spirit, Zhu Ju Yin. Xiao Yu lightly stroked this brand new treasure and glanced at the attribute panel. Torch Dragon Crescent Blade, Rank A Weapon Spirit, Zhu Ju Yin Synchronous Leveling. Effect, Day-Night State Switching, Night Agility 50, Day Critical Hit Rate 50. Enchantment, Damage to female creatures 20, Damage to soul body creatures 100. Special effect, Natural Suppression. When fighting any creature, if the opponent is dragon-related, its power will decrease by 20. Xiao Yu nodded repeatedly in satisfaction, feeling secretly smug. A true top-tier item. This kind of great blade equipment is indeed very suitable for a necromancer. He turned back to see his teammates who were rubbing their hands and looking joyful, and guessed that they must have gained a lot as well. Tai Zhu struggled over and patted Xiao Yu's shoulder to express his thanks. Brother Depao, thanks to you this time we made it through. Much thanks, however, his competitive nature still made him leave a parting word. But if I meet you at the combat convention, I won't show mercy. Hidden in a corner, Chu Xin cast a poisonous, hateful gaze at Xiao Yu. The next morning on the road out, Ma Fei nudged Chao Yu's shoulder and whispered a warning. You should watch out for that woman, Chu Xin. I saw her looking at you with a terrifyingly dark gaze. Chao Yu walked leisurely with his hands in his pockets, responding nonchalantly. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of some spoiled young lady. Upon reaching a fork in the road, the companions had to split up for their respective missions. Yang Shangdi turned toward another direction, waving goodbye. Brother Yu, I'm heading off to find the spell-casting teacher the principal arranged. Ma Fei also excused himself to write his report. Soon, only Chao Yu was left walking alone. He muttered to himself, well, I'm being taught by the principal himself. As he walked, he wondered who the teacher the principal had arranged for his special training was. Rechecking his personal attribute panel, his confidence surged. Name Chao Yu, class, Necromancer, realm, mid-tier level 22. Strength 888, unmatched strength, defense 944, bronze wall and iron bastion. Agility 444, walking as if flying, spirit 150 points. HP 98909890, MP 22002200. He smacked his lips smugly. Could it be Teacher Wan Li Hao? My current attributes would probably scare him half to death. Suddenly a massive hand formed from a phantom shadow reached out from the darkness, violently grabbing him. Startled, Chao Yu roared in anger. Who? He was held in a death grip, making it difficult to breathe. He struggled in a fury. Crap, is this for real? Immediately after, the two of them vanished without a trace. In the confined darkness, Chao Yu was curled up in that massive palm, his entire body paralyzed and unable to move. His mind raced. What's going on? Did Chu Xin find someone to retaliate against me? But the more he resisted, the tighter the hand gripped and cold sweat poured down. Assessing the situation, he realized escape was impossible. An existence with this level of power could absolutely not be an ordinary college student. Pushed to his limit, he craned his neck and shouted, "Whoever it is, if you've got guts, come out and show yourself." Suddenly, the demonic hand loosened and dissipated, leaving him falling flat on his back. Chao Yu scrambled up, warily scanning this space that was so quiet it made his spine tingle. He muttered, "Where is this? Why is there an old desk here?" Stepping forward, he picked up a yellowed newspaper from the desk to read. Chao Yu's eyes widened, stunned by the photograph on the front page, Bai Z Company. He swallowed hard, blurting out in shock, "Dad, he's actually the founder of the Bai Z Company. And my mom's name is Bai Xixia. What exactly is her relationship with Shi Wu?" He fell into extreme rage and confusion. Chao Yu slammed his hand onto the table with a thud. "Is there any connection between this Bai Z Company and that Bai Z organization? What on earth is going on?" The scene shifted to Ji Pingyang's office at Kyoto University, where a rhythmic knocking sounded. Ji Pingyang responded with a majestic tone, "Enter." The door opened and Wan Lihao walked in slowly. The principal looked up in surprise and asked, "Yo Xiao Wan, is the matter with Lin Lang resolved?" However, Wan Lihao's face was abnormally dark, his voice low and powerful. "Principal, something happened to that boy, Chao Yu." Ji Pingyang frowned in confusion. Something happened? What could happen to that boy at school? He analyzed it in his mind, especially since he had given him a sword marrow for protection. Suddenly, Wan Lihao's eyes turned blood red like a demon. He let out a roar, charging toward Ji Pingyang with lightning speed to launch an attack. Ji Pingyang's gaze sharpened, and the entire space filled with a chilling air. With a mere casual wave of his hand, he created an invisible whirlwind that directly flipped the imposter and sent him flying backward. The person wearing Wan Lihao's face rolled to his feet, laughing coldly as he praised. As expected of the #1 sword cultivator, "Your strength is indeed domineering." Having seen through the disguise, Ji Pingyang pointed his longsword directly at the infiltrator, interrogating coldly. "You are not Wan Lihao. Who are you?" The imposter brushed the dust off his clothes, peeled off the mask with a grin to reveal his true face, and gave a mock gentlemanly bow. "I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am one of the 8 kings, nicknamed the Paint King." Ji Pingyang completely ignored the flamboyant title and barked with killing intent. "I don't care what kind of king you are. I only want to know what you've done to Chao Yu." From outside the corridor came a wild laugh that made the walls tremble. "You still have the mind to worry about him?" This was followed by heavy footsteps as a hulking giant carrying a heavy hammer burst into the room, glaring ferociously at the principal. "You'd better worry about yourself first." This man was none other than the Hammer King, one of the 8 kings. Facing the pressure of a pincer attack, Ji Pingyang remained as steady as a mountain, his gaze sweeping over the two enemies like a sharp blade. "Sentence death. To dare touch a student of my school, no matter who you are, you must die." A woman's lazy voice then echoed from the window. "Pingyang, oh Pingyang, what I love most is that arrogant look of yours." The Wood King walked in with a graceful swaying gait. She curled her lip in a mocking sneer. "Aren't you curious how we managed to bypass the numerous barriers of your school to get in here?" She raised a slender finger to cover a light laugh, asking provocatively, "Guess how many of the 8 kings came this time?" Despite the tightening encirclement, Ji Pingyang remained composed, his expression unchanged as he offered a cold, dismissive retort. "Bringing so many people, you're nothing but a pack of losers." Insulted, the Hammer King's rage erupted and he roared in fury, hoisting a massive hammer that burned with a raging inferno. "Ji Pingyang, this time I will surely avenge my past defeat." He poured his entire cultivation into a single strike, violently smashing the hammer down and shattering the floor. Fiery divine hammer, with a deafening boom. The power of the explosion instantly tore through the once quiet office. Utilizing his extraordinary movements, Ji Pingyang transformed into an afterimage. lightly dodging the destructive firestorm. The Hammer King stood steady, leaning on his giant hammer as he pointed directly at the world's #1 sword cultivator with a threat. Ji Pingyang, today is the day you die. Ji Pingyang didn't bother with nonsense, swinging his sharp blade to counterattack with absolute strength. With the move sword traversing the rainbow, the blade's edge broke through the wind, piercing forward with staggering pressure. The Hammer King retreated in total terror, shouting, "Watch out!" However, the Paint King stood to the side with arms crossed, wearing an extremely smug and treacherous smile. Ji Pingyang had no idea that although the previous disguise and sneak attack had failed, the Poison King's lethal toxin had already begun to take effect silently the moment he got close. Sure enough, from the shadows of the corners, the remaining members of the 8 kings emerged one after another like vultures eyeing a corpse. The Poison King's mottled face twisted into a cold laugh as he confirmed the result. He's already been poisoned, there's no escape for him this time. Soon, his power will be completely devoured by the poison. And at that time, he will be like a fish on the chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. The Shadow King loomed in the darkness, issuing a brief command. Action. Immediately after, the Map King threw his magic dice and the Fire King, covered in flames, appeared right behind him. Finally, the Sword King emerged with a face full of resentment to seal off the exit. All 8 top-tier powerhouses formed a closed formation, performing hand seals simultaneously to pour their total power into a world-shattering combined technique. 8 kings convened, divine offering of world destruction. Facing this killing blow, Ji Pingyang also rapidly drew his precious sword, the blade erupting with a brilliant dragon-shaped energy wave to meet the challenge. The two massive forces clashed head-on, triggering an earth-shaking tremor that directly flipped the roof off the entire building. The terrifying pressure from the explosion sent surrounding obstacles flying dozens of meters away. As the dust cleared, Ji Pingyang's figure emerged, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. He stabbed his sword tip into the ground to stabilize his center of gravity, thinking privately, I can still suppress this lethal poison for now. On the other side, the Sword King was shaken into a wretched state, roaring in terror. This is impossible. We are all Saint Tier. How can he fight 8-1 while poisoned? The Fire King clutched his burning chest, forced to admit this cruel reality. If we don't ask Boss Bai to act, I'm afraid it will be difficult to take him down. We must invite Boss Bai here. The scene shifts back to Chao Yu. After discovering that world-shaking secret through the newspaper, a deep and majestic voice suddenly came from behind him. Well, did you find the answer you were looking for? A stranger's hand lightly patted his shoulder. Chao Yu spun around in shock, his face filled with extreme astonishment. It's you, you're Shi-Shan. Shi-Shan looked directly into Chao Yu's eyes, his gaze carrying an unquestionable authority. He gave a soft reminder, you cannot address me by my name directly. Chao Yu furrowed his brow, retreating half a step with a heart full of doubt and wariness. Why? The man smiled slightly, his tone calm yet firm. Because I am your biological uncle, you and I share the same bloodline. Biological uncle? Chao Yu cried out in shock, the logic in his brain instantly exploding. The two founders of Bai Zi, one was his father and the other was his biological uncle. If that's the case, then why did Bai Zi send people to capture me before? He questioned loudly with a sharp gaze. You say you're my uncle? What proof do you have? Shi-Shan raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by his nephew's stubborn attitude. Proof? He placed his hands behind his back and explained with a powerful voice. Your mother, Bai Shixia, is my younger sister. What more proof do you need? Chao Yu wasn't led by the nose, continuing to press word for word. Then what is your purpose in trapping me here? Why send people to capture me? Shi-Shan let out a long sigh, slowly taking off his glasses to wipe the dust in a leisurely manner as he answered. Initially, I caught you to force that bookworm Chao Onqing to show himself to me. But now I've changed my mind. He reached out and gripped Chao Yu's shoulder firmly. He revealed a cold and sinister smile. As your biological uncle, it would be quite improper if I didn't give you a gift for our first meeting, so uncle will give you something. No sooner had he finished speaking than one of Shi-Shan's iron fists pierced through the void, slamming heavily into Chao Yu's abdomen. Struck by indignant pain, Chao Yu was caught off guard and sent tumbling backward. Shi-Shan stood in place, flexing his knuckles as he lectured coldly. Be serious, are you a useless scholar just like your father, Chao Onqing? If you keep this up, I might just kill you out of sheer anger. Chao Yu lay on the cold ground, clutching his stomach as he struggled to stand, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He gnashed his teeth, radiating killing intent. This bastard is playing for keeps. He really wants to kill me. He decisively drew his weapon and charged at his mortal enemy, roaring in provocation. If you don't show your real skill, then what do I have to be afraid of? Chao Yu swung a flaming fist, putting all his strength into a strike toward Shi-Shan's chest. However, with a sharp crack, his fist passed through a phantom image, not touching anything solid at all. Cold sweat ran down his spine and he froze. Damn it, how is this possible? My hand actually can't touch his body. Before he could retract his move, Shi-Shan's counterpunch approached his face as fast as lightning. At this life or death moment, Chao Yu suddenly snapped out of it. If he dazed out again, he really would die. He used the momentum to dodge, rolling and crawling to open some distance before immediately gripping his long blade in a desperate stance. Staring at that powerful great blade, Shi-Shan clapped in praise, a surge of great interest flashing in his eyes. Oh, an A-rank weapon? And it seems it has awakened an extremely powerful weapon spirit. How interesting. Along with those eyes, you really have quite a few secrets, he gestured provocatively. Come. Before his voice even faded, Shi-Shan had vanished like a ghost. abruptly appearing at Chao Yu's side to throw a heavy punch too fast to see. "Let me see your full power." This punch hit him square in the face, making stars dance before Chao Yu's eyes as he was sent flying dozens of meters away. The terrifying force of the punch nearly shattered all of his will to resist. Xizhan stood amidst the roiling black energy, staring at the faintly glowing sword marrow on Chao Yu's chest. "A sword marrow? I didn't expect that old man Ji Pingying to value you so much that he'd even give you a life-saving treasure like this." Chao Yu leaned on his great blade, barely supporting his broken body as he gasped for breath, the pain in his chest unbearable. "If my defense wasn't high enough, that punch probably would have taken half my life. Even the principal's sword marrow can't intimidate him. What do I do now?" At the same time, in the center of the battlefield at Kyoto University, the main sword marrow in Ji Pingying's hand suddenly erupted with light. He furrowed his brow, worrying, "Oh no, have they already found Chao Yu?" In the imprisoned space, Xizhan stood with his hands in his pockets, a look of contempt curling his lip. "Is this all the strength Chao Anqing's bloodline has?" Chao Yu's eyes were bloodshot as he charged again with a heart full of hatred. But all he received in return was a flurry of Xizhan's punches as dense as a violent storm. He was sent flying like a fallen leaf in the wind, completely unable to fight back. Chao Yu spat out a mouthful of clotted blood, roaring helplessly in his heart. "Damn it, what kind of boxing technique is this? Even the ghost pupil can't keep up with his movements." This gap in rank made him feel like an ant trying to shake a giant tree. In a moment of despair, Chao Yu pulled out a magic card and activated it through gritted teeth. "Acknowledge foe as father. I am willing to take you as my foster father." However, to his devastation, the system gave a cold prompt. Use of acknowledge foe as father card failed. Chao Yu's eyes widened as he cried out, "What?" Bang! Xizhan followed up with a heavy kick, the force vibrating through the void, leaving Chao Yu paralyzed and motionless on the cold ground. He dusted his hands, nonchalantly pronouncing judgment. "Weak, too weak. But I will also remind you, from now on, if you give up your original surname and change your name to Bai Yu, I will teach you this boxing technique." The dying Chao Yu did not submit. He twitched his swollen lip and contemptuously spat. "Pa!" He lifted his head stubbornly and mocked. "Why don't you change your name to Chao Xizhan instead? That way we'll have the same surname and you can teach me the boxing then, right?" Hearing this provocation, the veins on Xizhan's forehead bulged. He sent Chao Yu flying into a corner with a kick, roaring in rage. "That filthy mouth is exactly the same as that old thief Chao Anqing." Suddenly, a humble call came from the shadows. "Boss Bai." Xizhan lifted his face and asked coldly, "Caught the big fish?" He leaned down to get close to Chao Yu's face, finally leading with a murderous tone. "Kid, I'll give you one more chance. You are her son after all. If you're willing to change your name, my promise still stands." After speaking, his figure gradually blurred, vanishing into the void. Seeing his enemy depart, Chao Yu slammed the ground in resentment, his roar echoing through the space. "He's gone. Damn it, Xizhan, why didn't you let me out first?" At the ruins of the office building, Ji Pingying gained the upper hand with a sword strike, sending the Sword King crashing into a charred wall. The Sword King coughed up blood, calling for help in a panic. "Boss Bai, are you still not planning to act?" Xizhan stood with his hands in his pockets, walking forward slowly as he questioned his subordinate coldly. "What, are you teaching me how to do things?" The Sword King was so scared he crawled and kowtowed on the ground. "Your subordinate wouldn't dare, Boss Bai. It's just that we really cannot defeat Ji Pingying." Ji Pingying's gaze locked tightly onto the man who had just appeared, his battle-hardened intuition making alarm bells ring in his mind. "This guy is 100 times more dangerous than all of the 8 kings combined." Xizhan shrugged, his tone casual yet cruel. "I wanted to let them wear you down first to save me some effort, but what a pity. Actually, it's normal that they can't beat you because your realm has long since surpassed the Saint tier." This light sentence was like a bombshell exploding among the 8 kings. The lackeys stared in horror, and due to shock, the Hammer King's voice changed pitch. "What? Isn't level 60 to 70 a Saint tier powerhouse? Isn't the highest level among all current professionals only 70? Ji Pingying pointed his long sword directly at the leader. He barked a sharp interrogation. "Who exactly are you? What have you done to Chao Yu, and what is your purpose?" Xizhan looked completely self-satisfied, patting his hem as he stepped forward and gave a false gentlemanly bow. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xizhan, the ruler of the Bai Zi organization." Those two words, Bai Zi, sliced through old wounds like a steel knife. Ji Pingying gritted his teeth as tragic images of his murdered students flooded his mind, his killing intent reaching the heavens. "Bai Zi," he suddenly raised an eyebrow with overwhelming presence. "So it was you who laid murderous hands on my students. You rats who hide your heads in tails, do you finally dare to show yourselves before this old man today?" Just then, the poison mark on Ji Pingying's neck erupted with light, emitting a thick dark green evil energy. The Poison King laughed wildly, his voice raspy. 7 steps to death has taken effect. Ji Pingying has been hit." Xizhan lifted his chin, his tone as arrogant as an emperor judging an ant. "I don't like being the center of attention, so I must kill Principal Ji this time to remove the stumbling block in my path. Principal Ji, please die." At the same time, in the imprisoned dimensional space, Chao Yu's voice was already hoarse from shouting, "Damn you, Xizhan, let me out." He swung his blade frantically at the invisible walls, roaring with a sense of grievance. "Let me out." Suddenly, dense magical patterns crawled all over the back of Chao Yu's hands and neck. He curled up on the ground in pain, clutching his chest and groaning as the poisonous gas began to corrode his meridians, his eyes turning a savage crimson. Chao Yu struggled amidst countless entangling black tentacles, feeling as if his chest were being scorched by a raging fire. It's so hot, what's with this fire? Is it another of Shishan's traps? While enduring through gritted teeth, he suddenly sensed a familiarity in this heat. No, could this be that flame I've been carrying with me all along? Watching those tentacles that were frantically devouring his flesh, Chao Yu's entire body tensed up. Amidst the endless agony, he stood upright and let out a roar toward the sky that shattered the space. No matter what this ghost thing is, I am definitely getting out. The scene returns to the tragic battlefield at the Kyoto University Plaza. Seeing Ji Pingying's face turn pale, the 8 kings hiding on the rooftops leaped down one after another, clamoring greedily. The poison has kicked in while he has no combat capability. Kill him now. Though surrounded by death, Ji Pingying suddenly threw back his head and laughed heroically. His laughter was like thunder drowning out the gale. What can a mere poison do to me? He gripped his hilt tightly with both hands, hoisting it over his head as a brilliant golden light poured from the blade. Its power is unstoppable as a river flowing east, he announced with boundless passion. Today, let all of you witness this old man's strongest sword. The sword's presence expanded, forming a whirlwind that crushed the surrounding tiles and forced the 8 kings to shield themselves. Ji Pingying spoke with a powerful voice. This is your honor. Sensing that Ji Pingying's life force was burning violently, Shijan panicked and stabilized himself, shouting, Ji Pingying, are you mad? You're actually burning attribute points in exchange for power. You'll surely die if you do this. The world's top sword cultivator let out a cold laugh, his demeanor as majestic as a deity about to ascend. What is there to fear in death? Even if I die, I will first resolve you pests of the great Xia Empire. Driven by extreme fear, Shijan retreated wretchedly, commanding his lackeys at the top of his lungs. His power is only enough for one strike. Everyone, move together to stop him, or we will all be buried with him. Ignoring those screams, Ji Pingying pointed his sword toward the ground, closing his eyes to gather his energy. In an epic, heroic tone, he chanted his sword mantra. Sword energy spans 30,000 miles. A single strike chills 19 provinces. Kunwu pierces the rainbow, a cataclysm of 10,000 forms. One sword leveling the sun shone as brilliantly as the blazing sun in the distance. Shuin, you felt the weight of this power resembling a natural disaster of thunder and lightning. His body shook as he marveled. This single strike has unleashed. Ji Pingying's eyes snapped open, erupting with a sky-piercing, killing intent as he bellowed the name of his ultimate technique. Kunwu, one sword leveling the sun. A beam of sword light tore through the heavens. The sword light plummeted straight into the center of the plaza. The position shook violently as the ground split into bottomless chasms. Facing this destructive force, Shijan gritted his teeth and channeled his entire cultivation to protect his fists. Letting out a death-defying roar, 100 transformations flowing water fist, he threw a world-shaking punch to meet the tyrannical sword energy. The collision of these two peak forces triggered a miniature nuclear explosion, and the massive shockwave sent everyone flying. A sandstorm of dust and smoke rose, blotting out the sun, leaving the scene a field of broken walls and ruins. As the dust began to settle, Shishan was kneeling on a pile of shattered bricks, fresh blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He gripped his trembling shoulder tightly, his teeth chattering with rage, his eyes filled with extreme resentment. Despite his meticulous planning, he had still underestimated Ji Pingying. As the smoke gradually cleared, Ji Pingying's figure eerily appeared behind him. Capturing this fatal opening, Shishan spun around instantly, gathering all his strength into a brutal iron fist as he prepared to swing. Even if I must die, I'll grind your bones to powder. At this critical juncture, a beam of cold black energy erupted from the void. The black energy tightly coiled around his swinging fist, causing Shishan's expression to shift drastically. What? He broke into a cold sweat. As that aura grazed his skin, he realized it was extremely dangerous and hurriedly kicked off the air to retreat. Is this the Hades fire? Why is it appearing here? From the darkness, Chao Yu charged out like a malevolent deity carrying his great blade, roaring at the top of his lungs. Damn it, Bai Shishan, get the hell away from Principal Ji. Giving the enemy no room to breathe, Chao Yu unleashed a continuous barrage of flaming blade auras. Shishan's brow furrowed as he dodged every killing move with deep suspicion, silently assessing his opponent's abnormal nature. It really is the Hades fire. Can it actually break through my space? Why does he possess the Hades fire? Despite his many doubts, Bai Shishan did not dare to test this hellish flame with his own body, and could only dodge and weave wretchedly. However, at the peak of the excitement, Chao Yu's movement suddenly stiffened, and the energy on his blade died out instantly. He frantically slapped the hilt, pleading between laughter and tears, "You bastard, don't drop the ball at the critical moment." Seizing the chance to breathe, Shijan immediately regained the upper hand, sneering with mockery. "Humph, it seems you still haven't fully mastered it. Trash is trash after all." As soon as the taunt fell, his energy erupted, and he unleashed the lethal 100 transformations flowing water fist. Just as Chao Yu prepared to take the heavy blow head-on, a massive surge of energy like a great black whale came rushing in, directly crushing Shishan's punch. Even Chao Yu was stunned by the sight, muttering to himself in extreme confusion, "Whoa, did I summon that? Am I really that powerful?" As the smoke cleared, a thin figure draped in a black cloak walked forward slowly. Shen Jianshu lightly pushed his glasses up, speaking in his usual cold, low voice. "Fortunately, I made it in time, otherwise I'd have to sit in Ji Pingying's seat." Recognizing his benefactor, Chao Yu shouted in surprise, "Teacher Shen." In midair, Shijan pressed his hand against his throbbing chest. Upon identifying the intruder, his gaze turned dark. Shen Jianchu, the strongest necromancer, although a fight to the death might kill him, the price would likely be too high. After weighing the pros and cons, he flicked his body backward, leaving a cold challenge. Chao Yu, the next time we meet will be the day the laws of the Star World are overturned. Until then, don't die too early. Leaving the threat behind, Shizhan and his lackeys vanished into the night. Chao Yu didn't care about those mad ravings and hurriedly ran to Ji Pingyang's side. He knelt down, carefully supporting the principal's broken body, and let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Principal Ji still has a pulse. Shen Jianchu stepped forward, squinting to observe Ji Pingyang's pale face, and delivered a solemn conclusion. He's been poisoned. The toxin is constantly spreading. It must be neutralized immediately. Inside the intensive care unit, the atmosphere was exceptionally heavy. Aunt Lan, the dorm manager, pushed the door open in a panic, calling out to Ji Pingyang with a sob on the hospital bed. Ji Pingyang slowly turned his head, forcing a weak smile as he teased, "I'm not dead yet. What are you crying for?" Seeing her lover's empty sleeve, Aunt Lan's tears fell like rain as she demanded angrily, "Who did this?" Ji Pingyang let out a soft sigh, avoiding that heartbreaking gaze. "It's a long story. I don't want excuses." Aunt Lan raised her voice, pressing decisively. "Then keep it short." Tucking himself into a corner, Chao Yu scratched his head, watching this unexpected display of affection and wondering privately. It seems the relationship between the dorm manager and Principal Ji is far from ordinary. Sensing Chao Yu's curious gaze, Shen Jianchu cleared his throat and offered a serious reminder. "Don't pry into the affairs of adults, kid." Shifting the topic, Shen Jianchu explained the situation on the patient's behalf. "I'll explain. The ones who attacked Principal Ji were the 8 kings of Baizi and their leader." Chao Yu's voice was low, carrying a lingering sense of self-blame. Bai Shishan is the founder of Baizi and my biological uncle. I'm the one who dragged Principal Ji into this. Ji Pingyang shook his head gently. He offered gentle comfort. "Silly child, what is there to be sad about? We're lucky just to be alive." Aunt Lan wiped her tears, feeling the pain of his wretched state and lost power. Ji Pingyang closed his eyes, accepting the cruel reality. "There's no need to waste any more energy. My right hand, the one that holds the sword, is gone and the Kunwu sword is broken. I am a cripple now." Shen Jianchu analyzed the condition flatly, pointing out the poisoner. "The Poison King is dead, but the toxin remains in his body." The professor's gaze turned solemn. "This is only a temporary suppression. Only the championship reward of the Global Underground University Combat League, the Mermaid's Tier, can completely neutralize the poison." He explained that the legendary holy medicine, the Mermaid's Tier, was a single drop shed once in a mermaid's lifetime, capable of curing all poisons in the world. Hearing this condition, Aunt Lan grew even more despairing, blurting out irritably, "Combat League champion? Forget about our great Xia Empire. Even the entire Eastern Alliance has never won a single championship." Chao Yu took a step forward, a firm light of fire burning in his eyes, interrupting the pessimism. "A champion? There will be one this year." He clenched his fists, announcing resonantly, "I will participate. Even if I have to risk my life, I will bring that championship back." Walking into the hospital's lush courtyard, Shen Jianchu gathered the students and warned them solemnly, "You all know Principal Ji's situation. Only by winning the Combat League can we save him, but winning is hard, extremely difficult. With your current strength, you're far from it." His cold gaze swept over each young face as he handed down the judgment. "Therefore, from today onward, each of you will undergo hellish individual special training. The top teachers of Kyoto University will personally drill you. Can you accept this?" Yang Shangdi patted his round belly, testing with a smile. "Is food provided during the training? I only have the strength to practice once I'm full." Ma Fei lightly touched his hilt, the battle intent in his eyes surging. "My sword has long been unable to restrain itself." Zhao Zeui gripped her hands tightly to her chest. Though a bit timid, she promised firmly, "I will work hard and won't drag everyone down." Only Chao Yu's lip curled, showing an expression of extreme excitement. One-on-one hellish training. That plot twist was absolutely mind-blowing, guys. Who would have thought that the final boss of the Baizi organization, the mastermind behind all these ruthless schemes, is actually Bai Shishan, Chao Yu's very own biological uncle? But man, the price they paid this time was way too steep. Ji Pingyang, the invincible #1 swordsman, the mentor who always had Chao Yu's back, has now lost his right arm, and a lethal poison is eating away at his life day and night. The only hope left now is the Mermaid's Tier, the ultimate prize for the champion of the Global Combat League. A tournament where the great Xia Empire has never even touched the championship trophy. Even if I have to put my life on the line, I will bring that championship back. Chao Yu's ironclad vow perfectly wraps up our part 1 for today. Stepping into this hellish training, will Chao Yu finally awaken his true necromancer powers? Or will he just keep lugging around his giant blade to bonk global geniuses on the head? All the most visually stunning and epic combat scenes of the tournament will explode in part 2. If you guys are hyped to see how Chao Yu turns the tables, don't hesitate to smash that like button, hit subscribe, and turn on the notification bell to force Bala Recaps to drop the next video at Godspeed. Thanks for sticking around and binging the whole video, guys. Peace out, and I'll catch you in part 2.